talking about the controversial things we were talking about.
Those people.
Those people that I don't like that do those things that are bad.
The ones that are to blame for everything.
The 5G towers giving everybody the corona.
Oh, not the 5G.
Not the 5G towers giving us corona. That makes sense.
They're in the 6G towers that give us Ebola.
Ebola. You can't call it Ebola. That's racist.
Probably. I'd have to check the dictionary. Oh, at least chat's working. All right, that's one thing.
I didn't know there was a race of people called the Ebolans.
No, that's not how this works. So how this works, you can't call corona the Chinese virus, even though if it's from fucking China.
Right.
So you can't call Ebola the Ebola virus, because that's where it's from.
Because that's from Ebola?
River.
Is Ebola a place?
Yeah, river.
Oh,
yeah,
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's racist. You can't name something from where it's from.
Didn't there was a big discussion about that with the Spanish flu, right? Because it's like, shouldn't we not call it the Spanish flu then? It's like, not everyone does, I guess, but it's influenza, right?
Listen, I think Spain should take some fucking pride in that.
We did it.
That was an insanely fucking bravo as far as diseases are concerned, man. Like fucking hell.
Take a bow.
Go for the gold.
Yeah, they took out a big chunk of the world, man. Good them. Good on them.
That one, wait, because I'm really not educated on my fucking viruses. How did that one do compared to Black Death? What's the stats?
The influenza. Well, I think the influenza was worse, but
50 million. What the hell? Spanish flu killed 50 million people, apparently.
Okay.
Oh well, I guess it tried.
Influenza versus Black Death. All right. Let's see.
I think the Black Death was actually influential in changing in bolstering democracy, which is pretty crazy.
Wait, how did it do that?
All the people that would all the slaves died, so they had to give people wages in order to get them to work. They were like, "Fuck that! Everyone's dying. I don't want to work." Yeah, so everyone got raises. They got all this money, so they got that money turned into political power. Yeah.
Looks like the Black Death was worse. The death toll, what's so spooky about it is that the death toll ranges from 75 to 200 million.
Jeez.
Which is insane. I know, right? But it was in the middle of the 14th century, so you're reporting these numbers is
like half the population of the world.
Well, yeah. And also, yes, 75 million in back then had to be way more ratio-wise than 50 million in
Welcome to our uplifting stream, everyone.
Hello, everybody. We're all going to die from a terrible, horrible disease.
You're all going to die.
The plague of Justinian? I never even heard of that. But it was a bubonic
God,
plague.
get educated, Jesus.
Century.
This is the worst sickness stream. Let's look up what are the worst sicknesses to ever blight the world.
If you're in chat, if you got notified that we exist by YouTube, type your favorite sickness, virus / bacteria in the chat.
Well, with how many people are posting in chat, surely some of them got notified with the bell thing, right? Rather than recommended, I'm assuming.
Your channel, I've been refreshing, so just popped up for me.
So I like that before this you were talking about oh, people aren't getting notified. So we're like, okay, to make sure YouTube won't notify people of the stream, we're gonna immediately start talking about plagues and deaths and millions of people getting murdered. This is awesome.
Oh, the top thing on the list is the HIV/AIDS pandemic. So we can always talk about that.
Oh, and I forgot, you also said the R word right in the beginning of the stream. You're really going for the gold with
Rumpelstiltskin? I didn't know that was one of the bad ones.
Yes. The RA word. Ooh.
What child names their kid Rumpelstiltskin?
Would you not? If your surname was Stiltskin, would you go for Rumple? I would be like, yeah, let's do it.
I might for the meme value.
Yeah, at least the middle name, so they can choose when they get older.
But I'd leave the mom. I'd be bad. I'd be like, all right, honey, we're naming him Rumple, and then I just cigarettes and come back.
I'll stick around for a year, but as soon as the kid knows I'm out.
Yeah. Heads up.
So, what about that controversial conversation we were having just before this got started? Do you want to announce to the EFAP chat your position? I want to see if they. I want to see how they react.
Okay.
Oh my god.
I said okay. Rex is trying to protect me. He's like, don't do it.
These people can't be reasoned with.
No, so we were arguing. Okay, so last week in live stream, the chat told me that Mahler said the prequels are objectively better than the sequels, and I said, fuck no. hell no. So we were vehemently, or how the fuck you said it. I can't remember.
You already said it like I did. I only had to say it one time, and now it's
Okay.
affected you, much like a plague.
Oh god, oh god.
You've got me with the mind virus. There you go. And I said no. The prequels are objectively worse movies.
Oh, see, I know you think that that's like very reasonable. They're gonna be so upset. I'm waiting for it.
Let them be true. Let them be mad.
I don't think you understand.
I understand, like, you have feelings toward the prequels that are not positive. I understand. But please remember, they don't know which way is up in the sequels, okay? We're talking, like, fundamental operations of humanity.
Okay,
this
so-
is...
No, see, this is the way I look at it. You can... I'm not going to necessarily disagree and say that the sequels are better written by or have better logic. I'm not arguing that. I'm just saying if you look at all the various aspects of filmmaking.
Did you almost say virulent?
No.
Like
I mean,
a virus,
the virulent.
like a
all
plague?
the virulent various aspects of filmmaking. Okay, it's not just look, and I know this is weird coming from me because I hyper focus on writing, like I know that you do too. But besides the writing, all the other things, okay?
Okay, wait, let me ask you one question then. Objectively,
much
which
worse
one
than
is superior in terms of writing?
Which one is superior? Ooh, this is like
This
a
shouldn't
shit
be
sandwich.
hard.
This is like
Easy,
this is like the douche versus the turd
No, it's
sandwich.
not though. It's not. It's really not. There's actually good shit in the prequels, unironically.
No, wait, okay. What's the good shit in the prequels?
Well, like all I have to do is name something that's good in the prequels.
Like something good writing wise.
The Anakin executing Dooku in front of Palpatine.
That's good. I mean,
Yeah, because it's a relatively reasonable decision to make in terms of a hero, but it's still dubious enough that it shows us he's being pushed slowly toward a darker path. Name like anything in the sequel trilogy that's even as good as that.
Just one.
The lack of Jar Jar Binks, is that
Don't.
Okay, I'll give it to you. The prequels are better written than the sequels. And well, they're written. The problem is they're written awfully in completely different ways, right? Like everything the prequels is very stilted and like overly confusing and complicated, and everything in the sequels just doesn't make sense, and it's just nonsense and garbage.
So, wait, sorry, say that again.
So in the prequels, the writing is bad because it's like it has awful dialogue. Everything's very stilted. Everything's kind of overly complicated and nebulous, and you're like, I don't know what the fuck's going on. But in the sequels, everything is just stupid and garbage that doesn't make sense in order to get us from point A to point B to point C.
What I would say is that on the surface, the prequels make sense to me. When I start to dig into the specifics of how everything works, I get a little confused. For example, and this is something I want to sort of go into whenever I get around to them, I want to check out all the explanations for this, because I've always been a little murky on it, but like, so Cypher Diaz is the guy who started the clones in conjunction with the Kaminoans, but simultaneously Darth Tyrannus...
How don't you? I mean,
fuck you, the prequels are not that bad.
Visceral Cypher Diaz.
Wait,
everyone knows.
are you saying he's one of the Camino aliens?
They say his name in the films. I'm not being like a Wikipedia dude.
Jesus Christ.
Alright,
okay.
Alright, so, yeah, but that's supposed to be Qui-Gon Jinn, because that's how Obi-Wan recognizes it. But at the same time, Darth Tyrannus being Count Dooku set up Django to be the template, so I'm just not 100% on how all of that works out, because those two would be opposing forces, I believe.
Right.
And then they're handed over to the Republic, which I guess makes sense because Palpatine would want them, while simultaneously the Jedi want them to defend the Republic. You know what I mean? Like, there's just some stuff I need to figure out, but without, like, really poking, it all, like, I really think it goes smooth understanding the bigger events of the prequels. While the sequels, I have no fucking clue what is happening at any other scene. There's just nothing connects with itself. It's just nonsense throughout.
In the sequels, you don't have to dig to find the shit.
Right.
It's just there on its face.
Well, no, I disagree. I think right on its face, the prequels are garbage shit. I mean, are you saying that you think the prequels are good, or are you just saying they're bad?
I don't
but not
think
as bad as the
I don't
sequels?
think they're good,
Okay.
but they're not like sequel level bad.
I disagree. I don't know. I
Differentiation
disagree.
between the two, is it like a hair? Like, is it a tiny
No, I don't
little
think it's
bit?
actually
I don't
Just
think
they're
it's
bad
a-
in different ways.
I don't think it's
The
close.
sequels feel like they're bad, but they're like the writing's really awful. But at least on their face they look like a real movie. The prequels don't even look like real movies. It's like I'm like.
You know what else
walking
looks
into
like a real
Child's
movie?
Play or
Transformers.
something.
They look like real movies.
I mean,
It's
that's
true, they
true.
do.
They are garbage, but that's what I'm saying. Like the prequels are bad, but in like a completely different way. It's like The Room. Like they just don't feel like real movies. They feel like parody movies.
I mean, I'm glad that they satisfied you visually and audially. Just
Oh
I-
no! Don't get me wrong. They don't satisfy me in any regard. Okay.
oh,
They're awful. I'm just saying the prequels are worse. The prequels are very boring. Sequels are just confusing and terrible.
Wait, you'd rather be confused and horrified than bored?
Yeah, you wouldn't? Are you kidding me? You'd rather feel something than nothing, okay? Going full Fight Club.
Not if
here.
it's pain.
I
Going
don't.
full Fight Club here, okay? You gotta
I'd
feel
rather-
something.
I'd rather be bored than experience horrible pain.
Okay, maybe that's true. That's true. I think you're right. I'll agree that the prequels are more coherent in their writing.
Coherence, nice.
Yeah, I
coherent.
mean, I can go for a
It's a
bit of
good starting
coherence in my
point.
stories.
They
I do
are
like
coherent.
them.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sequels are not coherent.
Yeah,
I
that
don't even
would.
think I'm defending the sequels. I just made a fucking 2-hour-long video shitting on Rise of Skywalker. It's like one of the worst
They
movies
were good,
ever,
by the
so,
way.
yeah.
I really liked your.
Yeah, they were
really
good.
Videos.
Thank you.
Your analysis of the fight gave me a big old eye opener about how
I
stupid
had
that whole thing
no
was.
idea. I had no idea.
Yes, it's so funny because I had watched the movie like 3 times while making that, and it was only the last time that I said, "Wait, when Rey fights those red stormtroopers, she kills the same guys twice. What the fuck? How did I not notice this?"
It seems so obvious.
Yes.
And then you're like, I never noticed this before. That's the magic. That's the Disney magic right
the
there.
magic of filmmaking. Yeah.
That's the magic of filmmaking. Kind of like how the first time I watched. Do you care about Mandalorian spoilers? No, good. So
No.
in episode 4, where they're on the planet, they're like, "There's nothing on this planet that could damage the legs on that ATST." When his starship is just in the woods. That didn't even occur to us. When we
Well,
watched that episode the
have
first
we
time.
ever seen it in that season blow anything up, Rags? Ever?
Sort of. I'll actually. I still have it.
Oh,
I still
don't
have my. No, I
Can't
won't.
don't screen share because otherwise you might lose. Discord can freeze on screen share, and if you freeze now, Rags, it's gone forever. Oh, I should probably say this. So, Smudcast uses the same Discord setup that we do, and his has now been blurbed with the boxes. We don't have the boxes yet because I haven't updated my Discord yet. I don't want to update my Discord, but I feel like it's inevitable, and as soon as I do it, I'm gonna have to like reshape EFAP. It's not gonna look the same ever again unless they roll this back.
People, when it comes to EFAP, there's like an ugly ticking time bomb.
We're all very afraid.
We're horrified. We see that smug little green update arrow in the top right hand of the screen mocking us.
It's like a plague.
It's
just
asking
being
us,
spread
like,
upon
hey,
you, yes.
hey, just come check out this improvement. It's like, improvement, really? It's like, yeah. Take
Tell me
this
more about
apple.
this improvement.
Suck.
App-
Gotcha.
the apple is not
It's just
poison.
terrible UI. Well, it's the same thing with you. Do you hate the new YouTube UI for creators?
Absolutely.
It's every time they update the UIs for anything, it's almost
worse.
always
And they do the
garbage.
same rollout every time. The first step is, hey, by the way, do you wanna opt into this cool little thing we got? And you're like, no thanks. You're like,
Fuck
oh,
no.
okay. And then a few
Well,
months
based
later,
on
they're like,
previous
by the way,
experience-
we're gonna just show you it, okay? And you're like, no, I don't want it. No. Showed it. And they're like, okay, I'm gonna opt out of this
No, it's like,
permanently.
it's just a peek. It won't hurt just
Yeah.
by looking.
And they're like, you want to opt out of it permanently? Why? You don't like it? Okay, that's fine. A few months later, they're like, okay, so now it's going to be your default, but you can still opt out of it. And you're like, no, I don't know. No. And then you get to the portion that we're at right now, which is say goodbye.
Now that I've got you.
Say goodbye. It's going. I think it's being rolled out right now that Classic is unable to be accessed one by one by creators. It's going to get to all of us eventually.
I'm glad you agreed with us this whole time. We knew you would love it.
Basically,
They
we've
never
all
fucking
been,
listen. Like,
We've
nope.
all been hashtag #MeToo'd by the YouTube UI, is what you're saying.
I think UI is one of those, even in like video games, especially in fucking video games, a bad UI can just ruin the experience and it doesn't get the
Yes.
attention
Mhm.
that it really should have.
Mhm.
Like bad UIs could, I think it was Halo Reach when it came out on the PC. the UI was just absolute dog shit. The most incompetent buffoon made the UI for it. It made no sense at all, and it just made some things an absolute chore. I almost made it. I almost was like putting it down on my list of things, like why UIs or the UI of this game is shit.
I just picture when they started Discord and YouTube, they had this really like golden-eyed just developer that was like, I know what people want, and did it. And then once it gets really successful and everything balls rolling, a bunch of like suits walk in. They're like, you know what it should be a box instead of a circle. It should be a big box. You're like, no, it's like people will love it. Do it.
May I ask why this is a change we should make? Because I went to school and they said boxes are best, so boxes.
Gotta do it.
Well, it seems like everything's made for phones now. It's like you have no option. Everything has to look like it does on a phone.
Yeah.
And it's not even like the aesthetic I necessarily care about. It's how does it integrate with the controls on a computer?
Right.
Or how do you make use of all of the screen space that you have? Which is generally one of the biggest problems that there is there's always just dead space wasted.
Me is that you can't look at the whole description of any video, and I'm like, what the fuck? Like you can't even open the box up and look at the whole description.
Oh, yeah, like they have the ... shit, don't they?
Yeah, you got to scroll through it over and over again. I'm like, you can't even. It's so maddening. It's like the fundamental flaw to the new UI.
We've talked about it, I think, on EFAP before, but you guys remember old YouTube, right? Where a whole page could be customized. It's like, you could make whatever you wanted, however you wanted, and then all
customization. Who wants that?
Options,
crushed.
choices. No, why have 10 different options? Why have the ability to do whatever you want when you can have our shitty opinion?
Everything must look the same.
Like people dream about getting jobs at, like, oh, I work at Google as the UI designer for YouTube, one of the biggest sites, and it's just probably some dude in a cubicle chewing on the rubber end of his pencil all day. Just some absolute fucking mongoloid who doesn't know anything about it.
Whoa, that is offensive to
I was gonna say,
actual Mongolians.
I listen, I'm Magyar, I could say that.
Oh, okay. I'm
How
sorry,
stressful would it be, by the way, that you like
whatever.
It was your idea to have the boxes, you roll it out, and you just see shit tons of messages about how shit the idea is. You're like, oh.
Everyone's like, kill yourself. This is the worst.
Well, we can't revert it. That would be crazy.
Yeah, that's what's so annoying. Every time they do these changes, everyone hates it, and they never roll it back.
They never make it optional. Why?
It's like, it will make you look better. It's almost like you come out net positive by having a short thing that sucks, and then just taking it back and just reverting it so that people know that you're actually listening. Like, do it almost like do a Manchurian update where it's supposed to be like really, really terrible, and you put it out there for everybody, and then the plan all along was to kill it so you can go back to the old thing.
Playing at Creator Studio Classic too, just like the new Coke and the classic Coke. Yeah, I still have the classic. I can still get back to the classic. I think Sitch,
no, I can't get back to
you're locked into. They took the little guy running away. The guy running away icon away.
Oh
from
my
you.
god!
Yeah, just to let you all know how garbage it's gonna look in future. This is what happened to Smud's stream.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh no!
Look at it. What is that?
Oh no!
What is it? Are they trying to social distance our avatars? What is the point of this? Like everyone's locked in their little isolation box now.
Go back to your room.
Yeah, basically.
It's terrible. Why would they do this?
Mom, I want to have a podcast.
And yeah, like you compare the current to the future because you can see it on stream right now. And it's just like, oh no, why?
Does it auto choose the color based on
yes,
your avatar?
the most dominant color in your avatar will be used as the background color for your box.
Oh my god!
So wait, if you
So
can
if
you have
you
like
have,
an avatar in your box, I'll be one color.
A solid color would just be a single. So would test that. Who's unfortunately updated their Discord.
Yeah, I was gonna say, no fucking way I'm testing that. I want to stay away from this thing for as long as
I don't want
possible.
to ruin my app.
But that makes even less sense. Why would they say, okay, let's take the color that's most in your avatar and just plaster it all over the background of your avatar?
I think it's just like a combination of all the colors averaged out.
It could be that as well, yeah.
Oh, maybe that's Adam's on my screen is gray, which there's like no gray in his avatar, so I don't even know what the hell's going on with that.
Because there's the black of his hair and the glasses and everything, and then there's the white, so that kind of averages out into a
maybe
blue,
maybe it is.
Think of I know it's not a lot of work for a computer, but how much more work there is now compared to what it was before. and it's that much
like,
worse.
green circle go bloop bloop.
Before it's literally just the picture you upload. Now it's like, okay, we need to create a program that averages out all the millions of different colors that could possibly exist in your avatar to put it in your background in this ugly fucking box. That no
You gotta
one wants.
analyze every pixel on your avatar.
They're in a boardroom and it's like, so this background box, I don't like it, but they get to choose the color yet. He's like, no.
Choice to the users? That's never worked.
I figured it out. This is really a money laundering scheme, okay? Someone at Discord is laundering money, and they're like, okay, I gotta hide like millions of dollars. I know. I'll hire someone to make an overly complicated avatar system that requires machine learning AI in order to discern what colors your avatar is.
It's so much more
Our colors
complicated.
clash. Oh my god, that's part of the plan.
Because every person's individual colors, they don't even mix together. They all just look off.
Yeah, no, it makes them look off. Everything's funky now, and it's just like, why would you do this? Because we all
just a big ploy to make the swastika pink.
I am almost certain that if they keep doing stuff like this, someone's gonna be like, I'm just gonna make a new Discord that is old Discord, and I'll just call it something else. And it's just like,
And
yeah,
I'll
people
treat
just
my
use that.
users like adults.
It's just Discord backwards, however you'd say that.
I don't know.
Drockid?
I guess it would be
Droxid?
Droxid.
Sid?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it'd be Droxid. Droxid.
Droxid.
Bit awkward to
Droxid
say,
online.
but I'm on board. Droxid.
Let's do it.
You know, Discord shouldn't be like the company slogan, just the name of the app. It shouldn't be your mission statement is Discord.
See, we should have seen it all along. It's right in our faces.
You
The mission statement
know,
is just chaos.
they are living up to the name Discord, aren't they?
You're gonna suck
They
us
are
all into
sowing
something,
Discord.
and when we least expect it, Discord.
We already got some Pikachu art.
You're... Look,
Those are shit.
they are. I don't know if it's that. Well, okay. Here's the.
They are.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if they're shit. Like they're bad.
Yeah, I'm not
But,
taking a
like,
strong
calm
stance
down.
yet. On the third one, certainly.
This is like the original funny angry videos about movies on YouTube was literally Plinkett Star Wars prequel reviews.
Yeah,
That started it all. Okay.
I
Yeah,
agree.
because this was like the big first bad thing.
What-
But shit, let's save shit for like Crisis on Infinite Earth and the sequel trilogy. Let's, and Batwoman. Let's save it for the like really shit stuff.
I don't know. I think there's a lot of. Nostalgia glasses. I think there's a lot of memes.
Variation
kind of
over
clouding
the
over.
sequel is much larger. The variation in quality over the sequel is much larger than the prequels. It seems like the prequels are all pretty
They're all
much just
like the sequels are
consistently shit.
consistently terrible.
Yeah, totally.
Mhm.
But it seems like there's a couple in the sequels that aren't too bad,
Well,
and
you're talking
some that
about
are
all
just
So what?
awful.
Okay, what two
Some
of
that
the
are
sequels
terrible.
are that bad? Which two?
Well, no.
Uh,
You mean all the new movies. You don't mean just the 3 sequel movies. You mean like Rogue One and you're
Oh,
including
Well, I'm
Solo
talking
and
about
all that
yeah.
stuff.
Do we not
Rogue
include
One
Rogue
wasn't
One
good,
as
though.
Well, I don't think
is
it's.
Rogue One
I think
off
we
the
should just
table?
compare
Well, it
the
wasn't
trilogies, right?
terrible, though. It
Correct.
wasn't.
It wasn't
prequel
terrible.
level
It's the best
bad.
of them, which is
Yes,
a
lot.
horrifying thing to say.
Yeah.
That
so
the
much
best one
better
that they
than the
had, yeah.
prequels. It's like vastly better than the prequels.
Well, Mahler, do you think that Rogue One was better than the prequels?
That's an interesting question.
So you're not counting Rogue One then as the sequel.
Well,
I guess
I
Rogue
figured
One
we
is
were doing
technically
trilogy
like a
versus
prequel.
trilogy.
Yeah, trilogy
Yeah,
was
yeah.
trilogy.
Oh, okay. I got you.
Yeah.
So the first one in the sequels is vastly better, which it's still a compromised movie, but it's vastly better than the later editions.
Oh, so you're saying TFA is much
No?
better than TLJ and TROS?
Yes.
I
Yeah,
don't
I
know the
agree with that.
acronyms.
You don't agree with that?
It's complicated. The
The
funny thing
Force
is,
Awakens-
Complicated.
Is kind of like your corporate slop movie, right? It's just kind of like, whatever.
well,
Exactly. It superficially makes it's like superficially better. I
Yeah,
agree
but
that
that's
if
the
you
one
dig
that
in,
basically
it's
like
like
undoes the accomplishments of the original
well,
trilogy.
this is the thing. So before
yeah.
all I've been doing today outside of doing this stream was editing my third part of my TFA series, where I'm systematically destroying that film. Nothing makes sense in TFA. It's not dissimilar from TROS and TLJ, and you might be
Right.
like, yeah, but Luke wasn't.
superficially. superficially, it all.
I mean, like,
If
it
you
can
don't
trick you
dig
into thinking it
deep,
makes sense. Sure, if
yeah,
that's like a
totally.
quality of the film. That's like saying, man, my friend is such a good liar.
The prequels, the movies on some level are supposed to like trick you into enjoying it. You know, the
Right.
willing
Right,
suspension
but
of disbelief.
loads of
No,
There's
people.
some
I don't know if I'd
trickery
call
that's
that
going on. There's some
trick.
misdirection going on.
Well,
But the prequels, they don't trick you in any way, shape, or form. You're like, what the fuck am I
you
watching
got,
here?
but there's like thousands of
I'm
people in
definitely
chat right now
tricked.
who will tell. Press 1 in chat if you enjoyed the prequels more than the ST. You'll just watch what happens.
Well, wait a minute, but
We're in much different situations. So you probably saw the prequels. Did you see the prequels in the theater? Did you see them on video?
I've seen them both.
I saw
Okay.
the second and third in theaters, I think.
Like, I ain't
Okay.
saying they good,
I
but I just, to reiterate how terrible the sequels are is kind of the thing here. The sequels are awful.
the two sequels are just
The two.
vastly horrible.
Oh,
Like if we're
well,
averaging them out though, I think The Force Awakens
is better than all the
the
prequels.
superficial nature kind of brings up the average, I think.
Mm.
The superficial
Of
nature
these
matters
sequels.
to
Yes.
me.
Yes.
I mean, I would say that, well,
I
which
was
is better?
lumping Rogue
Which
One
do you
in.
think is better, The Force Awakens or Revenge of the Sith?
Oh, I don't even think it's a contest. I think it's that clear cut.
Because I think it's Revenge of the Sith. Easy.
Oh, I know.
All right. So now that we've established, so how can we? So like every little bit, every little piece of information we discuss, and you still think the prequels are worse than the sequels?
Yes.
Oh my god.
Hey,
Yeah,
man, that's totally
I got to
fine.
agree on.
That's so.
I got to
horrible,
agree.
though.
If you
I
take out
agree with
take out movies.
Why would
I
you do
grant
that?
that the
You can't
writing is
take out
worse in the
movies.
sequels. I grant that the writing is worse in sequels.
I mean, that I'm happy to have that. I'll just be like, yeah, okay. Like, you
I'll
wait.
give you that much.
Tell the chat what you said about Obi-Wan. Tell him the thing you said.
Tell me what you said about Ewan.
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay.
Do
Yeah,
it.
no, I like Ian McGregor, but his acting's not great in that movie.
Oh, you did. That's all you
It's
said.
not great. Sorry.
He softened
You said-
disposition.
You said,
I'm sorry.
you said you'd give him an F.
I said, well,
That's
no,
what
I said
you
I said I'd give everyone an
It
F.
wasn't F.
Okay.
Oh
let's
yeah.
be real
Okay,
here.
so you're just being
Everyone,
it's the same thing. He's
then you
included
brought
in
up,
everybody.
and then you brought up Emperor Palpatine. I'm like, okay, he was pretty good. You're right. I'll give him an A. I'll give him
Unironically, I don't even know what scene I would try to pick to say that Obi-Wan was a bad, like that Ewan McGregor did a bad job.
To say he's a good actor.
Any scene he's in, especially in the second and third. In the first, he's not in it that much.
Look, I don't blame him. I think George Lucas is an awful director.
It's a tennis ball.
Everyone
all
all the
acting is
actors in that
reacting.
movies are all great actors. They're just he can't direct for shit.
Well, I mean, we'd need examples, right? You're gonna do the shot reverse shot thing on me?
Well, I could. Well, that's not not
What
acting.
is that?
That's editing. Right?
Well, I assume you were gunning for direction.
No, I'm talking about in terms of how he's directing the actors
Performance,
to
though.
act in each scene, their performance. I mean, like Samuel Jackson
yeah.
is like a fucking wooden plank in that movie.
But his
Jackson,
character is absolutely stoic. He's not playing one of Samuel Jackson's typecast characters.
Well, then it's a bad choice for the role, though, right?
What? But did he not nail being stoic?
I mean, nail being boring. I don't know. What? I think you can be. I'm trying to think of a character who's stoic but like not boring, in like any movie.
Anton Chigurh.
Well, he's not. Is he stoic? He's just like a psycho.
He's absolutely stoic.
I guess.
I think
He's great,
I'm trying to think he is. I think I'd describe him as stoic for the most part.
I don't know, because I usually think of
And
stoic as like a
classically
positive
stoic.
quality and not associated with like evil psychopaths. But
I think you could be stoic and good or evil.
Sure. Yeah, no, but see, Anton Chigurh, he had like this intensity.
Ooh, I saw a good one in chat.
right?
Logan. That'll be stoic, especially in Logan. For a lot of the scene, other than when he rages out, obviously.
Right, and he's not
Yeah.
boring at all. when he's
But
stoic.
but he's not boring when he's stoic.
That's what I'm saying. But I'm saying Samuel Jackson is boring in the prequels, and Logan is not boring whatsoever.
What? Why? But do you have anything like more something I can work with other than he's like?
It seems like when you watch Samuel Jackson in these movies, he's just reading lines. Like it sounds like he's just standing there, and there's like a guy off stage with a cue card, and he's just reading lines like with no emotion whatsoever.
Take a seat, young Skywalker. Not exactly
Yeah,
bored. No, that's him being aggressive.
No, man.
What?
I don't know.
What do you mean? The whole point of that
What do you
scene
think was,
is that, you remember, Obi-Wan like
or
shakes his head because everybody's clearly very aware
okay.
that Anakin is like a
Here's
loose
good
cannon.
example. Here's a good example is when he's confronting Palpatine and he's like, he gives that really weird line read where he's like, the Senate, what does he say? Like, the Senate will not be under your control no longer or something. And he's just, that's the time that you want stoic Samuel Jackson to be aggressive and yelling and doing stuff, and he's just standing there kind of like, stop it, Palpatine, I'm gonna stop you.
I don't know if that's an accurate retelling of his.
That is 100%.
I feel as
the
if that's a
actual
little
line
loaded.
read.
I think it's especially the.
He goes, okay, I remember. He goes, the oppression of the Sith, right, will no longer,
will never return. You
never
have
return.
lost.
It's just so bad. It's so
Wait,
bad.
why is that bad though?
The way he says it is so bad.
You're so bad.
I mean, look. So like on one hand we got like the way he's saying it is not good enough, and then on the other hand we're like nothing makes any sense at all in the sequels.
Oh, look, I'm not saying. Yeah, no, but you're. That's what I'm saying. The writing, I've said, the writing in the sequels is worse than the prequels. But I'm saying if you're gonna say something is objectively worse than something else, I'm gonna look at everything as a whole, right? Not.
What if I'm just looking at the writing though? At that point, you'd agree, right? You said
yes. Just look at the writing. I'll agree with you. The sequels are worse. Right.
I guess I would agree. The CGI is stronger in the sequels than the prequels. I think. Rags, you on board with that?
The writing in the prequels is stronger than the sequels.
The CGI is stronger in the sequels than in the prequels.
Yes, more time. Yes, time has passed since these two films.
Yeah,
it's not just the CGI. I mean, because they did a lot of practical effects too.
Yes.
In both trilogies.
Did they do practical effects in the prequels?
Yeah, it's one of the common misconceptions that infuriates prequel fans when people say there's no practical effects. They get very upset.
Well, I guess it was all the because they did so many backgrounds that were just pure.
They had to
green
build
screen
an entire space city.
Mm-hmm.
They built an entire galaxy to film in.
That's true. That's the vision of the guy in a suit. If the master requests it, then.
Avatar got nothing on this.
See, I just don't know if I could. Yeah, I think I'm firmly in the camp that the sequels are worse.
Do you think the editing and the cinematography was better in the prequels? Because I don't.
I don't know how much. If I was to concede on that, once given enough, like, I'd have to rewatch the prequels to really keep an eye on the editing in the cinematography.
Yeah, I can't say. I don't remember.
Just shot reverse shot.
Yeah, they shot reverse shot in the sequels too.
Yeah, but not like every scene.
Well, what you get in the sequels is J.J. Abrams' patented camera spins around characters as they talk.
Right. Yes. But see, but that's better for making you feel a sense of action, right?
For a film that doesn't make sense. Like, yes, I'm so excited about something.
Okay,
I'm walking around creepily these characters. As
let's remove.
Ignore me. Go on.
Throw the writing into a void and forget about the writing for a second.
I
agree with you. I've already agreed with you about the writing. Looking at each factor of the movie.
But the sequel writing is a void.
Exactly, it's a black hole. That's
throw the sequel writing into itself.
Okay, I don't know. Yes. Maybe I can sort of like it would just be like if I was like, well, Transformers has better action than the prequels, and it's like,
sure. Doesn't mean that one's better than the other.
Well, I just don't know how much like it's just like okay, even if it's true, like isn't the writing like the most important aspect for these things?
Well, it depends on it. That's a personal judgment, right, for each independent person.
Is it not the most important thing for you?
I mean, it is for me, right? But I feel like I'm a writer in my heart and soul. But most people, I feel like, are not.
Oh, sure, but this is just a conversation for us.
Right? Yeah, that's why I'm saying. For me, writing is always the most important thing, for sure.
So,
but when I say objectively, I'm trying to build like outside of myself, right?
Wait, so let me ask you this:
an objective
which trilogy do you prefer to watch?
It's been so long since I've seen the prequels, so I can't say. I don't remember what they're. I just remember being really bored.
You don't want to watch the sequels again. Don't give me that shit.
That's true. I don't want to watch any. I don't want to watch either of them again.
You want to see Ewan McGregor's amazing acting?
No. Oh God, no.
Hello there.
I remember as a kid. Okay, when I was an easily entertained, idiotic kid watching these movies in theater and being like, "This is boring as fuck."
I was
Even
not
idiotic kids don't like the new ones.
And I was about to say, like, I was not bored by the prequels when I first saw them.
Me neither. I was fucking.
This is the criticism that they're boring films. You'll find a shit ton of kids were not bored.
Maybe that's the distinction, though. You guys have positive nostalgic feelings about them, and I don't.
Well, I just said I wasn't bored.
Well,
like I'm not. I didn't. You know.
Okay,
This.
so I have negative nostalgic feelings, and you have neutral nostalgic feelings. Okay, that better.
I do. I will say, one of my Betty memories in the theater. When Dooku's head was chopped off, even as a kid, I was like, should I be seeing this? I was like, Jesus, this is a bit much.
The third movie really pissed me off. I think the most because I really loved Jendy Tardosky's animated Clone Wars. I don't know if you've ever seen that.
I have. I've seen a decent amount of it. Yeah.
Yeah, and General Grievous in his animated Clone Wars was like the fucking most badass villain of all time. I was like, this is so awesome. The fight scenes with General Grievous and and I'm not talking about the CG cartoon. I'm talking about the two-dimensional.
Yeah, he was a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, he was a fucking beast, and I was like, this is so amazing. These are like the best choreographed fights I've ever seen. It's blowing my little mind. And then you see him in the movie, and I suck.
I mean, well, funnily enough, I quite like
walk
him.
Around with spinning my robot arms very slowly at Obi-Wan Kenobi. I was like, oh my god.
Yeah, I quite like him in the movie, but I just wish he was way more threatening because he gets defeated in the only fight he really has.
Have you seen the animated ones?
I have not.
Oh shit! Do you have to
catch some clips? Grievous is pretty fucking dope.
Yeah, you don't even have to.
He looks like he would be though. You know, it's just
he looks scary and menacing.
Clone Wars fights, and there's just like a 10-minute compilation of his fights on YouTube, and you're like, holy shit, this is what we could have had, George.
Yeah,
this is what we could have had.
Yeah, like he can hold lightsabers with his forearms and his feet, and he can jump around. Like he's a killing machine.
Well, there's a great scene too where like he's fighting two different Jedi at the same time, and then while he has them both, he's like holding them both back with lightsabers. That's when he reveals for the first time that he's extra arms. Like it's a surprise so that he can kill them both. He doesn't just like whip them all out immediately and just walk at you very slowly spinning his lightsabers.
It is intimidating, but I would save that. So is killing someone. So there is that.
I guess someone in chat said we are seeing him post chest crush from Grievous. So
yeah, I know, but that's an excuse, right?
Well, I'm sure it hurt.
No, but I mean, like, George Lucas didn't have to write his antagonist getting hurt off screen before the movie started, right? For no reason.
I mean, I guess
that wasn't really relevant to the story.
It's up to him. Well, I mean, the point, if we argued that's why he was defeated more easily than perhaps he would have been. No,
but I mean, like, why would you, if you're writing a story, why are you gonna be like, okay, I want to make my antagonist weaker than well,
he's not. He's more of a foot soldier in Episode 3, isn't he?
Right, but I'm saying George Lucas didn't have to make that creative choice.
Yeah, he could have been the villain of the film, but I mean, there's not enough room for him compared to this Palpatine's.
He could have just been a badass. He didn't have to be like the main antagonist.
He got mauled, is what you're saying?
Well, Maul got to wipe out Qui-Gon at least.
That's something.
That's true. Well, Maul, even though he didn't have much of a character, at least like when he was fighting, he was, he's doing flips and shit, right? He was doing good.
Definitely think there are parallels here.
Prequels are better. Prequels are definitely better.
That's okay. You'll never convince me.
Prequels are so much better. It's just it's such an easy thing to ask.
I'm actually like
normally this is the softball we normally.
Look, you can say you like them better. I'm just talking. When someone says what is objectively better, I'm thinking like every aspect of filmmaking, not just the writing.
All right. Well, you'd agree that the choreography is far superior in the prequels, right?
Yeah, choreography, huh? Digging.
The fight choreography, yes. I guess I would agree.
Not the standing choreography?
Well, no, like normal action, like the way normal action is shot in the prequels is pretty bad. Compared to the sequels?
Is it?
The way the action is shot.
That's not choreography. I'm talking about more like camera work and stuff.
Wait, you're saying like so not the fights themselves, the way that they're shown to us.
The way they're shot is better in the sequels, but I agree that the choreography is better in the prequels. I mean, I don't remember there being in the prequels one person killing the same 6 guys twice. I think that automatically.
Not to mention the throne room.
Yeah.
What else? What else we got?
Yeah, the fight scenes in the sequels are pretty bad when you slow them down and look at them.
You realize that they're using choreography over again.
Yeah.
But
even in Last Jedi, like that fight scene in the throne room was very bad.
And you think that because like I would concede that Mark Hamill's acting is fantastic in TLJ, sad face.
Well, but he's a great actor.
No, I know. But I don't know if I'd concede about Daisy Ridley. Like, there was only really one time that I ever felt like it was like, oh, she's acting. The rest of it kind of.
What time was that? One time?
It was when, and this is the thing, the writing makes it so hard to enjoy. But when she's crying because, well, she starts to sort of tear up and choke up when trying to talk about how Kylo killed Han. Like, you knew him for a couple of hours.
Like, was it only a couple hours in the first one? Jeez, I thought it was like a couple days.
It's barely even that, dude. So he gets onto her ship, and like 5 minutes later, they're attacked by these crews, and they run away after about 5 minutes, and they teleport over, well, hyperspace over. So let's be generous and give them an hour of hyperspace, and then they go to a planet. They talk for about 20 minutes, and that's not even like bonding stuff. It's mostly exposition about where we're going next. Then they get split up. Then they get rejoined right at the end, and then he's killed like a few minutes after that. She barely knew him. She's like, this is what I mean. I think that she did a decent job convincing me that she was like really upset about losing a father figure, but I just can't help but be like, what the fuck?
Oh, you got daddy issues, girl.
God, these sequel movies are so terrible. Yeah.
They really are. And you know, like John Boyega, it's like, is he good at the acting that he does? He's like, I guess, yeah.
Everyone's acting in the sequels is like a C, I would say.
You gave everybody the prequels an F.
C and F.
Yeah, everyone basically everyone in the prequels is an F. Basically everyone in the sequels is a C.
Fuck me. I now I understand why you people killed Jesus.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Jesus, you're like, oh, this Jesus guy can't act very well while he's trying to stay.
Terrible acting.
Put him up,
exactly.
string him up.
He wasn't feeling it.
Yeah, what? No, I just wasn't feeling it right there.
Truly, you must be the son of God.
Look at poor chat. They've been through a roller coaster.
Oh yes, we're going through all this. It's got to be exciting. You gotta be controversial here.
Not too controversial.
Gotta fight. It's got to be a hero and a villain. Okay.
Oh wait, yeah, you did say that Palpatine doesn't get an F, right?
No, Palpatine's good.
Is he?
Ian McDermott is great in the prequels.
What does he get in the sequels? Well, the sequel.
He was actually, I was kind of disappointed. He wasn't
same.
as good in the sequels as he was in the prequels, and I thought he was. I was like, oh, this will be the one good thing in the Last Jedi movie, or in the Rise of Skywalker, will be Ian McDermott.
He was Palpatine, I guess, even though he was a fucking retard.
But he felt. See, I think what made him great in the prequels is like he was fine being campy and chewing the scenery. Like he was so over the top, it was fun. But in the sequels, it's like, oh, this is a real movie, so I have to like act like a normal human.
Oh yeah, this is real.
This is a real movie.
Skywalker, yeah.
Right.
This is fine art here.
Wait, so how do you?
Well, let's not get crazy.
Was the OT real movie? Or
sure, of course. I like the original trilogy is good.
But but I thought you said that he wasn't campy because it was a real movie.
No, but he wasn't. Did you think he was campy in the original trilogy? Because I don't think he was.
Yeah, to a degree, for sure.
Just a little bit.
Like, yeah, but just a little bit, right? Like in the prequels, he's like over the top campy.
I mean, I always felt he was pretty much the same.
No, like he's so ridiculous.
Hey man, he's struggling at that scene, you know.
I know, but it's great. I love it. It's great.
Well, that's what I mean. He's desperate, so he's saying his nose with a bit of gusto. No.
The way his face contorts when he's like, no, it's so silly. That's why you use that great picture. He's making that goofy face in your thumbnail of your Star Wars video.
Well, the point of that is his horror and disgust as a character at the mere poster of Rise of Skywalker. That's what that represents.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but he's also like smiling really, really creepily in that one poster.
Right.
So
because he's a little toy.
The sheer acting range of this man.
What else has he even been in? I can't even picture him in any other movies.
Oh, he was in Sleepy Hollow, actually. Remember that, Rex?
Oh yeah, he was. That movie was. I liked it. It was terrible.
What? Oh yeah, someone mentioned. What about Christopher Lee as Count Dooku? Do you think he has an F?
How long does it take for you to say no?
To a C. I'll give him a C. How about
A
that?
C?
Yeah. He was a lot better in Lord of the Rings.
What? You can't. That's not fair. You're like the greatest role he's ever had. It's like he's not as good as Saruman.
Lord of the Rings. C.
Well, no. Wait a minute. This literally. Wait. It's literally how this works. You have to take someone and say, okay, I have to compare it to something else, right? So I'm comparing him to his A performance in Lord of the Rings and saying, okay, so this is like a C by comparison.
Dude, his performance in Lord of the Rings is a triple S. That's not even, you know.
Yeah, so that makes him an A as Count Dooku.
I would say that. I would say he's an A as Count Dooku.
I think he's good, Count Dooku. He's great. The voice, the motion.
Fucking epic. Have the lightsaber handle, man. He carries that shit. He knows what he's doing.
Everyone carries that shit. It's a handle.
That's what I mean.
All right, there you go.
Just wanted to make sure we're all on board.
All right.
He's not Ian McDermott.
That joke was a surprise to be sure, but welcome.
Oh, God. Ian McDermott's not been in a lot of movies for some reason. He's been in just like TV shows. That's sad.
once you start off at the apex, then where do you go from there?
That's true. Nowhere to go but down.
I was an emperor of a galaxy. Now I'm a guy in a colonial village. Oh, Christopher Lee was in Sleeping Hollow too.
Yes, he was. He wasn't in it for very long, but he was
like a reunion for Star Wars.
And you know what, Rags? It was an A performance. It wasn't an F. I'll tell you that.
He did great in Sleeping Hollow.
Ichabod Crane. He's fucking epic.
Ichabod Crane.
See, that's another movie where he was an A. See, that's just more proof he was a C in the Star Wars.
That's not how that works.
Random magistrate than he was Count Dooku. Like, okay.
I sense great fear in you, Skywalker. What the hell is wrong with that? Tell me. What is C about that?
I'll have to. Okay, I haven't seen the prequels in like 10 years. I'll have to watch them again. Maybe I'm just clouding my.
You're just an oldest.
Okay.
Just because he's old.
A little fucked up.
That's right. I mean, we should get rid of this lockdown. Just get all the old people sick. Get rid of them all. Get rid of them all. Boomers be gone. It's our time now.
Boomer be gone. Just like a spray in a bottle.
They're like, yeah.
It's just a picture of anime on it or something.
So anyway, we have videos to watch. Did you know that?
Oh yeah, that's why we arrived.
We're still talking. This is a stream. I thought we were just randomly talking in Discord before the stream started.
I mean, why not? It's. I had to let the audience know how you felt. It was important.
Be like, this Sitch guy's got a fucking terrible take. Everyone hates him. That's the time.
Dude, you gave him an F. You gave Obi-Wan, Palpatine, and Dooku an F before being able to think about it.
I'm taking it back. They're all good Fs.
Oh,
they all get Fs. They all suck.
So mean. How could you do this?
How much did Disney pay you?
You fucking Disnoid.
Disnoid.
Rags, you promised.
Do they know about Disnoids?
You promised you wouldn't tell anyone about that, Rags.
I know I promised, but I did.
Betrayer!
Fucking. They got rid of.
One.
The Watch Together looks different again, but only slightly, so I have to keep altering it. Like, only small changes.
Did they change the UI of the Watch Together too?
God damn it.
Our whole life is falling apart.
So I mean, I can't stand this sort of stuff, you know? It's revolting, disgusting, vulgar, gross. Ew.
Is it Star Wars prequel level of bad?
No, we're not talking like C tier. We're talking F tier, like sequel trilogy tier, you know?
Yeah, like this is actually bad.
Okay.
Were you horrified to find out that I rate the prequels higher than the sequels?
I was horrified. I was like, what? That cannot be. I understand if you're putting like writing as like 90% of your consideration, I understand completely.
Well, I mean, we went through
but everything else you're wrong about.
Well,
you said this, the choreography.
Yeah. And I mean the acting, the jury's out on the acting for now, I'd say.
Mm-hmm. So, someone just sent me a Twitter DM. They're like, they sent me like a re-edited version of the prequels. They're like, no, watch this version. It's much better.
Okay, I'm not saying that you should go watch someone fixes it, like, because that logic could work on the sequel. Probably not actually. I was gonna say I don't think you can fix the sequels no matter what you do.
No, yeah,
I don't think you can.
You'll come out with a completely different film. It'll be like, look, it's good now.
Well, if you want it to be good, then a completely different film is where you have to go. Yeah.
I agree with that.
Is there a Watch Together link?
Yes, there is.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Pile in, gentlemen. All right. Oh wait, I probably should have introduced you guys. I was just so taken away with the conversation. Welcome to EFAP 80.
Star Wars, yes.
After an hour of character assassination, let me.
Yes. Oh my god. What is this?
Yeah,
No
you've
BA
only
now that everyone
Is that what
hates these
happened?
people.
you've only
now
just
that everyone hates
arrived.
these people
I was playing
as
clips.
vehemently as possible.
Well, yeah, Adam, you think that the sequels are better than the prequels too, right?
Sequels, I'm hesitant to take a strong position just because I've only seen 1.5 of the sequels
Oh
because
my.
like Last Jedi was so bad that I just kind of flaked out on watching the end of it.
So
And the
here's
Rise
the
of
thing.
Skywalker. I mean, I've seen your video on the Rise of Skywalker, but I haven't actually seen the movie, so
You just
I'm
have to watch
I'm
that video.
Better than
guessing.
watching it.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm guessing.
But you saw
But
all
you
of the
watched all
prequels.
the prequels, right?
Prequels, I saw them in the movie theater, and I was like just horrified. Like I literally hated.
Not horrified enough to not finish them.
Yeah, but I guess I was. Yeah,
It's like an obligation.
Hold
You
on,
have to
hold on.
finish it.
When the sequels rolled around, I was apathetic after the prequels.
You had more patience
you
for
know,
the
I
prequels.
was optimistic after The Force Awakens. I was optimistic, but then The Last Jedi, they brought all the politics into it and stuff, and I was like, oh my god, this is awful. So,
Well, you
yes.
know, you have to destroy everything in order to free animals.
Yeah, okay, I'm familiar with that argument, and I'm not necessarily a fan. So, but
It's,
yeah.
Do you remember?
So you hate animals, Adam?
Remember the part of TLJ where she says
So,
it's worth it now?
Just in my behavior, I guess I would have to agree with Mahler that the prequels are better in that I actually finished them, and
Oh, look at this!
sequel
Look at this
and the
bullshit
sequel are.
answer. Look at this.
Well, you
And
know
since-
what, Adam?
and
If you
since I
ever need
have
a
a-
podcast to hang out
I
on,
know.
you could come
See,
right
and
on
I think-
over to
and I
EFAP. You're
think,
one of us.
Yeah,
What
exactly.
a look
And
at
I
this.
think
Look at this
since
Don't
I
let this
loser
disagree
over
with
here.
pants
Sitch
Look at
Debbie
him.
Downer
weekly,
get you.
Oh my
so
god!
is this the part where we hold him down and beat him together?
Yeah,
I feel like
Sitch
we've
is on the
become
ground with a
friends
giant
here. I
He's
knife.
just
honestly do.
mad because he's the sidekick on our stream. Okay, so now he's gonna take revenge.
Now I will be the hero. Let's get him, guys. Let's beat this guy to a pulp. What?
I feel like there
You
will
think-
be
he
art
thinks the
made of the
sequels are
three of us
better.
killing Sitch now.
Well, now there
Just-
definitely will because he just.
They're gonna do that anime meme where that one guy is sipping tea while he's
Yeah.
watching those people beat that dude down from that
Do you not even?
show.
Do you not even know what anime that's from, Rags? Are you so
It's
uncultured?
from it's from
JoJo's.
JoJo, right?
Thank you. Yes.
All right,
That was a
good
complete guess.
Oh, I
I
literally just finished
assumed
watching
everyone
JoJo.
was dressed as a clown, so I assumed it was
So
JoJo.
it must be JoJo.
So it must be JoJo.
Yeah.
And even people who like JoJo ain't gonna disagree with that.
Not really. No, yeah, that's true.
Those costumes were straight out of like the prequels. They
Oh.
like from Queen Amidala's wardrobe.
I have been asked to ask you, Sitch, which of the prequels and the sequels have the superior soundtrack?
Uh-oh.
There's a correct answer, by the way.
Okay, well, so we talked about this. We actually talked about this before stream. I don't even remember the music to the sequels till you start humming it for me. I do remember Duel of Fate, and I'm like, that's a badass song. So I guess it just wins because of that, like that song alone.
So that's quite a few categories that, you know, prequels
No,
are winning,
you're still
right?
wrong.
Oh.
You have choreography and sound and one song that I remember.
Right. Which of the
Okay.
trilogies had the better bubonic plague?
Hmm.
Last
I think
Jedi,
it was the prequels.
easily.
It did feel like a virus.
It did feel like a virus, just destroying everything you loved.
I like how Duel of Fates basically destroys any fucking song from the sequels. It's just not even... It's impossibly
Well, what
hard.
are the other? I don't remember any other music from the prequels besides Duel of Fates.
I don't remember their names, but I remember a lot of songs from Revenge of the Sith specifically. Like when Anakin's contemplating becoming an evil man, that song is quite unique for the Star Wars world, and the song playing with when Order 66 is going through. I quite like.
What song is there? Like a unique song when Anakin and Obi fight? I don't even remember. Or is it Duel of Fates?
That's Battle of Heroes, I think, which is again very good.
Battle of
Yes.
Heroes.
I've got Battle of the Heroes on my iTunes.
Bum, bum, bada, bum.
John Williams did the score for the sequel, right?
He did the score for TFA. As far as I know, he did it for TLJ, but then he did most of it for TROS, but his son finished it or something like that. I remember reading it and being confused.
Oh, I remember Battle Heroes. Now I'm listening to. Okay, yeah, I'll say the prequels had a better, at least more memorable soundtrack.
So you do agree that the prequels are better overall? Good. We can move on to the next.
All right, everybody.
Whoa. Slow a roll here, okay?
This crazy train ain't got no brakes.
That's right. I'll never give in. Even if you're right, I'll never give in.
But yeah, I was just gonna say,
are we going down a path you just can't follow?
Sitch, you know, you're coarse, you're rough, you get everywhere, man.
That's right.
He's a wee bit gritty.
I will say, and I've said this, I don't think the sequels will ever have the meme potential that the prequels have.
Yeah, they're kind of
like
shit.
20 years from now, people will not be memeing of the sequels. They'll just throw it into the trash bin and forget it.
Yeah, I do not think they will age well. All those people who said TLJ would end well.
Well, yeah, like, this is the, Quentin Reviews is like, give it another. So it was 2017 it came out. So in 7 years from now, it's going to be considered a masterpiece by most.
Oh, he said that?
Well, yeah, he said give it 10 years from when it comes out.
Oh my god, a masterpiece? What the fuck?
Masterpiece of shit.
Yeah, jeez. That was interesting to see. Even the people that liked TLJ didn't seem to like Rise of Skywalker for the most part.
I think that was definitely fated to happen.
Yeah.
The Rise of Skywalker was just like the antithesis of The Last Jedi.
Which, I want to tell you a funny story. So we went over this on the last EFAP, but I don't know if you guys know, I made an April Fool's video saying that, well, Moopa made a video on April Fool's, this complete coincidence that they release on those days, about how good TROS is. And that got shared around different places, and let's just say people who love TLJ were like, of course Mola likes the film that like fucks up TLJ. It makes complete sense. It's like, I was just like, it's a fucking joke though.
But see, it's really interesting because like I don't like, yeah, all the weird politics stuff and TLJ is shitty, but it's like even without all that stuff, it's still just an awful movie. So it makes me think all the people that liked it, they didn't like it because of the movie. They just like the weird politics shit. And as soon as you have just the shit carry over into Rise of Skywalker, but with no politics, it's like, oh, they can finally see that it's a bad movie.
I think their side is definitely the more tribal, so there was no way they'd be able to safely not like it. That's the thing. I think it was obvious when they walked out of the theater. They were like, I'm not allowed to not like this.
Oh, maybe a lot of social pressure.
Yeah, there's no way they could say like this movie was bad.
And it's fascinating because like, it's like Rose did something incredible by releasing those Fathias, I think they're called, and I would just be like, all right, look, just for a second, let's pretend I agree with all of it in spirit. I'd just be like, don't you think they portrayed it really awfully? Like, they're only going to get captured again, and they're probably terrified. Like, they don't know what's going on, especially if they've been there since birth. Like, don't you think there's more to this than just free the animals?
I felt good in this one moment. I took no heed of the morrow. I just fucking did what felt good.
And remember, she has to tell Finn that what makes it worthwhile is saving those creatures, while he was like, nah, it's worth it because we fucked them up. It's like, ooh.
Well, that's the kind of activism that they like, though. They like this kind of, it feels good in the moment, even if it doesn't do anything in the long run.
Yeah. Even though the people who have to clean up the messes are the poor oppressed working class, we're good because we inconvenienced rich people for a moment.
It's like the comic that I'm sure you saw that everyone's been sharing around.
The new one?
Yeah, the girl steals the art supplies, and she's like, "Yeah, I'm stealing art supplies. Down with capitalism." And you're like,
"I'm gay and a thief." Yeah.
And it's funny because all these people are
like, yeah, Quentin was in there being like, "Oh, it was great. I love it."
Yeah.
He was defending it too.
Yeah,
Quentin. Yeah,
I think he liked and shared it, and then some of his fans were like, "Dude, this is fucked up." And he said, "Oh my god, I liked an edgy joke. Leave me alone." And I was just like, "Oh, liked an edgy joke."
Now edgy jokes are fine, guys. Now they're fine. Definitely.
Well, our edgy jokes are about saying mean things. Their edgy jokes are about advocating to do mean things. Yes, crimes. Is like, okay, calm the fuck down.
Look,
chill.
You said hurt my feelings, but you didn't commit any crimes, so it's bad.
Words are violence. However, actual crimes are just.
We will get to a point one day where you're stealing stuff actively from some shop, and they're just like, "Oh well." Then you go, "Haha, get fucked, idiot." And they're like,
Idiot.
What are you, a capitalist?
Do you know
Some
that?
people are idiots. You can't.
I was gonna
just call
say, the
people
idiot has a
idiots.
medical origin. That is fucking oppressive.
You can't
Did
say
you
that
say
about
moron?
people.
Don't
from
you know where
id.
the word moron came from? Okay.
And like
In the Middle Ages, people were using it as a medical term.
You apologize, you slub over, and you slowly walk out with all the stuff you stole. Like, I'm sorry.
Don't call people dumb. Jesus Christ.
See, that would be a good comic. What you just described.
So, yeah,
yeah.
the whole point of what I've been trying to do was introduce our guest. That's what I've been trying to do now. We're almost there. It's only, what, like an hour?
Hey, here's another story that's not about introducing. No, I'm just kidding.
So, PSA Sitch returning once again. Last time you were here, we talked about No Bullshit and Mundane Matt, was it?
24-hour stream, I think.
Oh, well, hey.
Was it?
Was it? I think
Was
so.
it? I thought...
It's a while.
I can't remember anymore. It's it all blurs. It's like a big, long adventure. But
Yep.
either way, we decided when we bring you back today that we'd allow your the guy you're keeping like some kind of cage, I guess, to come with you.
The co-host.
The sidekick. I mean, co-host. Yes.
The co-host of
co-host,
the
yes.
Sitch and Adam show. Come on, guys.
Sitch
This
and
isn't
Adam
bring your
Sunday
sidekick
stream.
to work day.
That's right.
Well, either way, it's nice to meet you. We haven't actually really spoken before today, so
Yeah.
how do you do?
Thanks for inviting me on. This is great. I wish that you said I didn't need to do any homework, but I feel like I should have at least watched those damn sequels.
Fuck that. This was not planned.
No, I saw the
We would never
prequels.
say no.
I
We
saw the
would never
prequels
tell
on-
somebody if you want to be on our podcast, you have to watch the Disney sequels.
They'll be like, it's not worth it.
It would
It's
be
not worth
totally
it.
off brand, but I don't know. I feel like maybe there's something that I criticize, so maybe I will watch them.
Well, either way,
Hate watch them.
this is
Hate
EFAP
watch.
80. We are 20 episodes from 100 now. It's terrifying.
Nice.
How many episodes are you guys up to?
Wow.
You do numbers?
Right behind you, I think,
We're
like
77 next
75
week,
or
right?
Oh
Yeah.
shit.
we
Yeah.
might have to pass them up. We might have to do
Oh,
2
yeah.
streams a week just to like get in front of them. That'd be cool.
Well, yeah, you guys do stream. You don't do streams weekly, don't you? Do them more throughout, just whenever.
You don't
yeah,
have
Mahler, tell them about our
regular
interesting
schedule?
planned schedule.
So
what
like,
is the schedule?
yes, schedule.
Sometimes you guys are on against us, and we think, God, why? Oh man, we stream at the same time every week.
We don't-
Why are we competing against
Oh
them?
my god.
We don't do that on purpose to take your viewers. Why would you say that?
I didn't.
You're like, I
didn't
bet that
figure you
Sitch
did,
guy
but-
likes the prequels better. Take it.
Now we're streaming every Sunday at 1 p.m.
We're nice about the prequels over here. Come over here. Like, oh. Yeah, we don't really have a schedule, but
Yeah, but no, I've seen you guys do multiple. Sometimes you do multiple streams, during the week. It's not like a weekly.
right now it's weekly, I think. I'd have to look
Okay,
back
well,
at
I
our.
don't know what I'm talking about.
It's at least weekly or bi-weekly or more than that. It's one of those because those are the only options really. But that's our schedule. It makes complete sense. And yeah, we got loads of fun planned today. You know what? Since I'm hoping you haven't heard of. Well, you're gonna have at least heard of one of these. But Adam, have you heard of Downward Thrust, MovieBob, or HelloGreedo?
I've heard of MovieBob, but I can't place a name with the face.
So out of those three, who would you like to experience the opinions of first?
Oh, I'll let you pick. I don't know.
No,
Whichever,
guest
whichever
rights.
is
Guest
worse.
We can
rights.
argue. Wait, we can argue for another hour. Okay.
We could put a vote
I know
in.
another very contentious topic. But I guess we should watch.
Less filling. Great taste. Less filling.
What? We could put a vote
I
in
won't-
for each one.
I won't bring up Avatar: The Last Airbender, but we can just watch a video.
Oh my god.
It would be. There's no preference for me, so that's why I'm leaving it to a vote, I guess.
Let's watch Movie Bob. Adam's not going to make the decision. I'm going to be the decider here.
Oh my god.
MovieBob is fine. What I
Wow, you really are the co-host.
Movie.
or is it MovieBob? How about Emily Roberts?
Movie Roberto.
Movie Roberto. Mr. Eugenics. Bring on the Eugenics Movie Bob.
Well, I mean, fine. We'll check him out first. Is everybody in the watch together? Raggarooney, are you there?
Yeah, we're
It's
missing
booting
one.
up. It didn't load the first time. Let me give it a little.
There we go.
If
Give it a little poke. Get it right in there.
It's acting. Just give me a second here. Let me go to settings. Reload.
Yeah, if you, depending on how much you know about MovieBob, you'll have experienced a lot of his perspectives, let's call them, on politics, or anything really. And this video kind of explains a lot of it. It's fascinating, really, and I just think that the world needs to know more. It's just like you draw it all back, and you're like, oh, of course. And then the other two, you know,
is so awful that his opinion is so awful that he's even too SJW for Sean and Jen to like.
What?
Yeah,
Just let that sink in.
That's impossible.
I know.
Well, it's because he's got awful optics. They're always just like, no, but no, you've said it in a really bad way. And Bob's like, what do you mean? Kill all the people, right?
Like, Bob is like the definition of saying the quiet part out loud.
Yeah.
Bob,
the thing that you normally keep to yourself, fuck it. The world should know.
Fuck subtext.
Be who you've always dreamed to be.
Right.
All right, can you all see Escapist?
Oh my god, this is called Magneto was right. I can't believe it. Of course. This is the most Bob take, and I haven't even heard it yet.
Magneto was right.
Magneto was right. Oh my god. Okay.
Oh, wow.
Take a shot every time he says Republican.
Wow.
No, eat a burger every time he says Republican.
Oh boy.
Because the thing he did.
Inflation of Republican with racist.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's unironically said like he would Thanos the Republican Party, right?
Right, because they're all racist, right? That's the only reason.
Because they're all terrible, horrible, racist, and they're
like that. Yeah.
He would have been in space by now with his robot body had it not been for Republicans.
Shoplifting. They're evil. How can they be against something like shoplifting?
Stealing.
Adam, if it wasn't for Republicans,
you're against stealing art supplies. Thanos them.
Oh god. Here we go.
Some Rorschach shit.
So, as a kid, I was bullied. Most severely in grade school, but still plenty in college.
Oh, shocking. Shocking.
I can't imagine. So you'd think you'd change, right? Nah. It just proved that I was right all along.
I mean, he's gonna. This is the thing.
This plays straight into the Scott Adams theory that people who don't like Trump don't like him because they were bullied when they were kids, and Trump is a bully. So I mean, he just played right into it.
Right.
I guess people see strong. I wonder if there's anything to that, to where when somebody sees a strong person, they subconsciously take a submissive position next to them. Like they don't even think that they're their friend, or that I can also be like a dominant or a, my own person. Whenever there's somebody who is a bully or very confident and outspoken and outgoing, I must be the opposite of that.
Not like us.
I'm their
We're all
counter.
Alpha males, right? Right.
Oh,
right.
yeah.
I'm
They try to bully, like the fact that they can't bully physically doesn't mean that they don't want to be bullies. They just find other ways to do it, which are kind of more subversive. Like they enter academia and they bully their students, that kind of thing.
Right.
So
could you imagine Bob as a professor? MovieBob as a professor? Oh, geez.
Yeah, that's the problem, is that I can't imagine him as a professor.
This
that's
is
the horrible, awful part.
when we refer to like he's
Fit right in.
he doesn't get optics, so like the rest of his team distance themselves from him. This is a tweet from him relatively recently. The worst thing about viruses is they really are amoral. Sure, it's fun to think about, say, these people and literally all of their viewers collapsing and coughing into coughing fits in the street, but it might also happen to 20 or 25% of the country that doesn't deserve to be paid.
Oh my god.
You know what I mean?
Like, that's like, he's a terrible person. Like,
he wants...
I don't...
Wait, does that mean that he thinks that as much as 75% of the world deserves to be in pain?
Oh my god, that is the implication here.
Yeah, he thinks everyone that's on the left should just die. Just die.
It's not even just the
Centrist
left.
die, right die.
His kind of left.
Oh my goodness.
Yep.
That's terrifying to think about.
That's the thing, that's the kind of shit that I'd be like, ooh, you might get banned from Twitter for that. It's like, probably not.
No,
I guess.
Nah.
He's verified, right? Is he, or is he? I can't remember.
He's a verified psychopath.
He is verified. Oh my god. How?
Like I tell people, I was too egalitarian for Twitter. They
People
fucking
are-
banned me.
People are pointing out he's worse than Thanos. he wants
Yeah,
more.
Thanos only wanted 50%.
25% more death.
Yeah, at
Drink-
least he just wiped him out quickly and painlessly, but he wants him to like cough and
That's-
hack
yeah,
up their
that's-
lungs and suffer.
Diabito
Like, oh my
turns up to
God.
Thanos, takes the gauntlet, he's like, an extra 25% and they can't be killed instantly, Thanos. No, no, no. They have to be in
Give
pain.
them all leukemia.
Thanos is just like, Jesus Christ.
He's like, whoa, fuck off, whoa, calm down.
But yeah, it's just funny to have a video that's just like, as a child I was bullied. You're like, oh.
Oh,
we
yeah,
did,
that explains it.
We did a lot with this first 20 seconds in his first sentence.
in high school, just not as physically because I suddenly turned into one of the tallest in my class. I didn't react to
And
it
the
too well,
whitest.
even to the point of occasionally becoming a genuine
say
scumbag
that's
myself in
mean.
projection, something I regret to this very day. To say that
You can
Wait,
change.
wait, wait,
You
wait.
can change that.
Did he?
Wait,
Did he say
so-
he? Did he say he did become a scumbag or didn't?
All right,
Let's roll it back.
bullied.
Yeah.
Most severely in grade school, but still plenty in high school. Just
Obviously
not as
didn't.
physically because I suddenly turned into one of the tallest in my class. I didn't react to it too well, even to the point of occasionally becoming a genuine scumbag myself in projection, something I regret to this very day.
You
Oh,
haven't...
okay.
That's still going, buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he used
Yeah.
to. He used to be a little psychopathic.
Yeah, I was gonna say that occasionally wasn't really
Dude,
occasionally, was it?
In
This face on
30...
the screen is
time,
our face right
occasionally.
now.
In,
Like,
in 30
oh.
seconds, we've got his full history now. We're like, oh, I understand everything now, Bob. You
He
were perpetually angry at the world.
he went from occasional to lifestyle choice.
Yep. He just keeps seeing enemies everywhere. He's like, you're all bullies. I'm gonna bully you.
You're all the bullies.
To say that I'm not over it would be an understatement. I don't think there's an aspect of my existence or psychology that isn't colored in some way by a lingering desire to somehow get back not only
You know, I think it takes a Bob to psychoanalyze a Bob.
It just,
Well,
it's so
yeah,
blatant.
if-
It's so naked. It's just like,
Yeah, I
yeah,
was gonna
I
say,
hate
you have to give him
everything.
credit. You have to give him credit for not hiding it whatsoever, right? He's just saying it, just putting it all out there for us.
We don't have to do much interpreting. It's pretty much over. It's like, oh, well, that's that then.
at all those who were cruel to me, but at the whole overriding social system that allowed it to happen in the first place.
Oh,
which I
it was a
acknowledge.
social system that allowed it to happen.
Mm.
You see, everybody should be in cubicles, chained down, so they can't bully each other.
At least he's not. I like. It's this. I guess. If only we had a different social system where bullying didn't happen. Like that is wishful thinking, Bob. I feel like little kids will be little kids.
Any system that makes it impossible to bully, I'd be very concerned about how you achieved
Yeah.
that. I'd be like, ooh, what did you
Well, it's
do?
all the bullying has just changed, like in modern days. Because now it's because I have friends that are teachers, and they're like, oh, if you call someone a bully, like freaks out, like, oh, I'm not a bully. But then they'll all be like bullies to each other on social media, or they're bullying each other about their political opinions. They just don't bully like the conventional ways that we used to.
Oh
bully
god, has it
people.
gotten that bad that like in secondary school now it's politics we get bullied for? Like, jeez.
I hope. Yeah.
I'm waiting for when it's like, you know, in grade school, it's like, do you vote Republican? No.
Did
My
you just use the
daddy
wrong
said
pronoun for
Republicans
my
should be snapped into dust.
No, that's too peaceful. They have to be given
They
paid.
should suffer.
Whoa.
Murder.
Yeah, this is one of them eye-opening videos, huh?
Is both sad and the worst possible way to deal with something like this, but whatever.
Yeah. Whatever.
Basically, planet Earth, you'd better hope I don't run out of bad movies to take this all out on.
Oh my goodness.
The insidious thing about
That's Diabito's origin
my
right there.
goodness.
He's planet Earth, I'm going to destroy you.
It's a good thing you have all these movies to placate me, so I don't want to actually enact positive change in the
Yeah.
I-
I mean, it's like that's a threat in the silly Bobby.
to literally all of Earth. Like, oh my.
You better be glad I'm here on YouTube and not dominating the galaxy with an iron fist and a supersized soda.
That's how you know
Well, I mean,
he's
this is-
threatening, by the way, because he threatened that it would happen had he not had movies to make fun of. That's how you know it's serious.
Well, it's like the lame school shooter mentality. It's like, ew, I'm mad at the just take you all out.
I mean, at least they'll like his seems to be people were mean to him for a bit, and then he was mean to people for a bit. And I'm starting to think. I wonder how like disjointed this is. Like, I wonder if he was bullied for like a day, and he was like, "That's it, Earth. That is it."
That one time was one time too many.
I guess Goodell Man is going to have been bullied as a child. I'm putting that in there. Important that that makes it into the next installment as an explanation for Goodell Man's sort of anger at the world.
Bullying is, most of the time, it's inexplicable. You don't know why it's happening to you, or at least what the logic chain is behind the supposed why. Certain whys can be easily guessed at. Why pick on members of ethnic or racial minorities? Well, racism.
No, that describes it. That isn't why. That's just like.
Well, he believes
like,
people are born to hate black people, right? Probably. He probably thinks that's a thing.
Maybe that's the thing. I
Like
shudder
racism is
to
a
guess
club.
that my assumption as to what he thinks isn't extreme enough. But yeah, there's like, why would people be doing the thing that we call racism, the thing that we call it? I was like, what a strange thing to say.
Why does racism occur? Because racism.
Because racism.
Because race.
I was like, that's actually kind of a deep question that we're probably still learning about and trying to figure out on some sociological and psychological human level. And he's like, no, it's called racism.
Well,
Done.
Yeah.
Done. Racism.
Period. Solve that problem.
Yeah. Fuck
Well,
off,
I'm
Picard.
pretty sure he would be like, yeah, it's racist, and yes, we have to get rid of them. But we'd be like, oh boy. It's so simple, huh?
He had to get rid of him, and he snaps. Like, why are you doing that? Oh, no reason.
You have to imagine when you watched that film at the theater, he was probably like, pining after that gauntlet.
I can't wait for the sequel to this video, which is just Thanos was right.
Thanos was almost right. He just had to snap the Republic.
I was going to say,
Thanos
he would feel Thanos was wrong. He'd be like, Thanos' motivations were all fucked. He was trying to make a better world for everyone that lived. Yeah.
Thanos was like rich and poor and both genders. It's just Thanos was too egalitarian.
It's wrong. Yes, randomizing is totally evil. You need to just annihilate the people who I hate.
It only makes sense.
Why are gay kids or kids who were thought to be gay picked on? Well, lingering arcane.
Hey, no. To be fair, some of those kids were gay, so.
Thank you.
Oh no.
Of all the gay kids, some of them were probably gay.
Yeah, listen.
Reason enough.
Statistically, 5 to 10% of them were probably gay. Yes.
Right, fucking gay.
What did he say the reason was? Sorry, I'm going to roll that back a bit.
Oh, he's probably going to say
religion. Thought to be gay picked on, well, lingering arcane superstitions about homosexuality being evil or sinful.
So how come the first one was just racism, the second one wasn't homophobia, it was a bunch of other things?
Explanation of homophobia.
Yeah.
And I don't even think that's the primary reason. I think kids are just like, oh, you're different for this one thing.
Right.
That's enough.
Yeah,
you could almost argue a lack of education, right?
If you were super religious, they'd pick on you for being a fucking super religious nerd.
Mm-hmm.
That's true.
I'm going to pick on them so I can be with everyone else.
Right.
I mean, that's what Bob did. Enough of picking on me. It's time to pick on the other kids. The weaker, smaller ones.
They shall die.
What about everyone else? What about weirdos and freaks and dweebs? What about geeks? What about nerds? What about, well, me?
I'm glad you don't fit into any of those categories. All right. Then.
I just think it's funny that he's like, I get why you pick on the black kids and the gay kids, but why me?
But why the freaks and the weirdos and the nerds?
I wasn't gay or black. Why did they pick on me? Damn.
I feel so targeted. Oh.
Straighter
why
than
would
Brad
they pick on me
Major.
in between my 4 lunches?
Oh yeah, Sitch, do you know about that?
No.
Wait,
are you talking about the McDonald's picture?
Oh, I was gonna say, tell him about it.
Yeah, oh my god, that was, I didn't even know how to react to that. Holy fuck.
Bob thinks that he's like one of the plagues of Egypt, but he's just like a meme machine.
Well,
wait.
look,
I'm glad he's against people having guns, quite frankly.
if blight and eating all the food was a plague of Egypt, he definitely would be one of the plagues, right?
Well, I guess so. If he was a horseman, he'd be famine, right? Because
Famine.
Yeah, he would just any food in the area gets dissolved and absorbed. Like, no.
He just turns to dust and he grows larger. He's like a plague of locusts, but in human form.
Whiter than Billy Quizboy's business partner. What had my crime against the standing social order been? The standard response, of course, is because you were different. Now, is it just me, or did that ever strike anyone else as a particularly stupid sentiment? Everyone is different.
Some people are a bit more different than others.
Yeah, I
Bob.
mean,
Right.
yeah.
Some,
Like,
yeah, different on the
Bob, let's
spectrum.
not mix words. When you were younger, you were pretty much just you, but like shrunk down in Photoshop, if you know what I mean.
You were, yeah.
So
They just used the scale tool in GIMP on
yeah, we were like, you were a weird man.
Hell, I could personally attest that my bullies came in all shapes, sizes, and colors.
Bob, the
It
great
was a veritable
uniter.
rainbow coalition.
The black
of
and gay
torment.
people even bullied
Wait,
him.
the
Holy
gays.
cow.
Jesus Christ! All
Now,
the
Why they
gays
go-
did
yeah.
bully Bob.
Also, I want to.
homophobia
I wanna-
solved.
I
They're
wanna-
not bullying
you.
A Bob in every school.
I want it said that this is how he sees the people who bullied him. These creatures. Like,
He tries to comfort the gay student who's getting bullied, and he's like, "Fuck you! Get away from me, you idiot!"
he's like,
We
do
need
you
diversity, like all the kids who picked on me.
imagine the gay and black kids are picking on him, and he's like, "But you're gay and you're black.
Yeah, totally.
You
Yeah,
can't
but
say
What
this
are
to
you, a
me."
homophobe? Shut up. Oh my god, this guy.
Let me bully you, or else you're a homophobe. Yeah.
So I never really bought that because you were different thing, and it's been my experience that very few in similar situations did either. It's
So to clarify, right, this video right now is, why was I bullied?
Mm-hmm.
How strange to see this, like, when his videos are usually movie reviews, and you just, in your feed, you're like, Magneto was right. Oh, that's an interesting title. And then, why was I bullied? You're like, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, it's a little too close to the chest here, Bob.
Like famously Jewish too.
Yeah,
Is
Bob,
that
Bob's not Jewish, right?
Yeah, I didn't know. Is he Jewish or not? Like Magneto.
I don't think he is.
I don't
I hope not.
I don't think so.
Magneto's backstory is very political. Like,
No.
was he in a concentration camp?
No, that's
just for
ridiculous. You're
kids with
politicizing it, you
ADD.
SJW.
Was MovieBob in a concentration camp?
Well, he may as well have
We-
been. They
we
would
should
give. Do you
ask.
see the portions they would have given him when he was younger? Like one fries, one drink, one burger.
Only one Big Mac? Are you kidding?
They're
only
practically
one.
starving him. It's fucked up, dude.
People called him
I
names.
in
It
a
was like a
concentration
Holocaust.
camp too, Magneto. I can relate.
Magneto's like, oh my god, I nearly starved. And he's like, yeah, one burger per day. That's fucked. I know how you feel. Magneto's like, what the fuck?
I know all this food's making me fat, man. Can you believe it? How much weight
Magneto's
I'm
just
gaining?
staring at like the serial number like emblazoned in his arm forever. And Movie Bob's like, I only got one burger today.
It's also been my experience that while we never get an answer, a lot of us know what we want the answer to be. That we were hated because we weren't just different, but somehow superior.
Oh,
This is Movie
Yeah.
Bob's origin story.
They're trying to hold me
Yeah.
down. I was just too good for them.
With my mind.
Yes.
How is this not telling to the maximum degree? Like, it just says superior.
They didn't like me because I was superior. I'm like, man.
Okay, so real talk.
There were-
Is movie Bob Aspie? Is that why he doesn't understand like subtlety?
I think he's delusional enough to think that he is actually superior. He said several times that he's just better mental faculties than like all of Republicans.
And
Really?
That's
Wow.
why he makes movie reviews that people barely watch.
That's because he only caters to the most intellectual of people,
Oh!
which as we know,
Yeah,
which
the
as we know from
Dunning-Kruger effect
him,
goes
most
both
humans are
ways.
not. So
Yeah, like intelligent people
You-
don't
you
even
got- you
realize
gotta
they're the
understand.
most intelligent.
Yeah. They can't communicate with normal, plebes like us.
That's right.
like how can I possibly like lower my standards so that normal people can grasp my huge big brain
Yeah, exactly.
concepts?
Yeah. To understand that racism is why people hate other people.
Why would I do myself such an
Just-
insane disservice?
Sorry, I'm making a note to put this in Godel before because it's priceless.
Yeah, who's in charge
Yeah.
of the play button?
Oh, everybody actually.
Everyone,
I've come
I'll
to
take
theorize that this notion that social ostracism is actually a result of normal people's fear of some intangible supremacy of the misfit who is not merely different but better.
Oh wait, so wait,
What
is
about
he,
the
is, he,
misfit though?
is he saying that he believes this, or is he just saying this is what people believe?
Well, that's a good question, actually, because it's like it seems right now that he's selling the narrative that these bullies of his were definitely of the position, like, we hate MovieBob because he's better than us.
Percent of people who are constantly
As
bullied,
they were
though.
rolling him down the hill for the umpteenth time.
I want a trash can.
This guy's so much better than us.
I want one of them to see this video from his childhood and be like, who is this kid?
Frank, remember Bob from kindergarten? Like, yeah, the fat kid? Like, yeah, he's making videos no one watches. They're terrible.
The one whose mom gave him 4 burgers for lunch.
I like that. What if it turns out, like, when he was a kid, he was a huge asshole? He was just had this superior complex. And everyone's like, oh, Bob's that fucking asshole over here. God.
Thinks he's better than everyone. That's why he's bullied.
That's why he was bullied.
That's what I mean. If he was in a story, he would come across as unrealistic. It'd be like, he's such an asshole. He thinks he's so much better than everybody. It's like, jeez.
Out of the people who are bullied, the 100% of people who are bullied when they're kids or because they're different or whatever, how many of those people are in fact superior to how many people are just like dull? Like,
I
it
feel
seems
like if they were the superior ones, they wouldn't be the ones getting tumped into lockers and toilets.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. It seems like maybe it's like 90% of the people who just seem like weak and inferior, so they're easy targets for bullies. And like maybe, I don't know, 5% of people who are actually superior and people are jealous of.
Yeah, because I know it's
like a
anecdotal for
problem.
me to look at, when I was a kid and when I was in
Oh, it's totally
school and all
anecdotal,
that
but
stuff, I was like, bullying wasn't really an issue. It happened every once in a while, but it was never like bad. And the people it was, I guess, sort of nerdy types, but
yeah,
even like the smartest people in the classes, they never got bullied or anything. They were just normal kids who had good grades.
Bullying went on in like my school, but it was never as bad as often portrayed in movies and stuff, where like actual beating is taking place and like blood is spilled. Because like most of the time it would just be harsh words. But even then, if ever like fights broke out, I was already super long man when I was like in super early school. I hit 6 foot in like second year of secondary school. I don't know when that would translate for America, but
Wait.
wow.
I was super tall, super fast, and
nature.
Wait, how old are you? Because when you say second year, I'm like, you're 8 and you're 6 feet. What are you talking about?
Second year of secondary school, which is
okay. So you're like 12 or 13,
something like that. Yeah, I think it was around 12. But yeah, this is the thing. A lot of bullies, I could fall on them accidentally and kill them. So I was just like, oh well, I guess they don't.
With great height comes great.
But it would be like, I used to be a part of like a bigger group that would play. Do you remember? I can't remember which Mario Kart it was, but you only needed one person to have it on DS, and as long as you had a DS, you could spread it to everybody, like an infection. Kart DS? Was it? Well, I don't know. I don't know what fucking name is. It could be that. It could be something else. There was more than one Mario Kart on DS.
Mario. Was there?
Yeah, definitely. Fucking it's Nintendo. They probably made like 7.
I know that.
Well,
there was one with DS that on the DS that I played a shit ton of because it was great. It had like all the maps and all sorts of stuff, and it was fun to play, and you could take it anywhere.
Well, either way, you'd have like
between men and women, and bullying between men is vastly different between bullying between women. So, I mean, that's a huge difference as well. I'm assuming, women, once they have a fallout, like there's no saving it. Men, when they tend to have scuffles or whatever, end up being better friends after the fight, which is typically that kind of bullying behavior is an opening to a friendship with men, but with women, it's completely different. Like it's the ending of a friendship. So, but I'm assuming MovieBob was bullied as a man, but he might have actually been bullied by women. We don't know.
He's definitely bullied as a man.
That was always the problem that I saw when I was that age, is that like there'd be the sort of people who they would think like because I'm like with Rags, I didn't see people getting like bullied, like shoved in lockers or beat up or anything like that. It would be someone would be like ribbing, right? Like someone would be like ribbing on someone or kind of making fun of them. And instead of that person kind of like making fun of them back and kind of joining in, they'd just be like,
yeah,
they kind of like didn't understand, right? Like they didn't understand male bonding experience
because they had a woman's mind.
Because they didn't have enough super male vitality.
I'm gonna hide. Yeah, too much estrogen.
Kids, they wouldn't have a problem with bullying.
Too much estrogen. Too much estrogen could have ruined MovieBob's life. Like people were trying to make friends with you, MovieBob. They weren't bullying you.
Too much estrogen in the lunch lady's spaghetti.
He was like a guy was like,
that's the secret ingredient.
Can I have one of your 4 burgers because I didn't have food today? And he's like, why are you bullying me?
Why are you trying to starve me or something?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Poor Bob. Let's see
Some
where this
level.
goes, shall we?
In the psyche of every nerd, geek, whoever suffered just for being.
Did he just compare himself to Clark
Superman.
Kent and Superman?
Well, no, see,
I know.
he
Makes
might be
sense.
saying he. It sounds like he's saying that he doesn't necessarily believe that everyone that he was special. He's saying all nerds who got bullied think they're superior. Like they all think they're secretly Superman.
So
Well,
he thinks he's.
That'll be him then, right?
Well, I
That's
guess
just
we'll
him. That's
find
just
out.
like him with the middleman, and the middleman is him. Not because
Right.
he's extra wide, but because he's just telling us that's what he
I'm
and
a-
everyone else thinks.
Maybe he's like sort of very like almost getting close to like self-awareness, and he's gonna pull back at like the last second.
Let's replay it. See what he says.
Social ostracism is actually a result of normal people's fear of some intangible supremacy of the misfit who is not merely different but better, is a reactive fantasy that exists somewhere on some level in the psyche of every nerd, geek, whoever suffered just for being. For some, it's the not-so-secret driving force of their entire worldview. For others, it's perhaps a
imagine that,
fleeting
Bob?
subconscious comfort that they don't even recognize. You can see ample evidence of this mindset informing much of the popular culture, particularly in the realms of sci-fi, fantasy, and anything else aimed at, well, you know.
Wait,
Think
what
about the
pictures
heroes
did he use?
of the
Are those
Incredible-
supposed to be relevant? Because they flash by so quick.
I think
the
they
only
were
things I recognize.
they were kind of representative
Wernstrom.
of fantasy. I think one of the when he said
I thought
fantasy.
he was just gonna show screenshots of his own videos at that part.
Oh.
forced into the shadows of normal society, not for being bad, but for being too good at stuff.
Being too
I
good
feel
at
like
stuff.
Incredibles is a bad example. They weren't banned because they were too good.
They were
banned because
operating
they were
outside of
potentially destructive.
Yeah, they were no longer legal, and it wasn't. Yeah, they weren't. It wasn't dunks. They were too good. It's just volatile. They broke a man's back or leg or arm or whatever when he was trying to commit suicide. That's fucked up.
You can't just. I mean, the guy couldn't have killed himself like in any other way after that. You can't kill yourself if your back's broken.
Yeah.
Everyone
Hey,
knows
I
that.
saved your life. No, you didn't. You ruined my death. You remember that? I remember that.
Yeah.
Even in
that
the
was
cinema,
like-
I
do,
found
I
it
love
Even
very
as a
funny.
kid,
Yeah.
I just was
Great.
like, how did that lawsuit get through? Because that's fucking stupid.
Ruined my death. Like what?
Okay, so you agree? Incredible 1, great movie. Incredibles
Yes.
2.
Incredibles 2 is shit.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll
Hard
take
to
I'll
follow
take the
up.
harsh
Like,
position on that
Incredibles
one.
was amazing.
I watched it with Metal about a month ago, and we were very disappointed.
Yes.
I can't even tell you
Incredibles
why
2,
though.
isn't it
Like
like
I've
the-
already forgotten most of it, but it really annoyed me when I was watching it. Incredibles
There's
1
no
is
heroes. It's not real
fantastic.
feminist.
Resets all the characters.
Incredibles 2 has no hero's journey because since it centers on Helen and since she's a woman and you can't have a woman starting off as being
Yeah,
weak
yeah,
and
yeah.
getting back into shape, she just starts off as perfect.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Yeah, and this is the thing. Like my expectations were low because I had heard from a lot of people that it wasn't good, and I was like, I'm sure it's okay. And I was like, okay, let's watch it. And I was like, oh wow, this is shit.
Sad.
Incredibles
Sad.
1 is so good.
Incredibles 1
is
kicks
great.
ass. It's awesome.
It's amazing. Yeah, totally amazing. The setup
Dash
is
said it
so
better
good.
than I.
Sorry, MovieBob, I didn't mean to.
Fairness of the world, just that scene totally lays out the unfairness of the world so perfectly.
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna say like we're tangenting on
saving a guy's life.
Incredibles because MovieBob's like points are very strange. So we're just like, let's talk about Incredibles. Incredibles is good.
Part Incredibles.
Else aimed at, well, you know. Think about the heroes of the Incredibles,
Do I?
forced into the shadows of normal
Incredibles-
society, not for being bad,
Incredible.
but for being too good at stuff. Dash said it better than I can.
Our powers made us special. Everyone's special, Dash. Which is another way of saying no one is.
That's totally anti-SJW.
So that's not-
like the most anti-SJW
funnily
line
enough-
in movie
Yeah,
history.
that doesn't. That's not what you said. He would say this clip doesn't match what you said it would be. Also, everyone
Really?
knows that Disney Pixar made The Incredibles. This is
Well, I like this is copyright
like
2004 as
Disney
well.
Pixar.
So
I'm like-
if I'm trying to be very very kind to Bob here. So he says that like the nerd who is ostracized, they have something it's done to them not because they're bad but because they're actually very good at particular things. Similarly to the Incredibles, and then plays the clip of once everybody is special, no one is. That doesn't.
Well, no, because Dash is saying, what was the first line that Dash? He said, I already forgot.
Oh wait, is Bob's point that they
play on
beat
everyone gets a
nerds into
trophy.
submission and into the blob, if you know what I mean? Like, no one can be special. Everybody has to be the same. So they bully nerds to prevent them from becoming special and amazing.
From rising up.
Yeah, that's probably what he's trying to say.
Maybe.
It's his destiny to review movies, and they tried to stop him.
Well, so we're like, look, we're 3 minutes into a 5-minute video. Magneto hasn't been mentioned once, so I don't even know where we're going.
We're probably getting there.
Yeah.
I'm sure of it.
No, he won't say it once, and at the very end, he'll say, "And I am Magneto."
Oh shit.
It's actually kind of a micro variation on objectivism, come to think of it. Perhaps the ultimate
Is
modern
it?
archetype is Harry Potter, teased, neglected, outright abused by his supposedly normal family of ordinary people, only to learn that he's not merely different from others, he's better, a born...
Okay, you need to be careful with that word.
Well, he's kind of missing the point. The point of Harry Potter isn't that his family wasn't subjugating him because he was better. It's just like the fantasy is like, oh, you live a terrible... Someone rescues you from your terrible life, and you actually are awesome.
And,
Yeah.
Right.
and
The stepchild trope as well.
Right.
You're a Harry wizard.
but like these IPs really did a number on Bob, didn't they? Like, these are supposed to be fun adventures and, you know, encourage you to, you know, do good things. But like, he's taken it to the point where he's like, yes, they do bring us down. We must fight back. And you're like, oh my god.
You say that because I bet so Pixar and Disney in their boardrooms and stuff, they had their mathematicians running and crunching all the numbers, and they said, all right, research shows that 99.9999% of kids will get the right message from this movie. And they're like, what about the 0.00001%? He's like, there's nothing we can do about that. And that's Bob. Bob is the one child that all of these movies simultaneously failed.
Also,
He's the outlier of the statistic.
So he's saying Harry is better than the family due to his ability as a wizard, I assume.
Yes.
Which is tied to his lineage, right?
Yes.
So Bob is advocating that depending on your blood, you can be a better person.
Oh no!
Oh my
Movie
goodness
ethical
gracious.
state, Bob.
But how are we supposed to make sure that the right people have the right blood? Oh my god!
Yep, biological determinism right here.
Like, Bob, take a step back now. Like, you go too far.
Oh my goodness, Bob.
And yeah, for the super chat that just came in, he's obviously referencing Ayn Rand, not like being objective with critique or anything. But I don't think there's any point in us exploring exactly how he connected objectivism to this video instead of just moving on with how he was bullied. Like, I don't.
He was saying because
He's an objectivist. Is he an Ayn Rand fan?
I don't
I
think so.
seriously doubt
Well, no,
it.
but
Yeah,
Ayn Rand's
weird.
always around the idea that like, oh, society is trying to hold back like the superior people.
Yeah, totally.
But it was always this like super meritocratic lean to it. It wasn't like a
Right. It wasn't.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
It
it
wasn't
was
birth.
Born into power.
yeah.
Held back by society.
Well, see, the difference is Bob's is more like the left wing kind of look, and Ayn Rand's is the right wing's look. Right.
Mhm.
Also, just because our numbers seem to be normal today, is everyone seeing this in the sub box, this video, or is it not? I'm curious.
Well, they heard that some asshole was defending the sequel movie. So.
Well, I gotta see this.
Yeah.
They go to your channel like, I can't believe it's wait. what is this video?
They start leaving angry comments on the video.
Yeah, apparently it's still in there for at least a lot of
yes.
people. So, all right,
I saw it.
cool. That's nice because last week and the week before, I don't think we had it, but maybe we did. Maybe YouTube is like, Sitch needs to be, you know, drawn across the fire.
Your guest.
There you go.
Thank your guest for showing up.
Thank you,
So
Sitch,
obviously-
for healing E EFAP.
Don't thank Adam. Thank Sitch for healing the stream.
No,
I mean,
no,
he didn't.
but
Why
actually,
would
thank
he?
you
He
guys
took the
for
normal
showing up.
route. He was right. He was like, yeah, the prequels better than sequels. He was a good man.
When you know
Yeah,
what it was.
totally.
It's because you started the
No
stream
bonding
off.
works, Sitch. Jeez, come on, get over it. The fucking prequels suck.
You have to start every stream off by talking about death and plagues and destruction and murder, and that YouTube's like, that's it. That's the ticket.
Welcome to EFAP for your weekly dose of Memento Mori.
I was gonna say, speaking of death and plague,
Prodigy at wielding godlike supernatural powers. Welcome to every nerd's ultimate fantasy. Oh, okay, second to Ultimate Fantasy.
Oh my goodness, Bob.
Wow, that was. I can't believe you're objectifying women,
I know, very
Bob.
sexist.
That is very. Oh,
Wow.
you're right. That is racist.
Bad
Isn't
Bob.
it their fantasy
Bad
though
Bob.
because they
That's very
have absolutely no
racist.
power whatsoever? It's not their fantasy because they're so smart and powerful. It's their fantasy because they have none of that.
Right. Because they suck.
It's the opposite.
Yeah.
Yeah. Likes me. I'm stupid. I'm poor. I'm living under the steps.
You have the right blood, so it's okay. It'll be
Oh
okay.
my God.
Well, I still don't know what his thesis statement is. We're almost done with this video. I don't even know what the point of this video is.
Yeah.
This is a
What is
short
it?
fucking video.
It's gonna clear
too.
up, I'm sure of it.
Okay,
Okay.
third. Look, it's up there, okay? It's not just that they don't understand you, it's that they're intimidated by you. And your bullies aren't just wrong, you could make them pay for it.
Wow, you could
Oh
tell
my
he was
God.
smiling when he said that.
Oh my
Fucking hell.
god.
Well, it's weird because he's like, it sounds like he's sort of saying he doesn't believe this, but all his actions are what he's describing.
I was gonna
You're
say,
like,
this explains literally every single tweet he's ever put out. It's just like, oh, he sees all of the Republicans as the people who bullied him when he was younger. Oh my
Right.
god. And he's looking to make them pay.
With his tweets.
Oh yes, and his reviews.
Heavy payment.
Remember how upset he got
I'm
that
sure they're
people
not
kept
all
talking
standing around
about Joker?
intimidated either.
Ah, yeah.
He,
Are we
his,
covering that video of his?
Why was he mad people were talking about Joker?
he was like, Joker's so bad that no one will talk about it in a week's time, and then he kept making Joker videos like, why is everyone still talking about Joker? I don't know.
That's funny.
People wanted to talk about it, and then it won that Oscar, or two Oscars, right? And it was
Something
nominated
like
for
that.
11, so.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think so.
And then, of course, there's the X-Men.
Oh.
A school for gifted youngsters, gifted in this case meaning natural-born superheroes, literally referred to by science as Homo superior, who've been driven out of the normal world because people fear their extraordinary powers and abilities.
No,
Well,
I don't think that's why.
Some of them are terrifying. Some of them are villains.
Yeah, some of them are fucking. They are. There's the comic where Wolverine has to like kill a kid because he's so insanely destructive to everyone and every living thing around him, and Wolverine's like the only person who could survive even getting close to him because
Also,
he can regenerate.
Imagine you were sitting across the table from Cyclops, and he's like, "Yeah, these glasses, by the way, if ever they came off, you'd be dead." It's like,
So like, if they just fall off, yep.
Someone slaps him
Ashes.
on the back of the head, the glasses fling off. It's like, goodbye, Will. It was fun.
Like,
Wasn't
I feel like we
X-
should do something about that.
I thought X-Men was created as kind of like a model about the civil rights movement. I don't think it had anything to do with feelings of superiority.
Well, he's framing it that way, I guess, that they would. Yeah,
Yeah, but he's framing it like that was the creation of the X-Men, which I don't think that's true.
Oh
at all.
well, yeah, no, well, because isn't the allegory is Professor X is MLK and Magneto is
Malcolm
X. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, oh, but it's a comic book, so instead of being, have different skin color, they have superpowers. 'cause
Yeah, we'll
that's
just make him
superhero
super.
Also,
comic.
the whole Homo superior thing, is that verifiable?
Well, if it's
mean-
Latin, if they use Latin for binomial nomenclature, then superior might just be just a word for like next or because they are in that sense. Like they could like
It's just
fly
like-
and mind control people. Like it's hard to say that they aren't superior. In that
they were
sense.
usually just given something as a bonus. It was rare that they would have like a detriment, right?
Right. Well, some of them are like
I
Some
feel
of
like
them
this is
do.
just a
Horrible or
trope
something.
to appeal.
But
I feel like this is
generally.
just a trope to appeal to powerless people,
Right.
but they don't actually have power. Like obviously, you're going to make a movie with a powerless protagonist, so that the powerless people in the world can empathize with that person. But it doesn't mean that they have some secret power. Yes, they put that in the movie, but the actual audience, it doesn't mean they have a secret
Oh,
power. It
it's
feels
people
like
in-
MovieBob is making the
People in
analogy that there are all these people out there with these secret powers that nobody knows about. That a movie appeals to them because they're the super smart person that can empathize with the secret power that they have.
Right.
I just don't see that.
People in chat are saying that's how it's considered. That's what they call it in canon. Like that's what apparently Magneto refers to mutants as in canon.
Yeah, but I don't know. I don't think that was. Yeah, no, I've heard them. I think in the movies they said it too, but I don't think that was like in the original X-Men. I don't know like what year they added the Homo Superior thing. Or it would make sense in character if Magneto was the one to come up with it,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, that's the thing I'm interested in really. But I mean, it's fine. MovieBob has interpreted this to mean that they're all nerds like he is, and they're all better than everyone else like he is.
I mean, I'm sure you can make the argument that someone is attracted to the X-Men for that reason. I don't think that was the inherent idea of his creation.
It's just crazy to me that he's clearly got all these pent up pieces of rage toward these groups of people, and now he's finding ways through his favorite media to justify, like, you know what has to happen next. It's like, oh no, Bob, stop.
So okay. So I've never seen this video before. We still don't know what his thesis statement is, but it's called Magneto is right. And now he's talking about the X-Men. So this leads me to believe his ultimate point is Magneto was correct. The superior people should just wipe out all the inferior people.
Well, we're close to the end, so.
Okay.
No. I guess while we're paused, somebody, I don't know if you want to play this now or later, but someone sent me a pretty good memeage here.
Oh, I can put it on screen if you want, yeah.
Yeah, I'm liking that. That's pretty good MovieBob meme. Pretty good. Kind of like that there.
I love it.
Oh, it's so bad. So
That's
bad.
hilarious.
Oh my god, he's such a fascinating character, isn't he?
He really is. He's like the Hannibal Lecter of our time. No offense, Hannibal, but
I was about to say, poor Hannibal, dude.
People are
I
usually
had to
not
eat
so,
people.
people are usually not so open with their shittiness. Like they kind of try to like hide it, right? They try
So
to
this
pretend
is-
like, oh, I'm really good.
This is the part of him that I get interested by. I'm like, does he know how this looks or not?
Right.
Because
Or does he not care?
yeah, like some of this, like I said, we've already established that there's like nobody on the political spectrum that looks at his stuff and is like, yeah, that's good. It's like, oh, Bob, what are you? The people who like vaguely agree with him are like, Bob, no, stop. Like the way you're saying it, stop.
But this is probably why he was bullied. He for whatever reason has no self-awareness, doesn't understand like social interaction, and so this is his life. It all makes sense.
All makes sense.
Fantasy we should really just get over by now? Well, maybe. After all, the oppression of nerds by normals thing kinda ends once you're out of the cesspit of high school and into the adult world, right? Or does it? Think about the way the popular culture, even today,
Oh my God.
demonizes different people of extraordinary ability, particularly extraordinary intellect or outside the mainstream artistic
Bro, do you
vision.
know about that?
Extraordinary
demonizes
intellect. Is that true? I feel like extraordinary intellect in the adult world is very much celebrated.
Well, and also nerd culture is completely dominated mainstream culture now.
Yes.
Like
Like
remember-
scientists and like top tier science people or theorists and stuff. They're not. People don't go like, oh, nerds.
right.
Yeah,
Well, but
exactly.
even on the lower spectrum, like I know when I was a kid, because I'm an old man, not like you guys. When people would play Pokemon in my middle school, like, oh, you're getting made fun of, like, oh, you're a nerd, you're playing Pokemon, right? This is it's a children's game. But now it's like I saw a bunch of 20-year-olds a few years ago running around playing Pokemon Go on their phone, and like everyone's literally doing it. Pokemon's not considered
It's very
nerdy.
mainstream now.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
I mean,
So I
it's
don't know
like,
how
you
you
know,
could say that.
D&D and all that stuff.
Right,
Kind of
right.
got over that social
Also,
hump,
isn't
I guess.
Bob? Yeah, people are saying in chat now. Bob Ross is like beloved.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Bob Ross is
Yeah,
beloved.
big time.
Not only is he beloved, but no one has ever thought of him as a nerd either.
He's one of those like, isn't he like? He could bronze him. He's like a perfect human. He never did anything bad.
He's
It's
like Mr. Rogers or Steve Irwin or something.
Right,
Hmm.
exactly.
like if aliens were like, give us your best, it would be those three
Like,
for a
oh
start.
my
Bob
God,
Ross.
yeah. We certainly would. They're the opposite of MovieBob. basically.
Yeah, and he puts him in the same category. Oh, Bob.
Oh,
Purely
Bob,
extraordinary
what are we gonna do
intellect
with
or
you?
outside the mainstream artistic vision. Think of all the mad scientists, disturbed artists, or psychotic intellectuals. Think of how stupidity,
What?
simplicity, and anti-intellectualism
What?
Anti-intellectualism, right there.
Anti-intellectualism. What? So like a TV show about like what? That was My Name Is Earl, right? Or is he saying that like those things are dumb?
Well,
I
it's
just think
that-
they always conceptualize the right as anti-intellectual. They always think the right is
Right.
anti-intellectualism when they aren't. They're
Yeah.
totally not.
Just a bunch of it's
But
not
it's like
like
those
stupid
dum
comes
dums on
in
the
all
right that
shapes
keep
and
voting
flavors,
against their
yeah.
interest.
Well, it's funny that he flashes a picture of Bill Gates because right now it's
Yeah, I was
Like-
thinking.
it's the anti-vaxxers and like the communists that don't like Bill Gates. It's not the people on the right. Everyone's like, oh, Bill Gates is
People say
you know, he's making vaccines and
anti-intellectualism.
stuff.
Bill Gates was also famously rewarded for his intellect. Like, I think he was like the richest man in the world forever.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Makes
that's
sense.
quite a
I bet a
reward.
lot of people probably still think he is.
He's close.
Yeah. I think it's Bezos
I
now,
don't-
isn't it?
What the
I
fuck
think
is
so, yeah.
Bob's point? This is so confusing.
Yeah.
This is more confusing and
God.
incoherent
That
than
little geek.
Skywalker.
I mean, you say that, but like, we're all getting a pretty clear message, right? Like, I'm following this video to a degree. I'm like, ooh, I see what you're doing, Bob. I see what's
This
happening.
is like the weird movie, and we're all kind of nervously tense for the final scene.
Yes. We're like,
Because we know the director is like this weird auteur of shock or something.
right.
Disturbed artists
gonna
or
be good.
psychotic intellectuals. Think of how stupidity, simplicity, and anti-intellectualism are lionized. Think of how Bill Gates was seen as a supervillain for making billions in technology, while, say, Michael Jordan was an American hero for making...
This is so weird considering his political
Yeah.
position, because Bill Gates was attacked for being monopolistic and poor business practices, which usually
Yeah.
people on the left criticize. Like, it's almost like Bob just changes everything around to fit whatever narrative he's trying to spew at the time.
You're like,
I gotta admit,
what-
I'm pretty confused now. Like, wait, how's everything slotting together?
this is a special. I mean, I kind of want to hear it again because it's I need to use the loo anyway, so I'll be back in just a second. I don't know.
I want to hear it again, but I'm gonna do the exact opposite.
I was gonna say, poor Rags having multiple desires at once.
I get while I'm doing that. It'll only take me a moment. Fingers crossed.
Get the
I guess you
jar.
could roll it. The jar? No.
Get the hose. It just goes all the way down.
What's going on?
Get
Out the window.
hose. I'm just sitting in a big bucket.
Is Rags gonna pee in a glass? Is that what we're talking about?
Mm-hmm.
You should have official EFAP pee jugs.
We should. Excellent suggestion. I'll get on that.
You could put your little characters on. Like the heads open up and you just pee.
You could buy the silo version. It's just this enormous thing you could attach to your house or whatever.
Are you streaming for 7 hours and don't want to? The EFAP pee jug, featuring your favorite cast of characters.
As it fills, they
You
go
wanna
from
pee in.
being sad to smiling.
Oh, and you can, but look, it doesn't have to be just you guys. You can also have
Yeah.
like diabetes. You can have, oh, that would be perfect. Don't you want, Bob?
Well,
Said you
yeah.
keep cutting out.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Don't worry, Ranks, you haven't
I
missed
don't know if it's just for
anything
me or
other
what.
than Michael Jordan being terrible and Bill Gates being a genius.
Because
Bathroom? Are we supposed to talk while he's gone? Oh, he's here.
I
You're
am
supposed
here.
to talk bad about Rags while he's gone. What?
Don't talk bad about me while I'm here. Fuck it. I know you're just bullying me because I'm superior.
Exactly. We're waiting for you to genocide 75% of the world.
That little.
Well, according to
supervillain
Bob.
for making billions in technology, while, say, Michael Jordan was an American hero for making billions by bouncing a ball.
Yeah, that's what he fucking did.
Oh no!
This is so Bob. This is so Bob. You're just bouncing a ball. That's all you're doing. Oh, he's those Olympic.
He's the
just
stereotype
running
where he's like the nerd who doesn't. He's like, sports are shit. There's nothing to them, and you're just like,
There's no skill in sports. You don't have
Wasn't-
to hone your body and have an understanding of the rules and the tactics. And no, it's any fucking jock idiot can do anything. Like even
wasn't
jock,
part of his argument that Dash like is one of those special people? Wasn't Dash an athlete? Isn't that what Dash was doing? He was holding back his athletic ability.
Right. Well, no, I'm
Doing the
pretty sure
exact same thing as
society.
Michael Jordan.
I'm pretty sure society rewarded Bill Gates more than they did Michael Jordan, right? Like, isn't
Well,
your
hell yeah.
wealth
In terms of
like,
money,
society
yes.
rewarding you?
yeah, in terms of wealth, absolutely.
Right.
And plus, Bob's never exercised a fucking day in his life. What does he know about athletics?
I'm willing to
How does
bet he
Michael
knows a lot
Jordan
about
make an argument,
basketball.
though?
I'm putting it out there. That's my bet. Movie Bob knows his shit about
Some of those special
basketball.
people that
Football
didn't get
like
bullied.
sport.
That's why he had to go all the way back to Michael Jordan, a basketball player, from
Yeah.
like 20 years ago.
It's weird because Kobe Bryant, you know how he died in that accident. You think that's more topical, you know?
Yeah, but all of Bob references are like very old. If you look at all the pictures, he
I think this
uses.
video
It's
might
like
be
he's
old.
Stuck in like the 90s.
Because they're horrendously over or under compressed JPEGs stretched
that-
out onto a massive. What?
Kobe Bryant.
Okay.
That is kind of crazy.
This video was incredibly well received, by the way, for Bob. It got over 100,000 views, and it's like,
Wow.
I would say 90% positive rating. It's just like,
Really?
damn. Yeah, even though it's kind of terrifying in its own way.
Really?
Surprising.
Came out.
Shocking.
It came out in 2011. I think people were much more on board
Wow, this
with.
is like ancient.
Yeah.
Oh, I had no idea.
That makes more sense.
Yeah, yeah, that sounds like.
People were much more on board with killing everyone else in 2011.
I wonder if someone on Twitter ask him like about this video if he like still stands by it. Like, would he release this today? Because I'm kind of
I
curious.
feel like he'd be like, this video doesn't go far enough. This is just the preamble.
Yeah.
Yeah, this if he made this video in response to Mitt Romney, imagine what he's doing in response to Trump.
Oh my God, you're right. That was a time and place that occurred. Yeah, he definitely hasn't mellowed out over time.
No.
In fiction, highly educated so-called elitists turn out to be Hannibal Lecter. In real life,
What?
meanwhile, cannibal serial killers tend to have a vastly less refined background.
Okay.
Now,
wait, so what's
I
his point?
His point is that movies are demonizing smart people by making them serial killers.
So here's the thing. So that's what it says it implies, but like, surely that
Like you are joking, right? Like he's not actually saying like look at what happens to smart people in films. What example? Hannibal Lecter was smart.
That's what it seemed like he was saying.
Like I'm just like what? Oh,
so like Sherlock Holmes and all those guys. Like I don't.
I
mean, it's
I
not
don't
gonna
know.
make
don't know what
or
to
his-
say. I'm just like, oh yeah, I guess.
2011. So like Tony Stark, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's way smart.
Yeah, but he's a villain, maybe.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
He probably won't amount to anything.
No.
obviously, there's some hyperbole in this.
Some.
In reality, nerds aren't quite mutants, and we don't live in the world of the X-Men. But ask yourself,
We do live in the world
if
of
it
the
were,
X-Men.
and we did,
The X-Men.
and you were a mutant, be honest. Whose team would you really end up on? The let's be nice and work with the people who hated and tormented us team, or the let's show those bastards who the world belongs to now team?
Former.
Whoa.
Because I'm not a
shit.
psycho.
Because I'm not evil.
Bob,
Because I'm because I'm not evil.
Bob, these
Like,
people that you're
Magneto-
showing, they do some very
Magneto-
dubious things in the movies, okay?
Magneto wants to destroy humanity, like enslave them, basically, just kill them. Because remember in the first one, he like did that thing
Wait.
with Cerebro that would kill all non-mutants.
Well, it would
Yes.
it was gonna convert all. It was gonna give every human the mutant gene, but the reason it would kill them is because it was unstable and it would only last for so long, right, before melting them or whatever. Like he
Ooh, I
wanted
thought
to.
I thought they were trying to. I thought if Professor X concentrated on people really strongly, they just die. Right?
That's the second film.
Oh, it's the second one.
The second one, yeah. Unironically, yes. Magneto tries to kill all humans in the second film, and he comes very close. In the third film, he wants Dark Phoenix to basically kill every human. Magneto keeps trying to kill all them humans, you know?
pretty one-note guy. He's got one goal here.
And Professor X is like, yeah, I don't know, maybe let's get along with each other in some way, shape, or form. Let's try.
You know,
It is-
humanity.
It is very. Oh, someone actually in Discord said Dash bullied his teacher. By the way.
That is true.
Oh my goodness
is true.
gracious.
Mm.
Uh-oh, that didn't age well. I mean, it didn't start off aged well, but it still got worse somehow.
I remember that poor teacher. He was trying.
yeah,
He was
but-
just trying, man.
This is yeah. If MovieBob said this yesterday, I would be totally down that yes, you're a psychopathic murderer type.
Mm-hmm.
I can totally believe it. Like that's the thing, Bob.
Harry
Like
Potter
people,
just turned on his family once he realized he had all this power. You made me under the stairs. You made me sleep under the stairs, and totally annihilated
Dude,
them all.
he probably feels like we are among many who have made him sleep under the stairs of the internet. Like
Dash goes back to school. He's like a school shooter. He's just annihilating everyone. You made fun of me. I held back all this time.
You slow it down. He does it like the boys style, where he runs through bodies and they obliterate into pieces.
Yeah.
Like all the people he set up as the protagonists who like they forgive and forget once they realize, you know, they're a superhero. He's like, nah, I'd remember. I'd remember it all.
Magneto was
Revenge.
right.
That's what I do. Yeah, exactly.
I know where I'd be. Just
You're
saying.
not just saying. You're not just saying.
Oh my god.
Like,
We made the
It wasn't obvious enough.
We made the Diabito character before we saw this video, by the way, so just putting it out there, like, it seems like this would have been one that would have created it, but it's like, no.
I really thought watching the video, I'm like, no, he's gonna 180 at the end. He's gonna say like, oh, I don't believe any of this, but no, he's just, like unironically like, yep.
It's
just
not a thought
genocide them all.
experiment for him.
This is
Like, would you if it's just I couldn't. I'm too human.
this is from 2011. His mask was off in 2011. Jesus.
God.
We should have seen it
Just
coming.
nobody was. Yeah, people maybe back then people
I'm
assumed
Bob,
that was probably
and
just
that's
a
the big
one-off weird
picture.
thing for Bob. He won't like. Surely he'll mellow with time like a lot of people do, and they, he's not going to become more and more extreme, right?
It's just pretty crazy that
Fast forward to 2020.
he also frames this whole series as him being like, you're missing the big picture. Everyone needs to die. Like, okay.
Oh my goodness, Bob.
Yeah, if I would have seen this in 2011, I'd be like, oh, he's just joking, he's just kind of being hyperbolic. But then it's like, well, I guess not, considering how he acts now.
Did you see those credits? He has an executive producer and a series producer.
Wow.
And then there's the
It-
creator.
Well, he did. I don't know. if he
4
does
people
anymore.
to 2 people for art. I guess they did like maybe the background art. or
Well, I
something?
wonder if these are the credits for the Escapist, not necessarily for him, because there's a lot of fucking people for his 5-minute video, right?
Yeah. I
Ooh.
mean, hmm.
He's got a VP. I don't think. Does Bob have a VP marketing person?
McDonald's liaison.
What do you technology director? What do you?
What does that even mean?
You computer, go over there. Beep up.
These poor people. Did they see this video?
They obviously didn't get Final Cut.
Uh-oh. Gonna copyright strike the stream now.
Oh no.
Chill.
Music.
Poor Escapist.
Aren't they only kept alive by Yahtzee now?
Well, that's the thing. They brought Bob back like 3 years ago or so, and I was always just like, why would you do that?
Why? Like of all the people?
If you have a channel where you're watching Yahtzee videos over and over again, and then you inject random MovieBob videos, it's like, why would you? Your audience? No.
And people in the comments say that all the time. They're like, "What is this? I thought this isn't Yahtzee."
I think
Well,
they've
yeah,
mostly
if you
gone
say
over
this is
that now because
Nazi,
they know to
yeah.
avoid him, basically.
Well, it's kind of sad because if you just click on the Escapist YouTube channel and just look at the viewed count difference between Yahtzee's videos and Bob's videos, it's like massive.
I mean, Yahtzee's videos are funny, so.
Well,
yeah,
his
Yahtzee's-
talent.
Yahtzee's
He's funny,
fantastic.
and yeah, and he's been going for a long ass time, and he's still good.
Mm-hmm.
He's gotten his groove. I don't think he's gotten better or worse. He's got his groove down.
Mm-hmm.
He's reviewed like 1 billion games. It's like everything you could want, I guess. But
So if people always say you have to just always be improving and getting better and better, it's like, no, man. If you're like in a really good place and you just stick with it, like, man, sometimes that can carry you through because it's good.
Mm-hmm. Well, Yahtzee started Yahtzee's been doing this forever, like before other people were doing anything similar, right?
yeah, if anyone knows how to do it at this point, it'd be him. But they should just
Yeah, I
remove
remember
everything else from the channel, just have his videos.
I remember watching
He'll
like
be
his
fine.
BioShock videos and stuff like that. Like, this goes
Yeah,
way
exactly.
back,
Mm.
Yeah.
and they were all so good, and they hold up so well
Yep.
because you don't feel like you're watching an ancient video. Like they age so well.
Well, he's a very perfect style for that because it's just simplistic from the beginning. So.
Do you remember X-Men 3 where Mystique
Try not to.
loses her
Yeah, exactly.
her mutant ability and Magneto ditches her?
Yeah, just right there.
Allegorically, do you think that would be the equivalent of like MovieBob has a bunch of what he considers to be intelligent friends, and then one of them says something like, "Hey, maybe
We should be nice. to
yeah, maybe we
people.
should," and then he's just like, "They're too far gone."
I don't even know.
Maybe we shouldn't genocide conservatives. Oh, well, I don't know about you. Let's get out of here.
Like, Bob, don't you destroy your enemies if you make them your friends? Like, who
No.
are you?
No, because they don't experience enough pain.
No.
Okay.
Okay.
Have you guys seen The Platform? Have you guys watched The Platform? The Netflix
No, what's
movie.
that?
I have not.
MovieBob has a review of it. I'm dying to see it now because the platform is totally this socialist allegory.
Oh, you reckon you'd
Oh,
love
it's
it?
the platform's pro-socialist.
You
The
guys should
movie-
you guys should do a MovieBob episode.
I thought we did, didn't we?
Then do another.
You can never have enough
Do
MovieBob.
more.
Review.
We can
Let's
do
do
that.
More.
He's got the
Yeah,
highest
fuck
kill
it.
count on EFAP. He's given the most headaches to our guests.
Well, his is like,
The
oh,
platform.
you're looking for something to do. You're like, what am I gonna do? Well, MovieBob's a never-ending trough of garbage, so let's just reach in here and grab something.
Yeah, totally.
MovieBob is timeless in the sense that like he doesn't change. If anything, he gets worse over time.
He's like Yahtzee, but terrible.
Oh my
like,
god,
he's
yes,
the-
they're the same
he's the mega
on the
yacht.
two ends of the spectrum.
That's why they're
That's
both
why-
on the same
Well,
channel.
Yeah.
It tells you that
Yes.
we just watched a near decade old video. We couldn't tell that it was old.
Yeah, no doubt.
And
Yin and yang.
Because you know
reference.
he's never gonna
Bit
come out and
untimely.
say, you know, I feel like in my younger days, I was a fucking psychopathic murderous asshole, and I was wrong for being that way. Now he's like, nah, fucking kill even more. Painfully,
his-
if possible.
I mean, his original, his like famous tweet, the no bad tactics tweet, like that's an old tweet, isn't it? It's like from like 2014 or something.
That's a Gamergate era tweet.
Yeah.
Disturbing.
No,
But like that is one of those things where you like he typed that out and was like, "Yep, no bad tactics."
this couldn't possibly bite me in the ass. It's like, nope.
Magneto powers with no bad tactics. The boy, that's gonna go
That
well.
ain't, like
That's
milking a
gonna
dozen.
go real well.
So next up is a different kind of creator, and this will bring us all the way back to a good old Star Wars. But this one, instead of just being shocked and terrified, now you'll have to actually generate some counter arguments unless you agree with them. But this is Mr. HelloGreedo, and his title is "Can excessive detail and canon impede creativity and fun?"
Just throw everything out the window.
Welcome to the sandbox of Star Wars creation. You can make
It's not a
anything you want.
sandbox.
God damn
Well,
it!
you can't.
So, what do you mean by sandbox? That's my first question. It's like,
What do you mean you could do whatever you want? You can't. It's Star
you
Wars.
can't do anything you want. You can't even do anything you want at the baseline. If you were like, I want, well, the classic example, right? It's like, my story's gonna have a married bachelor. You're like, you can't. That's okay. Stop. You gotta rewind and like, it's anything is possible though. Stop stifling me. It's like, no. But yeah, all right, Greedo, fine. Well, I'm gonna let him go further than 5 seconds. You gotta be nicer than that.
Your only limitation is your imagination. Except you can't do that though. Hey, you can't do that. No, but there's laws. You're not allowed to do that. You're not.
Oh, he seems so upset.
He's trying to frame this in a way that's very well poisony.
Okay,
Just the way
right.
that
Well,
he talks and
so to give
The
you
background's red, so it's bad.
give you guys some background here. He's very pro TLJ. He's I think he's anti-Tross. I can't remember. Either way,
I think he's fine with it. Like I don't think he likes it, but he doesn't act like he doesn't like it. in a
didn't he
way.
say he made a video called like "The Rise of Skywalker made me like TLJ more"? I think.
How?
I don't know. I think we covered that video, and I don't know. Did we cover that video?
I can't even remember. It's HelloGreedo. Who the fuck knows what he's saying?
Well, either way, fascinating take, Greedo, about how... So you could have began this video with someone going, I want to do everything, and they're slapping, like, like a spoon and a jug of water, and shit's going everywhere. And someone comes in going, you can do lots of things, you just can't do everything, because otherwise you're going to ruin what other people made, okay? Right?
Yeah.
That would be us counter-poisoning the well, even though I think it's much more reasonable than what he said.
Yeah, he comes across as the people who want to just do everything. It's like a 10-year-old writing something, and they just want to have everything. It's like it's just going to have everything in their head. It makes sense because kids are retarded. And so you have to have a parent to kind of say, like, calm down there, Spunky. Maybe let's not.
Why did you name your kid
You can't
Spunky?
do everything. Huh?
Why'd you name your kid Spunky?
Yeah, why would you do that? You're a
I
terrible
mean,
parent.
it wasn't supposed to be the name, just like an impromptu title that this hypothetical parent was calling their child.
Alright, I'm gonna go
Why
with,
do you
I'm
have-
happy with Spunky.
Blame the character that I invented, not me. It's the character that's doing it.
No, you created this canon, Rags. We have to
wouldn't-
blame
I
you.
wouldn't
You're
call-
locked us in. You're
I
impeding our
wouldn't call
creativity.
my child Spunky.
Wait, Rags, are you saying that we can't do
Call him
whatever we
Spunky
want
Slot.
now? He has to be called. Aren't you kind of ruining, our right to write?
I'm ruining the joy of child rearing.
I was going to call the character, Spunkleton, but now he has to be Spunky.
I'm doing Sir Spunks a lot. That's when I'm settled on.
Well, either way, you can tell he's bitter that people have told him that in the movie that he likes, lots of stuff makes no fucking sense. That's the immediate, oh, I see. So, instead of having this bitter opening, he could have just been like, alright, guy, there's ways to present this argument. Let's see how he does it.
No! You're not allowed to do that! You're not allowed to do that!
Yeah, it's he's flipped the roles. It's the people who want to do everything without any limits whatsoever, who are the ones who are taking the childlike approach to it.
Yeah, totally.
You're not allowed to do that! You're not allowed to do that! You're not allowed to do that!
Why is he still doing this?
Yeah, it wasn't funny the 12th time. 13 ain't looking any better. It's a grim forecast for this joke.
When does canon, when does a strict adherence to details pump the brakes on
When does
creative
editing equalize
freedom?
your voice? Look at the sterility of this room. It looks like he's a medical
Sterility,
patient.
I like it. Yeah.
It is. It's like a laboratory where everything has to be sterilized. Even his bottle looks like something you'd find on an operating table.
Or an astronaut's,
It's like
compartment.
nurse water, and the nurse would squirt water, and he's not allowed to
It
touch
sprays
it.
on his mask, and then he's like, what the fuck?
This
Does he-
monitor's bugging me.
Do you think he puts a mic in his helmet, or does he just film himself making a bunch of hand gestures with no
I'm
audio?
I'm still pretty sure he records it all at a microphone, and then when he records this part, he plays it for himself and tries to just mimic the moves.
He has 2 spots on his shirt.
Oh, you're right. That's terrible.
Why do
fucked up.
YouTubers do this?
Hey,
All the
man.
fucking time.
Oh,
Every
so he-
goddamn
Whole
fucking
shot.
time.
So he drooled, and
With
now
that
now you
mannequin
just
shot
can't
with
watch the
those
video. I
drool,
see.
yeah.
I see.
I thought the helmet would catch it like it normally does when
Well,
he
yeah,
drools making
drool.
these
We don't know
videos.
that it's drool for sure.
It could be
Could be
lactation.
something else.
I'm sorry.
Well, from
If
what
it's
we know
not
about
drool,
stormtroopers now, it probably is drool.
if it's not that's true. If it's not drool, it's a plot hole. Okay, I'm not taking it.
Hey, look, Adam, why should we have to adhere to the canon of society that says that you should have clean t-shirts? Okay, that's just canon. Let's be creative.
The theme
Go
here is
wild.
obviously sterile environment, and he has 2 fucking drops on his titty. What the fuck am I
Yeah,
supposed
but those
to
are
say?
alcohol.
Yeah, now what if it is pee? That would be sterile, right?
No.
Yeah, who knows?
That's
What if
actually
it's
an urban
someone else's
legend. Pee is
pee?
not
I don't
sterile.
know, from 2 days ago.
But everybody says it, so it must be true.
Yeah.
That's your science fact of the day, folks. Pee
Here's
actually
the
not
thing.
sterile.
Pee comes out of the inside of another human.
I
If you think
there
it's
might be more.
sterile, I don't know what to tell you.
But if you pee on a needle and stab it into your brain, that's sterile, right?
Yeah, that's how you clean. That's how doctors clean needles. They just pee on.
They're like, nurse, and she opens the flap. Down
Nurse,
the
it is time.
He's wearing his gloves. The nurse has to open the flap for him.
Yeah, because he can't touch it himself, because that would unsterilize.
Yeah,
Oh, God,
exactly.
imagine you were
Outside.
like-
Contaminate the
Dirty.
needle.
Imagine
I'm
it was.
sorry, HelloGreedo. You're just so insanely.
This-
playing
this
along.
always
We're
happens with
we're
HelloGreedo, it's
actually
okay.
talking about doctors pissing on their equipment. to sterilize it.
I don't know
This
why
is
they're
more
complaining
funny
about not getting
here.
enough mass in hospitals for corona. Just pee on everyone's face. Like, right? Just
Yeah.
what you need.
Imagine it was true though, and like you didn't know, and your first drug experience, and they use a needle, and you're like, oh, I don't want to use the same one as you. And they go, okay, I'll pee on it first. You're like, what?
That's how we sterilize it. That's how it's done.
Yeah.
How many people would accept it because, hey, you're not the one in the lab coat?
We do this every day.
We do
Sit
this
down.
every fucking day. Why do you think we drink so much water? If we don't drink water and pee, then
Yeah,
people die.
We have no
Why is there at stake
sterilization.
here?
So anyway, yeah, he says, let's answer his question, and then we'll see how he answers it. So he says, when can excessive like adherence to canon ruin creativity? What is your guys' take on that?
I
I'm
only
trying to
care
think
about
of,
the
like, is
continuity
there-
on the spot. That's all I'm focused on.
I'm trying to think of like an example of some piece of fiction that I'd say, oh, the excessive continuity or canon ruined it, and I can't think of one. off the
I
top of my
can't
head.
either.
I don't think they exist. I think it's a fucking lie that these films exist, where their adherence to previous canon ruined them. It's like,
Okay, well, wait a minute. Here, I have one example, though it's not what the way he means. American comics are often ruined because they're constantly referencing shit from like 30 years ago that no one remembers or knows about, and it makes it impossible for you to get into comics if you're like a new reader.
But
I
see,
wouldn't say that's an inherent problem with the media itself. That's just a natural result of stuff that's been going on for a long time.
yeah, like you could adhere to previously established rules while also not even referencing
you don't have
all of
to-
the
Right, yeah,
events in
no.
the past.
He's
To
not.
adhere to
He
it.
doesn't mean it in that way. That's the only example I could possibly think of that
Mhm.
Yeah.
maybe you could apply this to.
I think that because I'm trying to think of what has the biggest canon, and you're like, okay, we have superhero comics, but a lot of the times those are on individual like timelines and whatnot. So
Right.
you might only have to read a couple to get all that you really need. And I'm thinking, okay, Warhammer, right? Warhammer 40K has insane amounts of books and lore and all that stuff, and
Mhm.
it's often lauded, and that's like why people love it, because the universe is so fleshed out and detailed, and there's so
Right.
much lore, and there's so much of it to learn and discover and find out. It's so rich in that aspect.
Well, and I'm assuming his argument is going to be it's not even in related to
Well-
this idea. It's more like, oh, when you want to make something new, like if Warhammer wanted to make a new book, they should just throw the old canon out the window.
Let's put it this way, right? You're pitching this awesome fight to us three in the boardroom for the next Star Wars movie, and you're like, during the fight, the guy is slashed in a way that he's cut in half at the waist, but because it's cut with a hot weapon, it reseals and he's fine, and it's going to be this awesome moment where his torso lifts up and then falls back down, but it reseals before, all of it could have been painful or hurtful to a person. And we're all like, that's not how the human body works. And you're like, oh, come on, dude. Like, this is Star Wars. We can sort of play with it, right? And I'm like,
Well,
I've
you just
never
have to
seen
find
that
when he says canon, he's not referring to every previously established piece of information that exists. He thinks it's like the big stuff, or at least I'm assuming he thinks it's the big stuff.
well,
It's not like, well, what if Qui-Gon Jinn just showed up alive and well in episode 9? Like that's a thing that happened. You can't just ignore
Okay.
this event that happened. He died.
for the sake of him, let's do the best I can for him. If you have like a scene where, I don't know, Qui-Gon sits like on a seat in the Falcon that's not the correct seat for someone to sit in according to the manual, for whatever role he plays, and I'm like, that's stupid. Even that though, you could just be like, oh well, he didn't know. Like,
I mean, it's a place to sit.
I'm
fits,
trying to think
Qui-Gon
of.
sits.
Even then, though, like let's pretend for a second that a super experienced X-wing pilot pressed a button that in the manual is the self-destruct button. Like, let's just be crazy for a second, and that's what it is. And it's like, he didn't self-destruct, so that's a flaw. I would be like, well, yeah, I guess it is. It's like really dumb that they would have him doing like. Why is that button even there? Why is there a self? There would be a lot of questions to follow up, but I mean, I'm trying to think of what is like the smallest detail that we would just be like, oh, who cares?
I mean, it's hard for me to visualize this argument because it seems like everything nowadays is ruined because they throw out canon, not the other way around.
Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah.
Things
Awful
aren't made
now,
better
Star
because
Wars
they
is awful
ignore
now.
information. Yeah.
Like, yeah, whenever
Yeah.
they remake
Awful.
something and they throw out the canon, it just gets worse.
And I often feel like whenever they suggest a thing that absolutely cannot happen because of canon, I always feel like, did they just never have the conversation where they go, hey guys, what can we do then? What is something we can do within canon that is also pretty awesome, or at least, somewhat as awesome as the thing I just suggested, but is impossible? And then they work.
Yeah, like no one ever
They
says,
work.
so what else could we do?
They work really hard for days and nights, and then someone comes up with an idea that's actually like a combination of things we've learned before that, if done in the right way, could cause some. I'm obviously thinking about the hyperspace kamikaze right now. I'm assuming he
Right.
doesn't think that, like, if I just have episode 10 and people who should be dead are alive and people who should be alive are dead, like that sort of stuff. I'm assuming he doesn't consider that like annoying canon, right?
I mean, it is, but that I don't know if that's what he's referring to, because a lot of the times people think canon is just like obscure stuff when it's not.
Right.
It's all things are
It's
canon.
the Bible.
Well, yeah, like, so for example, Sitch is like, I've got this awesome final battle in TROS. They're gonna kill everybody because there's no shields. And I'm like, well, why wouldn't there be shields? And you're like, I don't know, they don't work in atmosphere, let's just say that. And then I'm like, well, but they have before. And you're like, that's fucking lore, who cares? I'm saying that's how it works in this movie. I'd be like,
You
oh
just remind
man.
me, complete tangent. I didn't realize this till yesterday. I forgot. I was looking at the clip of in Rise of Skywalker where they're being chased on this fucking dirt bikes for some reason. Those dirt bikes must be official Empire Stormtrooper dirt bikes because they actually have shields on them.
Oh well, they could have shields anyway, right?
No,
No,
not
but
in
like,
atmosphere.
No, I mean,
no, because
I
you
mean
can't.
irrelevant of the atmosphere thing.
No, but I mean, like, you could maybe. I was thinking, like, if you're trying to excuse why the fuck they're riding dirt bikes, you'd be like, oh, maybe they grabbed whatever was just lying around, right? But no, the dirt bikes that have treads on them in Star Wars are still sophisticated enough that they have shields that deflect lasers on them, but they don't float.
I agree with you that I think it's super hilarious that those have shields and like nothing else in the fucking movie does. But why would it be impossible for the random speeders to have shields on them?
Well, it's not. It's why would you create a vehicle that has the technology of shields but still has like tires?
It doesn't break
Star
canon.
Wars,
It's just
right?
stupid.
Yeah, that one's a.
Yeah, I'm not saying it breaks the canon. I'm just saying it's
Yeah,
like I just
it's
saw it, I'm like, what the
dumb.
fuck is this?
I'm trying to think of a scenario in which.
You
Oh,
ever want
apparently,
tires over
apparently,
clothing?
Smudboy is streaming covering this video right now as well.
Oh my
funny.
gosh. Well, I concerning the
Rock 'em.
speeder question,
Mm-hmm.
I'm wondering, like, how much more. I would assume that treads spinning around in a circle is more mechanically simple than a hovercraft. So I'm
Yeah.
thinking, like, maybe because it's more simple and easy to repair, that if they were being used for extended reconnaissance purposes away from supply lines, I basically have to invent a scenario that doesn't exist in this world.
Yeah, especially when
in
all the
which-
people riding them have jetpacks that are personal size.
Everything about that movie is so fucking stupid.
Yeah,
And
but
yeah,
they're
and also it ruins because you're
jetpacks.
like, wait a minute, they're on a shielded bike and they leave it to fly undefended on a jetpack.
Yeah, it's really.
And the bikes are specifically made to launch jetpackers off it. It's like,
Yeah,
what?
yes, yeah, what?
It's like, what's the point of the jetpack again?
So wait, they developed a bike that doesn't hover to launch people that hover.
Yes, but the hovering people explode when they die.
That's such an odd part as well, where he's shot and he just goes woo, 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 woo,
flies
woo,
in
and
the
then
air,
crashes. You're like, what the fuck?
He's like, you guys, anyone in the chat who's interested, watch the Forgotten Weapons stuff on the World War II flamethrowers and how they're designed to specifically not do that. It's
Right.
really
Oh,
interesting.
you mean how in a lot of stuff, and this is Mandalorian as well, a flamethrower pack will explode when it is hit with flames, like so much media.
Right.
It's just like,
Oh yeah, you would assume that the person operating the flamethrower with the special armor is designed specifically to be flame retardant, dare I say. You would be incorrect. He's super vulnerable to flames. The weapon that he's spraying around all the time. But that's what you get for thinking.
that fucking scene in Mando, man.
That show is such dog shit.
It's got poop brain, okay? That's
I
an
thought people liked that
Adventure
show.
Time
They
reference.
do. 93% of critics and audiences love Mandalorian, and it's such a god-awful TV show. It's terrible. I'm making a video on it right now.
Because I've only seen the first 3 episodes and I was kind of like, it's like kind of slow.
Oh, you stopped right before the worst one.
Yeah, I was just kind of like, oh, Baby Yoda's cute, I guess.
I
But
kinda wanna
Baby
watch
Yoda
it.
is cute. You're right. You are objectively correct that the baby is cute.
And or maybe it was, I don't know. The last episode I saw was the one where he saves Baby Yoda from the compound. Is that 3 or 4?
That's 3.
Okay, because I like the robot. Because
No,
I
that's-
always liked the.
Well, it depends. That might be
assassin
one,
robot.
actually. He saves Baby Yoda from 2 compounds.
It's the one where the assassin robot comes. and
That's
he's
the
just,
first
shooting
episode,
them.
Oh,
yeah.
that's the first episode.
Oh, well, I
Oh,
must
you
have seen
stopped at the
beyond that
first
then.
episode.
No, I must have seen. No, because I saw the one where his ship gets like messed up and he has to rebuild it from the
That's episode
Jawas.
2.
I didn't like that episode. That was kind of.
Yeah, it was
nonsense.
kind of lame.
It put off a lot of people because it was like, oh man, that was filler. And that's not to say the filler's bad, but
It was just
You-
bad. It was just bad.
some people just want that plot. You know, you're like, plot. Yeah, plot. We got lots of
I want
plot in the
progress.
sequel trilogy.
Yeah, I
We
wanna-
loved our plot
wanna-
in that, didn't we?
I want to move forward.
Mm.
Don't want to stagnate.
Who had better plot, sequels or prequels? Sorry, HelloGreedo. We're just
I like
time with Hello.
I like to
Their
think he's
plot.
actually there right now looking at us like, guys. I'm just like, yeah, give us a sec, give us a sec.
We're just talking about. We've moved on from peeing on medical equipment. We're back onto something completely random.
Maybe he was trying to sterilize his shirt. That's what the spot is.
Oh yeah, he has one of those cleanie pens that just do not fucking work.
Also, yeah, the plot is way better than the prequels. I'm sorry. I just needed that to be said.
The plot is like all exposition.
The plot in the sequels
exposition.
is Christmas tree lights. That's what it is. Tangled up.
Yeah, that is true.
Tangled up Christmas tree lights.
Oh, so bad editing.
It's an illusion. Like the Red Letter Media guys says perfectly. The movie's an illusion. It's fake.
So this is kind of relevant. The super chat just came in saying, here's a problem with canon that can cause, you would say, way too, that's too much. Paper does not exist in Star Wars, or it didn't until The Last Jedi. You can't have paper, that breaks the law. Is there anything explicitly saying paper does not exist or cannot be used in Star Wars? Because if there isn't, then you should be fine, right?
Yeah, because there's no way they haven't discovered that you could take tree pulp and mix it up and flatten it and let it dry in sheets. And I believe, and I would say that even in the future, but you know what I mean, there would be a need to store data in a purely
if ever paper is eradicated from use by humans, it's going to be a long time.
Well,
in the future, did you just break canon?
Oh, because it was in the past.
I thought Star Wars was a long time ago.
Yeah.
A galaxy far, far away.
No, that's on the
canon.
That's assuming that the world is on a reset, so it technically could be in the past and future.
Past.
The world's a big circle, okay?
Multi-world hypothesis. Okay. I got it.
Well, presumably, even
start
the Star Wars
using the multiverse in Star Wars, then we're totally fucked. Like that's this guy. That's this guy's argument.
Time travel in Star Wars.
So, let's hear his perspective, because it seems like the four of us are mostly okay with canon in a way that it doesn't impede creativity, and that the only times
seems like it's only bad when it contradicts itself.
The creative part, IMO, is as a writer, you're like, I want X, but I've got to deal with Y and Z. How do I do that?
Exactly. You have to, yeah, exactly. You don't want to just throw shit at the wall. You have to fit it in properly. It's the difference between just saying, I'm going to throw a bunch of paint at the wall, make a bunch of splotches, and say, no, I'm going to follow rules and draw a fucking picture and make a little face.
Beautiful little face.
Creativity. I feel like canon is what forces you to be creative, because there are all these rules that you have to work around. Like it does, like impeding creativity. You know, writing a shitty movie is impeding.
Yeah, working within restrictions is how you are creative in a meaningful way.
Yeah, exactly. A creative solution to a problem. Yeah,
it's not
an uncreative solution to a problem is just, oh fuck canon, throw it away.
Yeah,
that's like not creative.
I just read something in chat that maybe amused me. I'm going to turn it into a story now. So Palpatine arrives at the second Death Star in the OT, and Vader's in his throne room, and he's like, give me a sec, and he goes into his little side room. Vader's like, wait, what are you doing in there? And he's like, just putting my wayfinder on here. And he's like, where does that go? And he's like, Exegol. He's like, what's on Exegol? Oh, like 1,000 Death Stars, Star Destroyers. And he's like, what the fuck's the point in this station? why are we even here? And he's like, well, you know, it's a backup plan, okay?
So did they ever explain in any of the, I know all that shit came out afterwards, trying to explain shit, did they ever explain like who made the dagger and when they put the Wayfinder in the Death Star or any of that stuff?
Dude, one of my favorite things to think about is that the dagger was made before the wreckage, and that they had to chisel the wreckage to match the dagger. That's my favorite funny thing about the TROS. I'm pretty sure that is absolutely not the case, but I wish someone on the writing staff of Lucasfilm was like, fuck it, that's true, that's what happened.
That would be funny, yes.
They held the knife, and all of the like builders and stuff had to like project holographically the actual line in which to chisel off each of the pieces, and some pieces weren't already there, they were chiseled off, they had to like glue and cement shit onto it to match it. That is the greatest thing to come out of TROS.
No, it turns out it was actually just a ceremonial knife that like Darth Vader gave to Emperor Palpatine as a gift. And it's like, oh, here's a nice gift. And as Emperor Palpatine's falling down the shaft, he's like quickly trying to like inscribe like the Wayfinder to this planet is here. Like 40 years from now, someone will find this and they'll come get me and I'll absorb their life force.
But what if it was entirely a coincidence? The knife did not actually represent anything, and the wreckage was all a coincidence. And Palpatine was watching Rey light it up, and he's like, what? What in the world?
Or maybe there was something completely different in the vault that wasn't the Wayfinder. It was like his porn collection. And he's just like, I'm gonna have to. It's like, I doesn't want anyone to find his porn collection, so he hides it in Sith ruins on this ridiculous knife. That just happens to be cut that way.
The Wayfinder is in there, but she has to like move all these magazines left, right, up, down, all away on this big pile. She's awkwardly sweating while she's doing it. She's like, oh my god, this is so fucking awkward. And Kyla's like, where is it? And she's like, I'm getting it. Just give me a sec, dude.
Don't do it, man.
Evil Ray is trying to have a chat with her. She's like, no, not right now. This is really awkward. I just want to get out of here. Some of the magazines are wet. She's like, oh no.
Oh god, they're still wet. It's been so long.
Oh, God,
It's been so long.
I hope this is from the ocean.
Thank God there was still power to that room, though. Good stuff.
Yeah. I didn't think about that.
Great films.
Yeah.
I thought that was in your video, wasn't it?
Well, no, it's just the fact that it just opens. Like you don't have to do like you would think you'd have to put the dagger in a slot or display it to the camera. No, it's literally just open. It's like a motion sensor. Just
Like
opens.
Derek,
It's
the
like one of
janitor's
those-
making sure that particular part is powered in case anyone wants to take the fucking Wayfinder.
Like those
Yeah.
ancient long lost temple traps where somehow you could press a button on the wall made of stone and then a huge
Right.
door opens up and you're like, I don't think their engineering would have allowed for this to be a thing. But okay. So yeah, I guess getting back to the HelloGreedo thing, basically what Adam said.
Oh, I forgot we're watching a movie.
Yeah,
or a
this
video.
is,
So-
this is
Yeah.
the curse of Greedo.
Our conclusion then is it can come across as though it's impeding creativity, but what it really is doing is challenging you to commit to a
exactly.
increased
Promoting
writing talent.
creativity.
Yeah,
and-
it only gives you less options in
Yeah.
a most technical sense of the word.
And if you're a
That's
writer who's like, man, I
Yeah.
can't wait to write my story of a medieval guy who loses his wife and goes on a revenge path, and then Lucasfilm is like, hey, you made these few movies called, this and this. Would you like to make a Star Wars Episode 10? And then you're like, sure. And then you just morph it to have your story in it, no matter what.
Right.
You're just like,
Right.
I don't give a
That's
fuck, this
suck.
is Star Wars. I'm having my medieval guy who loses his wife. And you're just like, what are you...
You're like, wait, is he
Yeah.
a Christian pope? In
Yeah, you have all
Wars?
these
What are you talking
references, and
about?
you're just like, this is not Star Wars. And he's like, I don't fucking
Yeah.
care. You're stifling my creativity. Like, oh.
Like, I don't know.
And this is the thing, I think there's a very selfish aspect to a lot of the newer movies that come out where writers are like, I
Yes.
want my story to be on the big screen. I don't fucking care what came before.
Big time.
Yeah,
Well,
think
it's
of it as
lazy.
a game. in a way.
Selfish.
Let's see,
Yes.
you're taking a test, and there's 10 questions, and all the questions are think of a word. Endless creativity. I mean, it's so creative. Any word you want, but it's the most dull, boring, worthless shit ever. Because you're just thinking of 10 words. Anybody, an infant could do that. But then you take another test, and it's like, name a word that's 4 letters that begins with C and ends with L. And you're like, oh, okay, I have to think.
That's challenging
Cool.
some creativity right there.
Yeah, like so much better. And then they get progressively more and more difficult. And at the end, you feel so accomplished.
And then these guys just like,
Ideas.
spaghetti, I don't know, fuck you.
Yeah,
Like,
spaghetti.
Good
I don't have
test.
to- yeah.
It's like an IQ test measures pattern recognition. So,
Whoa.
but they're like, we don't want to take any IQ. We don't want to do anything hard. We just want to recycle this old fucking script I have from 1982.
So I guess in the most objective of senses, sure, he's right that if you have no restriction, that means you could be more options are available to you because there are no
Yeah.
restrictions. But
I like how we've
what
only
cost?
we've got as far as him presenting his question, and we're like, all right, Greedo, now you can, say what you think.
Really
To
based-
details. Pump the brakes on creative freedom. Because it is a give and take, right? You want your creators to have as much freedom as they possibly can, and you don't want stories to get
No, I
bogged
don't.
down.
So it really comes down to how you define that. For example, it's like, I want to kill my character and bring him back in the next scene, and you're like, maybe how
Maybe that's
are you
bad.
doing that exactly? Like
You're
how what?
fired.
There is no such thing as a complete freedom by definition of I can literally just write nonsense lines on a script. It's like, no, you know that there are things we have to adhere to no matter what.
People make those movies, but those movies always tend to suck.
Mhm.
Those art house movies that make absolutely no sense at all. Like
Which
they're
one?
not exactly big tent movies.
You've just
so.
not tuned yourself to the genius.
The infinite amount of creativity. I mean,
We're
he's
not
talking
getting
about
the
creative
success.
choices. Like more choices does not necessarily facilitate creativity.
No.
It is only technically true, but with a meaningless result.
down and held back by details that often come from non-film material. I'm bringing this up because I recently saw an article from IO9 making its rounds on the internet. It's titled
Oh, we read that out. It was really bad.
Yeah, it was rough. It was bad. Sargon made a video on it. We covered it. It was that video was
the title alone, like Our Fascinator's Cat is killing the way we value stories. Like,
if anything, it's showing us why we value things. If even before
pretty much,
we
yeah.
couldn't quite put a name to it.
What was the main point of the article? Beyond the title, I mean.
That we need to stop caring about what came before and start embracing what comes next.
Oh, so basically they said the Last Jedi, just kill the old.
Not just let it die, but murder it in its sleep.
Stab it into sleep, yeah.
No, not in its sleep. I want it to see it coming. I want to see the fear in its eyes.
Well, it totally goes along with the whole like, oh, you boomers and old people have ruined the world, so now we're just gonna remake everything and make it better. Nothing is sacred.
Storytelling resource though that you're completely destroying for absolutely no reason whatsoever. That's the problem.
Mm-hmm.
It does make you wonder at some point. You're like, so you wanted to take all these characters forward, but you didn't care who the characters were or what they did. Like, no.
Yeah.
Okay. Just curious.
The characters then. I mean, why even use the characters at all?
Why give a shit about anything?
Yeah, that too.
It's like, I love those 3 movies that came out back in the day. I want to make a 4th one. You're like, oh, okay, what are you going to do? It's like, well, my own thing.
Yes.
Like, oh.
Fascination with canon is killing the way we value stories, and there's some truth in that, right? I've never been a hyper details-oriented Star Wars viewer.
Yes, you are. Everyone is.
Okay. So this is coming from somebody whose name is HelloGreedo, who's wearing a stormtrooper mask. I think you do care.
I don't think there is a person who doesn't.
Degree.
Depending on how you define all of this stuff, because any enjoyment you pull out of these movies, you're probably going to reference a reason, and it's going to involve you having absorbed details. So, to some degree, the lowest of the scale, I guess, would be like, man, that was pretty. You're like, oh, okay, yeah, all right. But if you were like, oh, I really enjoyed like the conflict and courage it took to make a choice for a character in this particular situation, you'd have to be like, okay, so why was the choice meaningful? Why do you like this character so much? All these things will require a lot of details that they must have picked up. Get where I'm going with this?
Yeah, the kind of stuff that makes the prequels better than the sequels.
That sounds like authoritarianism, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Just throw it all away.
Like, unless he's actually advocating for like, you should just let the colors take you away in the screen. I'd be like, okay.
I guess.
As I kind of put it in a previous EFAP chat, it's like this destructively overly libertarian view of creativity. We're just everything, no limits, no restrictions.
What are you, a bootlicker?
He in the last time we covered him, by the way, because he had a different thing about talking about. We covered him last time we covered him. He talked about details, right? And he said he's not a details-oriented Star Wars viewer. And we found that he has a video explaining that the sequel trilogy used the wrong font in the opening text crawl. Like, how can you hold this position? It's a bit awkward, but all right.
Exposed.
Shitting on canon kind of destroys caring. That's what I think.
But that's
like,
probably
if you shit on canon too much. Like, I remember certain episodes where just like they shit on canon to the point where I went to the not caring side. Like, I don't know that you can salvage this situation now. Maybe, I don't know.
It's I wouldn't want to. I say I wouldn't want to, only in a funny sense, but to be the person who has to salvage Star Wars, you have a long road ahead of you.
Like, you're going to need a lot of creativity to do that.
Well, I mean, all it takes is you just have to do, the new one would have to be, so far ahead of the old ones that they have like almost nothing to do with, the sequel characters, right? Just restart everything.
Everyone's dead.
Pull a Ghostbusters and just say the 2016 one didn't happen.
Yeah, exactly.
They put it in the trailer, dude. I love it. They were like, no ghosts have been sighted since Ghostbusters 2. It's like, oh.
Yeah, they said no one's seen a ghost in 30 years. But what about a couple years ago? No one's seen a ghost in 30 years.
That was a fever dream during a gas leak. Didn't really happen.
Yep. You know what happens when the carbon monoxide gets in the air supplies.
Oh, see, what they'll do is they'll have like like the end of the female Ghostbusters movie, and then you'll see the main character from the new one wakes up, and it was all a dream. That's the beginning of the movie.
Yeah, so I was thinking about that whole font thing, right? So do you guys remember? Do you guys play Alien Isolation?
No, I have
All
not.
the time.
I mean,
The aesthetics in that game blew me away because they like copied to a T. Maybe I shouldn't say this with much confidence because I'd have to look into it, but I'm pretty sure they got like all the aesthetic details correct. Like they copied, like, so you know, Alien, relatively low budget, old film. The technology, despite being in the future, is obviously going to be quite limited by the time that they're actually making the thing in. And yet the game coming out very new, and it's a video game world, so you can do whatever you want, they like copied all of the technology, and I was just like, that is so cool. However, if we were to have a Millennium Falcon, and you know, it's been untouched, quote unquote, since the last time we saw it 30 years ago in the film, and they've like it's let's just say, I don't know, cleaner or updated, and the wrong fonts are on the screens and the wrong lights are in the different places, and someone was like, this fucking ruins the entire film, I'd be like, okay, like, I wish they had gone to that level of detail, I guess, but like we can chill on that, right? Like that's not something that, and so maybe that's something that I could put in the category of like, kind of excessive adherence to canon impede creativity. But at that point, I'd be like, I don't think it impeded anyone's creativity. It was probably just a laziness thing. They were like, whatever, we're just gonna have our Falcon. We're not gonna try and recreate it. And if someone said, would it improve it to have recreated it 100% accurately, I'd be like, oh, I think it would be really cool. I think it would be something that would be pretty awesome.
Well, okay, so do you think it was bad in the Star Trek remakes, how they update the technology to look modern as opposed to like the 1960s?
I would like to hear a Trekkie fan's perspective on that.
I think for me, I would be in the lines of, it should sort of be consistent with its own established universe and the established universe's aesthetic. It's kind of like how, like, between Halo 2 and Halo 3, Master Chief's armor changes, and you're like, but you were on the thing in space. You couldn't have gotten new armor. And you roll your eyes and you just accept it. You're like,
yeah.
It's like, yeah.
Better graphics, better looking.
And so those things, no one's creativity is getting impeded from what I can tell. It's literally just because they were like, oh, fuck it.
People like it better. It's not a question of creativity when they're thinking about this stuff.
Yeah, and I would
like,
probably
no one wants to see an old 60s junkie style Star Trek ship is what they're thinking.
And nowadays we're like, man, I'd love to see an old.
Yeah, now you're like, I'd actually kind of like that.
To go back to the way it was with Star Trek. Please go back to the way it was.
Damn you, JJ.
Obviously, canon is important. Obviously, the history of our characters, the continuity of our stories.
I already feel like this statement is going to be worthless in a moment. Like
Yeah, where's the bud?
Where's bud coming?
Where's that bell? Where's that bud, baby?
For MovieBob, it would be, yes, every life is sacred. But, like, wait a minute.
Exactly.
Except anyone who likes Trump.
It makes the universe feel like a cohesive thing.
But
strictly adhering to canon and nothing else. And
oh, okay. So he's already got an amendment to his video.
So strictly adhering to canon and nothing else. It was like, but you could do adhering to canon is just some restrictions on the stuff you could do. You could still do anything that doesn't contradict it.
This is crazy.
But look how
this is like our ending of the movie. We don't have to even remember what was at the beginning because we're free to create whatever we want to create.
Speaking of, look how floopy. Look how floopy this is. Like, it's bad when you adhere to details that do not matter to the narrative. They do not hold back new creative or fun or interesting ideas. It's like, dude, could you be more broad? Like, what exactly? Yeah, like, be a little. Let's wind him back. I just love that he's got an amendment in his video already in post. He was like, oh,
obviously,
I need to be more specific.
The history of our characters, the continuity of our stories, it makes the universe feel like a cohesive thing. But strictly adhering to canon and nothing else and hamstringing yourself creatively based off of some arbitrary rules that came before, that feels so soul-crushing.
Those aren't.
Give me an example, because I don't believe that this happens. This hamstringing thing, man.
Yeah.
Like,
it's again, it's only in the most technical sense that that isn't even a negative.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like, it puts.
Are the rules of storytelling arbitrary? I don't feel like they are.
Well, this is the thing. Like, it's
arbitrary rules of
in my Star Wars,
like, setup and payoff.
Well, I don't know how you feel
don't
about
have to
that.
have set up I mean, a story is just essentially a progression of events. There doesn't have to be those things, but we're like in terms of those rules, the canon, like adhering to those is arbitrary in the sense of you can decide to just not do it.
I wouldn't recommend it.
You can choose to just be awful, I guess.
Yeah,
right?
you can choose to be a fucking terrible writer.
I just it amuses me because like if I was like Star Wars Episode 10, the lightsabers burn to about 1 degrees. They're pretty much just bats now, like slightly, you know.
They're
just
warm bats. Like you left a Louisville Slugger out in the sun.
And they freeze things instead of melting them.
And
yeah.
I would really be curious to. I would want to ask Greedo so many questions about this. I'd be like, is that too much or too little? And I imagine he'd be like, well, no, lightsabers have to burn at that amount. And I'd be like, okay. So
I'm assuming he'll give us an example or something, right?
All right. Well, okay.
I haven't watched one of his videos before, so I don't know what I'm.
Well, that's why I chose lightsabers, right? Because that's a pretty significant one to change, and I still feel like he'd be like, yeah, I guess you could maybe.
I mean, think about it. At a different part of the galaxy, far enough away. Like I think we talked about this earlier, but imagine some other galaxy. The Force is still a thing that exists, but their understanding of it is completely like different. Like their philosophy concerning the Force is just totally different than the one in the galaxy we're used to. And so maybe their lightsabers, like they turn things brittle and they just break apart into ice. Like there's you can have that in a Star Wars universe, right? Just in a, dare I say it, a galaxy far, far away.
Right.
See storytelling though as like stripping away the arbitrary stuff, because when something is truly arbitrary, it's not bound to the other things in the story. So like to say something is arbitrary, you might look back at something in a previous movie that you think is arbitrary because you don't know how it relates to other things in the story, and then you strip it out because you're like, yeah, this is totally arbitrary, metachlorians for the Force.
Well, stripping it out was arbitrary.
Like
stripping it out
at the end of Watchmen, Adam.
Well, that's a different thing.
This is why we need.
You got to look at that movie and the totality of the movie. But I'm just saying, like the idea that anything in a movie is arbitrary just seems so off base to me, because it's like the things that are arbitrary are the things that don't fucking matter. And in writing a movie, you're trying to take the things that don't matter out and only include things that matter. Like it's all about things that matter.
I can see where you're going with that, like the idea that we're supposed to the reason we don't see walking scenes is because they don't matter, like between people traveling sort of thing.
Exactly, you take them out. They used to be in old movies, but everyone was like, "This shit doesn't matter. What the fuck are we watching them walk to the elevator for?"
Hey man, I need to know. Okay, that's important. But I was just gonna say, it's funny that I brought up the lightsaber as a sort of this idea of like you can't make it not melt, and then like Rags has already just highlighted, it's like, oh well actually, so this writer is like, I want all of them to be bats, and you're like, okay, so you can't just do it like that. You have to have like a reason. You have to have maybe a new character who's modified it so that it doesn't burn as bright or something. Like we go, and I could just see that writer being like, you're impeding creativity. Stop it.
Yes, we have to keep you people in check.
And yeah, I'd just be like, just work harder. Like you get what you want. You just gotta work a little harder.
It's just like giving up. Trying to make it not arbitrary. It seems like it is. It seems like we gotta have a reason for this. It can't just be arbitrary. Like it won't. It's not as fun if it's just arbitrary.
Yeah,
well, I mean, if there is a reason for something, then it isn't arbitrary because it's based off of it's based off of something.
Which is the way it should be.
That's arbitrary. It's like, what the fuck? Why is this here?
And you can arbitrarily decide to have some aspect of your story that falls in line, that doesn't contradict anything.
Sure, totally.
Go for it. The world is your oyster. This is where that's why I say all the time, when it comes to writing, this is where the talent comes in. You want that. Talent are good.
I'm just picturing that as Rags' ad for writing courses. This guy's like, I want cold lightsabers. And he's like, you can't do that. And it's like, yes, I can. It's like, no, you can't. Then Rags comes in and he goes, you can, but it's gonna be tough.
You can do it. Convince me.
You know, there's canon like Luke Skywalker is Darth Vader's son, right? Or Kylo Ren, Ben Solo is Han Solo's son, and Princess Leia's son. That's canon. We all love it. We all appreciate it. You don't care about.
Well, you don't need to add that we all love it and appreciate it. It's canon. Yes.
Yeah, it's canon. You don't have to love or appreciate it. That's correct.
That's the good canon.
I was about to say, you know how he's framing this. It's like, that's the canon we love. The canon that there are X amount of troopers on a Star Destroyer, that's lame. It's like, okay,
Yeah,
but...
totally.
It's like, then why did they make the fucking Star Destroyer have that many people on it then, if that's...
Actually, that's probably it. That's probably what he's talking about. So, let's pretend for a second we're talking to somebody who loved TLJ. It's like, why didn't they send an armada of fucking TIE fighters to just swarm the ship that all of our good guys are on when they proved that Kylo alone could blow up the bridge and the hangar? And then they'll go, they didn't have the... Didn't someone make this argument they may not have the TIE fighters to do so?
Yeah, I think that was...
Was it Billy the Fridge?
Oh my
I
God.
can't remember.
Oh, was that Major Lee? Or
It could be Major Lee, yeah. Well, either way, it was like, okay, we get several shots in the film of TIE fighters being there, and it'll just be like, but let's ignore that for a second, and we'll pretend that all the information we have is just from previous films. We'll be like, no, we know Star Destroyers have, like, fucking hundreds of TIE fighters, so they obviously have it. And then you might have Greedo being like, dude, that's, like, details that no one cares about. Like, that's some gay shit right there. And we're like, oh, wow, I thought
you
that...
said gay.
Well, see, I would say that the big gay is good, but I think he's saying the big gay is bad here.
I appreciate the big gay.
Mm-hmm.
You're saying that he's really a homophobe, but not like you. You accept all people.
Well, I just love this little character he's got. He's like this angry, like, I hate you because it doesn't make sense.
So much emotion on his face.
Taking it away from me, my
baby.
baby.
About canon? Come on. Don't be disingenuous.
That is
When
canon.
canon turns into, like, laws
I feel like I need to get the
on
full context of his incredulity at himself.
What does he mean when canon turns into laws?
That's canon by definition.
I was going to say, it is law. It is what is. I don't know if you call that law,
canon
I guess.
Is synonymous with lore.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
well, no,
they could
he's
change
LAW, I think is what he's saying.
Law, yeah.
law. Oh, I mean, like, in the sense that it's a law of the story, then yeah.
That's what I mean. I was like, so if he's saying, like, canon shouldn't be law, I'd be like, yeah, it should. Like, that's pretty much, it is law.
Could be
like,
referring to Data's brother.
No.
That wouldn't make sense. Star Wars canon is Data's brother. No, I reject that statement.
That's alright.
I know. But let's see where he goes.
canon? Come on. Don't be disingenuous. When canon turns into, like, laws on what you can and can't do in your movie.
That's precisely what it is.
That's what you just described. That's what you just described. You literally said that. You can't have Luke Skywalker not be...
Yeah, he can't. It is in stone that he is Darth Vader's son now. You can't change that.
Well, it's funny. I was literally looking up the etymology. I was looking up the etymology of the word canon, and it says the first thing it says is a rule or law.
An inch is a bit of measurement.
Like, how does he define canon? Something that could maybe have happened before. I don't know.
Well, again, there's going to be good canon and bad canon.
I also love that he's like...
Did we come out of the religious context, does it say?
Yeah, that's where the
canon, yeah. We've inherited it from religion.
Neat.
Right.
Disingenuous. When canon turns into, like, laws on what you can and can't do in your movie, in your story,
that's what it
especially when it's visual or based off of some piece of equipment.
What the fuck do you mean visual?
Oh, I bet you is he talking about the in Last Jedi, the hyperspeed?
That's not just visual though. That's mechanical.
It's a thing that happens.
But it looked cool.
Isn't everything in the film visual? Except for the audio.
It's just looking cool trumps everything.
It was pretty.
Like, as long as it looks cool, logic can go out the window.
Why did he specify that when he was like, especially if it's visual? I was like, what does that mean? Do you know what Luke being Vader's son is a visual too? You can see it happening if you wanted to. Yeah. What do you mean by visual?
Unless maybe he's talking about like what I asked about Star Trek. You know, they updated the ship to make it look.
Well, yeah, but
because that's not mechanical. So
and you could some people in chat were highlighting that like it takes place in a different timeline, right? So there is some room to actually argue.
Yeah, there's
so that'd be alright.
Tiny bit of there's something.
There's some wiggle room.
Right.
How sympathetic are you to the "it looks cool" argument, though? Because I am a teeny bit sympathetic to the, like, as long as it
if-
looks cool. I'm just being honest here,
I,
okay?
I'm susceptible to it, but I gotta stay consistent. It's not allowed.
Yeah.
If you're gonna break major rules because it's cool, it's like, whoa.
What about, like, in Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, where they're, like
Are
running
there
in
any
the
fucking
air?
rules in that movie?
Well, but no, but that's fine because the rules.
Well, I
of the
mean,
movie
they
if
are
they're
fine,
breaking
if
the
they're
rule of
consistent with their own
gravity,
rules, then
just a
fine, go
tiny
for it.
bit.
I mean, I'm not familiar enough with it, but
Well,
if they're consistent with their
Don't
own
these
rules, go for it.
He's based in a little, like, they do play fast and loose with gravity and shit like that sometimes to make things look cooler, and I'm saying
Then that's
I
a
don't necessarily mind there.
well, no. So
well,
like,
minding and it being a problem are two different things.
Well, no,
Yeah.
yeah, it's never a problem for this. Like, they're consistently saying "fuck you" to gravity. Like,
no, but
it's
that's why
always
it's
the same.
okay.
It's
Like,
canon. Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
if throughout the whole movie everyone was fighting normally, and then in one fight they're suddenly flying, you'd be like, "What the hell is happening?"
Yeah, exactly. Okay. I answered my own question. As long as it's canon,
As long as
stick
it's
with it.
consistent.
I love that he,
And
like,
can't
sorry, because I was writing it for Goodell, but it's just the idea that he's like, canon is good, but it shouldn't be, and then defines canon. It's like, okay.
All right then.
Yeah.
do
Laws are bad.
in your movie, in your story, especially when it's visual or based off of some piece of equipment or something that we've
How can you say this? What do you? So he is advocating that the lightsaber could just be something completely different in the next movie.
Yeah, does he not understand that a Death Star is mechanical and what it does has direct, like, in a sense, everything is mechanical. That has to do with like the plot and stuff happening. Like even people have a mechanical aspect. They do stuff. There are causes to the things that they do. There are results. Like
I'm just
all of the
picturing,
stuff.
like,
If there's
That
nothing
when you
mechanical,
change
then
timelines.
it wouldn't even be a story.
Anakin and Dooku set
Yeah.
for their rematch in Episode 3, and he just activates his lightsaber from across the room, and it spreads all the way over to him and pierces him because it's really long now.
This is a
That's just-
fire hose now. It's not a
It's only long
lightsaber. It shoots
enough.
lasers at him.
And they all just melt through the floor, and it blows everyone out of the air. And it's like, oh fuck, we didn't think about this. It's fine
Just
though.
cuts the entire planet in half because the lightsaber's got all the way through.
Count Dooku just pulls out a Pokemon. They start having a Pokemon fight in the middle of Star Wars. Like, what the
I
fuck?
see when it comes to our
Yeah,
skills.
yeah.
with
And
our
the second
lightsaber.
any negative
How does it
criticism
look,
is
though?
applied,
Are the
it'd just be like,
Pokemon cool?
stifling my creativity.
Yeah, the Pokemon themselves whip out little lightsabers and they just fight each other.
We
That
must
might
settle
actually
this
be
with
cool.
a Pokemon battle. Whoever is the greatest trainer will be
Pokemon.
victorious.
That would have
Yes.
made the prequels better.
But
I'll be
yeah,
honest.
he said, especially when it's visual or a piece of equipment, I'm like, dude, I don't even think you know what you're suggesting right now. A piece of equipment, do you know how much that can
Yeah.
affect? Isn't the Falcon a piece of equipment
The
to a
Death
degree?
Star is a piece of equipment.
Oh boy.
Even if it's not equipment, like planets.
visual.
But it's
It's just arbitrary equipment, though.
You can, yeah, I'm sure his position would be, you can change stuff that we don't care about in the first place. It's like, oh.
But it's only arbitrary the first time, and now it's part
Yeah, that's
of
what I
the
mean.
system.
It's like,
Yeah.
in the background, they had this Floompledingus in the background this whole time, and they finally pick it up in the newest movie, and they go, this is what it does. And then he's like, yeah, you can do that. Canon shouldn't prevent you. And it's like, there is no fucking canon for the Floompledingus. Nobody knows what it does. This is like, of course you can make it whatever you want.
Yeah.
Well, assuming, this is the other problem. Don't give it an ability that would have been useful before, and they just didn't fucking think about it for some reason. You know,
Right.
that happens a lot in these movies, too. Force healing, everyone! You're like,
Whoops.
oh. Why did you
Kind
do
of
this?
fucked all of Star Wars right there, didn't you?
Or based off of some piece of equipment or something that we've never seen in the franchise before. When it turns into
Oh, I love that argument. You shouldn't be against adding new force powers. Every film does it. It's like,
Yeah, because
Or
all
something
force
that we've
powers have the exact same
never seen.
implications.
Did every film add a new force power? I don't think that's true.
So, we'll go straight to Empire. Empire added the ability to sort of talk to people through the Force, who you're connected to. If you
Well, Empire
remember.
added like everything except for because in the
Well,
first one, the only thing Luke does is block the little ball and then he shoots the Death Star, right?
I don't know.
And he hears Obi-Wan.
I wouldn't say it's really added anything other than that, right? Like, what else would there
Well,
be?
no, there
Force
was-
visions?
There was no telekinesis in the first Star Wars, was there?
Oh, wasn't there? It's funny how many, because you're one of many people who thinks that they introduced telekinesis in Empire, but it's like, you do remember one of the most iconic introductions for a villain in history involved something, right?
Oh, that's right. He choked the guy. I'm thinking about Luke. I'm not thinking about.
Yeah, no, I can see how it happens. People are thinking
Luke
about.
can be Darth Vader if you don't allow yourself to be restricted by canon.
There you go.
Dun, dun, dun.
So what
That's
did
true.
I'm just saying, when do you ever see Luke and Darth Vader in the same room? Yeah,
Fight Club.
But yeah, maybe you could argue the
How
Force.
much does Metachlorine go
if
for
it's
on the open market?
the visions that he has in Dagobah, is that something of a Force ability of some kind, or is that just the special cave in Yoda's basement?
I don't know.
That's
Come to my basement, you must.
But
I mean, he hears. So he in the second one he sees a Force ghost as opposed to just hearing it.
Oh, and there are people being like, that's a completely different ability, Force choke and Force moving things. And it's like, okay,
Yeah,
so
I know,
like,
it gets really convoluted. Yeah.
But to me, that just
pushing
seems like
someone's
different
red light
ways
closed.
to label the same power, which is
Okay,
to.
so wait, maybe that's a good example of weird canon.
Oh no.
Well, no, but see, a lot of this is like the video games, because the video games kind of established like, oh, Force choke and telekinesis is different, but the movies never did that, because in Return of the Jedi, Luke chokes out the guard like in the beginning of the movie.
Yeah, but that's a fail.
How is that not an
failure.
application of telekinesis, though?
Yeah.
No, I'm saying it is. I'm saying in the movie they made no differentiation between Force choke and telekinesis. It was only the video games that started to make that difference, and I think that kind of saturated into people's minds.
How the choke is executed.
Well,
Because
that's
I mean,
the
you
thing.
could turn off breathing in the brain. and
Well,
not
in a
necessarily
video
choke
game, if
you.
they say, okay, select a new power, and you go with
Right.
telekinesis,
Yeah,
that's like a gajillion different
Yeah.
powers.
Right.
Oh, I gotcha.
Yeah, no,
So
it
they
makes
had to
sense in the
limit it to
game.
player. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Well, even because people are referencing Force jump, even telekinesis can assist in that.
Yeah,
Yeah, you'd
you're
assume
pulling
that's what it-
yourself up.
Right.
Or
you'd assume
alternatively, you're
it's all
pushing
is
the planet
telekinesis.
away from you.
Mm-hmm.
If you're really strong.
Really strong, yeah. Well,
Really
and this is the thing. If someone said, "See, Empire introduced a new Force power," I'd be like, "Yeah, but it didn't fuck with anything, did it?" If you call that a new Force power, it doesn't fuck with anything. And
It
then
doesn't go back and say, why didn't they do this?
yeah,
when
there's
they
no
had-
point where we're like, "Why didn't Vader
Right.
Force choke?" No, wait.
Why didn't
Force-
Vader see the ghost of Obi-Wan to help him in some way, right?
Yeah, Force heal, because a lot of people argue that Force heal can be properly implemented. It's like, oh, maybe, but it certainly wasn't in the sequel trilogy, was it?
Yeah.
It's like,
I do think that it could be properly implemented, but I wouldn't leave it up to Disney to do it.
Well, if she like, I don't know, went to Luke and he's like, oh, there's some really high level Jedi skill that no one, like barely anyone knows, and you have to train for it. And you go, okay, like look, they're establishing it. Like people didn't know it, but she just pulls it out of her butt. She just does it.
Yeah.
that is. They don't even have a throwaway line for it. It's like, you know, right at the beginning, she's like, "I've learned so much with you, Leia. Force healing, for example."
Yeah.
A power so strong, not even anyone else could use it.
Right.
Anyone else ever knew about
We
this?
discovered it because of the Jedi books that was locked away. Only I now know, and only I can do it because I'm one of the dyad. There you go. Makes sense now.
Yeah, there you go.
God, I hate
what?
it.
The-
Yeah, Leia's like, what's a dyad? She's like, I don't know. It's in the book.
I don't just fuck it.
This is the thing. It's so concerned with getting new Force powers. It's just like, why can't you just chill? You got plenty to work with.
Yeah, just use what you have in a new and creative way.
Creative. You said the
Yeah.
C word.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said
Creative,
that.
The
yeah,
naughty word.
exactly.
Said
But
the
yeah,
wrong
so
word.
Do that.
so Greedo is saying you should be allowed to fuck with the Force, equipment, and visual things. That's his rule set so far.
Yeah, be
Don't
creative.
fuck with other stuff though.
I would ask HelloGreedo, do you think that creativity constrains your artistic freedom?
Yeah, we
That's one of
were
them
that.
big
Like,
think questions. You're
I'm
like, wait a minute.
struggling. I'm struggling. What is that? Can you say it a different way?
No.
No.
Let's just
Seen
leave it
in the
there.
franchise before. When it turns into strict adherence to laws, well then shit, I think some people have lost the heartbeat of Star Wars.
Luke being Vader's son is a law.
Oh yeah.
Feels that just feels you've just decided personally that piece of canon means more to your heartbeat than it does some other.
Yeah.
thing.
This is what I mean. We
There is no
change it
standard.
so that Luke's father is actually Palpatine, right? And then I'm like, HelloGreedo, is that okay? And he's like, I don't like that. And I'm like, oh, but Bob over there loves it. Bob, come over here. And he's like, hey man, yeah, I love what you did with Luke and his dad. It's great.
I want to ask him what the spirit of the law is, because he's making this, the spirit of the law argument. But is the spirit of the law that the movie just has to move forward our political agenda? Like, that's what movies are really about. They're about moving forward a political agenda.
I mean,
So,
I
the
think it's
rules
even
don't really matter so much.
I think it's even simpler than that. I think it's just it can only change stuff if I like it. It's like, okay.
Yeah, okay, well, that's
Okay.
not totally subjective.
Yeah, there's literally nothing we can work with, but alright. He said you're not allowed to change characters, I think. Lineages, he's not okay with them changing so far.
You know, I want filmmakers, authors, you name it, to have as much creative freedom as they possibly can. One of the best examples in modern Star Wars of kind of my mindset, to clarify it a little bit, is the Holdo maneuver. I thought the Holdo maneuver was great.
Oh, no.
It was a moment of...
So the Holdo maneuver is not details.
It's visual.
It's
Is he saying it's
major.
Instrumental to the plot.
This is the thing. It's possibly
Let
the
him go.
biggest, most important thing in TLJ. That move changes everything. And in terms of lore, you've just rewritten and fucked up all of the movies that came before. Congratulations.
And after.
It was almost like it was like a surgical execution of Star Wars lore. Like, I don't know how you could have done it better.
This was one for
It
like
sounds like
all
he's
the
making-
people who loved the OT at the cinema were like, wait, like wait.
I know. I was just like, what the fuck? What?
It sounds like he's making the argument, though, that it's like it's good because it embodies self-sacrifice. But they have done that
Disney
a different way
self-sacrificed their
without.
IP. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Well, just
Onto
in
the pyre it
context of the
went.
story, there's no possible way they can embody self-sacrifice without shitting on like canon forever. Like,
Or-
it seems like they could do that. The creative thing to do would be to work around the canon and do your moment
Right.
of self-sacrifice.
Or I mean, look, they could have literally had that scene, but just create some scenario for why it would make sense. There's some weird space anomaly that just
Oh,
happens
totally.
in this
There you
area
go.
of the galaxy that allows you to do this crazy thing or
I
something.
mean, I would argue that's an improvement, but I'd still be like, no, let's go,
Well,
let's
yeah,
work
it's still
really hard on
contrived,
this
but
one.
It's like you're right, it's contrived, but like just do something.
It's arbitrary.
I'd probably, again, with the combo, be like, all right, so try to crash into the Supremacy with your big ship, but it's getting, like, blown to pieces as it gets there. You know, the ship is looking like a, like a pirate ship on fire, that sort of visual, but, they're firing everything, like, Holdo's firing everything out of it, and, she activates hyperdrive as she's hitting it, and so it just fucks up everything, you know? And the logic is
what
just...
if she, like she's talking to the onboard VI. She's like, divert all power to the forward shields, everything, life support, everything.
And you have a robot being like, we can't pierce its shield. She's like, we only need to make a small hole. And like, I don't know, you breach a portion of the
we just
shields.
have to buy the rest of them sometime.
Yeah, that
We
too.
just have
You
to
didn't have to
distract
actually
him.
destroy the Supremacy or cut it in half. I don't even know what happened to that ship. It wasn't like it was out of commission. It's in space. It's not like it's gonna fall down onto something, right?
You're right.
So like, if you lock off all of the doors on the rooms, surely there's a...
Just kind of float there.
Wasn't there like 3 million people lived on that thing, Rags?
Like 2.5 million. It's like 2.2 million. I know, it's fucking astronomically retarded how stupid big this ship is.
There are people who probably bored and died on the fucking ship.
That's the thing. Like, science fiction stories have been written, like, even Warhammer 40K. Like, people live their entire lives. Cultures develop on starships. Like, people live without ever setting foot on the planet.
Oh, there you go. DJM said, ram it and overload the reactor or some crap. Like, unironically, yes. That is way better. And you can create your stupid visual that you gush over. You can have your visual.
Yeah.
Well, and
Or she gets stuck inside the ship and then she hyperdrives.
Well, just
Well, you
all you
have
have to
to
do
make
is
it
have
so
it
you
that
can't-
she needs to pilot it herself. No droid can do the kind of complex,
Right.
fucking creative decisions she's gonna have to do or something. I don't know.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
have to have it so it can't be replicated.
Or it's a safety feature she has to
We establish
even
her as like one of the...
manually rip out of the console to override the safety of the hyperspace thing.
Yeah,
or
we'd have
to- or the
loads of-
AI, something.
And you could
Something
be...
that would have been so much better and cooler in every conceivable.
Yeah, and her introduction could have been that she got to Admiral because she was the greatest pilot in history or some shit. She knows her shit when it comes to piloting. And fuck it, you could have someone stay with her that's also in a... Fuck it, let's kill Poe. Whatever, who cares?
The more creative thing to do is just shit on canon, guys. All this creativity you guys have is...
Well, I mean, we did that for 10 minutes, right? Unironically, we ordered some pizza, and we're in this big boardroom, we got a big old board, we're writing all these ideas and
That's
crossing
why they call
out...
it the boardroom.
That's, yeah, see?
There's
And,
a board in there.
and just working really hard to just make this scene have some level of cause and effect, instead of just going, fuck it, explosion with the hyperdrive, right? Hyperdrive's a thing. That's like canon.
Yeah.
I'm too lazy to think of an answer, so I'm gonna just say that's creativity.
Yeah, exactly.
Then we get into the discussion of some idiot came up with that idea, and then some lore expert cleared it and said, yeah, this creates no problem.
Yeah, this little lore team said, yeah, that's fine, that'll work. And it's like, guys, we need you to not do that.
Why did you have this moment?
I told Rian Johnson this didn't go well with canon, but he just yelled at me and started crying and saying I was ruining his creativity, and I just didn't have the heart to tell him no.
Oh boy.
Of self-sacrifice, and the way it was executed on screen was goddamn beautiful. But then you got people saying it broke the laws of the Star Wars universe.
Look how unreasonable this very fair representation of this person is.
It sounded just like we did when we said, yeah, that broke a lot of rules.
I
right
came
there.
out of the cinema and I was like, it broke the laws of the Star Wars universe.
You just grabbed a random child
I
at the shoulders.
I brought out my piece of red cardboard that I keep behind me whenever I rant. And
you could have both the things he said he wanted, you could have and not break canon. So his argument is completely fallacious.
But he liked it.
Possible to do.
Yeah,
without
he decided that he liked it enough.
He's making it sound like, no, we couldn't have had a beautiful moment in the story and visuals without breaking canon. Sorry, fuck you.
It's just, that's what I mean. It's just like, why did you give up, Greedo? You couldn't find a way.
Hey. But how did it make you feel?
How did it make...
Made me feel like this shit don't make no sense.
How did it make you feel?
Shit out of me.
Yeah, when I first saw it, there was like a second, I'm like, oh, that's pretty. And then literally I was like, wait.
Wait a second. Could they have done this from the beginning? Like, not even go into other movies, like in this movie. Before all the other ships died, why didn't they just hyperspace it? It don't matter how beautiful it was if my brain was preoccupied trying to make sense of what I just witnessed.
What does he do with a person that says it made me feel awful? What does he do with them?
Yeah, what now?
That's a lot of people.
We're wrong.
Yeah.
He like hits you with a hammer on your head, like, stop it.
You know how they say that
Thanos them now.
You would do the thing that people say that we do all the time, but we do.
Which is?
Don't let people have feelings.
Yeah.
That your feelings are wrong.
Oh, okay.
Feelings
like you can't like something. That's what people say about us all the time. You can't like something.
Yeah, I mean, people can like it.
Yeah, you can like it.
Absolutely. The thing is, like, we don't have any control over that anyway. Like,
yeah, what am I gonna
go ahead
do?
and like it, whatever.
Right.
Broke the laws of the Star Wars universe. Jesus Christ, I have zero desire to view any of the franchises that I love through some encyclopedic kaleidoscope.
You literally fucking corrected the font.
Oh no.
Well, but this is very disingenuous because it's not like, oh well, she shouldn't be able to do that because I read on Wikipedia that this ship only has this type of. No. That's not the problem. The problem is it. Therefore, you say, wait a minute. Every time there's ever a battle in space, you're just like, why don't they do this thing they already established could be done? Apparently,
already had to try and fucking fix it with a shitty throwaway line.
They did.
I feel like that's definitive evidence that even Lucasfilm know they fucked up. They're like, okay, we didn't think this through.
Why didn't we stop Ryan? Because I don't know why we didn't stop Ryan, sir. I don't even know why we made him the one. Okay.
But yeah, like, if you're gonna pick this argument, as in, oh my god, you guys are obsessed with lore, this is not the scene you go with. Go with something else, dude.
No, not at all.
Yeah, this one is something that even a normie, you could sit someone down and in 10 minutes explain to them why this is a mistake on 10,000 different levels.
And the first question I have for him is like, what do you think is unchangeable in lore? And then he'd give me a thing, and then I'd be like, I changed it. I'd give him a scenario where I can change it and it's going to be entertaining for somebody, and I'd be like, why can't I change it? I wonder if he would actually fold, if he would be like, yes, everything can be changed.
Anything.
Anything at all.
kaleidoscope
And
of
if you were
do
talking,
and
if we were talking about strictly adaptations or different timelines, that's one thing. But these are direct sequels to one another. That is not the same thing.
Has the stain dried a bit?
Of
Over
what?
time. The continuity of the
Oh,
stain.
I thought you meant of like something that happened in the movie, and it
No,
Yeah.
no, I meant his literal
Lactate.
stain. I think it's
Stop
dried a
lactating
bit.
halfway through the video.
Yeah.
do
he
nots.
thought about the
And
Holdo
what
maneuver, and he had a
laws are we
squirt
talking
it
about
out.
here? What
Sorry, let's roll him back. He said, what laws are we talking
It's
about?
beautiful.
your desire to view any
So
of the
beautiful.
franchises that I love through some encyclopedic kaleidoscope of do and do nots. And what laws are we talking about here? What canon, what details, what complaints? Well, Wikipedia says that when ships go into hyperspace, they're going in.
Okay, so it doesn't actually matter how hyperspace works at all. This is not the concern. It's what the concern actually is all of the fights that have happened previously, being in the climax of episode 4, the climax of episode 6, and then of course the climax of The Force Awakens, you fucking idiots over at Lucasfilm killing your own movies. And then of course basically everything in the prequels. There's loads of space battles in the prequels. So all of these battles, if you rewatch them, all you're wondering is, why is everyone so stupid? Like,
Yeah, you're
Just do the
retroactively
thing.
removing all tension from any possible future fights.
unless you have a character say, no, that's 1 in a million.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, okay. That doesn't
old
help
movies.
it at
Just go back
all.
in, add it in. Put it in the crawl. Oh, by the way, like a little asterisk. By the way,
Yeah, and
just so you
the-
know.
That shit
stuff
wasn't
here, like-
cool, okay? It
and the
didn't make
stuff on
sense.
Wikipedia, it just describes what happens in the film and adds stuff behind it. It
Yeah,
doesn't change what happens in the.
I feel sorry for people who
films
write on
anyway.
Wikipedia, because they're desperately trying to write articles, or at least pages, that don't directly contradict a different page, because they're probably like, oh fuck, how do we explain this? They should seriously hire the writers of these Wikipedia's things and let them write a movie, see what happens.
Or at least proof the scripts to make sure there's no continuity fuck ups.
Water for this totally bad idea.
So yeah, but for clarification, right, the two theories about hyperspace are either you just travel in a line really fast, or you move into a different dimension that, like,
Space.
yeah, like the hyperspace, and then there's lanes as well possible. It depends on what kind of thing you subscribe to. When it comes to the films, they've not, I don't think there's even a line for hyperspace lanes, at least not yet.
So, okay, like an example would be if like in, say, The Force Awakens, you'd say, well, according to the Deep Star Star Wars lore, Han Solo can hyperspeed through the shields, through however the mechanics of it works. I'd say, well, okay, who cares? Because in the movies themselves, they never actually explain how the hyperspace works, so it's fine. But so this is a
Alright,
total straw man argument that he's making about this.
Isn't the
because
one
to
line
an
Empire where Han
alternate
Solo-
dimension. So a complaint that I've heard is that Holdo's ship would have ceased to exist in this dimension, and rather it would take a hyperspace lane in another dimension where contact with this dimension was impossible. And this is exactly the type of shit that I'm talking about.
What do you mean? Like, if that's literally, like, let's just say for a second that's absolutely how it works, we can't just say now it doesn't work that way. It just fucks with everything. Like, the biggest thing for all of us is just the battles are screwed up. The actual mechanics of the hyperspace, as long as you don't present it in such a way that makes it so that other things couldn't have worked that way. It's very simple. This is what I mean. I don't see how he wouldn't care about this. Just be like, dude, episode 6 and 4.
Because it was pretty.
Why didn't Luke just hyperspace his X-wing into the Death Star? Why didn't all of them do it? Why didn't they do it with just a droid? Why? Tell me why.
Sometimes it takes a strong, independent woman wearing a prom dress with purple hair.
And a halo. Don't forget a halo.
With a halo. That's right.
Just like an angel, she fucking yeeted herself straight into the enemy. Oh, but what they would say is, oh, but an X-Wing can't destroy the Death Star. Like, you don't have to. Just hit the cannon. Disable a cannon. That's all you have to do, is just stop the death cannon.
Yep.
Remember when one planet-destroying death cannon was a thing, and it was really, really a big deal? Remember those days? Those simpler times?
Sorry, if that's what you're focusing on in this scene, again, losing the heartbeat of Star Wars. And let's face it, a lot of
feelings don't matter.
Please tell me what the heartbeat of Star Wars is.
Pretty light show.
Yeah, like I'd be pretty shamed if all I liked about Star Wars is the pretty lights. I'd be like, ooh.
Explosions.
The law. What is the spirit of the canon?
What is the spirit of the heart of the canon?
Explanations for a lot of things in Star Wars came well after the fact, when maybe someone decided there's a little need for an explanation. Right?
Yeah, well, that's some things are definitive, some things are interpretive. Like, there are some things that happen where we're like, oh, I guess that's how that works then.
Yeah.
Right.
While there are other things that are explicit, and the characters will actually tell us that this is a thing that works this way, and we're like, okay.
But again, this is a total straw man.
Well, it kind of comes back to what we were talking about earlier, the Floompledingus device. It's like, up to this point, it didn't do anything. So as long as you give it an ability that doesn't fuck with anything that came before, you can make it whatever you want.
Exactly.
However, if you
This
make
fucks
it...
with everything.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Why did he choose this example? It's like the worst example. He's like, oh, you fucking concerned about your little details. It's like, well, yeah, I guess you could call these details. I can call these...
enjoying my pretty lights. Just shut up.
Oh, man.
Right. Some supplemental material came out explaining a thing that happened years ago in a movie. Another complaint that I've heard is, why isn't this method used all the time? Which, yeah, of course, right?
Yeah.
But let's face it, if we start talking about why didn't they this is
you're
and
not
why
gonna
don't...
answer the question.
What? Really?
Oh,
What?
I'm so excited.
You
just
gave up. He's like, nah, fuck
Piece
it.
of shit. You got me all excited because you were actually going to answer a specific question.
Nope.
And you're like, no, you can't get bogged down.
He's just doing we could do that till the cows come home. It's like, no, Greedo, we can't do it till... These are very specific...
Don't they do thoses in Star Wars? We'll be here for a very long time. And
give us one example.
Yeah, just
give us
give
one
it...
example.
Yeah.
Again, explanations come after the fact. Rise of Skywalker.
For a second there, I forgot he wasn't actually here with us.
Oh, I know, right? You know how he said, like, explanations come after the fact? Is he referring to the 1 in a million explanation? Is that what he's happy with that?
Yeah.
Yes.
After the fact, obviously. They shouldn't, though. They should be in the movie.
Would
The
you-
explanation should be in the movie.
Even then, it's like, if they knew it only happened 1 in a million times that it worked, you'd think that after
That should be in the
tens
movie.
and tens of thousands of years, they'd be like, how do we make that...
How do we reduce that number?
Yeah, how do we make this 1 out of 1? Because the 1 out of a million, I don't fucking buy that. I don't think you could fuck this up. You just hyperspace.
Was that line accidentally cut out of the movie? Because I mean, it would have had more stakes to the movie.
No, it was in the Rise of Skywalker.
No, I know it's in a completely different movie because nobody even thought about it. But if they would have thought about it in the actual movie, and it would have been actually in the movie where they do the maneuver, then you would have added more stakes to it. Like, this is higher stakes because it's a 1 in a million shot.
I agree. TLG could have had better writing.
It comes across as some of the most short-sighted writing in the history of man, because they're like, this is our battle right now. It's solved by hyperspace kamikaze. Cool. Ooh, we're setting up for our next space battle, guys.
Yeah.
I don't have to direct the next film.
Yeah, it's just like, what are we doing in this one? It's like, oh, I don't know. And then some other guy, thank fuck someone actually did this. They go, what about, like, the hyperspace kamikaze? And, like, all the other writers were like, what?
Fuck.
Oh, like, something we did before is now relevant. Like, it's just mind-blowing, because
it's canon.
They not only trip over the OT constantly in trying to make their own stories, they started to trip up over their own work. Like, that's how quick this happened.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to think of a equal scenario, but if you told me that we had a 1 in a million chance of killing, or like even hurting the enemy with a plan, I'd be like, maybe we should go with something. Is there anything else we can do? Like 1 in a million.
How about 2 in a million? Let's try that plan.
Because I don't know if we can better explain how staggeringly low in terms of probability that is.
The line makes the movie even worse. You're like, what the fuck? We're going with the 1 in a million plan.
Also,
she is an idiot.
I just want to highlight, like, 1 million ships show up at the end. Maybe, maybe all of them should just hyperspace kamikaze. We can guarantee it at that point, right?
Yeah, one of them will hit.
I'm sure one of them will hit, yeah.
So, somebody actually in the Discord linked to the Wikipedia to the Holdo maneuver.
Oh God.
The fact that she's the first bitch to come up with this obvious idea baffles the mind.
There's no. I refuse to believe that. Humans.
I
We've
don't
said this
believe.
before. Humans weaponize everything. There is just nothing we haven't tried that with. We're like, ooh, look at this flower. Can we kill with it?
So this it's actually a really short Wikipedia entry. It says, in a discussion about the nature and precision of the Holdo maneuver, Lucasfilm Story Group member Pablo Hidalgo cited a similar maneuver that appeared in an episode of Star Wars The Clone Wars, and that Holdo's maneuver was under unique circumstances. Echoing a echoing a 2018 comment made by The Last Jedi director Rian Johnson to r/films, I guess. He said, quote, "The fact that Hux doesn't see it coming means it's probably not a standard military maneuver."
He does see it coming.
Yeah, I think
he literally
it was,
does.
and also you're the director. You can't say it's probably not a standard military maneuver. I mean, is it or is it?
You wrote the shit. What are you talking about?
You're the director.
I think it was something. I think it was something that Holdo just pulled out of her butt in the moment.
Why would you admit to that?
Why are you speaking as if you don't know these things? You are the fucking director. It is your job to know these things. You're just like,
this would be just like
I don't know.
The only thing that could top that right now is a literal just fly on the wall recording of them writing that scene for the first time ever, and he just goes, "Yeah, it'll be fun." I don't know.
That's cool.
And once we have that, it's over. Like, because a lot of fans do a lot of work to try and like be like, "No, it makes sense. You guys are just nitpicking." Like, it really does. And it's just like once you get that clip, it's over.
Right.
You can finally be like, "There you go. He sucks." Okay. He's just doing it because it's fun. Do you know how easy it is to do stuff because it's fun when you have billions of dollars to give to CGI artists?
Maybe when he said explanations come after the fact, he was referring to how fans will try to explain away contrived, terrible storytelling after the fact.
Fans will work very hard to connect the lines of things they love.
Yes.
But it seems like the vast majority of explanations are just people saying, here's basically the mechanical story behind what we see in this thing. They're making everything. They're doing the opposite.
Yeah.
These explanations are people trying to make sense of it all.
Right.
Which can often be done without a problem. Sometimes, though, like, why do you think the Holdo maneuver Wikipedia entry is just so shit? Because, like, what are you going to do? What are you going to say?
Dude.
Like, how?
Yeah.
Imagine.
What's there to say?
Imagine being like the fervent Wikipedia writer. You go to the cinema, you see this movie, and you're just stressing out. You're like, how do I make these pages? Like, what am I going to say? What am I going to say?
Explain this.
My fans need to know how this makes sense, and I got nothing.
The page just be fuck it, I don't know.
Like a guy gave up and he said, I don't know, fuck it, it was 1 in a million. And JJ saw it and he was like, oh my god, that's great.
Fucking brilliant.
Perfect.
1 in a million. That's why it happens in the next film too.
And I can't remember if you mentioned it in your video, Sitch, I think you did, but the way it's filmed, it comes across as a throwaway line that they put in ADR.
Yeah, that was my theory.
Which means
ADR.
they didn't catch it until post-production, which is so embarrassing.
You think
I'm sure because if you watch the scene, it's filmed where they're looking at they look at Meredith Brandybuck and he says, "Why don't we do Holdo maneuvers?" And then it cuts to a bunch of random extras.
While Finn says it, isn't it?
You hear Finn off screen say it, and if you listen to it, his audio quality is different than it is in the next scene.
And that means they could have filmed Mary in, like, you know, what do they call it, reshoots, and then they, yeah.
I'm sure that's what it was.
You'd think they would be able to film Finn in reshoots, but
he just probably he's like, nah, fuck, I'm doing something important.
Well, I assume you see these tweets, right, where people make fun of him for playing such a shit character in the STs. Like, yeah. I got paid, so.
Yeah, he's great on Twitter. Yeah,
that's awesome.
Yeah.
That's the thing, it's not his fault. I'm pretty sure he'd be up for playing a great character. Why wouldn't he?
Sure. Yeah, people that blame actors are like, that's really stupid.
Yeah.
Just doing
a lot of them dial it in when they read the script. They're like, "Oh my god, this script is awful." That's what I blame the prequel for.
Dude,
man.
can you imagine the table read?
Dialing it in.
When they
totally.
Let's say the 1 in a million comment was in the table read, and they all burst out laughing when they read it, and JJ's like, "What?
Oh my god,
why are you laughing?"
You're like, "Okay, give us the real script, JJ."
Don't fuck around, JJ. Come on.
It wasn't the script.
Or
ADR after the fact.
When Mark Hamill reading out the Jedi deserve more respect, I wonder how much of a smirk he had on his face when he was reading that line.
Did you get that interpretation too? That it sounds like he's trying to stifle a laugh when he's saying that line.
I mean, that would make sense to me. It's such a like a middle finger to Riot Johnson. It's hilarious. I don't know if you saw recently, but Daisy Ridley made a comment in some interview about how. You're right.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The memes in the meme channel have been so fucking good.
You can't laugh at them. You have to show us.
No, I can't. There's so many, and they're so good. There's so fucking many, and there's so many good ones.
You can't do this to us. Show us
They're
the
so
memes.
bad.
No, they're so good.
Yeah.
I can't. How could you?
I don't know. You
Rags?
could do with this what you will, but that's why I didn't mention anything until I giggled.
You could have muted Rags. You did this on purpose.
Could have done it.
No, I couldn't. My hand couldn't move. The speed of funny was too.
Can you at
quick.
least post us one of them, just so we can at
yes.
least see
The
one of
meme is
them?
too strong.
Fine. I'll post one. Let me see which one did I really.
This meme better be good. This meme.
Yeah, you're hyping this up.
Oh,
Okay. Well, no,
I
there's
know.
many good ones. This was the one.
Rags,
that-
you can't back out. This meme.
This is the one that finally
Better be the
broke the
fucking Mona
camel's
Lisa
back.
of memes.
This was after a long line of funny ones. This is the one that finally just made it
Got
audible.
Rags in the meme. Oh, go figure.
I'm a funny guy.
no problem, Cubby.
So post the funny one.
Yeah, post the funny one.
You can tell from our silence that we're awestruck.
No, listen. First off, Sitch was laughing. Sitch is laughing.
I'm
All of us
laughing at you.
now.
We're laughing at
No.
you, Rags.
No, that's part of the. That's.
That was the joke.
That's still a victory. However, this was, as I said before, as I set this up. This was at the.
It's like a paragraph. You have
This
to
was
read this meme.
I know it's like a leftist meme, but this is like a meme at the end of a long series.
So why
of
did you
funny
show us the
memes.
funnier ones?
Because you said only show one, and I was, and so I.
That
said,
is
"This
not a
the one that I-"
reason. What you just said is not a reason.
Yeah, so you said show me one, and I was like, I'll just show you the one.
Look,
that
the
made you
answer.
laugh
Look,
at
the
the
I'll
end.
answer
just
he
show you
didn't
the
us
one
the
that
good
I'm
meme.
in.
The answer he didn't show us a good meme because it was 1 in a million, guys. It was 1 in a million.
No, the first
it's
meme
one
I
in a
showed
million.
was really funny.
Isn't the kid supposed to be spunky, not
And
cummy?
meme.
This meme isn't even accurate. This meme has not paid attention to
The
the
canon
law.
of this meme is not accurate.
All right, well,
Big girl meme.
Even Rags knows now. He's like, oh man.
no, it was funny. It was funny because it made me laugh. I laughed because it was funny. Here, what about this one?
That was better.
That was good. Yeah.
Yeah, it's good. See, this was one of the ones that got me
Oh, yeah.
primed and ready to laugh at the
That's
cummies
good.
one.
That one is good.
So any more of them memes or
Many. There are many funny memes. Go to EFAP memes and just scroll. And
No,
there's so
it's because to
there's
keep
some
our
gold
faces
in
on
them there
screen,
hills.
I can't go over there. I have to transfer them over, and if you do it,
Yeah.
it makes it much easier for me.
We
If I
can't
look over
trust
there,
you
I'm
now.
Can we
like,
wait till the end?
Yeah, sure, whatever you want, but if you just having these guffaws while we're trying to discuss this important video,
So do you want there? So
It
do you want
does.
it to be unfunny memes? Do you want memes to be unfunny so I don't guffaw?
no, that's clearly not what I want. That's a very weird extrapolation of what I want.
Quit your bitching.
You're a strange man.
We'll touch on it too, and then we'll have new details and new laws and new explanations. This shit is always changing.
So there you go, guys. Throw the baby out with the bathwater because fuck it.
there you go. Exactly.
Sorry, Cummy.
Why did you just say
Why
that?
even write scripts?
You should just
What's
give
the
up and say
purpose
it
of
never made
script,
any
you know?
sense anyway. Fuck.
Just
Grab the camera.
just
Have
say
the
all
actors
writing is
dance.
good. These people just
Boo.
want to destroy writing.
They can't be bothered. They're like, this is lame. I have to go and look at all this other stuff before I can make my thing. But it's like, you don't have to. You can go and make your own thing. Go away. Just make your own thing. Go. And they're like, no, but I want Star
Writing is
Wars money.
weird.
And you're like, oh, you want Star... Okay, well...
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've heard more complaints too, but for the sake of brevity, most are along the same line.
Maybe this is controversial coming from us. Maybe instead of for the sake of brevity, put more than the minimal amount of effort into a video and have it be long enough to explain your point in decent
Dude, the fact that he has to
The
like
one
amend
example.
his video in post is such an like he rushed the shit out of it. He was like, "Fuck it, I don't know."
Rags, this video
Could
is
you
already
not?
7 minutes.
Yeah, that's the
Yeah,
thing. Could you
calm
not have
down,
re-recorded anything in 7-minute videos? Like, come on, dude.
He's got to get the helmet out and do the like the gestures and
He
stuff.
doesn't
It's a lot of work,
He doesn't
man.
take the helmet off. It's always on.
Like the
At least, I
Mandalorian.
guess he noticed a spot in his shirt because he took it off.
He changed his shirt.
It's weird. You'd think it is strange. Why not just use the same shirt? And if you didn't like the stain, then go back and not have the.
Right, refilm the first couple minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
Don't
we got.
check off
We're,
your
look,
shirt.
we're
One
on
of
a
the many advantages of using an avatar, by the way.
Yeah, just a bit.
I can do
lines,
this shit
right?
naked.
And I've heard counter arguments that talk about like a ship's wake, right? Like a boat's wake, but a hyperspace wake, weaponizing a powerful wake. Like if you're in your kayak and
Why are you giving
some
this more explanation than the Holdo asshole?
But why did he just establish he doesn't need an explanation? Like, fuck it. And then he's like, also, there is an explanation.
exactly.
Like, what do you, what?
Like,
Who
what
cares
you're
if there's an
doing-
explanation if that's your fucking value system?
Why are you strawmanning this to be a thing that like exists and is a thing?
Me
that
and my
people argue
kayak.
about all the time, but then you just breeze over the Holdo maneuver like it was nothing. Like this.
Well,
is so
wait, is he still?
disingenuous.
Is this still in reference to the Holder maneuver? What is a boat's wake? Sorry, I need to check
It's the
that.
waves behind it. It's the waves that it
Explanation.
creates when it moves through the water.
Right.
Okay.
Explanations don't
So
matter.
he's
but, you know,
saying,
here's
is
why.
he
Go ahead.
suggesting that in space is what caused what happened?
No,
I
he's
guess.
like saying almost like hypothetically, people will argue about a ship's wake, like a hyperspace wake, like a boat wake, and he's going to these pictures of him in a fucking stupid kayak with his feet up like an asshole. And instead, I'm glad he's wearing that helmet because that tree's gonna clothesline this idiot, right? So, but he's like, oh no, the Holdo maneuver. Oh, don't even worry about it. I'm not even gonna answer that question. Instead, I have to talk about people who say things like space wake.
Is he suggesting that a space wake is enough to satisfy him in terms of an explanation?
That's what it sounds
No,
like.
he's
The
think-
explanation doesn't solve the problem though of destroying the cannon.
Well, I was gonna
It's just-
say the whole fucking problem
Yeah.
is what happened to the other movies' fight scenes. That
Yeah,
doesn't make
totally.
sense.
That's the problem you have to address. Like, why isn't he addressing that problem? It's like,
'Cause he's
okay,
straw manning. He can't address the
yeah,
actual
totally
person.
straw manning. It's like it
Boo.
totally
Talk
makes
about
sense
space
because
wake,
boats
not
and
the
water
Holdo
and shit.
maneuver.
Ew.
asshole in a big boat blew by you, going too fast and too close. You might spill your beer or take a dip in the drink. But this is all just details. Again, I've never been a hyper details oriented Star Wars viewer because when that kind of stuff is focused on instead of like the emotional impact of a narrative,
Why can't we have both?
Yes, these things are not mutually exclusive.
Why can't we have
This
both?
is where the talent of writing comes in. Details do not get
That's
in the
Space
way
Marine
of
has
plot,
both.
and if they do, you fucked up.
Always
Details
pretend.
exist. Details aren't just things that are in the ether floating around someplace and don't affect stuff. Like, there's things that happen.
They keep
Yeah.
making this false dichotomy. You focus on the details or you
Totally.
focus on the emotion. You can't have both. Like, oh.
But you have to have both.
Things
That's what
look
makes
pretty
movies
or they
great.
make sense. There's no one or the other.
Both.
And so you have this
I- yeah.
retarded hyperspace kamikaze, and then he's like, what do you want? A lore book that is explained for the first half an hour? You're like, no, that's not what I want.
it bogs things down for me. That's supplemental stuff. That is supplemental stuff.
You know, it amuses me
You
as
don't
well.
need it.
Because,
It doesn't have to be good. You don't need that.
you know when Holdo was like, how can we have all of this and we can't, you know, destroy them? Remember that scene? And his subordinate is like, sir, they're smaller than us, therefore they can move faster. Do you remember how fucking stupid that was?
Yes,
Oh,
that makes
right,
no
right.
sense.
So, what if I said to Greedo, I fucking hated that scene. It's all that details-focused shit with like, oh, this makes sense because this. It's like, get on with it. I want the emotional payoff. I don't want all this detail stuff. I don't want the characters talking about, oh, this ship goes slower than this ship because... It's like, that's stupid, dude. That is utterly just... I hate TLJ. It's a details-focused Star Wars movie. I way prefer the prequels where there's nothing but emotion and cut to clip of Anakin and going, I hate you.
The Holdo maneuver is the big problem with Holdo maneuver is that it ruins your emotion, because it means that in all those other space fights, there's no tension. There's no emotion of tension, because you're like, why doesn't one ship just blow everyone up?
Yeah.
Someone drew the peeing
Takes
thing.
all the stakes.
Someone drew the peeing on the needle.
Let me try and hang on. I'll try and get that on the screen. Oh, so annoying.
Did you guffaw at that meme?
Yeah, but this one's actually funny, unlike the ones that you link.
What a good meme Mahler shared. I wish Rags could share good memes.
I did share a good meme.
Hello, ladies and I like the expression on the dude. He's just like, "Yup, this is my day to day." Good meme. High five.
It was all right. Calm down.
I don't have to explain my guffawing to you, sir.
Guffaw.
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 You don't need it. You don't.
You do. You do need it. You need to be able to understand what the fuck's happening to actually be emotionally invested in the first place.
Right.
But apparently everybody is just like, when it doesn't make sense, they're like, well, I was still invested, so it's fine. It's like, oh, alright then.
As long as I like it, it's okay.
The heartbeat of Star Wars
Stop
is
saying
not
that.
in the tiny, inconsequential details.
He just cuts to the sequel trilogy. There's blood everywhere. Just like, beep. HelloGreedo is desperately pushing on the corpse. Like, come back, please.
Disney is standing there with like knives and bloody tools. Like there's a hatchet in it.
I don't understand. We focused on the heart.
How did this happen? I focused on I went straight for the heart with his bullet.
So the heart of Star Wars is blowing things up and making it look pretty? Is that the implication here?
I mean, what else is there?
Well, if you only think about what it made you feel, that feeling is the heartbeat of Star Wars. But if you ask 10 different people, what is the heartbeat of Star Wars, you'll probably get about 10 different answers.
Yeah.
That's why Rian Johnson, he did his heartbeat of Star Wars movie, and it fucked with shit.
Oh, it seems like the heart of it is that there's something greater. Like the heart of it seems to be based around the Force.
It's one of these, these ambiguous, floaty, poorly defined things. It's one of those words you could just throw out.
Right.
That doesn't really mean anything. You just hope that people come up in their own heads with their own version of what you're saying, and they don't ask any questions, because once they do, you're fucked.
Well, if he thinks the movie shouldn't have to do work to explain anything, as long as it looks pretty, why should he have to do work to explain anything?
He hasn't done any work to explain anything.
That's right. This is what I mean. His argument is so crap. It could have been 30 seconds, which is, I'm not really bothered when canon is fucked. Okay?
The end. Bye. See you next week.
Subscribe to my Patreon. Okay.
And laws and rules that do not impact a narrative.
How do you determine whether or not they do or do not impact a narrative so definitively? I'm curious.
By what it makes you feel.
Obviously.
That is, that is not how it works.
It is in Greedo land.
No.
Inside that helmet, inside of Greedo world, it's you know that there was a Snoopy, that there was that one old Snoopy movie where there's one of them, Woodstock had, all right, I understand what generation I'm talking to. In the Peanuts cartoon, the one with Charlie Brown, Snoopy is the dog. And
that cartoon from like 1920?
Yeah, sure. So in that one, by the way, I share a birthday with Charles Schultz, who drew that. So there's one of the old movies of those, huh?
Like same year.
You were on exact same day, or?
Yeah, I'm like 98. Yeah.
I'm just curious.
I see why you're the co-host.
Sorry.
Anyway,
people in the chat were saying you're a sidekick as well, right? So.
I'm not a sidekick. I have to keep this dude on track.
Wait, who? Where? What? What are we?
I got.
Well,
Is Rags the sidekick of EFAP?
No, I'm the primo guest.
Oh.
I'm the primary guest.
Rag, you're not the co-host?
I love this meme.
No,
I thought you
I'm
were the
repeat
co-host.
guest. No, I'm the repeat guest.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Your name isn't even on the show.
Mara's name isn't even on the show.
No, he's F and I'm Ab.
I'm definitely the fact.
Anyway.
Anyway, so what I was saying was,
sorry, I was laughing at a hilarious meme.
That meme is funny, and when I originally did read it, I did guffaw, so the meme has failed.
Damn it!
Because it was funny.
Damn it!
But it's a strange world we live in. I know. Bear with us. What I was saying something about, there was one where Woodstock gets a birdhouse, and Snoopy looks inside the birdhouse, and on the outside it's just a normal birdhouse, but on the inside it's like this super cool 70s pad, and it's really spacious and luxurious and everything. And I'm thinking, like, what? That's probably like what his helmet is. It wasn't supposed to be funny. That's the thing. I just had to explain a bunch.
Greedo's helmet.
Yeah, I was like, well, maybe that's what it's like. There's just really just more of a passing comment, really. That's like his world, the Greedo world in there, where heartbeats and things
Greedo
making
doesn't.
sense.
At least Greedo is consistent here. He doesn't like detail in movies, and his analysis lacks any level of detail whatsoever.
All right, I'll give you that. You're supposed to care about the heart of his video, okay?
It's like, I'm here to stand for the social justice Star Wars.
I mean, I haven't even gotten that. I don't know if that is a thing that he.
I think he's just a shit writer.
Anything goes.
Yeah, his standards are practically non-existent. He has no system. It's just whatever. I mean, feels are reals.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Might find skimming through a Millennium Falcon schematic book. Those details are fun, don't get me wrong, they're fun, but they're supplemental. And
well, if they're fun, how are they not appealing to your heart?
Yeah, I mean, it's fun. The Holdo maneuver was fun. So how come my fun isn't as valuable as your fun, asshole?
You're the wrong type of fun.
I guess.
Stop having fun. This kind of fun 376085. This is the correct fun. 77783.
Ambiguous, arbitrary fun, good.
And god damn it, they have changed so often over the years. If something like the Holdo maneuver, in all of its visual awesomeness and god speed rebels, breaks the quote-unquote laws of the universe, then hey, let's break some more laws.
No, kill yourself.
No, stop, no.
Oh my goodness gracious, no.
It's like you spill a bit of your like drink on the floor, and he's like, "Hey, just spill the whole thing."
I'll just take a shit on it too. Why not?
God damn it, dude! Like, this is your brain on subjectivity, I guess. You just go nuts. You're like, "Fuck everything."
Jesus.
It's like someone who goes into a tattoo parlor and they're like, "Man, I've got the name of my ex on my arm here, but we had a falling out. I hate him now. I want to get rid of it. I want to fix this." And they're like, "You know what? No, let's just add everyone else's name to your arm. Just all the names. Let's just put
like,
everyone else."
I don't want to do that. Like, it doesn't matter if you want to do that or not. It's happening.
This is what we're doing.
All your exes.
Huh.
It's just fascinating that I think at one point he may have cared when things are broken, but TLJ fucked his brain because he was like, "I love that movie so much and it doesn't make any sense." You know what? Things don't have to make sense anymore. Let's fuck sense. It's bad.
Well, we always say, like, this is so funny because all the research shows that people typically don't come to conclusions logically. You have some immediate emotional reaction to something, and then after the fact, you try to reconstruct logic to make it work. So this is like the pure example of that.
You have to teach people almost to like against their internal nature.
Right.
To be logical, to have systems of discerning why things happen, the reason for things.
Why did he love this movie so much? So I can't figure it out. Like, that's insanity to me.
He's a Star Wars fanboy.
Did he like the last one?
I think he was kind of meh on it.
Yeah.
But I think for the most part, he didn't focus on any negatives. It was just one of the, like what he did with the Holdo maneuver. It's like, oh, just don't think about it, whatever.
Right. Just don't think about anything.
That's Jedi. That's his movie.
I like the
It's
idea
weird
that
he
Disney
just stood
panicked.
in the corner with a different shirt for part of this video, and now he's back here with his old shirt on
I'm
his
gonna
chair.
go ahead and assume he
Yeah.
did the first and third parts, and then he was like, fuck, I need to amend this video with the second part and put it in the middle, and then he was like, fuck, I need to amend more of it, and he's gonna put subtitles and shit all over it.
He's like, I don't want
Yeah.
Mahler and Rags to yell at me. I need to add a bunch of shit.
Yeah.
It's
It
like-
didn't really line up with the heartbeat
Well, see,
of the channel.
We've said this before, but like people are like, wow, Mola talked about a movie for like 20 hours. Brevity is the soul of wit, buddy. And I'm like, I unironically would apply brevity as the soul of wit to this video. He took 7 minutes to say something that could have taken him like 10 seconds.
Yeah,
Right.
totally.
People
He
really say that about the streams. Like, oh, these streams are too long. The brevity is the soul of wit.
They literally say like, you talk about one thing for 11 hours. How? And it's like, how do you? That's not.
That's like literally the appeal for streams for most people, because they're like, oh, I want to have something super
like 'em
long that I
long.
can just listen to while I'm doing
Yeah,
bullshit.
I like them long.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
I don't like those short ones.
Yeah, long man
Yeah, this
proves
was
of
an
long.
11-hour movie. Yeah, I'd agree. It's not about the
But
stream.
even then, that could be, you know, like a TV show, but with no
Deep.
pausing.
Right. That's yeah.
You know, after a Star Wars movie comes out, I tend to do what a lot of you guys do. I go down a rabbit hole of reviews on YouTube and reading some critic and audience scores on Rotten Tomatoes. And oftentimes, the reviewers who harp on canon or an
Yeah, good
abundance
writing.
of details rarely, if ever, talk about the emotional impact of a
'Cause
movie.
that's-
What do you know?
First off, that's bullshit.
Crazy.
There's loads
Yeah,
of
that's
Star
horrible.
Wars obsessed channels that said that TLJ had like the biggest emotional payoffs ever. That's just
We
lies.
do that all the time.
Well, this is what I mean. If he was referring specifically to EFAP or something, I'd be like, yeah, okay, we did like it, but what's that
Even
prove?
meanie old concrete-hearted EFAP, those sourpusses, those bah humbug types on EFAP talk about how movies made them feel.
Yeah.
We just-
Angry.
I'm not going to say it's good because I felt a way.
There's like I'm sure chat will know it better than I will, but there's loads of Star Wars obsessed channels on YouTube, and this was the thing. This was like the fucking the quake of TLJ onto YouTube. A lot of those channels were like, yeah, TLJ good because all Star Wars is good, and a lot of fans were like, but this one wasn't good, guys. This one was not good. Like so, channels were getting tested, and a lot of them
Because
committed.
remember, the prequels were 20 years ago, which means this is kind of a first for a lot of people.
Yeah, a lot of people, and because loads of people really love TFA, and they were like, but TLJ is different. TLJ did things, did awful things.
Stream. Like, I want to get to this stream,
Yeah.
and I can't find it.
Oh, this stream, apparently it's out of the sub boxes now, it's gone, so...
Because like even on your channel, when I go to it, it doesn't tell. Let me go to subscriptions.
We started talking about Star Wars and not about the plague, so YouTube was like, kick it
Like-
out of the sub boxes.
I'm specifically clicking on subscriptions. I'm going to your channel, going to videos, your page. As if I didn't know any
And you don't
better,
see it.
if I wasn't here, I would not know that you're currently streaming.
Really weird.
Like, explain this bullshit, YouTube. I've tried. I went to the home because sometimes it pops up there like 5 times, and I can't find
Mhm.
it. I can find your channel in my recommendeds,
It's
but
showing
I
up for
can't.
me.
Does the video show up in recommended?
Yeah, I see it.
No, it doesn't.
Really
I
weird.
cannot find this.
Maybe you're shadow banned.
It's you, Rag.
I'm shadow banned for myself.
Oh god.
The ultimate
God,
technique.
do I exist?
They're after you.
If I go to
It seems really inconsistent because people are saying it is showing up for them, but it also sometimes doesn't, and the last one certainly didn't, so it's just like, what the fuck?
Yeah, no, YouTube is very inconsistent.
I'm trying really hard. I refreshed it on your channel and there it is. So it's just a matter of attrition to fucking find out if the people like I'm trying to find myself on YouTube and I can't do it. Man.
Yeah,
It's so fucked.
yeah.
YouTube it's just one of those things. YouTube is only YouTube.
the
That's
other
where everyone
reason...
is.
The other reason why what he just said is absolute bullshit. The Star Wars obsessed channels that love TLJ, they will tell you in infinite detail why the payoffs mean so much. They'll be like, oh my god, Han Solo's son with Leia has decided to, you know, not follow the footsteps of his master that led him to the dark side, but also to not follow the footsteps of Luke. He's straying into a new pathway. Which is going to be, like, unironically right now, I'm saying, like, you'll get more detail from people like that than you will from random people who are like, yeah, it was cool, I liked it, it was fun.
Yeah.
Even
like
though...
the politics of it.
We just have to break through to people. And a lot of people are probably... The problem is that people are totally down with the idea of just because that doesn't mean it's good and separate objective from subjective. They're totally fine with that. The problem is getting to that consistently, not just because you really like a thing, that doesn't mean it gets special rules. Bad writing's bad writing in everything. It doesn't matter if you like it. It doesn't matter if you have an emotional connection to it. You have to be consistent with it.
But how did it make you feel?
Yeah, but I'm awesome, Rags, so therefore everything I like must also be awesome.
How did it make you feel?
Make me feel so good.
Scene or a story.
Is Joanna
it's like
a
an
Disney princess?
Is what?
Joanna. Is Joanna a Disney princess?
Who's Joanna?
The lizard from The Rescuers Down Under.
What does it mean to qualify as a Disney princess these days? Is it literally to be owned by Disney?
I don't think so.
Is Darth Vader a Disney
I'm
princess?
not sure, because I assume she's not royalty, but then like, do you have to is that specific? Like, you have to be royalty, or is it more of like a just sort of a princess in spirit or something?
I thought only protagonists could be Disney princesses.
So Nala isn't a Disney princess.
Well, I mean, okay, not protagonists, good guys. Heroes.
Guys.
Wow.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Wow.
Listen, men
Did
make
I
the
just
best
assume Nala's
princesses.
gender? I'm so sorry. Oh my god.
Yeah, I don't know. Just
Are there evil Disney princesses?
I mean, a Disney princess doesn't have to be good, right? I mean, Maleficent, she
I don't know.
should be-
What is the latest on her?
queen,
Was she a Goodman turned bad turned good, or was she a Goodman turned bad?
But a prequel to Maleficent, where Maleficent's father and mother were alive, and she was a princess, she would be a Disney princess, I guess.
Yeah, but that never happened.
It does, yeah. I'm talking like hypothetically,
Right.
she would be one.
So you're saying we could turn anybody into a Disney princess?
I mean, not necessarily.
Darth Vader's parents were actually a queen and king, and he's also a girl.
Leia's a Disney princess because she's royalty. Disney owns the property.
It's literally Princess Leia. It's in her
Yeah, Princess Leia.
Princess of what, Rags? Rubble, that's what.
Is Rey a Disney princess? Because she's a girlman?
Well, she is sort of royalty because her grandfather was an emperor.
There you go.
Oh my god,
So
she's
Rey-
got double royal
God
bloodline.
damn it.
Jar Jar is a Disney princess. I would hope so.
Well, Boss Nass is a Disney prince or a Disney king.
Oh god.
Rhythmically generated analysis. A detective board spread out in front of you with red yarn connecting various...
I'm sorry, what the fuck's he talking about now?
He's saying that criticizing the Holdo maneuver is like being a conspiracy board guy.
What? I didn't realize caring what happened made you insane. Why is this where we're at?
You can't get hung up on details like him.
You can't get hung up on events. What's wrong with you?
Canon
You
or
think
an
the past
abundance
is just
of
stuff
details.
that happened?
Rarely, if ever, talk about the emotional impact of a scene or a story. It's like an algorithm.
That's a different thing. Yeah, in my biology class, we didn't talk about thermonuclear fission reactors.
Yeah, at that point, it just depends on
different things.
what kind of creator you're dealing with. Like, some people just don't fucking care to talk about some things. That's just how it works.
Right.
Doesn't mean it goes away.
Generated analysis. A detective board spread out in front of you with red yarn connecting various details.
You know what's funny?
You know the only reason that it's called a detective board, or that it's a detective's board, is because they're trying to make sense of things.
That's the thing I was about to suggest. Like, does he realize that to make sense of his fucking video, we would need one of them? We'd be like, so he says this, but he also says this, but this is connected to this. This over here is something important, but we don't know what yet.
In the middle, you just write feelings and circles.
Yeah.
That's the culprit.
It would be the heart of Star Wars in the center, surely. And question marks around it. Like, what can it mean?
To make sure things are in line. And that kind of bums me out. And that's honestly why if I'm going to watch a Star Wars movie review on YouTube, I prefer to watch them from, regular movie reviewers, not just Star Wars movie reviewers or Star Wars YouTube.
Yeah, because I might get information.
Wait, so that means he watches me, right? That means you watch me, right, Greedo? Because I review more than just Star Wars. I got reviews of Game of Thrones, Black Panther, Captain Marvel, Infinity War. You watch mine, right?
Reviewer, he means like mainstream, like reviewer.
Chris Stuckman.
You watch me, right, Chris?
Reviewer that exists.
Chris Stuckman is a great source of insight for movies. Don't let anyone tell you anything different.
YouTubers or people who talk about Star Wars constantly on YouTube because, it can be topical at times. I prefer to watch Star Wars movie reviews from like Chris Stuckman or Jeremy.
I mean, yeah, so Jeremy Johns is pretty good, and he's become pretty red-pilled on the Star Wars question. When it comes to Chris Stuckman, he's worthless. His reviews are nothing. His own movies are shit.
Ouch. Wait,
spoilers.
Is Chris Stuckman the Star Wars made for children guy?
He's the gelatinous blob that is movie reviewing. He's the person who just watches a film and then says like, this film was directed by John Smith. And John made Googly Eyes from 2015, and that was a very good film. And this film, I really liked the cinematography. It was very well executed. And I'd say that you should, if you enjoyed the one that came before, you'd probably enjoy this one. And I will say, I've noticed a lot of discussion surrounding the sort of implications of the social commentary on this film, and I'm not, personally, I'm not. It didn't affect my enjoyment. Thank you. This gets an A+, and get Stuckmanized. It hurts to listen to him because he doesn't say anything.
I mean, they really are. If you are a young aspiring YouTuber movie critic and you say, man, I wonder if I could be Chris Stuckman. Yes. Yes, you can. I don't even know who you are. I don't know anything about you. You can be Chris Stuckman.
Yeah.
Chris, yeah.
It just makes sense to me. It's like, of course you watch Chris Stuckman, HelloGreedo. Of course you fucking do.
Johns, agree or disagree, I find their opinions to be a much more pure look.
What does that mean, pure?
Sure.
What
does that mean?
You mean pure? What is that? What?
That sounds like code for not critical.
I was gonna say that sounds like a fucking dog whistle at this point. Like, what do you mean they're pure?
He's like a naive child viewing everything for the first time. Pure.
Oh, just don't get stuck on the details.
Yeah, just don't think.
Consume
product.
I prefer Chris Stuckman because he's pure. I'm putting that in Goodell. I guess he means like because they're not hampered down by the details of Star Wars. Is that where he's getting at?
Because they just blindly like it.
I guess so.
Yeah.
He only likes movie reviews that have the same opinion of the movie as him.
Right.
That's basically what he's
I want
saying.
him.
He's
I
like,
want
if
him.
the movie review has a different opinion than mine, then that's bad.
I want
don't
him
like
to
that.
tell all of us that we're dirty.
Tainted.
I will have you know that I take very, very good care of my doggy self. All right. I'm a fine specimen.
You make sure to pee all over yourself. Keep yourself sterile.
Oh yeah, that's how you do it. I just lay on my back and just fucking. I do the what's that challenge pissing from the Bob that car. What's it fucking called? Someone in chat will know what I'm talking about. Bill Hell's car. Bill Hell's the car thing. If you get it,
I don't watch
peeing
peeing porn, so I don't know what you're talking about.
No, this ain't porn. This is Bill Hell's Cars, home of challenge pissing. If you can land your back and piss 6 feet up in the air and not get wet, you get no down payment.
Damn.
Whoa.
It's the fucking home of challenge pissing.
Fucking deal.
Chat, back me up.
I thought you were referencing Joey Salads at first.
I don't know anything about Joey Salads.
He peed into his own mouth.
Did he?
Yeah, it's weird.
Wow.
Really weird.
I mean,
Then he ran
like
for
a campaign
politics.
pledge. Yeah.
He ran for politics.
He ran for
politics. He signed up for politic and
He
like
did.
Davy Crockett.
Normally, do the pee in your mouth challenge after you're done with politics.
Yeah,
You kind of did it
yeah.
backwards there.
Or at
What's
least
going
once
on?
you're already elected, right?
I bet.
Oh
Joe
yeah,
Biden,
exactly.
I bet Joe
And
Biden
then it's
accidentally
like
pees
peeing
into his own mouth.
During a
He,
debate.
he walks out of the bathroom and his pants and undies are around his ankles and he's like waddling forward. And he's like, I did it again. It happened
He's
again.
trying to
Oh,
talk and it keeps getting in the way.
dog-faced pony soldier.
Keeps getting in my mouth.
Oh God.
Close your mouth. What?
What? Just in general, Biden. Just close your mouth. We can't get political, guys.
No, stop
Joe
it.
Biden's crazy though.
One of our next president.
President Biden.
Yeah, how dare you? How
Yeah.
dare you make fun of our next president?
That's Mr.
Someone
President to
said-
you.
someone
For
chat
4
said-
years.
Someone in chat said Bob drinks his own pee to stay pure.
Occasionally dribbles it on his shirt.
Big Bill Hells, yeah.
I can't wait to tell Friggy that HelloGreedo thinks that Chris is a pure reviewer. He's gonna be like, what the fuck does that mean? Like, I'm not gonna be able to explain it to you. You're just gonna have to generate some details yourself.
Up against some laws or
the
things
expression.
that some fans might think the films or the movies or the stories or the visuals or whatever need to adhere to. Again, I think it's more pure. And what laws are we talking?
That sounds like the opposite of purity.
More
What
purity
just
testing.
happened?
He had a Biden moment. Give him a break.
Blah, 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 blah.
It removes the purity to constantly break its own rules. Like purity is strict adherence to yourself, if anything else.
Right.
Like being as
Yeah.
you as you can be.
So yeah, all right.
I
I don't know what to say anymore. Yeah, it's just
Every
like
sto-
such a strange content creator.
Star
I
Wars
think it's a
movie
sign
that's
of a
ever
stroke.
come
You
out
can see the left side of his face is kind of drooping a bit. Stroke. Oh,
has
his,
done
his
new
tummy
stuff
stain has
that
dried
people
up a bit.
Oh, he's doing it again. The whole like new stuff has come before, guys. So chill.
visuals or whatever need to adhere to. Again, I think it's more pure. And what laws are we talking?
Oh, he literally had this track.
Every
What
time
was
you think he's about to make like an actually interesting statement that's really worthy of discussion, not just us memeing, he just stops himself or he has a seizure. I'm like, damn it.
You know, this note is gonna be weird when I read this in like just under a year's time, where I'm like, you have to say what laws are you blur.
Is that gonna be on Gedelb?
Number 4, yeah, and I'm not gonna remember why I did that. I'll be like, okay.
Well, what you're gonna have to do is you have to type it out in a way that you'll know what that is, so that a year from now you're like, oh, that's what it was. So go ahead and just type out
Just put parentheses seizure.
yeah, seizure noises, like it's for the hearing impaired.
Okay.
Every Star
Disnoid
Wars movie that's
seizure.
ever come out has done new stuff that people bitched about that kind of trampled on the previous movies, right? That's
Funny how this one had more complaints than like ever, but I'm sure that's a coincidence.
What came out with The Empire Strikes Back that
Yeah,
ruined?
the
what-
original trilogy, that shit didn't happen. What is it? What the hell is he talking about?
He said every movie. I'm trying to think of what happened with Empire Strikes Back. That was the first. Well,
That's
right.
what I mean. Yeah.
What? So the question is, what happened in Empire Strikes Back that made people go, "Oh my God, you've ruined A New Hope"?
That ruined
or-
what came before it, or changed, or ruined. Yes, ruined something that came before.
Or The Last Jedi. It seemed like they stuck with canon.
Return of the Jedi.
Yeah.
Yeah, Return of the Jedi. My mistake.
How dare you?
How fucking
original-
dare you?
The original trilogy stuck to canon. They did. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I got nothing. Like I was trying to think.
What's the thing, man?
I was
Whatever
trying-
you,
I was like
I-
double checking what he said, and it fails.
whatever you
Well, I
dig
mean, you
up,
could-
it'll
I
be
think-
a microcosm compared to the things you dig up for basically everything else.
Right. Well,
Okay.
I'm sure people complained about like, oh, their Ewoks are destroying stormtroopers, right?
Right.
Okay.
There's an
No.
Even as a
argument.
child, I thought that was odd.
Yeah, you know, do you remember this
See-
specific shot where Han Solo is like preparing to shoot stormtroopers, and then he realizes like, oh, And there's this awkward, like, the teddy bears are slowly tapping their wooden sticks against the stormtroopers, and the stormtroopers are like, oh my god, oh no.
no.
And it's just like, oh, alright.
Only I was covered in armor.
Or like, don't they like, they take 2 logs and they like smash a ATST and it like squashes it?
Someone said in the novel in A New Hope, Uncle Owen and Ben Kenobi were brothers.
Huh.
Empire ruined that. But that's
Well.
a novel.
Wait, didn't A New Hope ruin
Do the
that?
metaphor.
Because no, he didn't mention that in A New Hope at all. He didn't seem to care
I
that
feel
much.
like in the movie, it's cross-media stuff.
Did-
I don't...
Midichlorian thing in Phantom Menace break canon? Because I'm not sure that it actually breaks canon.
I'm not sure either.
Just
Because
makes
the
Up. Like it makes the movie terrible. But
Depends
I
who
don't
you
know.
talk to. A lot of people feel it destroys it. A lot of people feel it doesn't damage anything.
Because it depends.
I feel it.
So if we look at it in the sense of midichlorians are just a result of the force that you have, then it doesn't
Right.
ruin it. It's not that the
At all.
midichlorians are the cause of the force. It's that based on the force, you have the midichlorians to
But
show it.
there is
Which
still the problem
causes
of
problems.
Yeah, because you. I'm pretty sure this is
White
Plinkett that
testing,
originally said it.
Palpatine,
Yeah,
stuff like that.
that would be something.
An antibody, like if you have a lot of force, you build up a lot of midichlorians. Is that kind of the thesis?
Could you
Going
theoretically have a
out.
lot of midichlorians and not be a force user at all, though? Or
I'm not sure. That's the
Yeah.
thing.
We don't know because
Because they never really. went
what's
back
the
to-
that's the actual line? Because I thought he said the line is the midichlorians are things in your blood that allow you to communicate with the force.
God,
But you could, but you can cut yourself off from the force.
Oh, yeah. I don't know.
It was dumb. Whatever. We all agreed it was stupid.
well, that
If
that
Greedo was
seems-
in this call, he'd be like, "Guys, you're focusing on too many details. You gotta
I'm
think
having-
about the heart."
But I'm having more fun with this. It's the heartbeat of Star Wars is trying to fix all the problems.
It is.
That is the new heartbeat of
Star
Star
Wars.
The new heartbeat of Star Wars is bitching about it on the internet.
So that
That
is
is now the heartbeat. Yes.
I know. It's sad. It's sad, but it's true.
the terrible movies that spawned a million friends.
That's actually a great move.
This is really good.
Everyone's like, "What did she say?"
So true.
Oh,
All right, let's get this
Um,
sorted, shall we?
It's always been the thing. Restricting creative freedom for new fun and inventive ideas because of some wishy-washy loosey-goosey Star Wars laws sounds
Oh
like the
my
most
God.
soul-killing knife in the heart of a franchise thing.
then don't have
I
the
can
rule
imagine.
breaks.
Then go make
If
your
that
own
kills-
shit.
Yeah,
Fuck off.
If that kills something,
Go
then
make your
don't
own fucking story. I hate the idea. You have like a dude who pours his heart and soul for a million years over this fucking story, and then you die, and you someone picks it up, and they're just like, fuck it. I don't know, whatever. Like, just
make money.
Lord of the Rings episode 4, the death of the king. And you're like, what are you doing? And it's like, it opens with Aragorn, a broken, cowardly failure. You're like, no, what are you doing?
Well, did you play the Lord of the Shadow games? Shadow of Mordor, Shadow of War?
I
Raid
did
Shadow
not.
Legends?
Oh my god.
Yes. Have you played Raid Shadow Legends for code Mahler? Get your free. No, the Lord of the Rings games.
I played the
I
third
didn't.
eight, and I played Two Towers and Return of the King on the Game Boy Advance.
Oh, you didn't play the Shadows of Mordor games?
No,
Because I was gonna say that would be. I think the gameplay is great, but that would be an example where they should have done like an alternate timeline or something. Because it's like, why would you try to set up a hero that you know is just gonna fail? Like, there's no stakes in the story if you know, oh, well, he's obviously not gonna win because you need to have the movies later.
I mean,
Irony.
depends on what he's trying to do.
yeah.
Well, you know, he's literally trying to stop Sauron, and you're like, oh, well, he's obviously not because we know what happens in the movies.
Well, that brings into question the idea of, like, let's say there were no movies, and you found out at the end of the game that he does not stop him. Does replaying it then have no value because you know how it ends?
Well, not a game so much because a lot of the game isn't the story; it's the gameplay, right?
Couldn't I make that argument then for your first question?
Well, no, I'm saying because I started by saying the gameplay is great, but unfortunately the story part. So I'm separating them.
Well, again,
Are you saying because there's spoilers it sucks? Is that your argument? Is that
Like-
what you're saying?
what if
Well, no,
someone
I'm
was
saying-
to say, like, Lord of the Rings sucks on rewatches because you know that they're going to destroy the ring?
Yeah, it's a different experience. It's a totally different experience.
That's
Some
true, but
movies,
yeah, exactly. But there's a different experience between your first viewing of a movie, right, and your second.
Well, sure, but I think I'd be curious at the very if let's say like the story of this game is John Smith trying to kill Sauron, I'd be like, well, clearly he's not going to be successful, so I'm curious how all this goes out.
Well, I don't know, because I guess like with Lord of the Rings, it's not like for me personally. I don't really want to watch a story that you get invested in, and like they're just gonna fail at the end.
how it ends, really? Huh?
You know that they're gonna fail at the end specifically.
Well, isn't
you
that
know
Rogue
how it's gonna
One?
end, and you know they're gonna fail.
Rogue One kind of does that, right?
It's like the
Yeah,
class.
but no, they sacrifice themselves to get the plans.
Well, so my point is that it's the reverse. You know they're going to win.
Right. Well, yeah, but I wasn't a huge fan of Rogue One.
Okay,
personally.
but you get what I'm saying, right? Like, just because you know maybe a detail like that doesn't necessarily make the story less
Yeah, but I'm
engaging.
saying I think it's a
Yeah, like,
combination
if-
of knowing and the fact that knowing that it's gonna fail.
Like, what about
This is
Valkyrie?
why-
Or
why
like the
we,
movie of a failed assassination attempt on Hitler.
I haven't seen Valkyrie, so I don't know.
Well, then a hypothetical movie about a failed assassination
Yeah,
on Hitler.
I don't know.
that's what I mean.
Like,
I feel like
Hitler doesn't die.
I feel like the
but
details might make for a good story, you know. Oh, a lot of people are saying Better Call Saul. Would that count? Because you know how that's gonna end, obviously.
Yeah, but in Better Call Saul, I only saw the first season, but I'm assuming you're watching it to watch like the evolution of Saul's character, right?
Well, but like wouldn't all of those sort of arguments work in favor of being like, just because you know the end, you can have all these other things?
It would work. Okay, so I guess it would work if in the Shadow games, if
Well,
I can't
Titanic.
think of the guy's name.
Titanic, yeah.
If the main character was like a compelling character and you liked him and you wanted to see his character, but his character is very flat and boring, so
Right, but that would be the problem, wouldn't you say? Instead of knowing
Right.
the ending.
I guess it's a combination of things, I guess.
Well, like, what about Titanic? What do you think about that?
Well, I always thought Titanic was overrated.
Okay, but you agree that a theoretical Titanic could be a great film, even though you know it's gonna end a certain way, right?
Yeah.
Sure, but it's about. I guess because it's about it's about a tragedy. The whole thing is it's structured as a tragedy, right?
Just like a failed assassination attempt on Hitler.
Or a failure to
Right.
kill Sauron would be a tragedy.
Yeah, but the game isn't structured thematically like a tragedy.
So, it's more so a failure of execution, not a failure of knowing the ending.
Yeah, I guess you're
what
right.
about-
It's not
Someone asked,
conceptually
what about
knowing
Romeo
the
and
ending.
Juliet? Romeo and Juliet, you know from like the first line that things are going to end badly.
No, especially I think in most Shakespeare plays, like the guy would come out in the beginning and literally tell you how it's going to end. So
Someone mentioned Troy. That's a good example.
I know how that ends. The Hosian Tross.
Someone said, "Why is Sitch so wrong about everything?"
Wow.
I don't remember that movie, but Halo Reach is a good example.
I think you're Halo reaching,
or
Rags.
people, if someone in the chat wants to defend the Shadow of Mordor games as having a good plot, I think they're
Someone said 300.
a little mistaken there.
Yeah, 300.
Saving Private Ryan, the Nazis lose. Oh man.
Yeah.
It's a sad ending, but
Well, can't win them all. Oh, by the way, we were watching a video. I don't know if you guys remember.
Oh,
Sure. Even
Almost
like
done.
Chernobyl, the first scene in Chernobyl is like a setup.
True. Yeah, because I don't know if you guys know about Chernobyl. It was this whole thing, but like
I
if you
know
watch
about
the
the
show,
history.
then you're like, oh boy.
By
You
the
kn-
way,
Yeah.
and as chat said, please avoid spoilers for World War II. Thanks.
Mhm.
Yeah, if anyone here hasn't seen Chernobyl 2, it's a fucking masterpiece. Someone said stop comparing the Lord of the Rings to real life events. It's like, but it's real life in that universe.
What do
And
they,
you know how it
wait, what
ends,
do they
so it
mean?
works.
Oh, well, but the logic stands, doesn't it? Like
Yeah,
a
the logic
Titanic
stands.
story is interesting not because its interest isn't destroyed by the fact that we know it crashes. Similarly, a lot of people knew. I mean, I feel like I'm probably one of these people. I may have been tricked at some point into maybe thinking it wasn't going to happen, but as far as I'm concerned, most people know the ring is gonna get booped in Lord of the Rings.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's a question. I'm trying to think, are there other video games that you go into it playing know that you're going to fail at the end?
So like narratively failing.
Yeah,
rather
like
than-
at the end of it, your goal is going to just be a failure.
Halo Reach.
Couldn't there be an argument for your failure is like you do achieve something in Halo Reach, by the end of
You
it, though,
achieve
right?
something, yes, but it's definitely not what you.
It wouldn't, yeah,
originally
you wouldn't
started
classically
doing.
call the end to your tale in that story as a complete success. Like, well,
It's definitely a well at least ... ending.
Right.
Someone said Dirty Dozen.
Force Unleashed, that's true. In Force Unleashed,
that's
the two endings were either you become super evil or you die, I think.
Right. Right.
Super evil it is.
Yeah, exactly.
Some saying Minecraft. That's very true.
Darkest Dungeon? I don't know. I didn't actually get to the end of Darkest Dungeon.
Raid Shadow Legends. You can't win Raid Shadow Legends. You can only spend more money.
There's only middle with Raid Shadow Legends. It's the perfect
it's
game.
only middle. The Mist? No.
Mist?
Because you don't know how that's going to end when it begins.
Yeah, that you don't. Do you? I can't remember.
I don't think so.
I love
forget.
the first Mist.
Maybe. Yeah, Mist is really good.
Do you like the ending of The Mist?
No, the game, not the movie. Right? You're talking about the game with the books.
Every battle
Yeah,
royale.
the movie's a brutal ending.
Let's see. Star Wars Galaxy of Heroes. The Italian Job. I haven't seen it.
Someone said, Saving Private Ryan, you know that Tim Hanks survives. Okay, first of all...
Tim Hanks. I love Tim Hanks. He's one of my favorite actors ever. Oh, Tim. Tim always pulls through.
Just he's actually accurate. There's like another actor called Tim Hanks in that film.
And he's in fact like, hello.
And he survives. Like, oh wow.
I'm Rifleman 31.
All
Tim
right.
Hanks. The Roman Republic.
Tim Hanks has corona.
I loved him
no.
in Tool Time. It's Tim Allen. Oh, I'm telling you, there is some gold in them there hills in the chat. It was such an inconspicuous comment, but it was so good. I loved him in Tool Time. Whew. Oh. All right.
Imagine. Artistic freedom! Well, those R2-D2 jetpack legs would have been really convenient in the original trilogy.
Is that true?
The R2-D2?
Would his jetpack legs have actually... When would he have used them in the original trilogy?
Yeah.
To
Maybe he was saving the fuel.
escape from the Jawa? No, because he got ambushed.
Chat, help us out, because I feel like there probably is an example, but I'm blanking right now. I'm trying to think of... The question is, when could R2-D2 have feasibly used the jetpack boosts that he has in the prequels in the OT? And you have to cite a time where it's confirmed that we know he should have used them.
Or some logically, you'd be like, oh, he should have used them here.
To kill Darth Vader.
Does Darth Vader ever interact with C-3PO?
He falls
right?
Someone said he falls in the swamp in Dagobah. That's probably fair.
Yeah, but you could say, well, you can't use the jets because there's water.
Swamp water.
Make some bullshit, right? Could you say that about why doesn't Darth Vader recognize?
People are saying the barge. Does he need it on the barge? He fires Luke's lightsaber to him, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. What else would he need to do?
Does he need it on the barge? I don't know.
Well, in the originals, like R2-D2 wasn't doing like combat stuff, right? So...
He falls off Jabba's barge, but again, he's with C-3PO at that point. It isn't him flying. I guess you could say he could soften his landing if he had used his boosters. Yeah. I think those are two examples that are sort of like,
It's kind of minor compared to the whole.
Well, this is the thing. Let's say, for example, he did use them. He lands softly next to C-3PO. I'm like, all right, he still gets collected and nothing really changes. In the swamp, he gets out of the swamp. And you're like, all right.
Nothing changes.
Yeah, he was out of there anyway, thanks to getting... He gets, like, blown out by the local Swamper dial or whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
The fonts.
Yeah, because what we're looking for is instances where, say, for example, it's like, R2, get to me right now across this, chasm. I need you. And it goes beep boop. It's like, you can't because you don't have boosters? Damn it.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
And yeah, like someone said to fly away from the Jawas. He did get jumped by the Jawas, right? He wasn't he didn't have a chance to fly away. At least from memory.
Yeah, he got jumped.
Yeah,
they
maybe.
came up from behind the rock and
on.
hit him with the ion thingy, and he.
And he was like,
then
"You
he fell
cunts!
over.
I can't believe you've done this," and fell over.
Yeah, I can't believe you've done this. Imagine
Wow.
writing an autobiography and not caring about
Not caring about what?
canon.
It didn't matter what happened in the past of his life. It only matters
Yeah.
how it made you feel.
Well, that was like the Facebook movie, right? Like all that was just made up.
The Facebook movie?
Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo.
Yeah.
R2
all that
ran
stuff
out
about
of
Mark
space
Zuckerberg.
fuel. They don't
Really?
fly now.
No, it was real. It all happened.
So yeah, that was HelloGreedo. What do you guys think? Is that the first time you've viewed a HelloGreedo video?
Pretty stupid.
Oh,
It is for me, first time. Yes. I don't know. I don't like his
I
thesis.
remember when I lost my Greedo virginity.
Mhm.
Those were simpler times.
I just think he
Should I watch
speaks for
more?
the
I feel like I
fans,
should
okay?
hate watch.
He speaks for the fans. You guys are just these weird,
Is he like the Lorax of Star Wars fans?
I am Greedo and I speak for the fans.
I've
speak for the
seen. I'm
app
pretty sure there's people in his comment section who say stuff like that. Let's have a look.
Well, it's like Rags. You said
Welcome to the
earlier,
sand.
people- I mean, you could just accept that you like something and it's not good.
It's fine. You could do that. It's okay.
Yeah.
It doesn't break canon.
Things that aren't
Look at this.
good.
George was constantly just doing whatever he wanted. There's a dozen continuity errors between the prequels and the original trilogy, but it doesn't matter. It's like, what? No, it totally does.
It does. That's bad.
This is
Right.
bad.
Like, those things are also bad.
This weird
Well-
narrative that we just like, oh no, you guys don't complain about anything in the prequels. You're like, okay.
We
That's
do.
the thing. They act like everyone's saying the prequels are some masterpiece.
The thing
Well,
is that we've
not
sort of been talking mostly about the sequels because they've been kind of important
Yeah, they kind of knew. And
lately. They're a big thing.
not to
maybe.
mention that the OT isn't perfect.
Sure.
So like, you don't even need to like go to the prequels and be like, so are the prequels perfect? It's like, no, we complain about all of them. It's just that the
Yeah.
sequels, once you're done complaining about them for about 10 hours, you're like, right, that's the intro scene done. Let's move on to the next thing. It's like, Jesus. It was
And movie making and storytelling has evolved, so you'd think that they were even better because we know have all this knowledge at our disposal.
Right.
And the internet. Like communication is
How can
off
you
the
say
chart.
that? We have all this knowledge at our disposal where they just advocate for like forgetting history. It's like,
Yeah,
fuck
well,
that.
okay, I guess that's against their mission, but I don't know. You'd think that they were better. You would hope that they would be better.
Look at this big brain comment. What makes this even funnier is that one of the underlying themes in The Last Jedi was how adherence to dogma and tradition for no good reason led to the fall of the Jedi. I get the feeling this was lost on a lot of the critics who only cared that Luke wasn't super noble, super powerful Jedi.
Yeah, fucking nailed it. That's definitely our issues.
And that straw man is one of my favorites, where it's like, you wanted to see him bouncing around and slapping every single thing to pieces. Like, yep, that's me.
I just want him to not be a fucking asshole.
Can he just not be an ass? Yeah.
I just want an explanation as to why he wants to kill children in their sleep.
Not just children, his nephew.
Yeah, his best friend's son.
Dude,
Yeah.
Stan
Like,
Rags, he had a bad dream.
Yeah.
He had a fat dream.
He's been hitting the stockroom in that Jedi temple.
Bad video, HelloGreedo.
That was-
Lazy. Needs work.
Yeah, I was gonna say
F.
we're 2 for 2 in terms of bad. Can the third rescue us from this nightmare?
Well, at least for as bad, I mean, like, MovieBob's video was bad because what he's saying is, like,
Awful.
psychotic, right? At least he's giving you some weird explanation that you're like,
At least it makes
agree
sense.
with. Yeah, but this is like he just doesn't even tell you. He's just like, well, I just felt like this was a cool scene, so everyone should shut up about it for 7 minutes.
I liked it. So shut up.
All right, I guess
Yeah,
are we? Is this happening? Are we saying that MovieBob currently winning this EFAP?
I'll say it. Yeah, MovieBob currently better right now.
So
Maybe better is not the right word.
Bigger.
Like more bodies. Like I don't know. I feel like MovieBob would be the more likely to be a serial killer than this guy. So
That's true.
I
That's true.
I mean, yes.
I can forgive you for just like wanting to like movies for no good reason, based on nothing. Over like, I think we should Thanos half the planet because they have different politics than me. What's the criteria for which video is better?
It's a good question.
How it made you feel? Fuck it.
So the third of our triple threat is Mr. Tonald himself. The fans adore Tonald. He is Downward Thrust is the channel. He often talks about video games. He's got a video out recently that I have not checked out called The Paradox of Death in Video Games.
Oh my god.
Are you
that
ready
sounds
to
like
have
some-
your mind blown by whatever he's gonna say?
That
I'm
sounds
ready.
like some deep shit. Are we gonna Sloanald it?
To die in a video game is often a very unceremonious affair. Unless you're playing a permadeath game, at best you'll be respawning immediately and trying again. At worst, you'll be forced to load your last save or checkpoint, and some games don't even have a game over screen anymore. So did you ever really die? Or did you just lose progress?
That's some fucking deep shit right there.
Oh,
Did you ever
Oh,
really
man.
die?
no.
Or did you just lose progress?
no stakes in video games.
Have you ever thought about death that way? You really just lose progress.
Like,
I
How
lose
do
the
I know-
ability to make progress. I like it.
how do I know that like the color red that I see is the color red that you see?
You fucking don't, man, because colors aren't real.
Oh my god!
Oh my god, they're just a shared mutual phenomenon between
Is
brains.
death
Oh
real
my
if we
God.
just respawn?
Oh my goodness.
Think
Is that
about
what babies
it.
are? They're just
Babies.
respawning of new players?
Is a baby just a weird orphan?
Let us delve further.
Theoretically, it makes no sense. We can only imagine our own reasons for why our hero comes back to life for 2 more tries.
So
2 more tries? What are you talking about?
when it comes to games, there is an instant, and I talked about this. I had 2 years ago when I made that Battlefield 1 video when that first started coming out. Where when you're in a game, you know that in the meta sense, of course, you know that you are playing a video game. That's why we can accept things like reincarnation without any issues. But
Yeah.
lore breaks, like if everyone in Battlefield 1 was a woman running around on the battlefield, that would break our immersion, even though we accept without any
Oh,
problem
yeah, I remember that.
reincarnation. Yeah.
That argument being like, you could accept dying in a game and coming back to life, but you can't accept a woman!
Correct. Yes, that is correct.
And yeah, well, it's just funny that he's like, so in Mario, when you get 3 tries and then you're out, you try and rationalize it theoretically. It's like, no, you don't. You just need to-
Yeah, no one tries to rationalize it in universe. They just
you know, that's save
accept
that
it's
for
a game,
games.
Scan over, you go on. Yeah.
There are some.
Maybe
Isn't the
HelloGreedo saw
criteria
this
to know
video.
that you're? Isn't the
This is what he was
criteria in the game that you're entertained more than anything though? Not
Well-
that it's like
Well,
real.
the issue with games is that there's the intrinsic component to a video game is that it is an interactive medium or a
Right.
piece of media. So
Right.
you have to
Same
account
versus
for these
that thing.
breaks because the player, has to do this stuff live.
The women
um,
thing versus the death thing though. Like
Well-
the reason why you come back from death is because it's more entertaining. The reason why you wouldn't want women like all in the video game breaking the illusion of it is because it's more entertaining. You're pushing towards more entertainment always.
That's a part of it. If you never respawn in video games would.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's
that's the interesting part, right? Because some video games do actually do it, and some video games account for it narratively. Like, the first thing that comes to my mind is Bioshock, where it's like,
Right.
you spawn in the Vita chamber, and you're like, oh.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
um,
Yeah, they get around it. They're like they're like, it's more entertaining to do it this way where there's a reason.
I
why
I
you
actually
die
think
and come
it's
back to life.
I think it's better to, in a lot of senses, it's better to just accept it's a video game and move on because people won't even think about it.
Mm-hmm.
I
Oh,
think
I'm
the Vita
totally,
Chambers-
I'm okay with it if they can fix it up
yeah,
to make
because the
sense.
Vita Chamber one's actually really terrible. Because you
If there's a workaround, though, I think it could be better, though. I
because
think
how come
the
the enemies
chamber
don't use
could work.
Vita Chambers? How come Andrew Ryan doesn't use Vita?
Do you not
It's
know?
just really weird stuff.
Yeah.
No,
I
why?
thought only Andrew Ryan could use them.
It's only Andrew Ryan, and then you have his DNA, and it's
Right.
disabled for him when you kill him.
Oh,
But why is
Better-
it disabled for him?
I can't,
Very-
like, I'd
very
have to look at
story
the
line.
replay the
Oh,
game
I
to find
forgot.
out, but there is a reason. I think he turned it off or something, because he said he wanted to fucking... Someone in chat will know the answer to this. But you do find out that the splicers can't just use Vita Chambers. They're specifically for, like, the, I guess, high-end, or just Andrew Ryan.
I thought it was just him.
They do account for this in the game.
All right. And maybe I'm thinking about how bad the mechanic is, and because when you respawn, like enemies stay where they were when you left
Also,
them.
I was gonna say, like, the reason I hate it is because you can fucking cheap the game really easily with that shit. Like, I don't know about you guys,
Just
but I
kamikaze,
liked
yeah.
to play Bioshock seriously without Vita Chambers on.
Right.
Um,
Yeah.
the
Otherwise, you just
So that's-
kamikaze and you just beat your head against the Big Daddy till it's dead. You lose all the emotion of the fight.
this is the same reason why in cutscenes someone could die in one bullet when in the actual game
Right,
you
yeah.
get
Right.
hit points and stuff like that. But it's one of those things where it's not a problem because people don't make it a problem, if that makes any sense. People don't even think to have it be an issue. It's one of those things you laugh at, but because it's a
Well-
video game, it has to like it. If a video game plays by if a game played by the same rules as a movie, you'd have some serious issues.
Right.
Yeah. Different entertainment factors.
Yeah, it's just a product. The Greedo Mile, Tim Haynes.
Tim.
Tim Hanks.
Tim Hanks.
That's really impressive Photoshop work.
Yeah, you don't notice it at first. You're like, oh shit, that's
Very quickly.
wow. Anyway, carry on, Tonald.
It is certainly never contextualized through the narrative, nor can it ever be. After all, a hero cannot make it to the end of a game when he's already dead. Thus, death and failure seem to be conflicts of interest. But
Sorry, did he say that it's never contextualized?
I don't know.
Because a lot of games...
Well, one place where it is, obviously.
Well, he showed an example of Limbo. Isn't Limbo the whole thing that you're already dead?
Oh, there you
Someone
go.
said Rags
More
must have
context.
hated Hardcore Henry. He's like, I haven't seen it.
Wait, what about
Depends
Hardcore Henry?
Hardcore Henry.
Apparently,
Oh, that
someone
movie's great.
said I must have hated it. I don't know why I would, but I don't want spoilers. So
I liked Hardcore Henry.
You should watch it. It's amazing.
people tell
It's
me
fun.
we should see it.
We've been
Yeah.
told to watch it many
We'll
times.
get around to it eventually.
I mean, it's no cinematic masterpiece.
Sitch is like it's fun.
It's a fun movie. Yeah,
It's alright.
I liked it. Fuck you.
But let's be honest, who really cares?
I mean, he's right to a degree.
Yeah,
but,
to a degree, he's
yeah.
right. It's not even something that we think to think of a problem. It's
Right.
just a video game thing that we're doing in a video game.
But there are
Right.
people that care about everything.
Oh yeah,
There's
those
someone out there who
fucking-
probably that really kills the,
Come on.
the immersion for him. And
Yeah,
I mean, if it does, it does.
like
Enjoy Scrabble.
yeah.
Yeah,
The main
exactly.
goal of
There
a
you go.
game is to provide entertainment, and getting hung up
She's
on
so
the
hot.
semantics of its fictional coherences, its true purpose, its ludo-narrative blah 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 is kind of overthinking it. Though that's not to say we can't take the subject material more seriously and make death more than a simple game over restart loop.
Oh yeah. See, if you're gonna make death like a
Oh, there we
really
go.
important and meaningful mechanic, you probably should account for like what you're trying to say it means. I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I agree
Like
with him.
in Undertale.
And yeah, he's referencing Bioshock now, so he must be yeah, here we go.
Bioshock
actually has relevant
explains player
clips.
death by using Vita chambers, which have a deep history within Rapture and are eventually tied to the ongoing narrative. Until Dawn forces players to swap characters upon death, ultimately having somewhat of a butterfly effect to chew on by the game's end. Prince of Persia proclaims, "No, that's not what happened," on the game over screen, as if we can rewind time to
His pausing is still beautiful. The way he enunciates
Yeah.
words, I love it.
Retrofit time.
Pause at time. It's on. It's on.
retrofit the player back into a story in which that character does not die. Hellblade, Senua's Sacrifice, warns the player that progress will be lost if you continue to die. Demon Souls, Shadow of Mordor, Bloodborne, they have you play as a character cursed with immortality, destined to exist in limbo forever, which definitely justifies coming back to life. These are but a few of the games that attempt to connect the dots of death to fiction, though most games simply ignore the finality of death, as trying to justify, explain, or entertain the why is not necessary.
Oh my god.
Instead, many rely on the shock factor to garner an emotional response in its place, hoping to convey the gravity of death with graphic illustration. Iconic games like Resident Evil and Tomb Raider host grotesque and violent death pieces, often with uncomfortably close-up camera work zoomed in on the detail, a far cry from falling into a black pit. Equally effective are moments in games like Inside, Limbo, and Hearts of Darkness, in which the player suffers appalling deaths, like
I don't know anything to say.
Yeah, like
okay.
it's to the point where I'm like, yeah,
Is this bad?
sure.
I'm not sure what
But
where he's
most,
going with this.
yeah, this is mostly fine. It's the thing, you never know with Tonal. I mean, well, actually,
He's really evolved.
I was gonna say, as of recently, he did actually have an arc of his videos used to be hilarious because none of it made any sense. He'd always have clips that were really out of order. He'd use sentence structure that was insane. And he used to be just this beautiful meme magnet, but now he's like improved. And I just don't know what to do anymore.
Is he making the argument that like this is all desensitizing us towards death?
I don't know. I guess we'll have to
don't think
see.
so.
This could end up being us promoting his video, because, you know, if it ends up being good, I don't know.
Yeah, so far it's fine.
being eaten alive, meat ground, pulverized, or snapped in two. There's nothing like a gruesome death animation to keep players on their toes. Usually, the more unsettling the death and the closer we can get to it, it feels more visceral, potentially masking the feeling that this is only a game. Even though there's no explanation for why we get to come back to life, these moments elevate the classic "you're dead" moment into more than a passing reminder of a game's difficulty. Speaking of which, difficulty is often linked directly to failure states, and every game
Difficulty is often linked to failure states, isn't that like it's
The harder it
intrinsically
is,
linked?
the more often you'll fail.
Right. Yeah.
When would it not be linked, I guess is my question.
Never.
I mean, if a game didn't even have a fail state, but then that would be like a game over screen. Whereas if you just had a gap that you had to get a pixel perfect jump on, or else you fell down and had to walk back up the stairs to do the jump over and over, there's not a fail state.
True.
Other than the frustration.
Yeah, I was gonna say
like
if someone was to expand fail state into, I don't know, repercussions for failing a challenge,
like an inconvenience or clearly not accomplishing what you set out to do, then yeah, I'd say that as things become more difficult, the likelihood of failure increases. That's almost like it's almost like that's how we describe difficulty, is based on the likelihood of failure, perhaps.
Right.
punishes players differently. In some games, there is no punishment. This is often the case in platformers, where pits, spikes, terrain, and misplaced jumps can result in a sudden death.
That's the fail.
But since you respawn immediately and near the spot of your previous demise, there's little pain in the mistake, nor much wasted time, which is a crucial element to player retention.
Well, that's a matter of, it's the same thing. They just it's about time, right?
And progression.
Yeah, I mean, it's the exact same thing conceptually if you die and have to wait 10 minutes to respawn and try again, and you die and then literally a second later you get teleported back 5 seconds and you can try over and over and over. Conceptually they're the same thing.
Yeah, both failure states, but different degrees.
Yeah.
Lenient failure states allow games to increase overall difficulty, knowing that if the player dies, they can just retry.
Okay, so I think I understand. He's separating failure state and difficulty, like we kind of how we thought he would be, where like the challenge that doesn't lead to death is the difficulty, but the failure state is. Wait, no. So the intensity of the failure state is one thing. And I think he almost seems to be talking about checkpoints rather than failure state specifically.
I mean, if you define a fail state as a scenario that the player wants to avoid happening, then that is sufficient to where most people will understand exactly what you mean, yet broad enough to where it encompasses a vast amount of things. If I'm defeated in Guild Wars 2, then I just have to walk back to what I was doing, or I do something else. It's clearly something you want to avoid. There's no advantage to it. It's frustrating in the sense of you don't get the stuff you wanted to do, or it's a hassle. It's a fail state in the sense of it's a scenario you want to avoid. But it's also like dying in another game where you have to go back to a checkpoint or you have to redo a section entirely.
Oh, I know. That's so bad.
Yeah, that's why
I
it's
just think,
worse to die in Dark Souls than it is to die in Mario.
yeah, and I think that well, that's actually technically, because Dark Souls can have major repercussions for a death if you lose all the souls you had, while Mario might not have any.
Well, yeah, they're both fail states.
Yeah,
but they're, it fits under the definition. It's a scenario you
but
want to avoid.
He seems to be like using fail state to simply mean reset point.
Kind of. However, by that definition, finishing the game is a fail.
That's what I mean. I think that his definition's flawed to a degree, because he's separated out difficulty and fail state. Fail state means where you're sent back to in the game, and he's saying that the less farther you get sent back, the more difficult your game can be, because the less annoyed the player will be as a result of getting sent back. Which really doesn't apply to a broad enough amount of games, because there's so many other ways that we can do like different degrees of fail states and difficulties.
And to address in chat, we might get someone saying, no, it's not, finishing the game isn't a failure. But if we're going off the definition that it resets your progress or brings you back to a checkpoint, essentially, then finishing the game is a fail state, because it will take you back to a new game. The game then begins back.
I suppose that depends on what game.
It does depend on the game, yeah. That's why we're actually, like, I agree with what he's saying in principle. Like, I get what he's meaning. This is why Tonald's video is actually pretty good, which is why we're actually having fucking super intellectual conversations about this, and not just screaming because he's an idiot like HelloGreedo.
With HelloGreedo, we talk in spite of him, essentially. Like, we're just, but Tonald, we're like figuring out his process and trying to figure out where there may be a few pitfalls, which is much better than episode 1 of EFAP when we first covered him.
It was wrong. Progress is made towards an end. The end is the goal. I make my goals, and if anything, in games you make your goals. I don't think that if we're using the definition of a fail state as resetting progress, then I think that for some games finishing the game would
progress that you've lost.
Especially if you can't go back to like certain levels or checkpoints, you have to start at the beginning.
Also, yeah, he is
a reset.
What I was trying to highlight was that so far he's only ever been talking about resets specifically. But of course, if we were to cancel out Rags's completing the game one, we can just say resets that involve death, but then that only counts as every game that you don't die at the end of it.
Yeah, or if games are like New Game Plus, where you or even not even New Game Plus, but like that just continues, like Grand Theft Auto, for instance.
What about something just stifles progression?
Stifles, like, it depends on what
makes you
way.
slower or weaker.
Or just you can't progress in the game.
Like every time you died, your character moved like 1% slower until.
Well, no. I mean like in the platformers where even if you instantly respawn, you're not progressing past that point in the game.
Or you're losing stuff and having to reaccumulate.
Well, it reverts the progress that you had made, and you have to start over. And all that progress doesn't matter, at least in the game sense. You have memories of, but like in the actual game, you haven't made that progress. You have to do it over again.
Right, that's the penalty, is having to do it over again.
Because the penalty for most games isn't actually a loss of anything except for time.
Yeah.
As far as I'm gonna tentatively say, for most games, that's the only penalty, is just the time lost. It's not like in-game stuff that's being lost.
You could probably rationalize most of any loss as a time loss, couldn't you? Like,
sort of.
If you lose an item that took a while to get, you're like, oh, well, that's a time
even
loss.
Expending ammunition is loss of time because it took time to acquire that ammunition. It's just whether it's an appreciable amount or not. Then again, if it takes an instant for you to refill all of your ammunition, then whether you shoot 1 bullet or 50 bullets, then there's literally no time difference between that, because you refill everything instantly. So again, this depends on the individual mechanics of every game.
It does. Let's see where he goes with this, I guess.
But I like this, the discussion of what is failure in video games. And I feel like that especially will be quite subjective because it is about goals that we set for ourselves. Like there are people out there who, if they go 20-5 in Call of Duty, they consider that a failure because they think they should be doing way better than that.
Right.
So it's very...
Yeah, or someone who's getting better and better at a song in like Guitar Hero, and they get all the way up to 50% finally, and they consider that a huge deal because they've never been able to get past 30% or something. But they still fail, according to the game, I mean. But they are overall just like feeling great because they're like, fuck yeah, I'm actually learning this shit.
You know, some people are saying like failure is not learning from your mistakes. It's like, yeah, sure, that's a... If that's what you consider failure to be, then that's the thing with games and fail states, is they can be all kinds of things depending on who plays them. Some people are literally just, they could be terrible at games, but if they have a good time, then man, that's a total W.
That's what I mean. Like up to this point in the video, he seems to, whenever he says fail states, he's specifically talking about when you get reset on,
like
as you're progressing.
Like the game is clearly telling you that you failed the in-game objective that the developers have kind of set for you to do. And we just it just blossomed into this conversation.
It did.
Almost instantaneously. In other games, failure states are much more affecting, such as games that have deaths that are continuous in nature. Continuous failure states don't revert progress to a past moment in time, one in which the player had a set amount of items or currency. They reset them, sometimes back to square one.
I would have changed the wording of that because he used reset in two different ways to mean two different things.
Yeah, to reset your location / progress, but also reset your items.
Yeah, there's like this resets you without your items and currency, and this other thing resets you. Well, should use a different word, but I get what you're saying.
Example doesn't just take your souls, it takes all of the resources and items you had expended prior to perishing. Unlike other games, you'll never get them back, as when you die, it's not your last save that you're placed back at, it's the character's post-mortem. Other titles lean on the morality of death rather than the punishment of it, either by forcing decisions on the player that can result in the deaths of others, or by exploring sensitive material. Spec Ops: The Line dives into this moral compass harshly, taunting the player with messages like, "How many Americans have you killed today?" and "Do you feel like a hero yet?" when loading in. A game that provokes and challenges game actions and consequences while the player is not only knee-deep inside them, but actively playing against better notions. And they can certainly strike an emotional chord as the death count piles up behind you, yet it seems like you have no choice but to keep pressing on.
I guess now he's actually expanding like how you could experience failure, right?
Yeah, like I'm just sort of listening to him talk now. Definitely an evolution of Tonald here.
I was gonna say, this is not the same guy that we covered 2 years ago, or nearly 2 years ago, year and a half ago.
Oh
he's
this
evolved.
is like, you go back on EFAP to some of the earlier Tonald stuff, and he was just a meme machine. Like, we loved him; he was our god. But it was just like, seems like a different person.
Very actions take a toll on you. Do you feel something sentient? Regret? Something sickly? Remorse, perhaps? It seems like the process of death in Spec Ops: The Line is more than meets the eye. Mass Effect, Life is Strange, The Walking Dead, Beyond Two Souls, Heavy Rain, among a myriad of others, they all charge the player with the uncomfortable action of taking life, watching others perish, or saving someone if they...
You guys remember that one good thing Telltale did that one time?
Hey, Sam and Max. Okay.
Did you say myriad?
Yeah, way back. He said myriad, yeah.
That's
why I thought it was a weird, unusual pronunciation.
Or maybe just watching the aftermath of what death looks like and feels like. A collapsed family, a lover full of regrets, an unjustifiable fatality connected to the player. It's an exercise in treating games as a canvas for players to wrestle with their own internal beliefs and swallow the grim, uncomfortable realities of what's in front of them, and sometimes what they have to do. However, most games do not need such heavy-handed treatment. Death, for the majority, need only hit a few important buttons. These include, mainly, to push the game forward, to create tension, to define a failure state, and most importantly, to make the game playable. After all, would you like a video game if it ended when you died the first time? A game so hard that you had to beat it without dying a single time? Some would, most probably wouldn't. Failure states are often analogous to the very identity of video games, and some say without them there is no video game. If you can't fail, and there's no mechanical challenge outside of pushing the analog stick forward, why not just watch the game instead?
I've heard that a number of times.
I think I spoke about that a few days ago with Ringy and Al, actually. But
yeah,
it comes back to Tall Biscuit had a video about like what is it that makes a game, and obviously Dear Esther came up as one of the bigger examples of like you're really pushing it. Like, is this still a video game? I don't know.
yeah. Like, is the tiniest little is pressing a single button what it takes to be a game? Because if that's true, then the DVD menu is a video game.
Oh my god.
I mean, like it fits the definition perfectly if that's what we're. It's the same.
Netflix, the ultimate game.
Kind of, yeah. An hour of deciding what you're gonna watch.
I feel like there's
yeah.
people out there who've probably spent many hours on that menu in Netflix.
I know, yeah.
I know I have.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
The way I play is to get to the movie as quick as possible. The way most people play is like, how many movies can I look
Spend
at
an
before
hour
I'm forced to decide? Yeah, exactly.
Arguing with yourself over what to watch.
Philosophy in the find a movie on Netflix game.
Fisa Foley.
I'm sorry. There's a super chat that says Total's gotten better, Greedo's gotten worse, and MovieBob is exactly the same, perfectly balanced as all things should be.
Yeah, there you go. That's exactly right.
Yep.
Hard to argue with that notion that if you can't die, you're inside an experience, maybe just not a game. Obviously, the goal of video games is to use failure states to propel the player onwards towards a sense of mastery and finality, while treading a fine line of not pissing the player off too much, as honestly, everyone wants to win. Without a sense of achievements, be it to become a better player or to finish a title, many just wouldn't have a reason to care, especially when the sensation of failure is not present to encourage persistence.
I don't get these. I don't get some of these clips. He's getting better.
Yeah, he's
getting
not
better
he's
with
not
these
perfect.
clips. But some of these clips are just like totally random and mean nothing. And then he's like, "Escape from Tarkov," instantly shows Escape from Tarkov. So
That Bioshock
like,
Infinite one was
Yeah.
he was just walking through some area.
yeah, just
like,
a
okay.
yeah, just a little hallway. You're like, okay. And I don't know
What
if
does
that
it
there's
have
a
to do with the subject matter, though? Right.
This is the thing. I
Yeah.
would assume he'd
Does
want
it?
to be showing challenge or death. He's not really doing that.
Yeah, he used to be terrible at it, where it was just like random clips from any, like we're talking menus, settings, cutscenes, random gameplay of just walking
And it
forwards,
would be wonderful.
anything, just whatever footage is whatever footage. And now he's actually showing stuff he's referring to in a lot of these clips, and we're like, that is such incredible progress.
See, kids, follow your dreams.
Yeah.
Yeah.
window into this concept in the multiplayer realm by having its failure state be extremely punishing. In a genre replete with shooters that bring you back to life instantly, Tarkov embraces the chilling notion that death should be very painful. Not only do you lose your time and your progress, but players also lose everything they have, save for a small safety container should they die.
Insurance,
There's a
but-
feeling of being stretched thin in Tarkov, constantly injecting fear and mental stimulation into every moment of every raid. For those new to the game, it can often cause you to freeze at the sound of
Oh, yeah,
gunfire.
dude. I've fucking shat myself
This
while
thing
playing.
is-
Like
He's right.
games like DayZ and Tarkov, like you will just hear a footstep, and it might even be your own, and you'll just shit a brick.
I was thinking,
'Cause you're like,
Yeah.
in Dark Souls, if you've stacked up a lot of souls, you've died, and you're trying to get back to them, that can be like some of the most tense moments in the game, because you lose those souls, it represents a lot of time that's just now flushed down the toilet. And it makes
Yeah.
it, you know, your adrenaline runs, and you get really stressed. And if you succeed, it feels great. If you don't,
Oh, yeah.
ooh.
It's one of these. I mean, DayZ is kind of the ultimate journey, not destination kind of game. I know a lot of people. It's my most played game on Steam, actually. It's because it has given me a high of suspense and tension that just no other game has ever given me. It can just do something for me that no other game can, because of the stakes of dying. And this is one of those things we talk about all the time about like films and movies and stuff too. It applies there. If there's no rules, there's no stakes. And if there's no stakes, then how can I have investment in anything?
Yeah, why would I care who wins? Because I don't even know what everybody can do.
Fearful of the death, few games let feel so close, cold, and thieving. Tarkov's emphasis on the immediate consequence of life and death creates a wonderfully chilling gameplay loop that heightens the senses of its players, some of which may hit the sweet spot known as the point of optimal anxiety. In this equilibrium, player reflexes.
Wow.
All right, let's look at this. Let's look at
Boredom, depression, increased attention,
They figured that out.
strong anxiety, complete meltdown. All right.
Sure.
Yeah, if you have no investment, that's bad. If you are so anxious that you can't function, that's bad. And where this spot is for people is different, but that's kind of where you want to be. Yeah, man.
Gee, hacking at its finest there. It's like, how did they come up with that?
What, the
graph?
graph?
About it for a few moments.
Well, no, any video game, you're definitely trying to optimize that thing. This is what I was saying in the beginning, that you're
wrong.
You're trying to optimize for entertainment value. That's exactly what you're trying to optimize for. Now, what entertains you, Mahler, is different than what entertains someone else. Like you were saying, you like to play the harder difficulty modes. Like you really like a lot of stakes in there when you're playing. Other people don't necessarily want that. They're like, I don't like a 5-second respawn. I want to respawn immediately.
Yeah.
So
5 seconds isn't that long. Jeez.
I mean, most
fucking
games
sucks, Mahler. I could be doing so many things in that.
But they'll put up a
5
nice
seconds.
message, like a quote from Gandhi or something.
That I used to play this game, like if you play in certain modes, it had 5-second respawn. It used to drive me nuts. 5 seconds. God damn it.
Yeah. When you think about games, though, most people on Earth, the vast majority of people on Earth don't play video games, and the vast majority of gamers don't play any individual game. So how successful games are successful is, in a way, sheer attrition of numbers. But in another way, it's, how could we maximize that? Well, even then, that's not necessarily true, because there are some niche games that are super successful, that have really dedicated but small fan bases. So, I mean, I guess if you make something, we all have our gray zone here, and it's all about us finding all the games that hit that gray zone for us.
They put so much time and energy into developing these games now, though. It's impossible for me to think that they're not at some level optimizing for like the best spawn time. Like, is it 2.5 seconds? Is it 5 seconds? Like,
it's just a matter of, when we design this game, will enough people buy it to where it's good enough? Because if I think that games that try to maximize for that are often games that can end up really bad.
Yeah, they end up being like a sludge that no one really cares about. Like everybody could play it, but no one loves it.
Yeah.
Well, they missed the mark. Phone game is. It's like optimized to hack your brain to give you that little short-term goals that get you off.
Yeah.
Oh, you talking about when they're like, "Hey, set up your village. Here's some free gold. Build a house."
Yep.
You built a house.
Yep.
You're making the villagers happy. Would you like to build another house? Wait 5 seconds or pay. And you're like,
Yeah, you've built a house, but if you want a door, you're gonna have to pay some money.
And at first you're like, oh, it's only like a 5-minute wait, and then slowly that wait time starts.
Oh, but
5 hours. Well,
no,
that's,
I'm paying
that's the other
like
thing.
$14 for fucking 5 seconds. No.
We'll do it nice and small, because they'll be like 15-hour wait, but you can skip it for $1. You're like, ooh, that's really cheap.
It's only $1.
15 hours and $1? That's really good. You're like, dude.
Yeah. $300 later.
Yeah, exactly.
Those games are evil.
In motor control rise, increasing performance as a flood of chemicals from the brain rushes through the body. That's a hell of a benefit from leaning on a failure state. So can games benefit from taking failure states more seriously?
Depends what you mean by seriously. This is where a definition would really help.
Because does Mario not take it seriously by making it lenient?
Like, yeah, because most people who play that probably enjoy it, and it's very successful. It's very viable as a game. I want to know, what do you mean by take it seriously?
I think you should just drop the word serious and stick with lenient and harsh or something like that.
Or even like, should they change, or what are bad examples? That would have been good for this video.
What's a bad
Like,
example?
what are well, yeah, what are examples of a game that does failure badly?
Hmm.
Yeah, and you could even cite Bioshock and be like, if you keep respawning, you can just die infinitely, and why would you give a shit?
Yeah, you could just throw bodies at people.
Or it's like when you play like an old emulator game, you can just save anywhere and load anywhere. It's kind of like
There
ruins the
are.
challenge of the game.
I will. So if someone's just like, I don't know, OG Castlevania on the NES, and they like, as the term is used, save scum. If they're gonna be like, game was easy, and they use that, I'd be like, you didn't complete that game. You completed some other game where you just get constant checkpoints.
Games benefit from taking failure states more seriously. Maybe, maybe not. Games that have harsh consequences are not for everyone, and in the current state of game development, most publishers would rather insist on the path of least resistance. Take a look at the lineage of Souls, a franchise that once had a boss grab that would de-level you. Why do we have to...
I don't know why he had the visual of not the boss that does that. He showed it earlier, the King of Land, I think it is, but Tonald.
He's trying, Mar. He's
all right.
trying.
I haven't even played Demon's Souls, and I'm pretty sure I'm right on that. Chat, confirm.
To die in a video game? Does it give the game some sort of meaning? Should it be contextualized? And what's the best way to treat it? I guess, for me, death doesn't need to be some sort of lofty philosophical concept. It doesn't need to be injected into the very narrative confines of our games either. It's just part of gaming. Because
I mean, I would have just said it depends on the game.
Yeah, I would agree that it's just part of gaming, and so we think of it in its own unique context. But death is in a game. It's just I think the I don't know.
A lot of fluff.
This is interesting. You got
not necessarily fluff.
You got Mola. What are you talking
well,
about? That is the boss that de-levels you. It's not the sludge monster. It's the dude boss.
False King Allant.
That's correct. False King Allant can de-level you. All right. So yeah, you fight False King Allant, and then you fight King Allant, and King Allant's the little blob.
Game has to be good enough to de-level you, though. Like if it's a shitty game and it de-levels you, you're like, I'm out of here. This is bullshit.
Well, even if it's a good game, it could be a bad part of a good game. Like, I feel like there's a reason that these enemies are extremely few and far between.
To voice that de-leveling on people.
Yeah, because like, yeah, sure, you get the bonus of incredible tension, but how far do you push that tension until it becomes dread?
Yeah, I mean, what if he de-levels you to the point where you can't even beat them anymore? It's like, boo.
But should it be a boss that makes you like legitimately not want to fight it because you're worried about character levels? Like, how far do you cross the meta from in-game stuff to out-of-game stuff?
That doesn't seem like a good marketing decision for the game.
Yeah, like I doubt if they marketed the game as we have a boss, and if it hits you, it'll fucking take away your levels.
You just won't want to play anymore.
Yeah, I feel like that's something they probably spring on you after you've purchased the game and have already invested time into it.
Yeah, but they put a hack on the internet just in case. Like it becomes.
Well, like that sounds like something I do because like I value my time.
Yeah.
Like I feel like some games are difficult and not like I've always made a distinction between like challenging and punishing. But I do value my time, and sometimes I feel like things can just be a waste of my time.
Boring.
In a frustrating sense. So that would be one of those things.
We've all had that moment. If a game steals too much progress, just too much, you go, nah, fuck you, I'm playing something else.
Yep. And sometimes it's not even about progress, it's just about game sections that are a slog. The one that always comes to mind instantly for me is in Dragon Age Origins, the Fade. No one liked the Fade. The Fade was shit. It was horrible. And one of the first mods I ever used for any game was a skip the Fade mod because it was such a shitty segment of an otherwise masterpiece game. Everyone who's played that game, they know the Fade was some shit. Oh yeah, we've already got the Fade comment. Fade was shit. So that's,
I need to play more games.
You do? What game do you think about playing?
Yeah. What of all of the games are you gonna play?
Minecraft.
I played Counter-Strike and I played Half-Life. I played those, but then I went through a long period of not really playing any games. I played this game Warhawk for a long time on the PS3. I played Portal with Sitch recently, but
Yeah,
I've kind of not
played
played a lot
Portal
of
2 for
games.
the first time like a week ago.
Played Portal
Fucking
before.
hell. I never
Okay.
understand that. It always seems alien to me, because it's like, how have you not played Portal 1 and 2? They're fucking amazing.
Okay, I kept telling him he hasn't played the single player.
I'm
He
doing shit, man.
refuses, and I'm like, "You don't understand the story in Portal 1 and 2 is so good," and he's like, "No, I don't want to play
Portal
single."
ones, yeah, but that's the thing. Some people just there are games that I am fully ready to just say these are great games. I just have no interest in them whatsoever, and you couldn't
Yeah.
get me to play them with a fucking stick and a carrot. I don't know what's the dog
I
called?
like first
Stick
person
and a
shooters
steak.
a lot.
I don't know.
Stick and a stick. There you
Stick
go.
and a steak. But I'm trying to think what's a good example. I'm
It's
sure
like
if I
puzzle games. These puzzle games are like, I don't know. They seem like they're made for girls. Girls like
What?
girls like
Wait, what puzzle games?
Portal 2 made for girls. Adam.
How the
Friended.
fuck is...
well, it's like a puzzle. It's like a puzzle to figure
Well,
out.
to be fair, there was I'm trying to remember. There's some website I like years and years ago I was playing where it was like all these like kind of like you could spend like $1 to get like one of those point and click adventure puzzle games. And very slowly I realized the protagonists in all these games were girls. And it's always about them saving their sister
Yeah.
or their husband. I'm like, oh, all these games are marketed for women. I didn't even realize it.
Why do girls love puzzles and guys like shooting at each other?
Because hunting instinct. Okay.
Fuck that, I love
competition,
puzzles.
Survival.
I love puzzles
Boo.
too. It's weird though, but that is kind of how like
Why-
the people who like there is a thriving like hidden objects genre that exists. It's huge
On Facebook.
Yeah, and people love it, but you would never hear about it.
Yep.
And I think it's mostly women who play that, and it's just a lot of women tend
What
to
is it-
prefer it more than men.
What does it mean
Look
for
at it.
games that are like a combo? Like Zelda would be the classic example, right? Where
And it's manly enough to be acceptable because you kill things. It's okay.
Yeah.
I
You're
refuse
but
to
what about
accept that
Pokemon?
Portal is a girl game. That's ridiculous.
Adam, look, if you play Portal, we won't make fun of your masculinity. Okay, that's one of the acceptable ones. Even
is that
though
what
the
we're
main
doing?
character is a woman. Okay, she never speaks.
Yeah,
so
but she's fucking hot.
Right.
And I fuck her brains out.
you like don't
When
even
Rags
see
was
her.
talking about
Yeah, you
the
do.
movie,
You see her
Yeah,
at the
if you-
beginning, right at the beginning, like the first
When
time you
Rags-
take control of
Yeah.
her.
In Portal 1?
Yeah,
when Rags
you
is talking
could
about
look at yourself in the portal.
Yeah, I know. You can look at yourself in the portal, yeah. but
Mhm.
And that's
I'm not
obviously
for-
the
I'm not
first thing that
staring at
everyone
you.
does. What do I
Okay.
look like? Oh,
That's-
Oh, I
I'd
do
fuck my brains out.
Of course you do. You see yourself through the portal. It's great.
Yeah. Thanks for catching up.
I want to
Play
watch you
Portal
play it now and
2.2,
watch you
Adam.
do terrible at it, and then call your critical thinking skills out.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I was doing with Adam when we were playing.
Rags was talking about how moving the game is and how emotional it is for him. I kept thinking of when we were playing Portal and the jizz can like blowing in his face.
What?
The jizz cannon blowing in your face. I remember that point in Portal, yeah.
So moving to me.
I
Oh,
want to blow
such
my
a-
jizz cannon on her face.
Um,
so
Here's the
funny.
thing. Here's the thing. You can suck your own dick through a portal, but you can't fuck yourself through a portal. At
No,
least you
it's
can't fuck your own
unfair.
ass. This has always been something that I've seen in like porn that people draw. Don't ask. And it always has bugged me because you can't do that because the front of your hips is your penis and the back is the hole that the penis is trying to get into. As one moves forward, the other one will follow it. You could fuck your own mouth, you could suck your dick, but you can't fuck your own asshole.
You
The
gotta
eternal
move the
conundrum.
portals. You gotta move the portals.
care too much about the details. You're not thinking about the heart of Portal.
The heart of Portal is being able to fuck your own
Fuck your own
asshole.
ass.
As long as you can move the portals closer together, you can solve that problem. Though.
Yeah,
you
if the
just-
wall with the portal moves, then there you go.
you have to.
You need like a panel that
There you
moves
go.
back. You're not thinking with portals good enough.
One in chat's called Wolfram and Hart. I like this.
It is the puzzle game.
The puzzle is how do you fuck yourself with portals?
That's the secret ending. You get an achievement for it as well.
Secret ending, you find out. But you're Chell, you don't have a penis. Isn't that her name? Chell?
Yeah, it's a play on words because if you flip it around, it becomes lay.
What?
Because when you say Chell, I think about
What?
whenever you say Chell, I think about Chell from Road to El Dorado, and she was fucking smoking hot. I would
Thick.
oh my god, the things that I would do
Mm.
to that gorgeous Jesus, don't even get me started. It's too late. I'm already there. I'm already in Chellville.
You're already half chub right now.
Oh my god, she was so fucking hot. People are like, "You cartoons can't be hot." I was like, "You just Chell from El Dorado. Fuck off."
investigating this.
So anyway,
I mean, we're almost done, so.
So what games you playing? So yeah, what games you playing?
Portal is the manliest game that I ever gamed. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah,
Right.
Chad
Like
needs to
those, like,
shame
more
Adam into
casual
playing
games?
Portal.
Yeah, if anyone here
I'm
needs
playing
to be
Portal
shamed,
right
it's
now. I thought
definitely
the-
Adam.
I thought the jizz cannon was pretty
Pretty
entertaining. I thought that was pretty funny.
Mhm.
But that's really the only thing I'm playing right now. I mean, what games would you suggest?
Well,
What are
kind of
some good
games do you like?
Dark Souls.
Well, yeah, tell us what games that you like.
Dark Souls.
That's nice. First person shooters. What am I cutting out?
Yeah.
First person shooters. Name some
Alright,
first person
do you like hardcore first person shooters, or do you like very casual, easy to
What-
get into first person shooters?
the difference? Do you like Counter-Strike is tangibly harder than
So yeah, so I would say hardcore in the sense of like Escape from Tarkov. You could die in a bullet. If you die, you lose everything and have to reset a bunch of stuff. And casual is in Call of Duty, where if you die, it's okay. You're back in 5 seconds and you're doing it all over again.
Well, I would like to say that I'm into hardcore, but I would be lying.
So a lot of people say they
shit.
like the concept, and then execution they hate it. So if I was to find like a middle ground where like hardcore enough,
Yeah.
I guess you'd have to find some mix of the two.
like long spawn.
Do you prefer like the cover based shooter or the Doom, run around just blow shit up?
Yeah, do you like your game? How tactical do you like games?
Very tactical. I'll
You
go
like it
100%
very
on the
tactical?
tactical side. Yeah.
Then you might like Call of Duty Modern Warfare. You might like that. It's got a little bit of that, single player in particular.
Yeah, I think I played Call of Duty. Yes,
might
I've definitely
like-
played Call of Duty.
Let's see. When it comes to shooters, you might like someone's saying Insurgency. Yeah, Insurgency might be up your alley.
You probably like BioShock, Adam.
I'll check it out. Probably
First
like
BioShock is great, and the second one's really good too. Someone's saying Titanfall 2. Yeah, that's really, really quick. That's good. It's hard to recommend a battle royales are always weird to recommend because they're so weird. But
Far Cry 3?
Far Cry 3 is pretty good. Honestly, just play Far Cry 5. That's a good one. I really liked Far Cry 5. It's got some storytisms, but gameplay wise, it was kind of a blast to just mindlessly shoot things and have fun with it.
yeah, that's my game right there. Mindlessly shooting things.
I think I would recommend Far Cry 5 to you, yeah.
I really want to play
And-
Subnautica with Adam, but the multiplayer mod is not working properly.
Oh, Wolfenstein: The New Order. That's one you might really, really like. I think that's a fantastic game. I would highly recommend that.
I'll check it out.
Someone's Far Cry 5 is awful endings. Yeah, the story's definitely got some super tuber-tisms, but gameplay wise, I think it's really good.
Don't all Far Cries have terrible endings?
Probably.
I wouldn't
flop.
know.
It's definitely no one's like, yay, I can't wait to get to the ending cutscene. They're like, I'm here at the ending cutscene, but man, I had fun along the way.
Oh, that's good. Are these all storyline games, or can I just play multiplayer?
I mean, are they single player? I mean,
Yeah.
BioShock is single player only. BioShock 2's multiplayer is probably done
Really?
but the single player is fantastic.
I
Obviously,
see.
Call of Duty's got a good single player, but only takes about 6 hours to get through. The multiplayer is where most of the meat
Do
generally.
you want single player or multiplayer?
It's other humans.
Or do you
That's
like
why
co-op? Or you like
I like
co-op?
Yeah, multiplayer.
Oh, you might like Killing Floor 2.
Resident Evil 5.
Oh yeah,
That's-
you and Sitch play Resident Evil 5. That game's not good, but with a friend it's all right. But like, you can have fun in co-op with that game.
Yeah.
but
Yeah,
it's not
everything
like a good
in
game.
life.
No,
But you can legitimately.
that
enjoy
one's
it.
it really does feel like it's just
Really
a better
tis, man.
game when you're with a friend.
Okay.
Yeah,
Most of
alone
it's
I
better with
would
a
never play that game alone. But I'd play it with a friend. Yeah, absolutely. We should do that, Mahler. We should play through Resident Evil 5.
We should say that
For
we're
EFAP
gonna
gaming.
do that and then
Why you
proceed to never
not
do
committing?
it.
do it.
Why you flaking on me?
No, I often commit. It just never seems to happen.
That's not, the nature of the word commitment implies that you do stick with it.
And that is just not how humanity does it. And you're implying that you don't commit to it there, but you do.
I am. I've committed. Let's do it. I'm ready. My body is ready.
I want you to appreciate the EFAP chat hitting Sitch.
No, I wasn't gonna. I'm ignoring that. It's not real. It doesn't exist. I deny it.
All it says is different versions of Hello Rags on it.
Oh, this is great. Oh, this is amazing. Fail, Sitch.
I find myself more and more really liking games where there's a team component in it. Like I only play the PvE in Guild Wars 2, and I really like Killing Floor 2 and Vermintide where you're with people. I get a lot of enjoyment out of those sorts of things. And when I'm playing competitively, I never do 1v1s. I like the team aspect of,
It's amazing that
stuff.
people can team up that don't even really have just met on the fly, but after playing for a while, you're like, yeah.
All you need to know is that anyone wearing the color red needs to die.
Yeah, exactly.
That's all you
share
need.
share information, share the information that you have. It's a real simple program.
Rags, people want to know, are you slapping your doggo balls on Sitch? Is that what's happening?
What's going on there? He's beating his dick.
So I don't even know where that came from.
It looks like a sock with something in it.
Oh, that's his dick.
I think it's a sock with batteries.
Yeah. Oh, this is talking about the... Oh my goodness gracious. Now that I've seen it. Oh my god. My sack ain't that distended. I'm not 80.
I'm pretty sure it's just a sock.
I've got a super healthy, nice taut sack.
That's a sock? Oh yeah, I guess it is.
I mean, EFAP chat wouldn't be flinging its ball sack at Sitch, would it?
No, they're flinging Rags' ball sack.
Is it? I don't think it's mine. Is it someone else's that I've acquired?
You have one testicle, chat has the other testicle.
You slap it. One of them's clearly floating away when it's on that sign. That's what happens when you don't have any actual testicles in them. They just float upward.
Yeah.
Your testes weigh them down. That's why you feel lighter after you come.
People who know your testicles are naturally filled with helium.
And so if you remove the testicles, the helium stays, is what you're saying?
Yeah, the sperm is what weighs it down.
Bar of soap inside it. Yeah, that's probably this. Yeah. One day he will agree that the prequels are infinitely better than the sequels.
Beat me down with this. No, not gonna happen. Never give up. Never surrender.
I think Adam should be in this drawing as well, helping us.
Adam hasn't even... He's just placating you guys. He doesn't give a shit.
First, I have to actually see the sequels, so I feel like I should see them all the way through before I can weigh in.
Well, next time we watch them all through, maybe you can watch them with us.
And we can all
It would
enjoy.
probably be a lot more fun because when I was watching them, I was just insanely angry at how stupid they were. You give up after a certain point. You're like, fuck this movie. I've moved on to, I'm apathetic. You guys, I don't know.
Well, I mean, I only watched Rise of Skywalker to make the video on it. I would never have watched it otherwise.
I can't believe I said the other one was tied to that sign when that's the EFAP chat beating him. I'm sorry. So I looked at it really quickly and I thought it was a
little balloon.
I thought it was a floating balloon tied to a sign. I'm sorry. I clearly see that's obviously chat. I just took one look and then I looked away thinking that I'd processed all the information.
It's just a sign. You didn't even read the sign though.
Shows how much he cares, guys. Shows how much he cares.
Oh, I do understand that. That is the chat beating him with socks full of heavy objects.
The second part of this is they turn and hit you. We're not a sign.
It does look like a sign, though. It looks like a sign, like a realty sign you'd put up in front of your house for sale.
That says, hi Rags, hello Rags, greetings Rags, salutations Rags, and sexy something carrots? I don't know.
Yeah, boy.
Sexy free cams.
Oh.
That's the porn bot.
Is that actually Sitch's bed? Did we catch him sleeping? It feels like we did because he's got his shoes off there. He's got his little feet poking out.
Yeah, what's up with that? Gross foot fetish thing going on here. Stop it.
I don't know what to make of this one. It's one of them VR fan arts, and you got I am
VR fan.
I am death. Why did you do this? It's like he draws it in VR, I think. You got.
That's
why,
cool. I didn't know you could do that.
Why do they something me? I am superior. Oh, why do they bully me? I'm superior.
Oh, it's Bob.
Yeah.
This is way more
am
advanced
death.
than like any of the other ones he's done. This
I was
is
gonna
like
say,
a step
there's
up.
the whole background going on. There's,
Yeah,
by the way, for
have
people
the
who are like,
stuff
where's
going
my
for the
memes?
trees?
I've got a huge stockpile of memes. We're gonna do a meme EFAP soon enough.
Yeah. Like I know I told Goger earlier to just put his in the meme channel. We'll get to it. Do not you worry.
Got like 1,000 memes.
Rag, sing it with me. I saw the sign and it opened up my eyes. I saw the sign.
Aw. Alright, let's finish Tonal's videos. Only 30 seconds left. Let's do it.
Opened up my eyes. I saw the sign.
Because it's always been part of our games. It is nice, though, when some games try to do a little something extra with it every once in a while. Thank you for watching, friends. Have a fantastic day.
Still the best of tonight's videos.
Adam, you're uninvited to the prequel watch party.
This is the video that got the most praise, and I actually think it's the weakest because it just seems like fluff. He didn't really
How the
say
fuck
anything.
do you call this weaker than HelloGreedo's video?
Well, at least he's trying to say something. This is like
You don't think he was trying to say something, Total?
No, I agree with Adam. He needs to commit to a point. Here.
Okay,
He was very
now Adam is getting strapped down to the table too. This is
all right. There's
no,
room.
I'm gonna,
There's room
I'm gonna
on the
defend
table.
that. Well, first of all, wait, I'm not gonna say that this was the worst video. I don't defend that, but I will.
I think the video was fine.
when you strap me down. Don't strap me down in the same.
I don't like that he didn't really make a point. He was just kind of explaining a concept, which
He
is
did
like
make
okay.
a point. He did make a point.
What was the point?
That death is paradoxical in video
Well-
games when it relates to the narrative, and that we accept it because
and
of the
that
mechanical
it's
nature
you don't
of what video
have
games are.
you don't have to rate it to the narrative. You don't have to do anything. You can keep it the way it is. But it's neat when games do try and do something with it.
It's the paradox.
I guess. I don't know. Does that need to be said?
I feel like the paradox.
What does it need to be said that the
Wait, what?
Paradox something that's impossible, like you can't be your own father, that kind of thing. Like, what's a paradox here? I don't know.
I'm assuming
Seems
it's the very literal interpretation that you can't simultaneously have died and be alive in games. That's the especially ones with very strong and serious narratives.
That dying it creates a paradox in the plot of the game. If you're saying.
To solve.
Yeah, I don't know.
I will say this. I enjoyed talking about something that was like a video game stuff.
Yeah,
I enjoy talking about video game stuff. I have
It
more
was
knowledge of
thought-provoking.
games.
Okay,
Yes.
you like that part? Yes.
Because
It inspired the conversation, but it was still a crappy video.
Fuck you.
wait, let's clarify. What out of 10 would you give it?
0.
What?
Ooh.
Okay, what's your non-meme answer?
It's just it didn't really say anything. I didn't learn anything. I don't know.
It didn't say anything.
Yeah.
Very apathetic about this video.
And so it gets a
At least we
0?
know.
Wow.
At least MovieBob was like saying, "I've got to fucking kill half the world."
Oh my god. The way that you judge YouTube videos scares me.
I don't know.
So yeah, I think we should talk about games more. I would like it if we talked about games more. I don't want to say like expertise, but I play games way more than I watch movies.
Mm-hmm.
So it's good to be able to talk about games. I don't really get the chance to talk about games a lot of the times.
I mean, Tonald's our main game cover. It's true.
It is kind of. So
You just
yeah,
gotta
if
find
you
someone
guys-
with terrible video game takes and just cover them.
Well, we were supposed to. Everyone directed us to a terrible Doom take. Apparently, but I've got to play Doom. That's my big problem. I don't play games as much as I watch movies and TV. That's why me and Rags we make an equilibrium.
Oh, you're like the weirdo.
No, that's
Like the old man
racist.
still watching TVs instead of playing games. What's wrong with you?
You're saying that because I'm long. That's it.
Dinner on the cable box.
I like it when my stories are on. I don't like it when you pick up the controller and press the buttons. No, it offends me.
Games do
I have
take
to
a lot
make
more.
choices. Just tell me the story. Damn it.
Someone actually, this is interesting. Someone in a chat I'm in, someone I know, Ray, Son of Creek, he posted a thread about why someone is explaining why Lilo and Stitch is actually a bad movie.
That's
Ooh.
fake news.
So I'm gonna post this here. I haven't read into this yet. So this is a hot take. 2.5 thousand
Spicy.
replies, 1.7K likes. So I'm interested to see. There's 3 little things here to read.
Okay.
Do you want to take a look at it?
In what order is this supposed to be read exactly? Which one comes first?
So
top right is first.
top left. What? No. Okay. Listen.
Well,
We
top
move
left is
from
in
left
text.
to right.
Yeah.
Yes. And with images, it's the same way. We read from left to right, up to down.
Yeah, but they drive on the wrong side of the street over there, don't you know? So he's a little confused.
Wait, who drives
But
away?
you're not moving from right to left or left to right. That's
You
not.
Mahler, you drive on the wrong side of the road.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean we
Okay.
read on the wrong side of the road.
I know.
I'm gonna assume he had a brain tism. So, so apparently this squiggly dig at squiggly dig. This is from April the 5th. Someone posted a critique of Lilo and Stitch. Someone asked, "Could you mind sharing a quick summary of why you don't think Lilo and Stitch is a good movie?" Didn't get to see the stream, and I'm quite curious, as I haven't met a person who didn't think Lilo and Stitch was a fantastic movie. So they say this is a bit of a fucking, we fucking changing gears in this bitch.
We really are, yeah.
Sure thing.
So they say, sure thing. I'll try to be brief. So let's take a look at Lilo and Stitch's setup. Damn it.
For once,
let's take a look
it's
at
gonna
Adam
be
and Stitch's
in the
setup.
other direction. Yes.
It's actually a great premise. A kid who thinks the world is set against her, an older sister who's at her wit's end trying to care for the kid completely on her own. This scenario happens a lot in real life, where the kid feels as though nothing is in her favor and life itself is unfair. Her ideals aren't matching up with reality. The kid and her sister, Lilo and Nani, have a really bad fight, and Lilo shuts herself in her room in a tantrum. Later, Nani finds Lilo wishing for an angel to come and save her from this horrible situation she's in. Now, here's where the movie starts to do what it shouldn't do. Let's take a look at Lilo. Lilo isn't just the bullied weird kid. She's a brat. Her first instinct when somebody says something she doesn't like is to get violent. And it may seem funny on the screen, but this sort of behavior is not funny in real life.
Oh my, this is dumb. This is already stupid.
And if you think it is, there is a real problem here. Lilo is horrendously ungrateful for everything Nani sacrifices for her and gets bitter and spiteful when she's called on it. So much so that the child throws a tantrum. Poor Nani is still trying to pick up the slack, still trying to fix things in Lilo's destructive wake, and Lilo honestly doesn't care. Lilo is of the mindset that it's Nani's job to clean up after her messes and takes that entirely for granted. And the message of the movie? Family means nobody gets left behind, underscores this, and even says that it is the family's job to fix its members' messes, without holding that family member responsible or accountable. The natural result of that message is a wonderfully horrific movie called The Godfather. I highly recommend it if you haven't ever watched it. It is not a fun movie, but it is very eye-opening. So when Lilo wishes for someone to arrive to fix all her problems again, somebody who'd reinforce the behavior that she likes, regardless of how bad those behaviors are for everyone around her, well, she gets what she asked for. She gets Stitch. Now, Stitch is a monster. Stitch is, and should be, the physical manifestations of Lilo's bitterness, self-indulgence, and tendency to lash out at anything that's set against her. Of course she'd like this little beast, and the movie portrays him as a little beast. Sort of. He should be even more of a monster than the movie claims. It is not Stitch's narrative role in this kind of story to be sympathetic. He needs to be the ultimate result of allowing your kid to become a little monster. Nani continues to indulge Lilo when she should be putting her foot down, and the result is that the household invites in the worst kind of monster there is, one that everyone in the house created together. Where the story should go from here is that Lilo and Stitch have a grand old time together, wreaking further havoc on Nani's life and the lives of everyone around them, until finally that havoc actually affects Lilo's life, and she cannot avoid the repercussions. Her indulgence in allowing this little monster to destroy everything has brought things to a very, very bad place.
Wait, isn't that exactly what happens in the movie?
This is the problem. I kind of haven't seen this movie in so long that I'm like unable to be able to verify or deny this. I'm like,
Yeah.
Because the threat
Yeah.
is that that Lilo is going to be taken away from
happened?
her sister by the government, and then Stitch destroys the house.
Yeah, because the child protect Mr. Bubbles, Cobra Bubbles is his name. His name is Cobra Bubbles. He shows up and
played by
Lilo.
Ving Rhames, right?
Yeah.
Yes, I think so. Not to be confused with Keith David, because not all
No.
black people.
Why
sound the
would-
same.
How dare you? How dare you?
Huh? I was literally just saying not all black people sound the same.
Yeah, sure you.
Yeah.
That's racist
Yeah,
to
I was.
say
That's literally
that
what I was
because
saying.
it implies
He's
that
the-
you
he's-
thought that
he's
everyone
the
else
arbiter,
thought
and
that.
he wants to accelerate your life.
Mhm.
That's Keith David.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I don't name the thing
was-
wrong that I said. Name the thing that I said that was wrong.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's what I
Racist.
thought. But yeah,
It's his
Lilo.
audience. That's the problem.
I think doesn't Lilo learn from that, from seeing Nani like it like that's the part where Lilo
This is the
gets it, I
problem.
believe.
I'd have to
where-
rewatch the film because I can't remember.
And
Like,
Lilo learns from Stitch being terrible. Like she's kind of like, oh, she's kind of understanding that this is how her sister views her.
I have to see it again,
Oh.
but like in theory, like I get what this person's not an idiot, right? Like I get
Oh, I
what
don't
they're
know.
saying. No, like I
No.
get what they're saying. It's just I don't know if the film doesn't do this in its own way, or if they just sort of are running away with their own idea of it.
would you say they're an idiot if this is a harshly unfair characterization of what actually happens in the film?
I can't remember. That's the thing. It's been ages.
From what I remember, the movie does all the things he's complaining about, just not in the way he's suggesting.
Lilo even made the evil chart for Stitch. That's true. So
Killer.
I don't know if we want to continue or not. It's about halfway done. So I just thought it was interesting. I didn't know if we had any. Someone just posted it. I knew I'd forget about it, so I figured I'd link it while we were here. Maybe I could just read the last bit.
Maybe we could recover it once we
We'll jump to
rewatch
the
the
finish.
movie. I don't know.
That would be interesting, but I just read the last bit. At any rate, it's no wonder people like this movie. It's so incredibly indulgent and reinforces the notion that a person doesn't need to be responsible for himself because somebody else will fix every problem that they ever have. What a blissfully irresponsible message. Watch out for people who get offended at this sort of critique and who react highly negatively when somebody insults something they like. It often means they've attached too much of their identity to that thing and feel personally called out when somebody points out that it's a bad message. Well, how about that?
Hmm.
Can you imagine a scenario where somebody might become emotionally attached
I
to a piece
can.
of
I can
media?
think of one
maybe
one
they
scenario comes to mind.
Yeah, I can imagine how there are people out there.
How
who
does it
think
make you
outside the
Greedo?
feel?
line, and it's like an attack on them.
Is that who we're talking about?
Sounds like
This is a Greedo thing?
Raylos.
So talking about Hawaiian culture from Lilo and Stitch's time period was in reality very much opposite to the way Lilo and Stitch glamorized it. But you won't hear people talking about, because 12 people live on Hawaii and the rest of us just visit.
From what I
Like, no
remember,
one
this
cares
seems
about the
like
what was Moana? The Pacific Islander. What was the island or whatever they were from? Maui?
I don't know. I
No.
haven't seen
Later
it.
in the movie.
that where Hawaiians were originally from.
I don't think so. I think it's anyways. It's like you didn't get the culture right. Who fucking cares?
Wow.
This movie would be accused of cultural appropriation today. I wonder.
Probably. I don't know, actually.
Who's the actress that plays the?
Yeah, it depends on the
Face
actors,
that-
actually. It would honestly depend
Yeah,
on the
totally. I'm
actors.
diving in here. 2002. Of course, they were making all kinds of social justice mistakes. That was an eternity ago.
Yeah, I think all the Star Wars people who are just getting so defensive because we're talking about Star Wars. It's been it's been a wild ride.
Well, I don't think it's
Divide
indicative of
Chase,
their
total white girl.
of their personal attackageness when they call us twisted shells of men. Like, I think they're completely rational when they say that. Okay.
Or Nazis,
Oh well, pfft,
fascists.
that's
I mean,
that's.
you have like a little gas mask. You're a fascist.
I think it's fair to assume that I'm an Nazi.
Davy, is that how you pronounce that? Davy?
Wait a minute.
Debate?
DeVay.
A white girl played Lilo. Oh my god.
Yeah,
Oh
I know.
no!
Crime against humanity.
Oh my
Oof!
lord.
Ouch! Oof! Oof! Eesh.
Nation.
Oof!
Disney, how dare you?
Oh my
We
god!
have to find the copies of Lilo and Stitch in the world and burn them all.
Burn them.
We have
Yeah.
to.
Wait, was she also the ring girl?
This must be.
Oh my god, she was.
Looks like she was in.
She played Lilo and the ring girl. It's like, all right.
Oh, there she was in Edgar Macabre Presents.
Oh.
Girl in the ring, the girl that comes out of the TV, is that her?
Mm-hmm.
Her scene was deleted in AI, artificial intelligence.
Oh.
She's
Oh,
in
she
Dr.
was
Pepper, too.
the English dub for Chihiro in Spirited Away.
How'd you
I
feel
haven't
about
seen
the
that, but I
ending
know a lot
of
of people have.
How'd you feel about the ending of AI?
Though where in the ice and everything with a blue
Yeah,
fairy? It's
with the
fucking-
robots
fucking
and the alien robots?
Weird.
Loved it.
You like the alien robots?
Loved it. Yes.
I remember when I saw it, I thought it was fucking stupid, but
Yeah.
I gotta see it again because I'm fairly certain that I'm almost certain that I thought it was really stupid.
Most people did because they thought it was aliens, and it's not aliens. It's
Well,
like
he made them look. Why would he make them look like aliens?
I know it's a huge design flaw, making them look so much like aliens. 'Cause it's
Also,
complete-
lol at the ice caps melting.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh yeah.
New York
But, I
is
don't know,
submerged. You know, like,
That's
okay.
something that should have ended tragically, I think, because it's like a tragic fairy tale.
Yeah, it should have ended with spoilers for AI. of
2001.
him going down into the water.
and just
Believe that
for
global
all
warming.
eternity.
Instead, it was
Stop
this weird fucking thing.
Yep.
But she has been in a fair amount of stuff. Oh, she was in Stitch the movie. It was straight to video, released in 2003.
Oh.
She did Lilo's voice. So they didn't do the bullshit they pulled with the genie and
Homer Simpson.
Aladdin 2.
Yeah.
Well, wasn't it because like Robin Williams was fucking annoyed with them because he had like one stipulation of not being used in the marketing, and then they did it anyway.
Yep.
Oh, I don't know.
That's what what's her face said. Lindsay Ellis.
What do you
made a
mean
video
used
about
in the
that.
marketing? Like they couldn't advertise that it was him?
I think it was that he was okay with being in the film, but not being used to like sell things.
He didn't want a bunch of genie toys or something.
Yeah, like he didn't want to be
Commercialized too much?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to
Yeah.
say too much because I can't remember it specifically. I wouldn't want to.
Because he came back for Aladdin 3, Prince of
Right.
Thieves, which is legitimately enjoyable, and I liked it.
Yeah, it was a
And-
lot better than the second one.
I really liked Aladdin 3.
It was better than
was fucking-
Aladdin 2.
It was, yeah.
But was it better than Aladdin 2?
He was Forrest Gump and all kinds of stuff.
Well, at least they got Nani was an actual
Nani?
Hawaiian girl.
Oh, representation,
It
finally.
was Tina Carrera. I didn't realize that. Or Tia Carrera. sorry.
Traditional Hawaiian name.
The girl from Wayne's World, the hot girl.
Wayne's World.
Representation in Lilo and Stitch now. Come
Is-
on, it was made in 2002.
All right, so is this I assume this is a typo because on her IMDb page that Adam linked, they have this as one of her credits. Is that is Leroy and Stitch? Is that actually what it is? No, it is Leroy and Stitch. That's a real thing.
What
It's
is it?
2006. It's new circumstances forces Lilo and her alien friends to part ways while Gantu and Dr. Van Hamsterville create the Stitch clone Leroy in order to capture all of the experiments and take over the galaxy. Watch on Prime Video.
Wow.
Why
That's-
is it?
Yeah.
Why does the
Leroy
trailer
and
have like
Stitch.
live action people in it on the website?
It does.
On my screen, it does.
It sounds terrifying.
Maybe it's just fucked up.
Oh, look at that. Holy shit. That's hilarious.
Why would they have that?
Leroy and
It looks like a
Stitch.
completely different movie.
Leroy and Stitch?
It reminds me of the knockoff films that Asylum do.
Yeah.
Leroy and Stitch.
Or it's like the black exploitation version of Lilo and Stitch.
So is, I guess Leroy's like Stitch, but
I would
red?
Too on the nose to make him brown, right?
Yeah.
Tell the nose to make him brown.
No, they can't be doing it. It's fucked up.
We cloned him.
I mean, they're already
brown.
appropriating things.
So anyway, I think it's about time that I begin reading out the super chats. Now, before I
Yeah.
do, Adam, Sitch, is completely up to you, gentlemen. If you'd like to keep staying on and having a chat, or
I'm staying.
Oh my God,
Sitch is an elitist. He's probably gonna leave, but I'm gonna stick around for the super chats.
Yeah, I'll stick around. I'm sure some of them will yell at me and call me names. So.
Oh, they maybe one or two. You know how it is. Yeah, there's a few. There's quite a few. So I'm just gonna start reading them. You guys, is that all good? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Good.
Go for it.
So, first of the day, pooping with the door open.
Okay.
Oh, I guess we have to.
Definitely.
So okay, so Sitch is pro pooping with the door open.
Yeah, you don't want that. Well, it depends. If you're living with someone, that's very rude.
Home Alone, maybe, I guess.
Home Alone, yes. You don't want to be trapped with the smell.
Because generally, I've got my hand on the lever. I mean, it's a floomp. It is down and just like it doesn't settle.
You're like, there's like no
leaving
time
immediately.
to leave the bowl.
Oh yeah, I was like, once that thing hits, I mean, hopefully we don't get a Poseidon's kiss. But once it's down, it's out.
Yeah, but I don't like flushing when I'm sitting on the toilet because then you're getting all that spray going up in the air.
Oh, I think that's a toilet thing because mine doesn't do that.
No. There's like micro droplets you can't perceive or like flying up.
If I can't perceive that, I think there's micro droplets.
You're still getting poop particles in your nose and in your mouth. Like, come on.
So, but you would get that anyway, door or not.
No, you wouldn't if
it's micro particles that are floating around the room, opening up the door.
No, Rags, he's suggesting that he poops and he runs out as it flushes and slams the door shut.
I'm saying you poop, you stand up, you put the lid down, and then you flush. That's what I'm saying.
But then it gets out the little. If anything, it gets out the little holes around. With
wouldn't it still get out?
Like it
has the lid and everything.
I don't think it gets out that much.
Oh, not that much. The microscopic indetectable particles don't.
So,
get out that much?
Are you gonna put your toothbrush in the same room that your toilet is and flush with the lid up?
I don't flush with the lid up. I'm on the toilet.
Yeah, but your body is your body encompassing the entire hull of the toilet when you?
Oh, well, excuse me for being thick like fire.
I was gonna say, is this MovieBob? Is it like when you sit down, you create like a hermetic seal? That's you poop.
Probably not. I've never thought about it.
Like all the fat rolls just go floop.
I am overweight, but I'm in good shape. But I still think that I cover most of the top. There's no way you couldn't cover the majority of it.
Yeah, no, you cover the majority of it, sure.
Yeah, even
Right.
But it doesn't have any time to sit. It is down and gone. It's finished.
Also, you can get those little toothbrush covers. You put a little compartmenty covery thing on them, the clip.
Yeah, but you can't get towel covers, can you?
You had the towels. You can put towels on other towels.
You're gonna have your poop towel covering your.
Yeah, whenever you actually need a towel, you can buy.
I like a one flush from the toilet turns the entire room to poop, according to you.
Yeah, buy some brown towels and then put them over your normal towel.
I love the idea of someone coming to your house, like, okay, when you go to the bathroom, don't use the towel on top. Use the towel under it. The towel on top's the poop towel.
That's the poop towel. It keeps the microscopic, indetectable poop particles off my towels. I think it's really simple. You sit on top. It's mostly sealed, and then once you squeeze and once you drop that crispy coil, it goes instantly down. And then you just flush it right then and there. It doesn't sit. Okay. It doesn't sit. It's just gone and out. Okay. Minimal air contact.
There you go.
Minimal air contact. And if the door is open, then all the microscopic indetectable poop particles get into where your kitchen, your living room, your children.
Sitch.
Like they'll get into everything.
How do you prevent this, Sitch? You have to have something.
If only you could if only there was some kind of architectural, some engineering marvel that would, I don't know, allow for the transversal through walls. Some kind of semi-permeable, selectable, openable, closeable thing that could close off one room to another that we could utilize for both privacy and function.
To be fair, my bathroom is 2 doors, so I leave the inner door open, but not the outer door.
You have a vestibulum for your bathroom? Hey, that rhymed, and I didn't even expect it. Interesting.
Do you have is it like an airlock?
Equalizing pressure with the shitter.
Yes, that's exactly what it is.
And the one time you flush with the lid up, Adam's on the other side. He's like, "I can't let you back in, dude."
Can't let you back in, Sitch. You can put the lid down when you flush. You have to decompress.
I'm sorry, Sitch.
Decontaminate.
Lid up.
No, he just launches me into space.
Wipe yourself off. God damn it.
So wait, we never heard the two people we didn't hear from their preferences.
Oh yeah,
How do you
Adam,
inspect tips and tails if you flush it immediately, Rags? What are you doing?
how do I inspect what?
Your tips and tails.
My asshole is still connected to me.
Oh, but the tips and tails are on the turd.
Yeah, how do you
You
look
know
at
what?
your
I'm gonna, based on my experience with my own turds for my entire life, I imagine like the tapered end, where like I don't. What do you mean tips and tails?
Yes, the tapered end. You got it.
Why do I need to confirm that?
You know the health of your defecation to make sure you're
I'm
healthy.
feeling good and
For
I'm
all
eating
you
well.
know,
I'm gonna assume that my poo reflects that.
For all you know, you flushed you accidentally flushed a fetal twin that moved itself into your
Out of sight, out of mind, man.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna feel guilty about what I don't know.
Wouldn't you want to talk to the doctor about your fetal twin going down the toilet? I'm
pretty sure it does make sense because as we all know, babies come out of the butt. So maybe I should be watching out for that stuff.
Challenge Rags, if you look down and saw a fetal twin in
My
the
shit
toilet,
brother.
there is no way that you would flush that. There's no way in hell that you would flush that.
If it looked up to me with its shitty eyes and opened its shitty mouth and was like, "Daddy," it's like I kind of feel like I'd want to mercy kill it on the spot.
I want to live, Rags. Don't flush me.
If I heard a
What do you
voice
do?
calling my name as I shat, I would have thought that the heavens themselves were impressed with how incredible that particular poo was.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go.
A chorus from the heavens, watching down. I would then request that they not watch me while I poo.
God, can you just stop for a second?
Yeah, while I do appreciate the enthusiasm in the comments, I would like to just be alone, if that's possible. And if that's what hell is, separation from God, then I'd like to be in hell when I poop.
Temporarily while I'm pooping.
Temporarily.
To spite the fetal, the possible fetal discharge, I do it exactly like Rags. I figure it doesn't stink up the bathroom that way.
Yeah, that's what you do if you're
correct. Yes.
Trying to impress a girl. You flush immediately.
Impress a girl? I don't impress girls with that's.
Trying to impress a girl based on your pooping.
Like, what are you gonna do? Sculpt it and show it to her?
Girls don't like poop smell. It's pretty obvious.
I don't think anyone likes it that much, to be honest with you. I'm gonna put it out there.
Yeah, girls especially.
What are you gonna do? Walk out and say, "I learned how big of a dick I could." I don't know.
All right. Then.
I can't hear you both. I see the green circles, but I hear no.
Yeah, Discord's cutting out a lot.
You're cutting out for me, Rags. But anyway,
everyone was cutting out for everyone.
Oh,
I think we've exhausted. Well, we didn't get Mahler's take. I don't think Mahler.
Oh, I mean, me and Rags' take's already been well documented. Door closed. Have some fucking decency.
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought we were talking about the immediate flush.
The immediate flush? I mean, there are subsequent flushes after you wipe and all that stuff, and if there's a sequel coming on. But other than that, it's
obviously, it's not like you get one flush and then
I'm not trying to conserve water. It comes out of the wall basically for free, so I don't care. I'll take an extra flush or two if I need it.
So when global warming happens, we know who to blame. It's you,
Rags, and his insistence on hygienic poos. And I've taken some. Like the shits themselves were not bad, but the places, because I've done a lot of hiking and stuff, a lot of being in the outdoors. Sometimes you just gotta caveman that bitch, and sometimes that's life. And you appreciate things like indoor plumbing, and you wonder how people did it back in the olden days.
Terrible.
Maybe they didn't.
Perspective. It's perspective.
How do we know people really poop back then?
That's true.
Yeah,
that's true. Yeah,
kind of an interesting subject. They have a whole course on it in certain universities.
I mean, no one was there, right?
If I can't repeat it, it ain't science.
Please make sure the new Batwoman editor does the loud bass "What You Bring Me" at the end of each
Speaking of shit,
yes, they will, and the next one is on the way, as far as I am aware. So It shall be. And then a new editor shall be on the way too. It's going to be rather exciting. But Batwoman shall return. It's just it's having a hiatus, as they say, while I figure out who's editing in future. It's gonna be great. 4 out of 10, really. I mean, like I said, subpar. So let's go 4.9 out of 10 is the maximum I will concede. I'll let you have 4.9 out of 10. It's wonderful. Also, that meme is horrifying. What is that?
Oh my god. Oh my
Someone
god.
solved the porthole dilemma.
And it won't. Here's the thing. Like this doesn't. It's because I would know what would happen. Because I have a basic grasp of.
You could only wiggle it, right? You wouldn't be able to like.
You would just stick it forward,
Yes,
but nothing would
side.
happen because your butt has to move forward as your cock moves forward.
The portals move closer together. They don't. You don't see the apparatus for that in this. It's on the other side.
Yeah, what if the portals move, but you don't move?
If the portals move, but you
Yeah.
don't move.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So let's see. I'm trying to visualize this.
Yeah,
Why not
if you were to move the blue one
Okay.
back and forth, that would work, right?
If you move the blue.
Yeah.
one- Oh my goodness.
Yes.
Have we solved the dilemma? Right?
Great Scott, I think we've got
We
it.
solved
So
it like an hour ago.
if you move the blue one, then yeah, I think
Yeah.
that would actually work. Yeah, you'd have to move the. As they said, portals can't be.
Because
Oh, someone said portals can't be on moving surface.
Fucking
what?
whatever.
Really?
Should like that's not. There's this.
Is that a thing?
we can-
Okay, this is important. If portals can be on moving surfaces, then we have determined that yes, you can in fact fuck your own asshole with portals.
Look,
I'm pretty
what's
sure
more-
you
what-
can in the second game. I think in the first game they cancel out if ever they're on a surface that moves.
Really?
more
Pretty
important
sure
here?
in the second. I can't confirm that. Chat, you're gonna have to
Someone
take
said
the
yes, they
reins
can.
to me.
Someone says yes, they can be on a moving surface,
It can, but it has
I
to be a
think-
flat white surface.
but you could move it.
I
So you
s-
can
this is
attach it
worth
to a
destroying
piston or
cannon for,
something.
though. This is worth destroying portal cannon for. I believe.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
like,
yeah.
being Myself in portal
All
is
right.
important. Let's be honest.
What's more important here, canon
So-
and details, or the feeling and spectacle
True.
of your own
Actually,
ass?
I've never. It's. Yeah, I think. Yeah, I think if you could move the blue portal, then you could indeed. Well, let's see. So I have. So my other question is. No, I think we're good. Yeah,
Mhm.
I think we're good.
Finally.
I'm so
Someone's gonna
glad.
Call this the rags maneuver.
As long as it doesn't screw with previous lore and it really appeals to your heart, it satisfies both HelloGreedo and EFAP.
Yeah. I think that's it. Good job, chat. And yeah, you pulled through.
Thoughts on Dunkirk? I think it's gay. I found it relatively boring. And it was mainly to do with the fact that I didn't get attached to any of the characters. And the direction was top-notch, but I was mostly sleepy. Not that I was actually sleepy, but I was being made sleepy by the movie. I only saw it the one time. I didn't get attached, so I'm not really a good judge, but meh. I found it meh. You guys seen Dunkirk?
I have
Not I.
not.
I've not seen it.
I've heard meh things about it.
No, it's not really anybody's beloved film from what I've discovered over time. Maybe I'm wrong, but yeah. Alright, I made it. Time to start. Hi, Rags.
Hello.
Still have plans to make a Civil War praise? That would... I think my plan was always going to be like a full breakdown, not just like a praise video. But yes, actually. One day. Give me a few decades. I genuinely want to say thank you. You've always cheered me up and calmed me down when things were tough. I cannot be more grateful. Fap on, milkers. Thank you very much. I'm glad you enjoyed the show. Hope
And
today was a frolicking laugh riot. We had shock. We had all of the emotions. I'm not even going to name them. You know,
Full
you
spectrum.
know. Yes, all. Favorite movie: Alien, not Xenomorph / Predator.
Favorite movie, Alien.
Oh right, yeah. So, what is your favorite movie, Alien? But discounting
Oh.
Predator and Alien.
Favorite movie, Alien. I really like The Thing.
That's a good one.
Yeah, that constitutes as an alien, right? That came from space.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, spaceship and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really like the thing.
I'd be inclined to agree with you on that one, I think.
Yeah, we've already got a thing in chat. If I want to think of another, a lot of people are saying that. The favorite alien?
Oh yeah, it did say alien, yeah.
Favorite alien.
The alien or one of the alien movies? I'm not sure.
No, like an alien, like an extraterrestrial life form, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Any alien movie, basically.
The Rancor, that's kind of alien.
AI. The aliens and AI. Oh, that's
yeah,
the best
fuck
part.
those guys. Worst aliens.
I'm gonna. Yeah, as someone, let's see, we have
Thanos.
I mean,
Kid
yeah, if we're going, if we're going for like non-sentient, like alien, not as in just like non-humanoid, but like a beast.
Yeah, more like a monster, I guess.
Yeah, monster. If we're going with that, then man, the Thing is such a good one.
Yeah, that's a good choice.
I feel like you accidentally gave the best answer and then killed the question immediately.
Yeah.
It wasn't an accident. I'm all about best answers right up front. You know me.
Well, you didn't even mention the graboids. So
That
what's
was
that about?
that was my stripper name. Is best answers right up.
Oh. Alright, you've been on a deserted island with no outside contact for 6 months. This morning you return to the civilized world. How do you react to all of this?
Say that one more time.
So 6 months without any contact with the civilized world. You come back to what it is now. How do you react? I guess the most shocking things would be coronavirus. Bernie's dropped out. And what else would there be?
Pandemic.
Yeah,
the coronavirus.
Big thing. I'd be wondering, like, what's. It'd be weird too because here everything's basically normal, but all of the signs, I like doors and stuff. They have like little signs, wash your hands, don't come in if you have a cough. Really basic stuff. So it's just weird enough to where you'd be asking what's happening. They're like, yeah, there's a global pandemic and it hasn't really hit us here yet, and that would make me worry a whole lot. And then I'd read about it. I'd calm the fuck down. But
Is it gonna
I
hit you
go
at
into
all?
the store and like all the bread and toilet paper would be gone. And I'm like, what the fuck?
Then you have to go to the bread and toilet paper store.
Yeah. Someone said Brexit. Yeah, but we knew that was coming for years.
I was gonna say, didn't Brexit happen before 6 months ago even?
Oh yeah, it happened years ago. Thanks, Teresa.
No, I meant like the more final version of it. I can't remember when it got finalized. When was that?
I'm not sure.
Well, either way, I'm sure they'd be able to, adjust pretty quickly. Just get yourself a few YouTube videos to catch up from those friendly personalities online. What you missed in the last 6 months? Greetings, Massives. To everyone here, what are your favorite bands and why?
Electric Light Orchestra is my favorite band.
Really?
Yeah, really.
Wow.
Really?
I just listened to them.
Yeah, they're fucking stellar. I love them. They've been my favorite band for ages. My dad got me into them. But they have such a huge uh-oh, I heard someone plunk.
Bye-bye,
Sitch, no! But they have an incredible range of different kinds of music that they've done. They did a lot of experimental stuff for their time. They had incredibly well-written songs. The way that they would mix electronic and vocal stuff and acoustic work, and I mean Jeff Lynne's voice is insane. They just have there's a song for everybody when it comes to ELO's library. Very good stuff. Love ELO.
I feel like I've answered this before, sad face. It's Rhapsody / Rhapsody of Fire and Avantasia, and I love them because they're simultaneously epic and symphonic. They have an orchestra behind generating music that could easily be in like Lord of the Rings soundtrack sort of thing. It's good shit.
The Pixies.
That's gay.
Yeah. Everybody likes music these days, so. Modest Mouse and the Pixies. I'm sticking with it. I don't care. I don't care if you hate it, Mahler.
Yeah, go.
It's literally my favorite band of all time.
Horace Went best ELO
Really?
song.
Oh,
It's a good one.
Which one? Modest Mouse or the Pixies?
Oh, I was kidding because I have no idea what you're talking about still. Which one is which?
You should listen to the Pixies. You'll love
What's
it.
gonna happen if I don't? Will I be murdered?
I'll listen to the Pixies. Everybody has listened to the Pixies.
All right. Well, we're gonna have to imagine what Sitch's answer would have been, unfortunately.
Hopefully he didn't update this.
He already
So
had.
it's-
He said he saw those spooky cubes.
It'll double update. Oh no.
No, his power literally went out in his home. So who knows? It might be coronavirus related.
Oh God, Corona can get into the electricity stuff now.
Oh my god, my wires have the corona.
No.
Chinese
Taking
invasion.
the copper out of houses now. It's gotten that bad. They're trading it for toilet paper on the street.
You look like plugs and switches in your house, and they're all going like, and you're like, oh my God.
Oh no.
Sitch just dropped out a second ago. Don't worry about it. And hopefully he'll be back. And if
He'll be
not,
back.
then- If not, then he pulled his weight.
Any plan to watch Major Lee's TROS review? I don't see why not.
Underrated gem.
Should we bring him on to watch it with him? Would that not be?
That would be interesting.
That would be
It
intense.
would be the first time we did something like that.
Yeah.
So it would break the
Really?
rule.
It would set a
awesome.
precedent.
It would. It's not like a rule. It's by happenstance a rule, I guess. It's more of a description than a rule.
Mm-hmm.
Let
But-
them defend their own work. That's the best case scenario.
Well, we think that a video you make should stand on it. It shouldn't require extra explanation. That's the point of the video.
Similar to our criticisms of movies, they shouldn't require,
Yeah.
a book to understand
Yeah,
them.
but I don't know. Maybe
Good
we should,
YouTube out of it. It's worth doing. It's definitely worth
like,
it.
if we didn't have him on, then oh shit, he's here. As I was saying, he's a great guy.
Whoa!
I really like him.
Wait
He's
a
a really cool
minute.
guy. I like him. He's all right.
Yeah,
He doesn't
man,
look
like,
black.
greatest
Wait a minute.
guest. Good shit.
What the fuck?
Absolutely.
What were you?
Oh, he's
We-
back.
We were actually-
Hey, man.
We were talking about a guy named Major Lee.
Yeah, we were talking
made
about
a
someone
video
else.
Yeah, we actually were. The rise,
Yes.
a video called "The Rise of Skywalker," an underrated gem, essentially, and we were
Mhm.
considering whether or not, if we reviewed it on EFAP, if we should have him present, which would be a first for us to have someone whose video
Could
we're
be an
covering
interesting dynamic.
with us.
I thought
Yeah,
you guys
we
did that
don't know.
once before.
I don't think so. Maybe.
Hmm.
I
I'm
don't
trying to
think-
remember. I feel like we haven't, but we could have. Could be possible.
He said Rise Skywalker is an underrated gem. Oh my god.
I know it's
Well,
underrated.
I assume you
not?
agree with him because you put it above the prequels, right?
yeah. Yeah,
So-
obviously.
Hugely
Maybe we could put it up to an
Underrated.
EFAP
Or-
chat
yeah.
vote.
I think they're gonna vote yes. It's pretty clear.
So, because here's the thing, I assume that if he's not there, we could have him on to discuss it later with some Star Wars guys and just have kind of have it be a casual chat about it, or maybe we could arrange some kind of a cage fight, like a cockfight almost, where we have Major Lee, who's we need to get a Rise of
versus
Skywalker
PSA
lover.
Sitch, yeah.
No, like a Rise of Skywalker lover versus a TLJ lover, and who each thinks the other's movie's terrible. And
Do we
have
know
them-
anyone who's a TLJ lover who would come on E EFAB?
fight to the death.
I don't know. They do have a tendency to be insufferable lefties.
Also,
so I don't
Major Lee
know.
does love TLJ? Wouldn't it be better to get
He
someone who hates
does.
both of them while he loves both of them?
Yeah, but that would just be us.
Well, we could
I kinda
just
get
we
you.
we'll just
We're
we'll
pretty nice.
listen.
We are pretty great, though.
We'll just
Have you
listen.
seen this video?
Not yet.
No, not yet.
It could change our. Yeah, this is all assuming that his video doesn't totally change our minds.
Did you see the beginning? The first thing in his video says, "Warning: the following presentation contains cold, hard truths that might change the way you think."
Oh
Oh,
my god, I'm
terrifying.
scared. I kind of don't want to see it anymore. They would
Hmm.
shatter all of that I know about things.
I like my dogma about the world.
Yeah.
yeah.
Maybe maybe it was an April Fool's joke, like late April Fool's. Some of the comments
I
says,
doubt it.
"Can't-"
Not Major Lee. He ain't no April. He's just a fool.
So one of the comments, first comment is like, "Can't wait for EFAP to check this out."
Oh my goodness. No, we can't see it now because it's too late.
It's too late now.
It's too late now. But in the future, that shall definitely be on the roster. You know, the docket. That's the word I was looking
Mhm.
for.
Yeah.
Gotta find the right people.
I am looking forwards to watching another masterpiece by Major Lee and having my
Also, Sitch, you missed the question of what is your favorite band and why?
My favorite band?
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. I don't know, I'm too embarrassed. I'll date myself. Give some like 90s answer or something.
Oh, mine was older than that.
I'll be honest. I've been listening to the same 3 songs on a loop for like the last 2 weeks, and they're all they're JoJo songs.
Oh my goodness.
Don't judge him, chat.
His favorite band is
Okay.
JoJo.
Don't judge him.
The JoJo themes for season 3, 4, and 5 are so catchy. Can't get them out of my mind.
All right.
So this says the Spanish flu's origin seems to be unclear. I think that I remember someone else was mentioning in chat or in a super chat that it was like it's not necessarily originated in Spain. It was that it was discovered in Spain.
Close enough.
I mean, just blame him anyway.
I think the reason it was called Spanish flu was because Spain reported it the most accurate cases compared to other countries.
So it's like the redemption of Sitch in all caps. Oh,
redemption of Sitch.
They like that JoJo.
See, people.
I haven't seen it yet. I haven't seen it yet.
Sitch,
the first season is hard to get through, but second season's amazing.
It looks really weeby.
Oh yeah, definitely. If you don't like
there
that.
are weeb elements, yes.
Yes.
Hi Rags, I love your Unbridled series.
Oh, thanks. I don't like bridles. I un them.
Also, please watch the Toxic Brood Guy's Tross review. Toxic Brood Guy was called AJ, right? I remember Toxic Brood Guy. He was like very emotional. He said you have the right to like The Last Jedi, unironically.
Yeah, every time he said something, it was like he was crying.
I don't, I type in AJ and I get Angry Joe. That's not gonna work.
If anyone in chat remembers his name, then let me know.
You have the right.
Yeah,
Got some good ELO references in chat. We like that.
What was the name of the guy who you guys are going to have on to defend his video?
Oh, Major Lee?
Major Lee? But the O in Major is like a 0. Major Lee.
AJ95. Ah, that might help. AJ95 still was EG Caraballo. Review of the... Oh, Major Lee's coming up for that. Defending Star Wars The Last Jedi. That's probably him, right? Oh boy, that's a throwback. I think we covered that whole video. So let's see if he's got a TROS video then. Boop, boop, boop. Reviewing Star Wars The Rise of Skywalker. That's probably it. It's 14 minutes. Yeah, that could be fun. Who knows?
AJ Caraballo.
Oh wait, he called it a disappointing finale. Damn.
Oh my goodness gracious. Why is he being so toxic?
One of the top comments says not to mention the fandom menace is still hating this.
Well, yeah, it's terrible.
I don't know why they're shocked by this. Just because it shits on TLJ doesn't mean we'll like it. Or the fandom menace will like it either.
Like, we hate them both.
Right. Well, and it's weird because some people who really like TLJ are like, oh, this movie was bad because it was just fan service. And we're like, what the fuck are they talking about?
Well, you know what's crazy? Is that there's a lot of like theory about how the Rise of Skywalker appeals to like racism or racists and fans that are nuts because of the lack of Rose Tico.
What if a racist just likes good writing? What then? Like,
That's the funny thing is, like,
you could be a terrible, horrible, racist asshole, but still also be able to analyze art really well. Like, that's a thing. Those don't intersect with each other.
No, you're either
You could be
all
like,
bad or
Rose
all
Tico,
good.
she's written horribly. Also, she's a fucking chink.
Well, the part that I find interesting is just like there's a black guy protagonist throughout the whole thing. How do you explain that? And then they're like, oh, they're just racist toward Asian people, and you're like, oh.
That's a very small group of people.
I was like, okay then.
Apparently, he made a Cats video. Make sure that's not on April the 1st.
Yeah, you gotta check those dates.
It is April. Yeah, it's April the 1st. Yeah, the greatest movie of all time. Yeah.
Here's the $20 I'd have given y'all if I'd been notified for the previous stream. Fuck you, Susan. Oh my.
Oh.
I mean, yeah, it looks like it mostly worked this time around. Or at least better than last time, so that's something. I suppose if you really want to know when they're coming up now, you're gonna need the bell. And the bell doesn't even work necessarily, but yeah. Like, there's nothing we can really do, unfortunately.
Just every hour, check your YouTube subscriptions.
Every 10 minutes.
Yeah, every 10 minutes, just check Mahler's page.
That'll do it. Sitch, I got a text from Candace Owens, people looking for donations. I sent a link to your video back. Uh-huh.
Okay.
And hi, Rags. Interesting way to spell it. And Maula. Hello. Sheev rides flying R2-D2 like a dragon in the Clone Wars.
You guys have any Candace Owens opinions, or that for a different stream?
I crazy mixed bag, I guess. I don't know what to like. I don't even know what to think, really.
Mm-hmm.
All over the place.
I don't know enough about
I
it.
put her in the same bag as like Stefan Molyneux, and so like just all over the place. Just
why not? Even if you disagree with Stefan Molyneux, I feel like even if you think he's crazy, he has like his own thoughts and opinions.
Yeah,
Candace is basically just a parrot who just repeats.
I definitely
whatever the
respect
conservative
Stefan
talking point is.
Molyneux. He says weird stuff sometimes.
Yeah, he says lots of weird shit.
But
he's
I'm
the
like,
Eggman.
But he's not like crazy. Does that make sense?
When are we doing our holiday stream?
Yeah, so oh my god, yeah. So I got told Stefan Molyneux that he should come on our stream.
Oh my god.
But Candace is she just repeats whatever the conservative talking point is. She doesn't actually have any original thoughts in her head. So anyways.
Original thought? Come on. She probably has like a favorite food or something. She has some original.
What are the conservatives like today? Chocolate chip ice cream? All right then.
A big steak, nothing vegetarian or vegan.
Big steak.
Pussies.
No, you're right. Like if it was vegan,
a place for all of God's creatures, and it's right next to the mashed potatoes.
There you go.
And here's the 20 I'm giving you because I didn't get notified this time. Well, it looks like they just happened upon the stream. All right.
Oh, thanks.
Slice and Dice brothers ready for the tisms. We had a whole bunch today. All kinds. Have you guys heard about the Susie Lou situation?
No. Like a Dr. Seuss character? I don't know what you're talking about.
I got nothing.
Who is... Yeah, I don't know who
Susie
Lou
you weren't asking. That was what the super chat said.
Well, yeah. I don't know who that is.
I thought we were going to get an answer.
Susie Lou. I'm guessing SUZYLOU?
Yeah, nothing.
No, it's an LU.
Oh,
Susie Lou.
The quartering was complaining about her. I don't know
what. Yeah, I remember that. Like
she's on YouTube. The Susie Lou issue. The most problematic YouTube I've never heard of. He is quartering tweeted he has purged her entire Twitter history.
He has or she has?
She has. And I guess let's see.
You on Twitter, or have you gotten kicked off?
Someone might have to fill me in. Oh, here's his tweet. Internet commie turns out to be actual horrible person. What the twist?
Oh my god.
Yeah, no, that was me. That wasn't Susie Lou.
Oh, this is a funny tweet. I know it's like every once in a while I remember that there's a non-shitheel political side of Twitter, and you're like, huh, I like that. And then you like read another tweet, and you're like, I'm glad.
Then you find Thought Slime, and you go, oh,
yeah.
You're off Twitter.
This is really funny. Ah.
See so many versions of that meme.
So yeah. Did you hear about Tim Pool's brother, Rags? No.
Oh, you don't know about that? The drama?
No, what happened?
There's
all these that I don't know about.
Tim Pool's brother, also known as Reactor. I don't know if he's pretty funny. He used to do funny like parody blog videos.
Yeah.
He I think, is suing or threatening to sue his brother, Tim Pool, the famous Tim Pool, for claiming that he wrongfully kicked him out of his own company, Subverse.
So Tim Pool says that his brother kicked him out of.
No. Tim Pool's brother
Yeah.
is saying that he created Subverse, and Tim Pool is kicked him out of his own. The Mark Zuckerberg Tim kicked him out of his own company, is what his brother's claiming.
Okay.
Hmm.
He's threatening
I
to
don't
sue
know
him, I believe.
anything about it. I hope justice gets served.
I hope just ice is served.
Susie.
There you go.
I was almost named Augustus McCrae. All right. Not
YouTube
bad.
engulfed in censorship struggle as YouTuber Susie Liu continues to flag videos she's unhappy with.
Oh,
Right.
Is that what she's doing?
The depressing case of scandal-ridden YouTube streamer Susie Liu. And yeah, I guess she's been doing some bad stuff potentially. YouTube strikes Tipster News and removes his Susie Liu videos after they were harassment. Looks like she's in some hot water for stuff. Yeah, I don't know anything. I don't know who these I don't watch any streamers. So if it's a streamer, chances are I haven't heard of them. I know of a few, but someone says she's got a YouTube connection.
Pulling a mundane man, huh?
Uh-oh, that's not good. You don't want to pull a mundane Matt.
Yeah. Doesn't. Don't false flag. Don't do copyright strikes.
Don't pitch a flag next to somebody with a big false written on it. That's
Yeah,
bad.
exactly.
Rags, what are your thoughts on Sharmatas?
Can you spell that?
Sharmotas.
Sharmatas?
The heck is
Videos
that?
on Sharmota is an Egyptian expression that means a whore or a prostitute.
Okay.
I have no idea what that is.
But you approve, yeah?
How do you feel about prostitutes? That's what they're
Hashtag
asking.
Sharmatas videos on TikTok. Don't know anything about it.
I saw that one.
Carry on.
My favorite disgusting disease is MovieBob. Oh.
Yeah.
If you were to fight a horror slasher, who would it be and how would you beat them? Also, have you watched Wreck? Yes. The Spanish, original film that Quarantine got made out of. Quarantine's not as good. Fight a horror slasher. Well, it wouldn't be Freddy Krueger, because you lose. I guess Jason is kind of... He's defeatable, right? I forget. And Michael Myers.
Is he? I thought you just kind of have to run away.
But if he followed you into a volcano, he wouldn't survive it, right?
Well, I mean, you have access to a volcano.
Maybe. You don't know.
In They Live, could they only kill themselves, or could they kill anybody?
I'm pretty sure they could capture you, right? In They Live.
I don't remember. Let me see.
I don't know.
That's a hard one. I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah, I'm just trying to... I mean, the question probably answers itself as soon as someone suggests one of the weakest slasher movie villains ever.
Oh, isn't Scream? It's just like a dude.
Yeah, I mean, we could go with Scream. Scream has the benefits of being sneaky, but I think
Just a guy.
yeah, it's just a guy. So as long as you stay a little safe, because at least with the other ones, they seem to have some kind of mystical element almost.
Yeah. Carry a gun. Get Scream.
Ghostface.
Easy target.
All right, we'll go with Ghostface. Have you guys heard the Johnny Depp Amber Heard tapes? It's very disturbing with what the woman is getting away with. I've heard she's not entirely getting away with it at this point.
Yeah.
She's falsified evidence, and she might be going to jail for it. That's what I've heard.
Yeah, and if that's the case, fuck her. Lock her up, man.
Didn't she get dropped from Aquaman 2? Or is it just speculation?
I think that's just
it's
speculation for now.
Speculation. I don't think anything official yet.
She's gonna
Because I
actually.
imagine when that happens, we'll all know about it.
Right.
Is it
That'll be a big
shot
thing.
already? Is it already been shot, or is it in
No,
production?
I don't think so.
And like, what if it is? I
Yeah,
mean, what if it has already been shot? You know, it's like it's too late, but then it
yeah,
comes out
that's
that
the
she
thing.
did all
That's
this
the big
terrible,
question.
horrible stuff right after they
They
finished shooting.
CGI her face.
Yeah, just CG another person's face on her body.
Yeah, just
Or
mustache her whole face.
and then she wins an Academy Award as the CGI actress does. That
Wow.
would be crazy. Anyway.
I like how this is so ahead of the curve. Well, behind the curve. We were ahead of the curve. This says, Sitch, Adam, thoughts on pooping with the door open?
Oh well.
Well, there you
Yeah.
go.
I hope you got your answer. There you
Yeah,
go.
we already. Yeah, very allowed.
Kick Sitch, PT is way better than the ST.
He mad.
Rag sleeps with mothers of PT haters, just saying.
True, Rex.
Mothers of PD haters?
Yeah, prequel trilogy haters, I guess, yeah.
So wait, are people in the chat like the prequels, or they just think the sequels are worse?
I think they're very.
If I was to guess, I would say EFAP chat very much like the prequels.
Really?
Like
Alright,
well, they're sort of like us, I imagine, where like they know that there's problems with them a lot, but like they like them.
Do they like them in the way that one likes the movie The Room?
I don't think so.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm
they
sure
really
there are
like
people who like I don't want to speak for everyone, but I think that for the most part, it's like we think the sequels are terrible, horrible, no good, very bad, the
Mhm.
worst.
They are.
Sequels are really, really terrible. So, especially when you take a look at like Mahler's videos and our EFAPs about them constantly, the sequels have really been the subject of our attention for quite a while.
Quite a journeyed amount.
Yeah.
But yeah, you got a lot of prequel positivity in that chat.
Surprising.
I know.
Maybe maybe I'm just an old man. I don't know.
Well, no, like I think positively of them, but I know there's some serious issues with them. But like what they did to expand the universe and the lore and to just grow everything, especially in a world building sense,
Mhm.
it was like really, really impactful to me. And I know that's just like subjective and all that stuff.
Sure.
When you look at them objectively, I'm sure there's insane amounts of problems, but I really like them. I really do like them.
Played that kid. Oh God, he was so good. He was so.
He
Oh,
tried
man, I really
spinning.
liked
Anakin?
It was a good trick.
It was a good trick.
Baby
Was he in
Ant.
anything else besides Star Wars?
Yeah, Jingle All the Way. Fuck you. How have you not seen that movie and love it?
He was?
Yeah, he was the
the
kid in
kid
that
in
movie.
Jake Lloyd. Jake
for that.
Lloyd.
He was Jamie.
That's a movie I haven't seen except when I was like 5 or 6 or whenever the fuck when that movie came out.
Jingle All the Way
happened?
is an
People ask what
incredible piece of cinematic language that needs
Oh,
to be
really?
appreciated by everyone.
With that's the one with Sinbad, right?
Uh-oh.
He
Yes,
said
it is.
Lloyd retired from in 2012. He said he retired from acting due to bullying at school.
Yeah, because he was such
Aw.
a bad Anakin Skywalker that
That's
everyone
sad.
like.
Yeah, but he's like, I
You
get
suck.
it.
You
I
ruined
get it. But
Star
like,
Wars.
That's kind of sad.
it is sad. That is actually sad.
But he could have worked a little harder as an actor. Jesus.
Adam has no sense.
Sure,
Like,
but,
whatever.
like,
That fucking kid sucked.
No, I blame George Lucas. George Lucas destroyed the kid's life.
Yeah.
Like
Didn't
Jake
he,
retired. Apparently, his net worth is still like $5 million.
oh well, then fuck him.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if he's smart, his parents invested. I'm sure he got paid a decent amount for Star Wars.
He had schizophrenia. Apparently, he was kept.
What?
He was kept for 10 months without trial in Culloden County Detention Center.
Wow.
And Lloyd was transferred from jail to a psychiatric facility where he was diagnosed with
Holy
schizophrenia.
shit.
Oh my God.
Interesting.
It's like I'm Anakin Skywalker.
See,
I'm
okay.
Anakin Skywalker.
Wait a minute. See, that's definitive proof that the prequels are worse. They literally gave a kid multiple personalities. Okay.
Imagine
gave-
imagine
hey,
the
the
damage
sequels
that's
gave
yet
plenty
to
of
come from the
characters.
sequels.
Yeah, they
You
get
think-
plenty of characters, multiple personalities.
You think Daisy Ridley's gonna have a mental breakdown because of the sequel?
We need
Oh
to
my
find
God.
out what
I
this kid
think
thinks.
she's probably signed in a contract. She doesn't want to do any movies right now, but she will not close the door entirely because, man, that is Star Wars money right there, And then eventually it'll haunt her. Like every
Yeah.
job she goes to, she's like, "This isn't Star Wars money." And then Episode 10 will eventually happen, and they'll make her evil because fuck everything. and then she'll lose her mind.
There you go. Oh, I'm sorry. He has schizophrenia, not multiple personalities.
This is her mind in the end.
He has multiple schizophrenia.
There you go.
Damn. Take my money in memory of Haldia. Oh.
Oh, that was a good
Which
meme.
reminds me...
Man, that was right at the tail end, too, and we just stuck in that super meme about Haldia.
That's part of Return of the King, which got knocked down again yesterday. For people who are curious, I basically, like, as long as it can make it for 2 weeks, I let it go public, and as soon as it goes public, it usually gets taken down a day after. So, like Doom, if you remember the amount of times that kept going back up, Return of the King is going to keep going back up until it finally is let stay up. If you want to see it and haven't been able to, just pop to efap.me. You can find it in the movie section, I believe. A different copy. But it will eventually be available on Mooler as well. It's just, oh boy. Some people didn't get to see it. It's been up twice, and it's a bit, but it keeps going back down. Is a heat gun good enough to warm a frozen nut? We don't have a blowtorch on hand, and using a hammer with the ratchet won't work.
Say that. Wait, say what?
Is a heat gun good enough to warm a frozen nut? We don't have a blowtorch on hand, and using a hammer with a ratchet won't work.
I seriously doubt that a heat gun will never be sufficiently hot enough for you. Like, heat guns, they're sort of constructed for purpose. I don't know if you're trying to melt, like, steel beams, God forbid. But if it's frozen, any liquid that's frozen can be unfrozen with a I assume when you say frozen nut, you're referring to a what was once liquid but is now frozen.
Oh, I assume it was referring to, like, nuts and bolts nuts.
Huh.
And it's frozen. And so they're going to use a heat gun to loosen it, maybe? Because using a hammer on a ratchet didn't work.
Because here's the thing, if you heat up a nut, then it will expand and it will tighten.
I thought it was when things freeze that they expand.
No, that's only water.
There's metal. Wait, no, I'm
when
confused.
things get hot, they expand. The exception being water. When water freezes, it expands. But if you were to heat up a piece of metal, it would get slightly larger.
Got 2 no's in chat so far.
Someone's like, no rags, no heat breaks bolts free. Really?
Correct.
If you make it bigger, why wouldn't it get bigger on the inside as well and close in?
No, you're right. It says metals expand when heated. Yeah.
Heating and it will loosen it. All right.
Well, okay, but it might not be an issue of expanding. It might be that when it's frozen, like there's ice or something in the nut, like
it's frozen to, like on the inside, like on the
like on the
inside,
right?
Yeah, maybe.
The nut expands more than the bolt. All right. Well, interesting. I would assume that it would tighten because it would make. Oh, interesting. There you go. If I ever need to loosen a bolt now, I know that heating it up will actually make it looser. Interesting.
Well, yeah, I guess if the bolt heats, but not wherever you're.
I guess,
in,
yeah.
right?
If you apply heat properly, it'll. Interesting.
There's actually there's a guy in Joe Rogan, the astronaut, who said that they're trying to fix the satellite when he's in space and the freaking nut doesn't screw on to the bolt because it was too small, and he had to literally hold it like towards the sun to heat it up for a couple minutes to screw it on the satellite.
Interesting.
Wow.
That's really crazy. Too bad space is fake.
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I personally think it's real as apple pie.
Well, apple pie is obviously
fake as well.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Torching a stuck nut works. It breaks the rust off. That's interesting.
Right. Were you saying that you had a Return of the Kings video keeps getting taken down for a copyright strike?
Yeah, it's a little. We do like EFAP movies, and it's like a supercut, but YouTube, in all of its glory, doesn't tell me if there's a copyrightism in there. For some it can take 1 hour or it can take 3 months. It just decides randomly that it'll tell me, and it's like, cool.
Well, does that mean it's not automatic if it's not telling you immediately?
That's the thing. You'd think, right? You'd think it would be binary, like either it detects it automatically or it's a manual claim. But no, it's a bot that it sleeps sometimes.
That's weird.
Because it'll
know,
happen
like,
when it's unlisted. It'll just be like, ah, that's copyrighted. And I'll be like, cool. And I re-upload it, and then a week later it goes, oh, yeah, that's still copyrighted. And you're like, what? Oh, okay.
It was weird with my Rise of Skywalker video. It wouldn't let me upload it as one giant video. It would flag it. But if I broke it into 3 parts, it wouldn't flag it.
Really?
Yeah, that's the only reason why I broke it up like that.
Someone was saying it was a male and female plug, not nuts and bolts.
Oh,
Same
whatever.
thing,
I don't know.
Same
The
thing,
concept
same
was the
mechanic.
same.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Kick the sequel-loving massive. Damn. When
I don't
Sitch
like
gets
I don't even
when
like the
Sitch
sequel.
gets framed as a sequel lover.
A nut has less mass than the bolt it is attaching to. All right, well there you go. That makes sense.
I made a 2-hour
Lover.
video shitting all
Yeah,
over Rise of
sequel
Skywalker.
lover.
Okay.
Lover.
Interesting. Apple pie is just a series of events in the life of apples, so apple pie does not exist, only apples.
There you go.
That's
Okay,
a truth
so
bomb right
you
there.
can't just put apples in a pan and get apple pie eventually. Like you have to add other stuff to it. It's a collection of many different ingredients.
That's a myth, Rags. It's a
Or else it's
complete
just
myth.
apple.
Wait, you're saying you don't believe in evolution, Rags?
Oh yeah, that's right.
Apple pie didn't spontaneously evolve out of a pan one day?
Oh, if evolution's true, then you just saying if I put an apple on a table, it'll evolve into an apple pie?
You sound like-
Sorry, channeling my inner Kent Hovind.
I was gonna say that was a good Kent Hovind impression.
Sitch, I'm unsubscribing. Prequels are better.
I'm not prepared for that.
I don't mean to stereotype, but
go.
bull queers are known for being bad at debates and for disliking Avatar. It all fits that Mauler would be a bull queer. Damn.
But
Sometimes-
they said bad at debate.
Wow.
Well, I guess I fit half of the requirements. What does that mean?
Oh, wow. I mean that means you're half. I guess you're just the half.
Part bull queer.
Are you a bull or are you a queer then?
Why not half of both?
Okay.
The worst parts of episodes 1, 2, and 3 are better than the best parts of episodes 7, 8, and 9. That is a super chat.
What is the best part?
So, prequel
Yeah.
trilogy at its worst is better than the sequel trilogy at its best.
I'm inclined to agree. At least I could enjoy its badness.
Well, if you remember, I asked them to
Subjectively.
cite me a single good scene from the ST, and they didn't. So,
Look, I said subjectively. I thought you were arguing on some sort of objective criteria.
I think I was looking for a good piece of writing from the sequel trilogy from you.
Let's include.
I don't want to defend the sequel movies. They're awful. Okay.
You forced yourself into this situation.
I know. I don't like this.
Go on.
I'm not doing it.
Do it.
I refuse.
Do it.
Do it. No.
Rags, if you put a 60-round mag on a Glock, is it an LMG?
No, it is still a pistol. However, if it's
Stiletto.
automatic, like a Glock 18, then it is a machine pistol. If you add a stock to it, it is a short-barreled rifle. If you add a barrel that is at least 16 inches from the action, then it is a rifle.
When does it become a light machine gun?
It would probably become a light machine gun theoretically, I guess, if you were to make a Glock that was a light machine gun, then it'd have to have a stock, long enough barrel, I imagine. It wouldn't have to have a high capacity magazine to be a light machine gun. It's more of a role than it is a designation of a firearm in and of itself. Like,
just find
they're called light machine guns because they're a more portable version of originally machine guns, like Maxim guns and stuff like that. That's why they're called light machine gun. Someone said a caliber matters. Yeah, I guess for rifle, sure. It would still be an SBR if it shot pistol rounds, though, because it's like I'm trying to make sense of stuff that's really not sensical. That's why, like, if you were to purchase an old Red 9 that had the stock that was also the holster, it could or could not, depending on what model and make it, be a short-barreled rifle if you put the stock on the back of the grip of a Red 9.
I understood that reference because of Resident Evil 4.
Yes. it's someone said more portable. Last time I checked, the Maxim isn't at all. Sort of is. You'd have to like that's the thing with original machine guns. They have to like they were crew operated. You had to break them down into parts. Everybody would carry this. They were slow to set up. That's why we call them like light machine guns. But yeah, it's weird. Like for instance, I would love an SBR, but you have to do like paperwork and registering with them. And at the moment, I'm just not interested in that because if the barrel is not 16 inches, it can't have a stock, and it's just really weird, stupid fucking rules. The people who make rules about this shit have nothing. They don't know anything about them. So that's
I
why
thought it was just a natural evolution. Then we gave it labels. Like guns just grow different parts, and then we're like, oh, now it's this species.
Yeah, that guns evolve. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
It's beautiful, really.
Claws of the eagle. I get what you're talking. I get what you're talking. I got the claws of the eagle right.
When naming all new viruses the place they're from, where would you start the next pandemic just to have it called that?
Wait, say that again?
So
sorry, I just want to be clear what the question is.
I refuse to believe that. I think you didn't hear any of it, and now you want to repeat it.
Oh,
no, I heard bits and pieces, but like I was kind of paying attention to chat, and I want to make sure because my name had popped up like 4 or 5 times.
So, if pandemics are all based entirely from where they come from, country-wise, I guess. Well, just as place, what would you have the next pandemic be called? As in, where would you have it start in order to have that name?
Antarctic chills. The Antarctic
have it start
something.
in Krakatoa because Krakatoa is a cool name for a virus.
Oh, I was going to try to minimize the amount of deaths, but that's cool too.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, if I started in Krakatoa, it gets vaporized straight away, right?
The Krakatoa killer.
And then people are like, oh my god, Krakatoa, that was a crazy virus that nobody got infected by. It's like, well, it was a close one.
Well, the coronavirus came from China, so if it was a girl, it would have been vaporized instantly.
Oh.
China #1.
Are they still doing the one-child policy?
No, I don't think they are.
No.
They're just evil in different ways now.
Yes, they just have slave labor and stuff.
Yeah.
They find their ways. They find their ways.
Corona Chan 2 electric.
Watto has motivations, goals, and needs, unlike Ray. Yeah, we'd all agree that Watto is a better, more realized character than Ray. Of course.
It's sad that that's
saying it's
probably
a two-child policy.
Genitalman Mario is the apex simp. Hi, Molly and Rage.
Hello.
Yeah, again.
Gentleman. Oh, MovieBob is Gentleman Mario.
Yes, he's the apex simp.
I imagine that in his heart of hearts, he despises the female form.
Wavy.
EFAP starts time to order pizza. I'm sure they've consumed and possibly digested it by now. That's how long we go. There is an argument to be made that because the PT was made by the original creator, any flaws and or retcons are magnified in severity. Why? Just because I don't think that whether or not George Lucas made the mistake doesn't make the mistake any more of a mistake. I don't think anybody.
Yeah, like
I mean, I guess you could say you feel more betrayed by him, but
I could understand if someone was more upset by it. I'd be like, dude, you're supposed to know all of the tisms, but I mean, it's gonna happen.
I mean, people are separate from the universes that they create.
Yes,
and you can't. It's just you can't have two things that are mutually exclusive happening at the same time. Like, if you create a contradiction, then something's got to give. That's the thing. Fuck up.
Step right up, ladies and.
I have to use the.
Aren't all these guns illegal in Mahlerland?
Oh yeah, probably. If there's the capacity to hurt someone in any way, shape, or form, that would put you in jail straight away.
Oh.
So like your fists, you need to have a license.
But yeah, some of this is like really, like it's so weird. Like it is to the incredible annoyance of every gun owner in the U.S. It's just insane.
Nope, no freedom for you.
You put a stock on your Glock, it is a short-barreled rifle now. because it has a stock. You slapped a stock onto the bottom of your pistol's grip. It's a short-barreled rifle now.
Wow.
And the foregrip thing on pistols, I have to double check. This one says if you put a foregrip on a pistol like a Glock, because my Glock has a little rail for it. I have just like a flashlight laser on it. But if you put a foregrip on it, then pistols are, I think the official designation of a pistol is that it does not have a foregrip. So if you put a foregrip on a pistol, it becomes any other weapon in that category. It's fucking weird. It's dumb. And if I was president, man, fucking things, the red tape that I would clear with ATF.
I like that you assume the rank or role is president, man. If I was president, man.
If I was president, man, I would. And like the shit the hoops you have to jump through to get a suppressor are fucking ridiculous too. Like it's just so many stupid rules.
Step right up, ladies and gentlemen. Step right up and see the one and only, the amazing PSA Sitch, the man with 1.2 billion chromosomes. Oh.
That's a total reference.
Wow.
Damn. The Cypher DS situation is a mess. The Clone Wars patched it in Season 6 episode called The Lost One. Huh. Yeah, I always felt like whenever I looked into it in the Clone Wars, I was confused as to how it happens.
Anyway, I'll be right back.
Here's the thing, the prequels didn't kill the universe. True. But the sequels, woof.
Yes.
Fight choreography...
But I guess that's the nature of being a prequel, though, right? Well, I guess that's not true. Prequel.
I was gonna say, a prequel can fuck up everything if it wanted to.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Some might even argue the prequel has more power to do so, because they can...
Well, yeah, if they retroactively, yeah.
Yeah. Kind of interesting how that works. Fight choreography is also much, much better in the prequels, objectively so. Dun dun dun, I'm pretty sure, yeah. I've been arguing with people in HelloGreedo's comments for days now, and they all live in a bubble and think nothing can be objectively judged. It sucks. Also, hi Rags. I will make sure to read when he gets back, but
Oh, okay, wait a minute. Should we have this conversation, Adam? So do you how do you feel about moral objectivity?
Whoa, moral objectivity is a different thing.
Yes. Okay, I know it is completely different.
He's just trying to get me because I'm like a more realist.
Objective, so.
Yeah, I believe in objective morality. So
no, I mean Mahler's Mr. Objective Boogeyman.
Objective Boogeyman.
What does that mean?
Because all the people like, oh, Mahler thinks all art is objective and he has the only right to criticize things.
Yeah, they haven't watched our videos or streams ever.
There is objective criteria. You can't.
Yeah, I know, but they're stupid.
Pull in the same way that I pull it into morality, but as long as it's objective, yeah. Measuring the criteria, that's what makes it objective. Am I wrong?
I don't know.
He doesn't want to answer. It's fine.
Well,
hold on. What's the question? I'll answer. I don't care.
Well, no, me and Adam argue about moral objectivity is true like often. So
yeah, but a lot of people say. I mean, I understand the crux of the super chat. They're saying there are people that say, "Oh, all art is subjective, so you can't say the Force Awakens sucks because fucking subjectivity." But there are certain things that are objective. I mean, if you want to base it on like box office or popularity, or those are objective criteria.
Yeah, as long as you're consistent with the standard, sure. And the standard that we use is basically internal consistency and adherence to logic.
Yeah, there you go. Hugely.
So
there you go.
That's something that you can apply, and we have done as evenly as we can. As far as we believe to everything that we come across.
We do our best.
Yeah, that's like the lines in the road. It's like it runs parallel to your enjoyment and subjectivity stuff, how it looks, how it feels.
Well, and again, that's why HelloGreedo's video was just useless, because he kept seemingly coming back to whether or not it bothers him personally, and it's just like, okay, it's got nothing to do with whether or not it breaks canon.
They like contradictions in their movie. Like the more contradictions, the better. Like this movie's great because it totally contradicts itself every 5 minutes. Like, come on. There's some level subjectivity falls away. You're like, this objectively sucks.
Oh, well, you get a lot of the whole, like, once they look into all of the logical fuck-ups, once they finish, like, a whole thing on it, they're like, and then they rewatch the film, they're like, damn, I don't, this isn't working for me much anymore. It's like, yeah, because the illusion may have been broken. And obviously the reverse could happen too.
And if we lived in a world where there was no law of identity, non-contradiction, excluded, all that stuff, if that law didn't exist in the real world, then fuck, the last of our problems would be discussing films.
The modern world, though, we're kind of swimming in that law. I kind of wonder if, you know, a 1,000 years ago, they actually cared that much about contradictions. It seems like they probably didn't as much.
You don't
but
think
I'm not
so?
certain. I don't
Maybe
know.
it's
I mean,
whether they cared about it is because it was true. It's just a matter of, I guess is our ability, because as time goes on, humans, you know, as a civilization, our concept of philosophy and morality becomes more, it changes over time. It becomes more sophisticated. So
yeah.
maybe it was one of those things that people understood to be true, but they didn't have they didn't have a study of it, or they didn't have a name to it.
Deus
Who knows?
Ex
But
Machina is kind of the storytelling trope of the past, where just solve everything with a god, because, you know, figuring it out ahead of time would be too much work.
I do feel like our standards have gone up.
I would say as well, we have really good tools at our disposal now too, like fact-checking tools.
Right. So is it probably because they were dumb?
Well,
No, they weren't. People of the past weren't dumb. People aren't stupid.
Well, Rags, you would admit you from 5 minutes ago was pretty dumb compared to you now, right?
No, I was fucking genius back then.
Oh shit, nice.
Also,
what happened, dude?
What? I know. I have ups and downs.
It seems like culture cares more about, especially societies care more about fairness now. Where in the, like, you're talking about way back in the day, it was more like might makes right kind of attitude.
Yeah, that was the what just,
you know, pre-enlightenment, pre-universal suffrage, human rights stuff really happened. I mean, it took 1215 until we got the Magna Carta.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's a long ass time to go before that sort of thing. You know, we get better as time goes on, and luckily we're progressing really well as it is.
Nothing's changed, Rags. Everything is still terrible, sexist, racist, and horrible.
Oh, yeah,
yes.
Oh yeah, I forgot. People always complain about
If anything, this stream has proven it.
Mm-hmm.
Just be lucky you live now and not in the past. You'd have those. Go ahead. All right. Oh wait, I guess you cut out with Discord. What'd you say?
I cut out, or you guys cut out? You guys
cut out, Adam.
Let's say you cut out.
Complaining lost you your head. Back in the past, complaining would get you killed. It seems like
It could, yeah. But you have those
off with his head.
Off with his head, he's complaining about the hyperspace kamikaze.
Yeah, exactly. Star Wars was great. Behead him.
Yeah, our problem today is that we might catch a disease that has a very, very, very low chance of killing us.
Yes.
Like that's that's a global pandemic now that worries people and makes them rush to buy essential things from the store. Oh, the store, the thing that we have now and we take for granted all the time? Yeah, the store.
Back in my day, we had the Black Plague. Let me tell you something.
It's like, shut up, Grandpa.
I don't even know how to count to.
The prequels are good, Grandpa.
People ask those would you rather questions. Would you rather live in the past or the future? And future, easy fucking future. Take me to the future.
Yeah, assuming it's not like Fallout 3. Future.
I don't want to. I'll take Fallout 3 future over the Middle Ages. I legit will. I legit fucking will.
One.
I'll live with the scarcity of modern stuff than I will not even those things existing.
I mean, they're giant roaches that kill you.
Yeah, what about Death Claws, dude? What about Death Claws?
I won't venture near Deathclaw areas.
Everyone's irradiated.
Oh, and so besides, you just presume you have the mini map that you do in Fallout Universe?
No. Like this would be knowledge that we would have. Is like these are areas where Deathclaw. And
no.
Listen. Even if that wasn't the case, which we would, because they have like dens and nests.
No, you'd be blocked. You bloop into it, and you'd be like, "Fuck, I don't even know what's going on." And then you
like
desperately.
Before I ventured out, I wouldn't go wandering around in the wilderness alone. Right? But if the Fallout world was real, there's no reason that you couldn't just shoot a Deathclaw with a 30-06 and have it die.
Where'd you get the 30-06 though?
From the guns that are everywhere in Fallout?
Fallout may not work. It may not work out this way, Rags. Fallout's a video game.
It may not. I know.
It's not actually real.
I know, but we're talking. This is literally a hypothetical we're talking about. I know it's not real.
So you might not get that gun.
I might not get the gun, but in the Fallout universe, they seem to be extremely prevalent and easy to acquire.
That's a video game.
But if we apply the video game like it was the real world and we were living in that universe, guns are extremely prevalent to the point where people can make them out of pipes with effectiveness.
I would also caution, you die often, or at least a lot of people do die often in the Fallout games, so you gotta be careful as fuck still.
Yeah, sure. People die all the time in the Middle Ages too. Like I would rather have a scarcity of modern materials in a Fallout universe where people, go about, do their lives and all that stuff than live in the Middle Ages. Like I legitimately would. I'd rather do that. Because you still have things like doctors and medicine and chemicals and production lines and like all that stuff. That stuff exists in the Fallout world. And most people are not, the character that you play as in Fallout is not the character you would be playing if you had the one real actual life that you have. I wouldn't be bumming around in the wilderness with myself and my 20 guns strapped to my back having adventures. Like, no, I'd be in a town doing stuff.
Getting raped and killed by slavers, yeah.
Yeah, those didn't exist in the Middle Ages.
Yeah, I know.
But I was saying I would much rather live in the Fallout world than in the medieval world. Even
Maybe.
now, if the stipulations were to change, if we change, like, what if you were a king in the Middle Ages? And what if you were like an actual dirt slave in Fallout? Like that would change things.
Right.
But assuming both of those was you were a middle class person in Middle Ages and just a middle class person in the Fallout world, I'll take Fallout world.
There's no middle class.
What about radiation rags? Well, guess what exists in Fallout? Radaway.
I was going to say, the medieval world doesn't get to get as many benefits as the video game realization does. That's why I was like, how come you get to have these mechanics along with it?
No. I'm not giving it any benefit other than how I would behave.
Well, you're talking about, like, Radaway existing. It's like, that's
yes, it exists.
Very much a...
Get it.
Chill the fuck out. I'm trying to make a point. So you got medieval world is basically just medieval times in our world as we understand it, while the Fallout world is all... You get the benefit of all these different video game mechanics and states of play, while the medieval one doesn't.
What video game mechanic was I referring to that wouldn't exist with a real-life equivalent?
Radaway as a fucking...
No, if the world of Fallout, which is a fantasy world, was real, then there is a drug called Radaway that can remove radiation.
That's what I was referring to.
Yes.
That is what I consider to be unfair compared to the medieval comparison that doesn't get any benefits mechanically, but the Radaway
it's unfair
would be an
because
example
one
of
of these is real, and the other is fantasy that we're trying to say if it was
yeah,
real.
so that's why when Sitch mentioned the future, Fallout 3 future sort of thing, I wasn't actually assuming we'd have the game 1-to-1. I was assuming basically
just
post-apocalypse nuke went off.
Terrible post-apocalypse.
Which is why I probably would end up choosing something like the medieval thing to be safe.
All right.
If
it was between like the medieval ages where I lived as and the road, then I would pick the medieval ages.
Okay.
That's probably
that's sorry. What about Raiders rags? It's like, well, Raiders aren't everywhere, and I'd take my chances.
Yeah, and a more poignant, I guess, question would be like, X just said a Skyrim versus Fallout, but Skyrim has magic, right? So that's pretty tempting.
Yeah.
Yeah, magic is always tempting.
Yeah, that's the thing. Magic is, if it was no magic, I would still go with Fallout. But I feel magic sells me on, Tamriel, essentially. I'll go with Elder Scrolls if there's magic. Even if I can't use magic, having it as an easily accessible utility that I can go to and have people use it, then and plus you have like magical roots and potions and all that kind of stuff. Like alchemy, like is an actual thing in that universe. So this is an interesting discussion that I enjoy having.
Mm-hmm.
Someone said Kingdom Come Deliverance versus Fallout. Like I think I'd choose Fallout. I'm not. Anyway.
Prequels are objectively great. Yes, they are, Raggers.
All right.
Watch the video of Alex Jones explaining the prequels. He unironically makes them make so much more sense. Well, yeah, he's fun to listen to recanting them, and I think there's a lot of validity to his recanting of the storyline. Because unfortunately, I think a lot of people do look back on the prequels and just remember boring, like rooms, people talk, politics, boo. But there is more to it, and there's definitely an attempt at a through line. And I think that maybe they get shafted a little bit, while the sequel trilogy has been given every benefit of the doubt. People have gone fine-tooth comb mode and looked through everything, and they ask simple questions to people who love these films, and then they end up saying stuff like, "But how did it make you feel?" And you're like, oh. In the Clone Wars, it's so dumb, because the Jedi find out Dooku killed Sifo and had the clones made, and they let it slide because they don't want to lose support for the war.
Huh?
I'd have to watch the Clone Wars to really, I don't know, say anything further on that. I don't know. The Spider's Decree PSA must be kicked. Oh no. And yet he's still here.
Still here. Still kicking.
The YouTuber Anomaly Inc. does a great job of pointing out the bad arguments against the prequels. Sitch, give them a watch.
What are they called?
Anomaly Inc. is the YouTuber.
I'll check it out.
The sequel's narrative is borderline non-functional. It can't stand without what came before, but it collapses if you acknowledge what came before. Prequels don't have that problem. What they felt like to you isn't objective. That was probably directed at Adam. I don't even know. The boring comments. I don't know. One of you two. You're both wrong.
Boring. Prequels were boring. Sorry, triggered. Sorry. Hard truth. I deal with it. Prequels suck. Sorry.
Screw Bob and Greedo. We know what this EFAP needs to be. We got to Tonald. We did. And,
yeah, we did it, man.
And despite the hecklers in this cast, he clearly passed the EFAP test.
He's grown. He's become not so terrible, apparently.
Isn't it funny how after the sequel trilogy ends with no ruling galactic government in power, wouldn't the galaxy be in a lawless chaos after Tross ends?
You would think that, in a way. You would think that. The way that it ends, because it ends immediately after the battle, so you don't get any of that. I absolutely believe that there would be I don't think it would be chaos. I essentially think that each planet would become essentially the equivalent of a nation state. And they would cooperate with each other because there is there's still galactic commerce that happens. There would be messy parts of it, but it doesn't seem like there's any. It might be messy for a little bit.
I thought that was Sitch saying for a while until it got really loud.
Like, I don't know about that.
Do you disagree?
No, I agree. Well, I mean, who knows? It's all speculation.
It is speculation, but I think that the galaxy. Hi, Rags. Oh, okay. I was gonna say it loud enough. Then I was gonna say hi to myself. But
who's that?
Yeah, I'm very interested in the idea of that the time period between episode 6 and a theoretical much better episode 7 than what we got. How does the galaxy form? All the factions that happen.
Right.
Do they reform the Republic? If they do, is it flawed? Is it better?
But that
do
would
they
require
form different
thought and effort.
Yeah.
Just be your empire back in bad now again, guys.
Yeah, super interested in that. You could essentially have like a space Game of Thrones happening.
I'm sure we'll get a Mandalorian-style TV show that is set after the sequel trilogy. Bunch of things will happen. There'll be a baby. It'll be cute. Adam.
Yeah.
Adam,
yeah,
I can
what's
hear
up?
me. I could hear me in my ear from you, but it's gone now. I'm gone now, but I'm here.
Adam, were you doing something you weren't supposed to be doing?
Adam, what were
Adam,
you doing?
Supposed to be doing.
Also, you sound much louder now than you did before.
Is that better?
A little bit, yeah.
A little bit. You don't
I
give
don't
us
know,
much to work with, though.
my sound's doing funny things, so I have my finger on the trigger now.
Oh my god.
Is that what we've driven to?
Isn't it funny how after the sequel... Oh yeah, I just read that one. Hello, my E-words. Hello.
Hello.
Have you guys seen Hannibal? And if so, could you share some thoughts on it? Keep up the good work, and change your opinion on Atla. Oh, well...
I have not
change
seen...
your opinion.
I have seen Hannibal, seasons 1 and 2.
The Carthaginian?
Incredibly striking visuals, gory as hell. Mads Mikkelsen makes a fantastic Hannibal, and the story is very engaging. But I remember spotting a tism or two, being like, it tastes like tism to me. I don't know. I'm gonna have to give it a rewatch maybe. But very enjoyable. Have not heard good things about season 3. I haven't seen it myself. I've not heard good things. Yeah, you got a notification this time. Also, your Tross videos are great, PSA.
Thank you.
So, Sitch, since Disney has so much more money letting their movies having given a technical appeal, all of their movies are superior to any movies with worse filmmaking techniques but better writing, yes?
Repeat that?
Yeah.
Okay. So, Sitch, since Disney has so much money letting their movies having a given technical appeal, all their movies are superior to any movies with worse filmmaking techniques but better writing?
No. No. I mean, assuming they're strawmanning my position, because I was just saying that obviously the effects in the sequels were better than the prequels. I mean, first of all, that's a bad comparison, because I mean, George Lucas had shit tons of money to work with, right? When they made the prequels, like those movies weren't cheap to make.
Yeah, I wouldn't believe he had a cap on his money.
Yeah.
And what's interesting too is that the amount of money that Episode 1 got and the amount of money Episode 3 got, pretty close to each other. Whereas Episode 7 made double what Episode 9 did.
What if you were judging prequels and sequels just on writing, Sitch?
Oh yeah, I already said just on writing. Yes, the prequels are better. I said that like
he has said that a few times in fairness.
Yeah, definitely.
He said the right thing a couple times, yes. He's also said wrong thing a couple of times.
I know. I'm sorry. I thought this was an independent zone. No, everyone must agree with the collective.
We're sending Bubba to your house. He's a large man. He will say things. You best let him in, or he's gonna fuck shit up.
What did you say about the Star Wars prequel?
Will you be covering Winds of Winter when it's finally released? Speaking of Game of Thrones, the Marauder in Doom Eternal is not a flaw. Fight me. Water is jelly. Okay. I don't know anything about the Marauder. I've heard there's discussions about the Marauder though, about whether or not it's a poop or not.
Are they asking if you're going to cover the book?
As for Winds of Winter, I mean, I'll read it more than likely if it ever arrives. I don't think I'll be covering it anyway though.
Yeah,
God, that's gonna be a shit show, dude. Like, there's so many ways that, like, if it's people are gonna be more scrutinizing of that book than any of his books because of everything that's happened. Like, I know a lot of people will be like, "Oh, saving grace," but a lot of people will be like, "You're gonna fuck it up too, aren't you? Aren't you?"
It can't be worse than the show, right?
I feel like we should never say that, just because.
I mean, maybe. Yeah, knock on wood. I don't know. I can't imagine it being worse than the show.
It feels like you're testing the universe when you do stuff like that, you know? It's like
Right,
I was like, Genesis. That's the bottom for the Terminator franchise, and it's like, hey, what about Dark Fate? And I'm like, well, sure, Dark Fate's gonna be about Sarah Connor, but it can't possibly be worse than. And then you watch that opening, and you're like, oh. Also, what is this? Oh my God, this is.
That's perfect. That's a good picture.
Oh my God. Do you believe that TLJ and Tross are objectively good? Yeah.
That's terrible. Oh my goodness.
Rags is asking the right questions.
Gotta make sure he's actually of my blood.
Gotta get them when they're young.
Blood of my bum.
Favorite Tarantino film and why? Also, hi Rag.
Hello.
Mine, I believe, is currently either Kill Bill or
Glorious Bastards?
I was gonna say Glorious Bastards really does score part 1. I'm less fond of part 2.
Really?
Though I need to rewatch all of them to really get a better, because Reservoir Dogs is seriously up there too. I know it's not Death Proof or Hateful Eight or... Oh yeah, Django Unchained would be up there as well. I really like that.
I hate Death Proof. That's the only movie he's did that I didn't like.
That's
What
what I
about Man
mean.
with
That's
the
why I
Iron
said
Fist?
that's
Really?
definitely not one of
Oh,
them.
you're saying it was bad. I got you.
Yeah, I'm gonna my safety right now. I'm gonna go with Django or Kill Bill or Inglourious Basterds or Reservoir Dogs. It's like pick one. It's like
Throw it
I
down
picked
One of
four.
those 4.
And as for
What did
why,
go
I don't
down?
know. They're all just I very much enjoy them. To give more specifics, I don't think I have to explain for Inglourious Basterds. 2 of the scenes in that movie are like some of the best scenes in anything ever. That bar scene, man. Whoa, good tisms. And the tension, anything. But yeah, I don't know. Let's open it up. What else? What's everyone else think?
I'm probably gonna go with. I haven't seen
Just
a lot
'cause
of his
it's the
stuff,
funniest.
but of what I've seen, Django and Inglourious Basterds.
Lots of humor in that movie.
I don't know. I think I'm gonna go with the classic. I think Pulp Fiction was his best one.
That's a fair
Gotta
choice.
answer the why though. You like it because all the N words. We know.
Yeah,
We know
yeah.
yours. We
If
know
that were
what's
true, he
going
would have
on
voted
here.
for Django.
That's true. There
Yeah.
was a lot of N-words in Django.
I didn't like that the girl or the wife was so stupid. That bugged me a lot in Django.
She was stupid. What do you mean? I don't remember.
She seemed like a slave. Seemed like she would have been more street smart. I don't know. She did
Oh,
really
right.
dumb shit, and I was like, oh my god, that
I kind of
bugged me a
interpreted it like it
lot.
was supposed to be like a naive, like princess fairy tale kind of quality.
Proof a lot too. I can't believe you don't like Death Proof.
You like Death Proof?
I did, yeah. I thought it
Oh,
was really
fuck
good.
that movie. That movie's awful.
I only saw it the once and I didn't like it.
Except for the one scene. The scene in the diner is terrible, and it goes on for like a half hour. But aside from that, I thought it was really good.
No.
Yeah.
Wrong.
Sorry. I'm a
Objectively wrong.
contrarian.
Is it better or
Objectively
worse
wrong, I
than
knew
the
it.
prequels, Sitch?
Is objectively
tough one.
better. Yeah. Death Proof.
the
By
Death
a
Proof-
mile.
Death Proof made me physically angry when I saw it. So,
Really?
yeah.
What happened?
I don't remember why exactly.
In the diner where the girls are talking forever. But I figured you would have liked that scene because it's like girl talk.
I didn't like
Like
that
they're
you
just
had these
having a
like.
good old time.
I don't want to get into it. It's gonna sound
Hello?
too SJW.
Hello?
It's bad for my brain if I talk about it.
Here we go. Never
I
mind.
can
Let's
hear
move.
you now.
What happened, Ragaroo? Are you okay?
I believe Discord had a bit of a tism.
Oh my. So you were just saying,
I-
Rags, that your favorite Tarantino movie is probably Death Proof, yeah?
Proof. Yeah.
Death Proof? I've never even. I don't even know what that is.
Wow.
You haven't seen Death Proof?
God.
I haven't seen Death Proof.
Adam's feelings are now in pieces.
Yep.
Sometimes after a really
Yeah.
good poop with the door closed, I feel Death Proof.
Oh,
All right.
I feel untouchable, mostly because I don't want to touch myself.
just pick less than 5 movies and you've done better than Rag or
Yeah.
Mahler.
Oh, I did. I guess I didn't come through. I said either I haven't seen too much of his stuff, but what I have seen, I would say either Inglourious Bastards or Django is probably my top competing 2.
Okay.
All right, then.
I'm leaning on Django because they say the N word a lot more.
Yeah, there you go. You gotta go in with the reason. You gotta have the reason.
Yeah.
There you go.
I feel like they don't. Yeah, I feel I you got my fix.
The best EFAP villains and Greedo with Best Boy Sitch. It's a quarantine miracle. Also, high Atlags.
A hi.
Lonely B-Day. May I get a sexy hello from you, Rags?
Hello.
In my opinion, episode 3 is better than 2, is better than 1, is better than 5, is better than 4, is better than 6, is better than Rogue One, is better than 7, is better than 9, is better than Herpes in the D, is better than TLJ.
Herpes in the D.
Wait, did they said the prequels were better than the original? Is that what they just said?
Yes, they put the prequels
Oof.
above the originals.
Oof. Big oof
So
on
what
that
you're
one.
saying is they're correct.
That
No.
is me disagreeing.
Yeah.
Mike, what?
My Corona conspiracy? Wesker. Oh. Complete global saturation.
Chris.
Corona.
Chris.
COVID-19 minutes.
Chris.
Web design is dead. Oh, that's probably what we were complaining about Discord. That would make
Web
sense.
design is dead.
Right.
Muleshly, you'll have to wait until after 100 until you update. Please leave the first 100 episodes pure and beautiful. I may not have a choice. Discord sometimes just fucks itself. It happened when one of the EFAPs prior, I can't remember which one, but as I was talking, it just updated itself, and I was like, oh, okay. So, like, unironically, if that was to happen right now, it would be a fucking disaster, because it would just look ugly as hell on the screen. It'd be like, cool, thank you. I mean, you guys have to look at it right now, at least Sitch anyway, so I'm so sorry about that. It must be horrible.
That's why I hate the prequels, because I have to look at this awful Discord UI.
Why do I have to be Mr. Brown?
Because you poo with the door closed.
You son of a bitch.
Yeah, so hopefully it don't update for Mahler and I.
Yeah, we gotta stay pure.
Hope that's the thing. If I restart my computer, or if
Or you can restart Discord. Don't do it.
No,
What's the thing, man?
I always keep it open. I'll never close it.
I
ever
screen
again.
share with people every once in a while to like show different things from different shows or clips from whatever, even my timeline showing different friends how it's going and stuff. I can't even risk that now because it can make me crash every once in a while on Discord. I can't do that. Out of the question.
Describe things verbally in real time.
It is a ticking clock with the face of it scrubbed off. I can just hear it ticking. I don't know when it's gonna end.
Soon you'll just stop using Discord to prevent it from updating.
That's my solution. Unironically, though,
EFAP is over, everybody. We don't want to risk EFAP being ruined.
if they commit to this shit, because I do check the Discord subreddit every once in a while, if they just don't undo this nonsense, like, it's really gonna fucking... I hope it pisses a lot of people off.
We're gonna have to, like, come up with something. We're gonna have to test window sizes and how the window of Discord affects the size of the icons. We're gonna have to change the template. Like, they really fucked up something that was just perfectly fine the way it was.
Mm-hmm. And also, I guess, yeah, you couldn't edit it so, like, you could still see the person talking without having the giant square in it either.
That one on the end.
Oh my goodness.
That's the move.
Oh my goodness. I'm the top now.
If my square was all black, I wouldn't mind it that much.
Who looks spooky?
Yeah, if it's just the face. No, they gotta give me white because they're racist.
Yeah. Please get Anomaly Inc. on EFAP and make sure you alert me when he's on, you massives. Also, hi Rags from the UK.
Hello from America land.
Yeah, it's possible. Our guest list is in the bazillions, and I often forget who I've even said to come on. The big one being Gokinaru. I told him he'd come on like a year and a half ago. Feels bad, man. I'm getting there. One day. It'll happen.
So you're much.
When everybody is nobody, nobody is. Quinton.
Everybody?
Or Dildo Dragons, probably.
Okay. Nobody is everybody.
And everybody is nobody.
Dun, dun,
This is a heck just use TeamSpeak. No, TeamSpeak, I mean, the visuals on TeamSpeak are something we can still get even with the update. Like, you can go into specific servers and do it that way, but like, I don't do that either. TeamSpeak's audio quality was good shit, though.
Yeah, it was very good.
It's just that TeamSpeak never evolved. That's the thing. TeamSpeak was like, I can get you into calls with one or more friends. And you're like, cool, can you do anything else? No. Okay.
Nope. There's other things.
There's text chat. They had that. Text chat. Yeah.
We have a little green thing that does a thing when you make noise.
That's, you know what? That's something we take for granted. I remember when I first saw this setup in Discord from a call, and I was like, oh my god, that's like super useful to have like on a stream probably. And now they're taking it away from me. Can I make a petition? I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna write a fucking letter.
there's
A
no way they're gonna
physical
keep
letter.
this, right?
I'm
The
very
mail
worried
is
every
Discord.
time I say that about any kind of stupid update from any kind of program. They usually end up keeping it. I'm like baffled by it.
Like in YouTube, you know, like surely they won't like keep this because everybody hates it and it provides no usefulness whatsoever. It's worse in every way.
Mhm.
Surely they won't keep it. They do.
Surprise.
You can tell them they hate it and they'll say, "Thank you for enjoying and approving of our update." We're Google. Fuck you.
Is Sitch a Tismoid? I think they mean Disnoid, and
Tismoid.
just because he puts the sequels above the prequels, that does make him seem like a Disnoid, doesn't it? Yeah,
What's
I
a
agree.
Disnoid? I don't even know what that means.
That's what we call Disney fanboys.
Oh, definitely not. No.
What? But that video you put out recently, you're trying to explain how good the new films are. Isn't that? Is
Oh
that
yeah, I
right?
totally
You
made
made
it.
3 videos about how
Yeah,
good
I
it
made
was.
3 videos talking
Yeah.
about how amazing Rise of Skywalker was. Yeah, you should check them out.
How
I knew it.
impressive it was.
Yes. Oh. Like that part where like Ray held up the dagger and it would just
Oh,
perfectly
man.
match the Death Star was
That part's really good. Like emotionally, like how did it make you feel though?
Mhm.
That part.
oh
Feeling.
emotionally
Oh,
I
the
just
feelings.
I just stood up and I started clapping.
Do you remember when Ray said, "It's the Death Star. It's a bad place"?
Laughter.
Do you remember how you
Is it
said
a
the
bad
acting was
place?
way better in the sequels?
Yeah,
Remember
that's
how you were
that's how
wrong when you
low
said
the
that?
It's
bar
a
is.
bad place.
Bad place. I mean, like, if you're always standing neutrally with your mouth slightly open, staring at something in the distance, like, you can't I mean, you can't really do bad acting with that always happening, right? And if you're always just randomly screaming someone's name, that's not like bad acting.
Ray!
Ray!
It
I-
was weird because it seemed like I would say that the last one, Rise of Skywalker, had the worst acting out of the 3 sequels.
I think it's because none of the actors fucking cared anymore.
Cared.
They knew
Yeah,
that
it felt
this
like
was
they
going
were just,
downhill.
like, caring, yeah.
Fuck it. I'm here because I guess I feel some kind of a legal
I
and
think.
artistic
I
obligation.
think The Last Jedi broke everybody.
Well, so if you watch the interviews surrounding TFA, Adam Driver's like really excited to be a part of Star Wars, and he talks about how, you know, JJ's brought this brand new story, and he's focusing entirely on the characters and the emotion of it all and the journeys, and he's super into it. I know, right?
Oh my god.
I fucking know. And it's just like, why don't you check out the TROS promotional stuff with Kylo Ren? It's like, that fucking doesn't exist. He didn't do any.
Right.
He was like, I think he actually managed to get some kind of deal where he was just like, fuck that.
Yeah,
Smart
he
man.
just doesn't want to be. He wants to scrub it out of his life. I wonder if you asked Adam Driver now, like if you could talk to younger you, would you have done all this? And he probably
Yeah.
would have. I would guess that he would say, "It has opened up a lot of possibilities for me, so I'll take the bad with the good." But I wish it could have been something besides Star Wars that got my acting career, like,
Yeah.
you know,
Or if
the
it was
gun.
Star Wars but good.
Yeah, or if it was Star Wars but good.
Yeah.
Very true.
Would you prefer a Battlefield game or a COD game? Which do you think are better balanced and have better mechanics? Asking as a console player.
Battlefield.
say-
While I haven't played Battlefield 5 because the beta was shit and I won't purchase it for principal reasons, I am a huge fan of previous Battlefields. Battlefield 4, I believe, is my most played game ever. I've played Battlefield 4 a shit ton, Battlefield 3 a whole bunch, Bad Company 2, Battlefield 1, and I've all enjoyed them all immensely. I love Battlefield. I think it really, really works well. I've enjoyed the Call of Duties. They're pretty hit and miss for me. They're fine.
I fully
in
agree with
general, I
that.
guess,
Very hit and
but
miss.
yeah, very hit and miss. So yeah,
Even zombies is hit and miss. It's like,
even I never liked zombies. I never cared for zombies and how tough they got and how resistant they were to damage. I never liked their attacks and the level designs
So,
on a lot of these maps.
my favorite thing to do was World at War. You could, if you grabbed, you know, one of the power-ups, while doing that, if you picked up a weapon, it would increase the total weapons you can hold by 1, because it's a glitch. It wasn't, they eventually bugged it out of the thing. But, you could eventually, if you were good at the game, like, basically have the full roster of weapons and never lose, because Shinonuma is the map to do it on, at least. It had enough space to be able to basically avoid the zombies as long as you knew how to what would be the term? How to kite them, I guess.
Sort of like
Herd
sort
them.
of. Yeah, how you could manipulate their animations and their movement patterns based on yours to where they couldn't quite hit you.
And
And
yeah, they kept expanding on
always
it, and
say-
I feel like Black Ops 1 was the last time I really liked zombies. A lot of people choose different times for when it stopped being as fun.
Yeah, I never really got into it at all. I remember when it first came out in World at War, and I was like, this is okay. But I think what killed it for me was the fact that you had to make your weapons powerful enough because enemies got so insanely bullet spongy.
Yeah,
And I hate that in games. I hate bullet spongy enemies.
That was the thing. There are different kinds of horde modes, and this was one where it was like, you will lose. You will definitely lose eventually. That's how it has to work. While other horde games like to have endings, and I know a lot of players that are like, I don't like horde games that don't have an end, and it's like, yeah, it's fair enough.
I mean, I think that when it comes to horde style games, like Killing Floor 2 is like
top tier.
Really, really top tier. Weapons always feel like they have punch to them. Your enemies aren't bullet spongy. It scales big enemies' health based on how many players there are. There's significant differences in play styles based on the class and weapon that you're using. The maps are fantastic. There's modding. And there's excellent one. I even like Gears of War 3 and even 5 to a degree, but even the Gears of War stuff, a lot of people have really liked the horde mode on it, and I have for the most part. But yeah, Killing Floor 2 really does sort of seem to be a gold standard for horde mode. It's just so good. I mean, I played it with Metal on his stream yesterday, and I played it today. Like, it's so good to get back into.
I do. It is a fun game to sort of, mong out to, because you can just blast away, and it's very satisfying. Even if you die, it's just like, oh well, I got a bunch of experience.
Yeah, it's fun to it's fun to play. Weapons are designed really great. They have great feedback when you shoot enemies, the way they react to getting shot. The maps are fantastic. There's the modding. We were playing earlier today. I was playing Block Fort from Super Mario 60 or Mario Kart 64 on Killing Floor. They just made it a map in that. Also, Vermintide Horde. Vermintide Horde is pretty good. The thing is, I don't consider it Horde because like the main mode for that is like a story where you progress through a level, and I love Vermintide. Both of them are good. The second one is fantastic, but
no.
Yeah, it definitely will fulfill the need. Instead of just waves, you progress through a map.
Not to jump ahead, but that newest super chat just said best difficulty system. Killing Floor 2 is close. Yeah, I really do like the way they do difficulty in Killing Floor. It's cool.
It is so good. I'm surprised it didn't set like an industry standard for it.
Well,
Probably
I'll tell you why.
it takes fucking work.
Yeah, it takes a lot of work to do it.
Yeah, because like instead of just bumping up enemy health where they become bullet sponges at higher difficulties, they move at different speeds. They're faster. The types of enemies change, so more like elite enemies will spawn.
They'll usually have a different set of moves, or at least additional moves.
Yeah, they'll do different attacks. So they'll just do things that they don't do at lower difficulties. But your weapons never feel weak and anemic and pathetic. Like if you shoot a zombie in the head, it will die on every difficulty. It's other factors that make the game more difficult. So you don't spawn into a high level or high difficulty game and feel like you're just shooting beanbags at enemies. Weapons always feel deadly and they have a punch to them.
Jürgen K just said, Rags always likes the games I hate.
You hate Killing Floor 2? Really? I'd be curious as to why. Like, I'm sure you have a reason, no doubt. I'm just curious what that reason is. And if it's like, I hate all horde games, then like, okay. If you hate all horde games, then Killing Floor 2 will, as a horde game, probably not bring a smile to your face.
I'm gonna try it.
I recommend it immensely that you try it. Very fun.
Sitch said Mauler had terrible, non-objective, fake news about Star Wars, and I'm pretty sure he said he was fat too.
Oh my god.
What? Oh my god.
You're like
Look at it. You say anything positive about the prequels and Sitch just goes nuts. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, no shit.
Count Dooku was not an F, okay?
I said he was a C.
You
He's
corrected.
not a C.
He's not a C either.
You're still wrong, just less wrong.
No, he's a C. It's okay.
He's
it's okay. I know it's hard.
A.
I know it's hard to accept these hard.
What is
truths
what is Rey in the sequel trilogy? What letter do you give her?
Ooh, what is that?
This will tell us something about your scale.
Yeah, I give her like a D minus maybe.
Hmm.
I don't know what to think about that, honestly.
What about Richard E. Grant?
Who's that?
This kid, the one that went crazy.
General.
Jake Lloyd.
General White Pride.
Master Skywalker.
He's a
Oh,
pride.
that the General Pride guy. Oh
Mhm.
god. His acting wasn't bad. It's just his character was retarded.
And so.
His acting was fine, I guess. Just a C.
Letter C.
C. Yeah.
He gets the
C.
same as Christopher Lee.
Jesus,
Sure.
you just hate old white men.
Yeah.
You've caught me. Down with old white men, and white women apparently too.
Oh yeah, just take them all, may as well.
Just take them all. Take all white people. Get rid of them.
Hashtag all white people. Hashtag okay because they're white.
Yeah.
Mullet, your April Fool's video was hilariously terrifying. It sounded too so authentic, and caused me to have an existential crisis. Thanks. P.S. Hi Wags.
Hello.
Did either of you guys see my Rise of Skywalker defense video?
I saw the thumbnail and I
did.
said, "Oh, it's April Fool's," and then I didn't click on it.
Aw. I put some effort into that. What old Moopa did, I guess I should say.
I'll watch it. I'll watch it.
It's a hearty defense. It's explanation of the masterpiece that is the sequel trilogy.
Well, I
So-
like that it was you were emulating. Was it you were emulating Just Right's thumbnails?
I don't know what you mean.
Yeah, and I was like, because at first I thought I'm like, is this a Just Right video? And I saw your name, and I was really confused for like a second.
Like, how
like,
can
what?
someone who has the word right in their name be such a shitty opinion on writing? I don't understand. How? Why could that? My brain can't register it.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't understand. Clearly.
Homeless Edgy said, Count Dukula taught his Ewok an Empire salute.
Count Dukula. Count Dukula. Dukula.
I'll be honest.
Oh
It's
my
been a long
goodness.
time since I've seen the prequels. I'll give them a second shot. Okay, how about that? Just so everyone stops
Torture.
crying, I'll watch them again.
Everyone stops crying.
Okay.
Everyone just keeps repeating the same terrible points, but episode 1 and 2 have a ton of great things, and in my opinion, episode 3 is the greatest movie ever made. Wow.
Okay.
Oh my god.
I'm not gonna go that far.
Yeah.
I'm gonna sit further away from that on a chair. That's,
Relax, bruv.
I think that's the one thing we can all agree with is that the sequel Discord is just terrible. Absolutely terrible. The sequel
There you
Discord.
go.
I agree with
Yeah,
that,
the
actually, yeah.
Yeah.
Mola should have joined in on the MovieBob food challenge on the Jack show. It's not like it's inhuman. it's wrong.
MovieBob is inhuman.
Because you have to know, like,
all
what would a
inhuman.
large portion be for MovieBob? Are we thinking triple the size of what we saw on that picture?
Like, can you imagine like a Western sizzling?
Oh god.
Maybe
That.
Or
you
if
think
you went
that's
to,
small.
That's a whole restaurant.
Well, maybe he considers it small.
I love when he posted that picture. Like half the comments were like, "This is a joke, right?" Just disbelief. Like what?
Like, Bob, you are horrendously obese. I do not know what you are speaking of.
Well, this is what I mean. You, if you were like a fan of his, you'd just be like, "Oh, really? Like, why would you?"
Like, Bob, like, what are you doing? You gluttonous, gelatinous blob of bad takes.
Hello, all, and hello, Rags.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Oh, all of us and me. Oh, I got a special
There you go.
shot.
There you
I'm
go.
liking this.
I am looking at buying an AR during this China flu crisis. Do you have a good suggestion for a budget model, or just buy bit the metaphorical bullet and buy the Colt?
Honestly, there are a lot of different ones you could buy. ARs are very cheap. You can buy them for $500. You don't have to buy a Colt. You can buy all kinds of different ones. I mean, like it's hard to find one that would be bad. I would imagine it would be difficult to find a bad one. But man, I think it'd probably be tough to go wrong. They're just not expensive. They've been around for so long, and there's so many of them that you can just sort of go for it, man. You don't have much to worry about. Just go ahead and buy. There's tons online that you could buy from different places. You'll find them cheaper online than you will at a physical, like a gun store. That's just a general rule. If you want to buy one used from somebody, that's also a solid option. I've gotten plenty of guns from people, and they've served me well. They're generally much cheaper, and they often come with mags and stuff like that. So that might be a good option for you. But man, don't be too worried about that. Lots of great ARs for cheap.
Mauler's TFA series is red pilling him hard on how awful TFA is. He'll hate it as much as I do by the time he's done. At the end of TFA Part 2, I like teased that I'm like, we haven't even gotten to the Wrath Tars in terms of like how bad this is starting to get. And I like couldn't have understated that more. I was like finishing editing the Wrath Tars portion of my criticism of TFA, and it took fucking ages to get through all of it. That scene is so bad for so many reasons, and it hurts the old brain cells. And it's not even the fact that they're giant testicles that eat people. That part's fine for the most part. It's everything else. Like, that's the good bit. That they're this goofy enemy that we're all just like, oh. So I remember people saying, like, that was the prequel-ish part of TFA, the Wrath Tars. It's just funny, because, like, you should have fucking been happy with that.
Even my dad said in TLJ that the whole casino planet thing,
like
the casino planet, which is what we all called it because we couldn't remember Canto Bight, if they even said that. I can't even remember if they did. But he said even that felt like really off. And I was like, it felt really prequel-y. He was like,
yeah, see? That's how you know the prequels were bad.
But, I mean, they're probably referring to an experience specifically, you see? Okay. The experience of something feeling fake, which a lot of people did feel the prequels were.
Yes.
Now, the problem is that all of the film was terrible, and it's almost like it was good to have a little bit of that prequel-ness in it.
Oh,
You're like, remember that time? Remember that time? Things were so much simpler.
Remember when Star Wars was like awful, but not like
it wasn't destructive. Yeah, it wasn't like destructive awful.
Yeah, it was just like a sad puppy that just keeps running into a wall. And you're like, oh.
And then you get the hammer, and you're like, it's time.
Time to put it out of its.
So you destroy the wall so the puppy can get through. Yes, I agree.
100%.
Absolutely.
That puppy can go on forever, knocking himself into anything he wants. Oh hey, I got notified this time.
TLJ, then he gets flushed.
He couldn't have. He was running away from it in our scenario. 100%. Oh hey, I got notified this time. Hi Rags.
Oh hello.
Fu King Disnoids. I know, right? Terrible. Hey Molar, I'm trying to get a friend into EFAP. I'm having a great time telling her all the memes and deep lore you massives have. What do you think is the best place to start out with EFAP? Also, hi Rags.
Hello.
Oof.
1?
Episode 1? I feel like 1 should, you know, it's a good intro, I think.
Yeah, and then proceed.
Go to the plot holes one.
Order, in ascending order. So
just watch them all from the beginning, is what you're saying.
Watch them all. And then tell them to give us money.
And yeah, make sure they don't skip the commercials.
Tell them they get better the more money that she gives.
Yeah. I would honestly recommend the pilot, because we did have to pitch this show to executives. So the pilot and the Shut Up About Plot Holes episode. And then you're gonna have, I mean, you know this person pretty well. You'll know what kind of stuff they like more than other stuff. I remember someone classified episodes of EFAP as plot and filler. The filler ones, I think, were the debates, and the plot ones are when we cover videos and content creators. I can't remember if that's how that works, but if it works that way, you know, skip them on episodes you think that aren't important to the plot, I guess. It's hard for me to know exactly, but chronological every single episode. That's probably the best way to do it, as Rag said. 1 to 3, add on to the universe. 7 to 9, destroy the universe. And that was from Dr. Martin Luther Pepe, who always comes out with very interesting takes about Star Wars.
I think I agree. 1 to even if we are talking about nothing other than world building and legacy, 1 to 3 make the universe so much bigger. They add so much. They expand the world in an incredibly productive and wonderful way. 7 to 9, it feels like the world is dead, an empty void where nothing is happening really anywhere. The universe is just this disjointed, husky. It's just awful. It just feels empty and shallow and hollow. Doesn't feel alive.
Don't you remember the example I used? You're in a
What
video
was your
game,
example?
and the environment pops in
you're right.
around you, but
I
everywhere you're
referenced
not
that in
looking.
EFAP. I like that.
is
I like
empty.
that analogy. I referenced that in EFAP. Yeah.
Hmm.
I think it's a very good analogy. If the characters aren't there at that scene, it might as well just not exist in this universe.
So I think this is a super chat presenting what they think are the flaws of the prequels. They got Jar Jar, Anakin, and the dialogue, such as "I hate sand." Jar Jar wasn't even in the second and third one that much. Okay, third one he was only a visual, I think.
Yeah.
So you know.
Even then, just seeing his smug Gungan fucking face, his bug eyes sticking out of his noggin.
The interpretation is that it's George Lucas being like, "Fuck you." He's in the film. I get that you hate him, but he's still there.
He's still a character.
Yep.
And Sitch, are you aware of Jar Jar's fate? Essentially, what happens to Jar Jar after he basically becomes a clown on Naboo, and like all the parents hate him, but the kids like him.
Which
so it's like a meta commentary.
I was about
and we were all sad. It was like, no, Jar Jar was like in the Senate, and he was he was technically a war hero. He took out a tank.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jar Jar deserved better.
Jar Jar does deserve better. You do agree with that?
He was a fucking hero.
He deserved a long walk off a short pier. Okay.
Jesus Christ.
Into a bouncy castle. That's off that.
We just let anybody into the Z-Faps.
I know. We need to vet these people.
Oh my god.
He deserved better.
Oh my god.
Okay, Sitch. Jar Jar or Rose Tico?
Oh no, Rose Tico, I'll choose because her voice was not just like
what?
Oh my god!
Wow,
dude, duck and cover. Chat is gonna come for you.
I will choose Rose Tico over Jar Jar any day.
Wow,
chat is coming.
Sorry,
she's
so angry.
Oh my goodness gracious!
Chat, look, he doesn't know what he's saying. It's okay. Calm down.
He doesn't know what he speaks. Relax. I ain't afraid.
I don't know how we go on. Some ideas of Disney should have done a sequel trilogy thousands of years after them. Cast Mark Hamill as Ghost Luke, Chris Pratt as Skywalker.
Chris Pratt would make a good... Yeah, I think Chris Pratt would definitely make a good Star Wars protagonist.
I feel like he's good for everything. He's just fun.
But he's a guy, though. You need a chick, apparently, right?
Yeah.
It's current year.
Well, yeah, but think about... You could show how flawed men are. So, right side.
That's true.
You see someone posted in chat, sad to be with a gun shooting Sitch, who's portrayed as a Tism person.
Wow, jolly old Saint Nick hates your guts.
Well, this is the thing. Saint Nick got a job to do. If you pick Rose Tico over literally anybody, you need to be
You're
put
on the
down.
naughty list, man.
You cannot pick
in your stocking.
You cannot pick fucking Misa Jar Jar over Rose Tico.
Watch me.
I actually can.
No. Possible.
Jar Jar blew up a tank.
Rose prevented Finn from saving everyone's life. Okay? That's what she did.
She heroically rescued everybody from death, but not really.
Ruined everything. Okay.
Oh my god, she's the fucking person who in Incredibles, like, you ruined my death, but reversed, you ruined my safety. I don't even know. She's special. And yeah, you enjoy your Rose Tico solo film. We'll enjoy our Jar Jar solo film.
Actually, I would prefer a Jar Jar Solo
Oh
film
my
over
God.
Roast Tico, just because it'd be so awful. It'd probably be hilarious.
I would love to take up that challenge, make it like an engaging, thoughtful, meaningful Jar Jar Solo film.
Impossible.
The subtitles like Misa coming
The Jar
back
Jar we never knew. What was Jar Jar like at home?
under the binks.
What was I just under the binks? And the Binks household. I want to see Jar Jar baking a cake.
He grew up abused, and he used
winding up the old grandfather clock. Sitting in front of the underwater fire and enjoying a
Someone said, "Oh my God, they mess it up with SJW crap." Like the Jar Jar film is all SJW.
Jar Jar's a male feminist.
There's like a
super
the female Gungans are like fighting for rights in their underwater society. Like what?
Jar Jar, you make me wet. Like this big lake we fucking live in.
Please no.
If you haven't seen Backstroke of the West, you should. It's an English-Chinese-English translation bootleg of Return of the Sith. I mean, Revenge of the Sith. It's hilarious.
We have been, we've been recommended that, and I've heard that it's really funny.
Since like EFAP 1, I think, we've been recommended that. It's like, we'll get
and
there.
Here we are, still haven't done
it's only 80 episodes later, jeez.
Yeah.
Get to
Not 100 episodes later. We'll watch it for another time.
Yes.
Maybe.
The CGI argument is bad. When they made the prequels, they used the best CGI of the time, and then they did the same for the sequels. You can argue that the CGI is comparable for the time frame they were made in.
Well, no, because I would say the special effects in the original is better than the prequels, just the way they look.
The OT?
Yeah.
I would say so too, because it was practical. It's like it's
Right.
why the thing holds up.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then the sequels CGI is so good now that you pretty much like you can just use it for everything.
Right. Yeah, because there's that time period. It was like in 2000s where practical effects look so much better than CG, but people still use CG for some reason.
But oddly enough, the CG in Lord of the Rings still is really good. So it's
a
about
lot of it's strong.
implementation.
It's true.
A lot of people relied on it when it was just not ready to be relied on.
Balrog is so fucking cool, dude.
The Balrog does look really cool. I guess I don't know, do you think, was it just better CG, or is it just they were better at like hiding it?
I think it
better
was
style.
the techniques that they used, because the
Right.
Balrog is basically black, but it's glowing. Right? So it's
It doesn't have
always
to look
moving.
realistic.
And he's like
Yeah,
covered in
it's-
black smoke as well a lot of the time.
Right.
Yeah, it's easy to hide it because it's always kind of this amorphous outline to it with the smoke and the flames.
Right.
And the texture of the Balrog itself, it's hard to sort of see anyway because of what it is.
Right.
It wasn't like Jar Jar. You look at him now in episode 1, and
You're
even
like,
though
what
he
the
does
fuck?
deserve better, you're like,
Don't mention Davy Jones in Pirates of the Caribbean. He looked great.
He did look really good. But when was that in comparison to Star
I
Wars?
don't know. It's probably a decent chunk of time.
Later.
maybe. Dead Man's Chest. 2006, and I believe Phantom Menace
so
is
not that long.
99, and
Only
Nailed
7
it.
years.
6 years.
Yeah. Huh.
do you guys remember the Pirates of the Caribbean movies, or is it just like me where it's sort of just like a blended up mush inside of your brain?
I'm a better person than you, and yes, I
Okay.
do remember the differences.
I remember
between
That's
them.
not true. But what about the movies?
The first one's great. The second one's sort of good.
The
and then
second
they
one
just-
would have. The second one depended on the third one being good to be good, and the third one being bad brings the second one down because it's like a part one.
Yeah.
Well, you
it's
can
really
start to
unfortunate.
see like the problems
Yeah.
of the third one. You can see like the beginnings of it in the second one.
Do you remember in the third one when Davy Jones tentacle rapes a man to death? Fucking grim, dude.
No.
And it's funny because I remember it got shit on Reddit at some point, just being like, "This happened in this movie. Do you guys remember this?" And people were like, "Oh Jesus!" Like, this. Oh, it's basically like he's under the control of the East India Trading Company, and they have his heart, and everything's falling apart in the finale to the point where he realizes at one point he's left in like the what is the part of the ship with a
The poop deck.
whatever deck he's on,
Brig?
everybody gets blown up by a cannonball except the dude who's like the last in command that threatens Davy Jones at all, And like they both look around and realize it, and so he grabs him because he knows that if he kills him, he'll be free of that potential. And so you're like, oh, is he just gonna like stab him with a sword and he'll fall over? Because a lot of the time, I don't know if you remember this, but in Pirates of the Caribbean they would slash people and it would like be raining, and so water would spray everywhere instead of blood because kids and stuff.
Yeah, it would cut away.
Yeah.
And so you'd expect something like that. You're just like, oh, you'll just stab him, but he just gets closer to him and closer, and you're like, what the fuck? And then his little beard tentacle things start crawling up the guy's face and going to his ear, his nose. One of them pops out of his like mouth, I think, or goes down. Yeah, like the biggest tentacle just
he's
starts
tasting all that guy's boogers.
Oh yeah,
Ugh.
yeah.
He was mad, man.
And like you watch it,
Yeah,
and,
but I've
and
never been mad enough at a guy to eat his boogers with
The
my
grim-
tentacle nose.
the super
Well, the
grim part though
tentacles.
is he pulls them all out, and you get this really, it's like a 1 second shot of the guy's face as it cuts away, and it's just this like, just think of like you put all that stuff in, and you yank it all out. It's just like, oh, and then you're like, this is for kids, right? Jesus. And as Eben just said, Davy Jones definitely wasn't practicing social distancing. No. And look what happened. But yeah, Dead Man's Chest was alright, the third one was poop, the fourth one was poop, the fifth one was poop. First one was fucking great, though.
First one was amazing.
What a shame.
Do you fear death?
And aren't they all written, or at least the first 4, aren't they written by the same guy too?
Aren't you?
I think so, that's like really
Really
disappointing,
weird,
isn't it?
yeah.
Do you feel death?
Oh, death.
Bill Nye, man, he fucking killed it.
Bill Nye the Squid Face guy.
Also, I think I accidentally jumped around on Super Chats, but don't worry, I'm reading them all out. This one just says burn the heretics, probably in relation to you guys bad-mouthing the prequels.
Probably.
Do you smell death?
Smells like poo.
Someone
Go watch
pissed
some Plinkett
with-
reviews, okay, and
with
come
the
back. to
door
me.
They, I know for a fact that prequel defenders, if you want to call them that, they hate Plinkett's videos, so...
How can you hate the Plinkett?
Oh, go figure.
I was gonna say, this sounds like a bit of a
Possible.
cause and effect thing, doesn't it? It's like, yeah, that makes most sense.
Yeah.
Hi, Muller and Rags. I agree the prequels are better, but man, I think you need to rewatch the RLM prequel Evisceration to put it fresh in your mind.
There you go.
There you go, yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Smart. There's a smart lad.
If Ewan is an F, then what is Daisy? Oh, he said Daisy's a C, and Ewan is an F. Think about
I
that.
You
said
said
Daisy,
Daisy is a
D.
D minus.
Oh. Well,
You
that's
said D
still...
minus. How come I'm the only
I'll
person
have to
of all of us
rewatch
who
the
remembered it?
stupid prequels. I don't remember them very well.
I was gonna say, the point is you rated Ewan lower. That's gonna...
Yeah,
I don't think there's anyone on this planet that would agree with you
Exactly,
on that.
you don't know.
I'll watch them again. I'll watch them again, and then I'll come back and say, no, they were just as awful as I thought. So,
He's the dude who says, hello there.
hello there.
How can you
Hello
possibly
there.
rate that lower than Daisy?
No, if you're talking about meme potential, prequels blows it out of the
No,
water.
acting. Just, he nailed that line. I believed every second of it.
Which line did he nail?
All of his lines.
Hello there.
Yes.
He nailed hello there.
He did.
Did you think
You're
he
like, what?
didn't?
Well, I don't think Obi-Wan was supposed to be kind of like the cocksure, smarmy character to say hello there, but that's just.
Oh,
He
is
literally
he?
says hello there in A New Hope.
When does he say hello there?
This is the first line he has when he sees Luke. He says hello there.
Yeah, but he's not saying it like is like a fuck you. He's saying like literally hello there.
He wasn't saying it. Fuck you to Grievous.
Oh, he totally was.
You're
Come on.
saying hello to Grievous.
was
They're good
saying hello.
friends.
Yeah, Grievous, the good friend. Yes.
I feel
Oh,
like if I'm
hello,
gonna say
Grievous.
fuck you to somebody, I don't replace it with hello there.
Yeah, he was like, oh look, it's my good friend.
Like I
General
don't end arguments by saying, "Oh yeah, and you know what? Hello there."
who's literally in canon, because I think the Jenny Tardowski Clone Wars are supposed to be in canon because it ends with Mace Windu crushing his chest, and like in the movie, it literally the canon is General Grievous has killed like 6 or 7 Jedi at this point, and Obi-Wan's like, oh, it's my good friend who's murdered my comrades.
Wait, did you think we were serious when we said that they
No,
were
I
good
know, I
friends?
was
General Kenobi. Yeah, that's one of the things I think is actually a flaw in Episode 3. I think it's fucking retarded that Obi-Wan just jumps down there. If they'd all just shot him, he'd be fucked.
No, he could have taken him.
He'd have done a big ol' force bubble.
He would have fucked him in the asshole.
But he is kind of a cocky character in the prequels, and I don't think that is disproven by the fact that when he's older, he's a lot more careful.
Don't you agree he shouldn't have been?
Why?
Anakin should be cocky.
Why shouldn't he have been a cocky
Anakin was
character?
cocky.
Yeah, but you kind of need a balance, don't you?
Do you?
Do you?
Yeah. Well, Mr. Plinkett
Oh.
said you do, so I'll
Oh,
just say
dude.
everything he said.
Oh man.
The prequels are better than the sequels. Anybody who says otherwise is objectively wrong. Damn. Sitch, you turned the chat against me. Baller, you have done that yourself.
I like that. That's funny.
Oh, and this guy says he got his pizza. I wonder if he'll give updates on the digestion. I'm sure of it. Sitch, get the mouse's D.
With the door open or closed for his pizza.
Oh yeah, we'll need to know.
Depends on what's on that pizza. That pizza is less. It's not so much a food as it is a platform.
Don't bring a pizza into the bathroom.
Sitch, get the mouse's D out of your A. Oof. Sitch fucking eviscerated the Rise of Sky. This reminds me of people who are like, Bull is a fucking MCU fanboy. I just look at my channel and they're like, but.
Captain Marvel.
Black Panther was?
I think we agreed Captain Marvel was the worst movie of 2019.
Mainstream, sure. Like, that one is staggeringly stupid.
I haven't watched all the pornos.
I just mean there's indie films, you fuck.
Those are indie films.
I agree.
Characters and plot and writing.
Those are the best ones.
Yeah, definitely.
I get very invested in the characters. Makes it that much more interesting.
Yeah, I don't really care about 80% of the middle, but the ending, man.
Hey EFAP gang, it's been 4 months, and that's due to me in Navy boot camp and just graduated, so now I'm training to be an ABH. What would ABH stand for?
An ABH?
An Anastasia Beverly Hills.
Oh, well, enjoy your... if that's where you want to be, living in Beverly Hills, then go for it, man. I'm happy for you.
Yeah, maybe someone in chat knows, because I'm
gonna be rolling like a celebrity.
But yes, congrats. Basically, the guys in yellow jackets on the flight deck on a carrier.
Oh.
So enjoy an early tax return. Thank you very much, and yeah, hope everything's working out. Sounds like fun.
Do it.
I'm about to say something controversial. RLM has weak takes on the prequels. They're not perfect, but they're better than people make them out to. But they're... Okay, I think they meant to say they're not better than... Wait. I'm sorry. So this says they're not perfect, but they're better than people make them out to be.
I feel like I could be convinced, but it could be difficult.
Well, I don't think they meant to say this way, did they? Like, they said they've got weak takes on the prequels, they're not perfect, but they're better than people make them out to be. Oh wait, they're talking about the prequels! Oh, right, sorry, I got fucking confused.
Right.
Yeah, well, as for RLM's videos, God, could you imagine if we fucking covered one of them on EFAP? That would feel weird, wouldn't it? Especially if we, like... People have asked for that. I don't even know how that would go.
I don't know. I did not expect people to be shitting on the Plinkett reviews. I did not expect this whatsoever.
Well,
my worldview is blown now.
I know. Was he right, or did he just sound and feel good? That's what we need to know.
Even the half in the bag on the Rise of Skywalker, there were plenty of times where I was like, I just don't agree with that. I just flat out don't agree with that.
Well,
I don't remember them being
their
all
discussion.
positive.
Yeah, if you compare their discussion on Star Wars to their discussions on Picard, you can clearly tell which one they have a huge investment in and which one they don't.
Well, I've always felt like Mike's the only one who cares about Star Wars out of the three of them. Like, the other two are always just like, yeah, it's fucking Star Wars now, whatever, it's shit.
Yeah, they've kind of written off Star Wars as just like forever doomed.
Yeah, because whenever because they will simultaneously go over like how there are stupid plot hole things, but then sometimes they'll be like, yeah, whatever, that's like details. That's like getting really nitpicky about it, and I'm always sitting there like, oh, what the fuck? Hang on, like this is like the important shit. Like when they're trying to figure out how the 1,000 Death Stars exist, this is like in Star Trek they would go into detail about how impossible that is, but in Star Wars they're almost forgiving of the idea that Palpatine just conjured it out of nothing, like. Which to me is just like, Jesus Christ. Which, by the way, they're not okay with that, clearly. I just mean that, like, they entertain it as a possibility, and I'm just like, Jesus.
Right. Well, they've said, and I agree, that Star Wars is like science fantasy and Star Trek is science fiction, right?
Well, yeah, sure, but contradictions would still exist in both, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, but they're talking about just they don't really care about how the technology works in Star Wars.
But that's still the technology portion of the science fantasy.
And I was going to say, the existence of the Star Destroyers, like, I'm not even talking about how they work on an engine level.
I don't think they were excusing that. I don't remember that at all.
No, I'm not saying they're excusing it. I'm just saying they seemed on board with the idea that it's possible that Palpatine could conjure them. And I was just like, Jesus Christ. Like, out of nothing? He can just do that?
Really stupid.
Yeah, and I just feel like that would normally be stonewalled. But because it's Star Wars, they're sort of like, maybe. And it's like, yeah,
I felt like they were just so dead inside.
Oh, definitely. I really do feel like they're so totally done.
Yeah, they're just like...
I remember when they described TLJ, Rich said it was sporadically interesting.
Yeah, sporadically interesting.
It just seems like you're trying to avoid saying what you really feel. Like, yeah, I don't know, interesting, I guess. The Not So Great Debate guy does a good PSA impression. Oh.
The Not So Great Debate.
Oh my goodness gracious.
That's
Who's that?
That's a bringing it back, man. That's an oldie. He's like the first public debate that has ever had about TLJ from me, I think, and Wolf. So it was interesting.
He was defending TLJ.
Yes, and you can find it on the Moolah channel. I think it's called the Not So Great Debate. Still, I'm not sure, but either way, it's quite an interesting journey. That one, quite the journey. Are there any films you would call objectively good but still don't like? Also, how would you write the sequels if you had to?
So for the first part of that, we watched Cache. Objectively, I don't have much of an issue with it. It's mostly really solid. But holy fuck, I wouldn't watch that again unless I maybe at gunpoint, I suppose.
Yeah.
But holy fuck, I just was so zoned out of that. I just did not care about really anything happening.
Objectively,
my investment was just gone.
Super strong in terms of like progression and everything, and but man, the subject matter was just not gripping me. And yeah, and I thought we'd missed something, but we really didn't. We grasped what that movie was putting down. We even checked out reviews to see what we may have fucked up, and we were just like, oh, that was it. Okay.
Yeah, it was one of those things where you kind of say, "It's like, yep, I got it. I understand." It's boring as shit,
which can happen. And if someone was like, "So what's the problem?" It's like, not for me. It's just not for me, that one.
Yeah. I mean, this is one of the advantages of being able to separate the objective from the subjective when it comes to films, especially. I can say that, yeah, objectively, it's really, like, I don't see any issues with it, really. Not any issues, but fuck me. If you were to tell me that I needed to watch it again, I would be hesitant to do so.
And as for how would you rewrite the sequels if you had to? It's a bit of a big ask of a question, but I know that the one that we often go to as a sort of stand-in for a larger explanation would be that you push Leia further along her desire to erase the Empire, and you'd make it clear that she's fueled by what happened with Alderaan, and perhaps push her into a darker place that can really screw with her relationship with Han. Like, he can start to see that people are, like, under the Empire's thumb, he had a tough job as a smuggler, and then maybe we could have characters or events that are mirroring his time under the Empire, but this time under Leia's Republic, sort of thing. A bit of an iron fist.
Arrested even for.
Oh, I wouldn't have him arrested. I would have people he sees himself as getting arrested in his past. He's
yeah,
like,
because he's not. I was too busy thinking of the shitty new Han we got.
yeah.
But yeah, I mean, like Leia, I think would be absolutely. It would be very reasonable to believe that watching your planet get fucking blowed up, that could lead you down a super dark path, and she is force sensitive, so who knows where that
Yeah, and we
would
can
lead.
push it pretty far. And then as for Luke, we're really up in the air. There's lots of different things we could do with him. I think that we could make him estranged from the Republic by having Leia ask him to train Jedi to act as like zealots for the Republic to hunt down
enforcers, Inquisitor types.
Cause lots and lots of frustration, confusion. Then we probably have some new characters. Why not? Throw some new peeps in there. Get us a Jar Jar Binks back as well. Make sure he's in there.
I want to see Jar Jar. I want to see him.
I need to see Jar Jar.
He's old and a little grizzled, but he's wise after all these years.
He's going to advise our new protagonist what to do about all of this.
That's it. I've always looked at Jar Jar, and I always equate like words with people. With Jar Jar, it's always sagacious, right? His wisdom, his understanding.
Sagacious.
He's essentially like
He would be
kind of like the Star Wars Buddha.
He would be bearded. He would have a long beard.
He's seen it all.
I think like that Jar Jarism would be like a galaxy-wide sort of spiritual awakening based on his book. The book.
Keen mental discernment and good judgment. Shrewd.
The book of
yeah,
Binks.
sagacious. That's exactly right. He's got it written all over him.
Oh, and Palpatine wouldn't be alive. He'd be dead.
Yes. Also, yeah. We knew this because we watched him get exploded twice.
I'd probably have that in the film. Like, so what happened to Palpatine? He died. He was vaporized twice. He's dead.
And the other character says, "Yes, he died. There is nothing left of him." They both look to the camera. He is dead forever and ever, and we will never see him again.
We won't even see recordings of him. We will see nothing. Okay, jeez. Hello, Mugidius. Just wanted to say, love you guys, what you do. Please don't ever stop. Also, hi, Wags.
Hello.
Okay, PSA is saying the prequels are objectively worse than the sequels, but all of his arguments get down to movies are boring, and that sounds very subjective.
No,
I'll do a whole video series on it. I'll write a thesis statement on this.
Yeah.
I'll prepare myself. I'll get examples. I'll get everything.
Look at this dude simping for the sequels. That's the new word kids use these days.
Yep. Simping for Mickey.
Defending anything for literally any reason ever is simping, I guess.
Simping for Mickey. You get them Disney dollars, Sitch? Did you get them Disney dollars?
Mickey's paying me personally right now to say that the Disney prequels are shit, but just slightly better shit than the prequels. Yeah, that's a good $1,000 from Disney right there.
Wow.
Hey, they'll take what they can get.
This one just says hi chat. So yeah, hi chat. How you doing? If you have any interest in Final Fantasy VII Remake, I highly recommend it. Also, Horizon Zero Dawn is coming to PC.
Didn't they? Are the spoilers true? Didn't they like completely ruin the story?
I have no idea.
I am not sure, but I can believe it.
Stop simping for the dark side, Attica.
But one day she might say my name on stream.
Sitch is being subjective. Damn. My favorite.
Guilty.
Oh my god.
My favorite disease is the Black Death. Deaths in my home state are still annually reported. An incurable version exists in my region, and a few years ago an elementary school was shut down due to an outbreak.
What the fuck?
Seriously?
Wow.
There is an incurable version of the Black Death in your local area.
Where? Where are you?
Jesus.
Get out of there.
Yeah.
Run away.
Move.
Burn it. Burn
To be
it.
fair, that's pretty fucking metal.
What kind of currency do they give you? So I know not to go to that country.
That Black Death's not giving up. It's like, no. I will kill. Enjoyment is not necessarily a factor in objective analysis. The prequels are at least were mostly decent world builders and left room for expansion. I mean, I think most people would agree with that. They were.
Yeah, I agree with that.
They gave you a whole garden to work with, while the sequels were like, "Hey, nice garden." Steps on a flower. "Hey, nice flower you got there." Hey, and then kicks some stuff up, and you're like, "What are you doing?" And then just drops acid and fire.
Punches an orphan and steals his dog.
Mm-hmm.
Only to just deposit it in the neighbor's yard, thinking that it's free.
What the fuck is the sequels better at than the prequels?
Yeah. Sitch.
Oh, so I'm looking up where this bubonic plague is. This is
He's
where I'm
too
concerned
spooked about the Black Death.
Yeah, I'm like, where the fuck is this happening?
It's gonna team up with COVID. They're gonna fucking fight us.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Okay, so here's the question.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Are the sequels and prequels, okay? Which one is the Black Death and which one is COVID?
I mean, like, I assume the Black Death is worse than COVID, so that would mean the sequels are Black Death. Because the sequels are way worse than the prequels.
And the prequels are just spreading around, and everybody's catching on to this fad, you know, of like, yeah, prequels, yeah, while the sequels are just struggling to even be around in a local area.
Okay, fair enough.
Hot single viruses in your area.
But for the question, you said CGI, right? Was better in the sequels. You said acting is overall better in the sequels.
Yeah, acting's overall better in the sequels. Editing is overall, pacing is overall better.
And you probably say dialogue, I imagine.
Dialogue is better. Again, that's not a high bar.
Dialogue is better in the sequels. You say? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Can you agree? You like sand?
Well,
spinning,
careful though. There's some tism lines in the
What's a
sequels.
good line from the prequels?
Twice the pride, double the fall.
I don't
Dooku says that. The person that you said was a C.
I don't even remember that. I told you, I'll watch him again. I'll watch him again, guys. Oh my god.
When I was watching The Rise of Skywalker, I couldn't help but feel, man, this pacing is so great. It's so much better.
It didn't feel like I broke my neck several times watching that film. Not at all.
I felt like an owl. My head was just spinning around.
And he says nothing.
Huh?
Nothing.
What? You're talking to me?
No. We were just talking to
The
chat.
pacing in Rise of Skywalker was like insane because they're trying to make you not realize that the movie is terrible. Sure.
It's like quick things.
I literally, it's like the
yes.
I remember saying that on a stream. I was thinking about the something someone had said in a scene, and I'd realized I'd missed like 4 lines of dialogue, and then the 1 in a million thing happened, and I was like, Jesus Christ, I can't handle this. It's so much stupid. Like, you gotta slow down. Can't keep track.
You're tearing me apart.
Yeah, an early EFAP, finally, Mauler Heart. Aw, not early anymore. It's like 3:30 a.m. now. Yeah, that's time. How that works. The space battles in the prequels are much better than the sequels. The sequels have the worst space battles. Rogue One might have one of the best.
I agree on the space battles.
The sequels can't even fucking come close to the prequels in space battles. The sequels was destroyed everything.
Sequels are crap, actually.
Like, think of the opening of TLJ and the end of TLJ. Those 2 fights are so fucking balls. And Poe gets I don't even want to go into it. Fuck the sequel space fights.
Well, I mean, just episode 3's opening alone.
Yeah, man. That shit's on fire.
Está en fuego.
Should a film win Best Picture if the writing is garbage?
No.
I don't think so.
Definitely not. How could
Unless, like, literally, like a best. If you by best picture you mean like best screenshot.
That's an actual category.
Yes.
Best picture, like an actual just a picture of it.
Picture, yes.
Yeah.
Sitch, I love you, but this is pathetic. Try a critique that isn't quoting Plinkett, please. Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness.
You keep sitting objective and back that claim up with X felt bad or bored me.
No, I said there's more. I said if you remove writing, there's more categories to filmmaking that I think the sequels succeed in. Again,
Is
it's
there a lot
hard
of
for me to bring out
contradictions in the
examples
prequel?
for the prequels because I just haven't seen them in so long.
But
Some
does the
contradictions
writing
in the prequels.
outweigh the other ones?
It can, but I say that's where your subjectivity comes into it. Whether you emphasize writing versus
Stuff like
other things.
CGI, a lot of the stuff is just superficial.
Yeah, but yep. I agree with you. I always personally put writing as the number one thing. Okay, but I understand that that's my opinion. That's not an objective criteria.
Isn't it technically foundational even still to a filmmaking, though? Like, everything else is in aid of telling the writing, if you know what I mean.
I would agree with you, but I don't think that's... Again, I think that's my opinion.
But an opinion can be objective.
No, I'm saying I think it's subjective to say that writing
For instance,
is the most central part of a
yes,
movie.
it's your opinion, but it's not just your
Like,
opinion.
okay, here's a perfect example. Someone asked earlier, like, what's a movie that you hate, but that you say is like a good movie, right? And for me, that's easy. It's 2001: A Space Odyssey. I fucking hate that movie. I don't know if you've ever seen it. There's
I
like
have.
Yeah.
the story is... The writing is like abysmal. There's like barely any story, and it's just these long shots of shit floating in space. And I can't stand it because for me, I care about writing, I care about characters, but it's not. It's all just visuals, and to me, that's like nothing.
I don't know that I concede that would have been written, though. Like, so there is storytelling in there, it's just visual.
But it's so minor. Like, there's so many shots of like, how long do I have to see something dock? Like, I get it. It's going through space. Space is slow. Like, I don't care. I wanted something more.
How long does it take something to dock? How dare you?
I get it.
You just
visual
machine gutted
masturbation.
outtakes today that are gonna just...
The 2001 book is like one of my favorite science fiction
Someone
books.
said
Fantastic.
Someone in chat said 2001 is good, but I find it a hard sell to my friends. I was like, probably because that's piracy and it's illegal.
Damn.
Probably
No,
shouldn't
but
do that.
okay, but anyway, that's my point. I agree with... Personally, I don't like 2001 because I don't like the lack of writing, but I understand that it's not an objectively bad movie.
All right then. 1 out of 2. Remember those faraway shots of the stands of the pod race in the lava river in episode 3? All practical effects. Look up the documentaries. They built a 40-foot-long set for the lava river set. Come on, Sitch, stop using the same terrible points against the prequels.
What was the point of the terrible forever pod race sequence?
What? You didn't like the pod... I think the pod race sequence was good shit.
I liked the pod racing. I thought the pod racing was one of the...
I would actually posit that that's one of the better parts of the first film, along with the Darth Maul fight and...
Yeah, I liked the pod race itself.
Yeah,
why they were doing it and how they got there.
What's bad about the pod race? What's
with the exception of like who wins, there's no significance to the pod race.
Yeah, totally.
Story-wise.
But the pod race is how a winner is decided.
With exception to who wins, there's no relevance to the pod race. What the fuck does that mean?
I know, but I mean during the race itself, there's nothing of story significance.
You would have rather they
except
just
the end of who wins or not.
But how would they be?
Cut it to Anakin crossing the finish line. Like,
you could have
man, that was
Anakin.
harrowing.
You could have Anakin learning how to use his force powers during the race.
What?
The race was exciting though.
He's pod racing. Why? I'm so confused.
They were going fast and dodging obstacles, and the sound effects were great during it. And we saw all the different kinds of pod racers.
This isn't okay, but it's weird that you were harping on writing. There's no writing.
There's no writing. There's no writing there to be bad.
Wait, we need to seriously establish if you have action, that is writing. You've written what's going to happen. You do get that, right? Like you can't. Writing isn't just dialogue.
No, but when I think of just a long action scene, like perfect, like in the last prequel movie, just this 10-minute long fight. It's like, yeah, you had to physically write what happened in the fight. I get that, but that's not good writing. They have this super long action sequence where nothing really changes and it's really all irrelevant except what happens at the very end of it.
What do you think a race is?
I don't like Fast and Furious movies. I don't want to watch a bunch of car races. I don't watch a NASCAR. I don't care about any of this stuff.
And it's not as simple as we're just waiting for what happens at the end. There's loads of things that happen throughout the race that could determine whether or not he's going to stay in the race.
Yeah, and I find it incredibly boring and not engaging.
And then he's slow, and then he fiddles with it. And... He takes out all
Yeah,
the other
he also has a
racers
false start, and he's been sabotaged by Sebulba.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Still boring.
What?
What is
I
criteria you guys
can't
are
do anything with
measuring
that
on?
though. If you just say it's boring, it's
Yeah,
like,
what is
okay.
the what is the criteria
Yeah, what is
here?
the objective criteria? Like if you literally said there's this many contradictions in the sequels and there's this many contradictions in the prequels, then you could make an objective comparison.
Well,
But it
surely
seems
you'd
like
concede that you'd have to give us more than it's boring.
And also, not all contradictions are equal.
you guys are making the same exact you guys are doing the same exact thing that Sitch is doing because you're just
No, we're
saying,
not.
you know, I like pod racing better. It's more
You're just saying it's
entertaining.
exciting.
No, we're not. We're
Yeah,
not saying
it's
that's
exciting.
It's
I never called it
objective.
How many
exciting.
contradictions? Like, let's measure contradictions. It's like,
Go for it.
seems like that's a good object. Well,
Well,
then,
I don't know if
then
there's
the
contradictions
prequels
in
are
like a
obviously
pod racing
better
scene.
because-
Exactly. It's gonna annihilate the sequels because the prequels make a lot more
Yeah,
sense.
So then at least you're talking about an objective.
Yeah, well, that's the thing.
criteria.
I never actually argued that the prequel race is exciting, and that's why it's good.
Well, why is it okay? So why is it good?
Well, because of all the different stakes rising and lowering based on mechanical things that we've been shown and understood. The shots, the clarity of the races, how each of them are all
the
knocked
events
out
that
in
happen
different
along the
portions.
way.
How
Well,
there's the
subjective.
Tuscan Raiders are actually taking the time to knock people out for fun, and that's a part of the race. Like, they don't even care that people can die during this thing. The stakes are very high.
Yeah, but I don't. That's the problem. I don't care about all these racer characters who we know nothing about for the most part. We only know about Anakin and Sebulba. I don't think we know about any of the other racers really. I
Why
don't
do you
care
have to know
what
about the other
Tusken
races?
You
Raiders
don't
are.
care
Well,
about
then I don't
people
have an
giving
emotional
lives.
attachment. Why do I care if some? It's like in the sequel movie when they show like the random guy get killed. You're like, okay, it's like a fake
Sure.
raising in the stakes. I don't care about that character dying. I don't know anything about him.
Well, whether
Did you have-
no, them dying sets precedent that people can die in this race. That's the
Right.
important part.
You never thought Anakin would die in this race.
Yeah, you know Anakin's not gonna fuck it up.
You know that the ring is going into Mordor, so
Yeah.
what I'm arguing is feeling tension in that scene. Like, it's gonna be subjective. Like, whether or not someone believes whether or not Anakin will or will not
Sure,
die.
I'm not saying the pod racing was objectively awful. I'm saying I thought it was boring as fuck. You can like it. Are we arguing subjective or objectively?
Well, I'm surprised that it would have been considered boring. I guess, yeah, I would go that far, but that's fine.
Do you find the Fast and Furious movies boring? Because I do.
I don't know if I go as far as saying boring. They don't I don't care about them.
They don't engage you. That's the same thing as being boring.
I saw.
Well, I
saw
don't
the
know
one
if
where
I
they
describe as
end
being
it
bored
with
though.
The big box. They pull the big box through the streets. I like that. That movie was fun.
What?
They end one of the Fast
Didn't-
and Furious. I don't even know what number it was. Fuck me. But they have two cars that are pulling this massive like vault that they ripped out of a building or something.
Yes, right.
I like that movie. I don't
Okay.
give a fuck. I like that. That was
Okay.
stupid.
That's
I
what-
thought it was great.
I should have clarified, by the way. Like, him
Fast Five.
like
I don't
winning
remember
the
any
race is
characters
still in
ordered.
question.
Didn't he accidentally win the race? Or I mean, it
No,
seems
no.
like
He pulls it through because he fixes his.
Someone saying it was
He
6
moves. He has to close off the opening that Sebulba made in his engine, and then he has to fuel. He has to like siphon half the energy from one engine to the other, and then he starts it back up.
fixing the pod racer on the fly, basically.
Yeah, and I think that's actually a good moment to show that he's not retarded when it comes to piloting.
Good character growth. Point for the prequels.
I mean, I think the prequels are better than the sequels. I'm just saying, like, they seem to, and maybe I do agree with some of the commenters so far that the prequels get heavily shat on, and I'm not even saying 5 out of 10, just saying not 2 out of 10. You know, let's push it up a little bit. Let's bring it up a little.
I don't think anyone would feel that way if the sequel movies didn't exist.
Maybe
I
people
think a
wouldn't
lot of
care to
this
find
is,
out
like,
if it wasn't for the sequels. You know, like the sequels have put everything into question with how
Maybe
how
the
poopy.
people are saying the sequels were so bad for them that it sort of made them appreciate the prequels.
I think it just made them reevaluate them. Like, a lot of people were happy to never see the prequels again by the looks of things, but now it's like, ooh, wait, you know?
It seems like expectations were very high for the prequels that they missed on, and for me, like the expectations for the sequels was like non-existent.
0. Yeah.
Prequels were so bad, and I think that factors a lot into it because Star Wars is coming back after 20 years. Like, you think it's going to be amazing, and then you go in and you see that crap. You're like, oh my god, like it's like tearing your heart out. The sequels, you know, I was apathetic by then.
Well, that's good because you didn't get your heart ripped out even worse than it would have if you'd stayed in love with Star Wars up until TLJ.
Totally. The apathy was better. I was better situated for this nonsense. I was like, okay, well, they fucked me over with the prequels. So
watching Luke beg to have the new super powerful, awesome, super cool protagonist leave him alone so he could die on his pathetic little island. Like, holy shit, man. There is no amount of Jar Jar that can compare to that. It's just like, wow, thank you so much for showing me this.
I'll agree. Yeah, I agree that the sequels did more harm. Well, actually, I don't know if not. They did more harm to the characters. Maybe not the brand overall, but they did more harm to the characters. At least the original characters, obviously, because most original characters aren't in.
Wait, you're in question of whether or not the brand has been damaged more by the prequels or the sequels?
Sequels.
It's easily the sequels.
Easily. Yeah, it's not even close.
Star Wars is a joke.
Like, remember
the prequels.
If we look at just the takes from the box office, the Force Awakens made $2 billion.
Yeah.
However, Episode 9 made half that.
You have to remember that the prequels were kind of a boon to the brand. You got a shit ton of additional content sold thanks to the prequels.
The shows?
Yeah, they had all the spin-off shows that people like.
Well, not to mention the games, the books, like loads of lore stuff that loads of fans adored.
That's what I'm saying, man.
Yeah.
But who's buying who's buying Admiral Holder's book, you know, to find out why she colored her hair?
Gotta find out why she wires the dress. I gotta know.
Gotta know.
Always true there are. No more, no less.
Except if there is.
Unless there is sometimes. More of a guideline it is. More like casual observation it is.
That ended. That super chat ended with saying, "Same terrible points used against the prequels because you hear the other Disnoids spout the same garbage." Damn.
A lot of this is nostalgia. I'm sorry. A lot of this is nostalgia goggles. People liking the cartoons they grew up with.
Oh yeah.
Sitch sounds like he's killed younglings.
The prequels are. I can understand if.
Hey man, look, I'll put my. I think you're right.
That the sequels are worse, but you can't say the prequels were good. That's entirely a different argument.
Well, that's the thing. I'm sure I'm more forgiving to the prequels, being that I saw them when I was younger and everything. But I really do think that the sequels can't even come close in terms of the. If you put the three together, it's like holy fuck, they've done so much damage. It's insane. While the prequels, you know, you can probably catalog their damage pretty quickly.
Yeah, metachlorians. That's the only thing I can really think of.
Well, a lot of people cite that they ruined Anakin as a character. Like, they made Darth Vader not intimidating, which... I mean, that one's tough, though, because, I mean, I still think he's fucking badass and intimidating in the OT, despite being a bit of a whiny fuck in a lot of the prequels.
Right, and he's a kid, so...
That's the thing. It
doesn't matter, right?
Yeah, I can believe that...
And besides Vader, well, I mean, no one cares about the droids. Like, there's no other main characters ruined by the prequels.
Yeah.
I feel like you're trying to sell us death sticks.
I'll buy death sticks. You want to go home and rethink your life.
You know
How did you not love Obi-Wan?
Was?
What's wrong with you? I want to go home and rethink my
life. Let's see. He had like a silly name.
Oh, I remember, yeah.
Elan Sleaze Bagano. His last name was Sleaze Bagano. Like, that's George.
What was the name of the fucking crab monster in Solo? Do you remember?
Yeah, crab monster Solo movie. It's
isn't it something Death Punch? What's that?
Something like that.
Therm Hammer Punch, is that it?
It was something like that. It was just so fucking
I wish they would have let the original directors just finish that movie, because I'm sure
it would have
Scissor Punch. It was Therm Scissor Punch.
Therm Scissor Punch, yes. What the fuck is that?
I love those guys. Clone High is like one of my favorite shows, and Lego Movie was great.
Oh yeah,
How
but
does a
we don't
advance with like claws for hands like that. How do you grasp and manipulate your environment?
They have telekinesis.
Oh fucking hell.
But yeah, as for
it looks like a really shitty furry.
How much of that film was Lord and Miller is to be debated forever. We'll never know.
Right.
Like I don't.
Well, it seems like a lot of the jokes you'd be like, oh, that would have been funny if it was like in a Lord and Miller movie where it was kind of edited and toned differently.
Yeah, because a lot of people were like, "Didn't you get that the SJW droid was fucking parody?" And it's like, I'm not
Right.
sure that it was. It's very difficult to figure it out.
I forget what I thought about it. I can't remember if I thought it was or wasn't parody. I feel like
Kind of, I don't know. I feel like it has to be.
But well, wait. What if
But
you
they-
knew for a fact that it wasn't? What is that? What is your?
That would be very surprising to me.
Why though?
because they try to play its death off as a very dramatic and real thing.
Yeah, and they give her what you could call a weird "fuck yeah" moment where she releases the droids that she feels like her are like imprisoned.
Right, but then that's where you wonder because you have two different directorial
Yeah,
visions. Like, where's
she gets to be part of the Falcon.
maybe
Fire.
all that stuff?
I
was added.
can. That's the thing. I think I can believe that she was going to end up being a parody in their original vision, but then she was probably repurposed into like an actual
Cannot be
character.
so blatant. Yes.
If
right.
it was parody, she would have been killing some of the droids as they escaped. She'd be like shooting them, taking pot shots at them, like kicking them. Like that's parody.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think there are arguments both way, and the fact that we have to have this discussion just sort of goes to show what a mess.
Mm-hmm. Well, wasn't that their
Free.
criticism of Miller, Lord and Miller? They were saying, "Oh, you guys aren't taking Star Wars seriously."
So I saw The Godfathers when I was 12, and I liked it. Greatest movie ever at 22. Okay. Or wait, no, wait, greatest movie ever, I guess. At 22, I saw the prequel trilogy for the first time, and I was like, damn, that was good.
Okay, fair enough.
All right.
Sweet, first live EFAP. Been following you guys since episode 1. I never got notifications when live. I remember when Rags announced he was going to be a part of it on his channel. Been a quiet fan ever since. Yeah, it's been a while now. Life has moved along. EFAP has grown. Cymru flag is number 1. Agreed. Also, your anthem is top cack. Yes, yes it is. Dragon flag is unbeatable.
Dragon flag.
Dragon flag. Shad made the whole video about how well made and choreographed Anakin and Kenobi's battle in episode 3 was. Sequels don't even have anything close as well made as that fight. Space battles were better in the prequels as well. I like how this stream has just become prequels versus sequels, the discussion.
The war.
It's over, Sitch. We have the high ground. Hello there, Rags. Obi
Hello.
Wablo Baggins.
Oh, now I have to hate watch all the prequels again.
And then come back on EFAP and be like, I was right, you pieces of shit.
Here's my notarized list
Just
of
pick a-
100 grievances for each movie that I have. And here's all my examples. Yes. I'll make
gotta
a
pick a
3-hour
criteria.
video on why the prequels are worse than sequels now.
Pick a criteria first, though, because they're gonna just wiggle around any criteria that you come up with on the fly. It's gotta be like a
you say
objective
that like we're
criteria.
sneaky when you say he's boring over and over again.
Sneaky motherfuckers.
Like, well, that's
Sneaky.
subjective. Like people in the chat are saying Sitch's stuff is subjective when their stuff is just as subjective. I mean, the
You literally described what I said as character growth. How is that subjective?
Well, if you're going to take the movie and like quantify the points of character growth and say like this one has more character growth than that one, then you could make an objective analysis. But then you would break it down according to like, well, this character growth was immense and this was just not really that big a moment.
Sequels don't have any character growth.
Well, the prequels by definition have more character growth because it's literally about a character as a child becoming evil.
Because they have any.
Because, yeah.
It's a story about someone becoming.
That is a good point for the prequels, right there. It's an objective point. Like the thing
Yeah, but
that I
again,
don't-
as I said, the writing. I agree. The writing is far worse than the sequels. The story and the writing is far worse.
right.
Well-
So you're just saying it looks cool,
I'm saying all the things that don't have to do with writing for the most
right?
part.
Totally.
Like, it
Yeah,
looks
you're
cool.
just labeling it. So yeah, he said it a million times. The writing is better in the prequels.
At least Grievous did something,
And if-
Phasma did nothing. Damn. I
I
mean,
guess Phasma didn't do shit.
Phasma is somebody that I will selectively forget about. I'm like, fucking hell yeah.
I kind of, I kind of did. You sort of forget about Phasma like you forget about Han Solo's movie. You just forget it existed.
Why didn't they have Finn fight Phasma instead
I
of like
know.
that random?
They
I
did. They took
know.
it out of the movie.
No. Sitch is talking about in TFA. There was like this perfect opportunity for them to face down, and she would have won. That would be the way to do it. She would win that fight, and then he would have to regroup. That would be the way to do it.
He escapes by the skin of his teeth.
Well, Han could help him, or whatever. Yeah, sure. Like, fine.
Right.
Yeah, Han could teach him how to shoot and how to do stuff and get stabbed and all sorts of stuff.
EFAP crew. If you could, would you remove from existence the worst movie you can think of, but the best movie you can think of disappears with it? Absolutely not.
No.
Yeah, no.
There's no fucking way. In fact, that seems like a lose-lose. Like, the worst movie in the world is probably very funny.
And the best is the best movie brings so much more impact than the worst movie that I wouldn't even. No way.
Yeah, it's not like the worst movie in the world, or like your worst movie. It doesn't harm you by existing.
But the best, man, that could be something that's
Yeah, there's no way I would want to live in a world without Ishtar.
How dare you make
I think you mean Jack and Jill,
reference.
sir.
Jack and Jill.
Jack and Jill is fucking legendary.
Can't live without Leroy and Stitch.
You're thinking of bocking Sitch. You're thinking of bocking?
Bocking?
What's booking?
Bocking?
I don't know that one. Oh gosh, these again. There's some meanie ones here. I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to read them out anyway. Sitch, either make a legit argument or shut up. Oof.
Oh wow, oh my goodness.
Oh no.
I'm so sorry.
Sitch, will you survive?
I know.
Oh my goodness.
Rewatching episode 3, one thing to try is to watch some of the key scenes without sound or captions. Try to take in framing, blocking, tone, and visual elements and their effectiveness. Doesn't make the ST better, but it is noticeable. So they said episode 3, and then they said ST. Do they mean TROS at that point, or are they referring to... Oh, maybe they're saying that without... If you take just the framing, blocking, tone, and visual elements of the prequels into consideration, they are they're not very good. I think that's the point they're making. Okay.
Right.
You've said that the writing is better in the prequels, right?
Yes.
And you've also said that the writing is the most important thing in movies.
Yeah, for me personally.
Right. So that's why you're saying the prequels are better.
The only contention with this, the whole thing that started this was the whole idea about, they're objectively better, not subjectively.
Right.
Because I would agree that for the meme value, the prequels are better alone. For me personally.
If we remove the meme value, what do you feel personally is the superior trilogy?
Well, again, based on my memory, I remember being a lot more bored subjectively by the prequels than the sequel movies.
Saying based on my memory is like implied, isn't it?
Well, no, I'm just saying because I've been
watching. You also said bored subjectively as
movies.
opposed to bored objectively.
I've watched the sequel movies a lot because I was doing videos on them. I was watching them very closely. I haven't seen the prequel movies for over 10 years, and I didn't watch them with the critical eye that I was watching the sequel movies with.
I have to watch them with my angry eyes.
Exactly. I have to watch them with like, oh yes.
Yeah.
Let me hate on this.
So you're saying on a subjective level, you'll take the ST over the PT?
Yeah, I'm saying in terms of what I remember, the sequels I found were not as boring as the prequels. Yes.
Right.
Editing a video right now, so I'll just stop by to remind you dumbos to watch Hardcore Henry. You can't avoid your fate forever. That's true.
But we can try.
George Lucas hadn't figured out how he wanted Grievous by the time of the second Clone Wars. That's why he nerfed in Revenge of the Sith. Also, Grievous got ruined in the third Clone Wars series. I wouldn't know.
Let's take your word for it. I haven't really watched these shows.
Not too savvy on that. To say the prequels feel less like real movies or have worse action than the sequels is hilarious when Battle of Crate is a thing. That plays like a parody, never mind all of Rise of Skywalker. Yeah, Crate's pretty funny, I will admit. This is the thing though, if Sitch was like, he's entertained heavily by the sequel trilogy, by how stupid everything is.
I hate the sequel. That's why I don't like the sequels are terrible. I don't want to defend them. This is
That's what I mean. If you get entertained by how awful they are, like that's fair. You know, fair enough. It's like why people might choose The Room over.
He's giving you the hour here, Sitch.
I don't think he realized that.
The cane.
The out.
I'm not gonna take it. I'm not gonna lie.
It's not a lie. That is how you feel, is it not?
No. I think the prequels are more enjoyable in a bad movie sense, and the sequels are just not enjoyable because they're just bad.
He has to preface things with "I'm not gonna lie."
Well, that's another criteria. That's another.
Which means everything else he said is a lie.
It's true. That's the implication.
Well, no,
like if you're saying the
in terms of
if you're saying the prequels are
giving you an out, like I'm going to take some sort of out. That's what I was referring to.
If you're saying the prequels are better because the campiness is better, that's a point for the prequels. If you're saying the writing and writing is the most important thing, that's a point for the prequels. Like where are the sequels coming in better than the prequels if there's all this criteria that you yourself say you are judging the sequels better? I mean,
I said in the beginning, when someone says to me, like, there's a movie that's objectively better, to me that means not just the writing. That means every part of the movie is better.
Totally. Like the look of it and the feel of it and the acting and all that stuff. But all that stuff is less important by your own criteria. You've said many times the writing is the most
subjective, because that's my subjective opinion. Writing is the most important thing.
Prequels will be better because they have better writing.
I could just sit here and say, well, my subjective opinion means that I'm right. So therefore, writing is the most important thing. Therefore, the sequels are worse. But I'm not doing that.
Boring as fuck, man. They're totally boring.
I know they're so boring.
Okay, as thrilled as I am to retread this for the 12th time.
I know that's why it's just boring.
I am
literally boring.
I've been up for a long time. Let us attempt to proceed through the super chats.
You realize there's lots more prequel stuff to come.
That's the problem.
Oh my goodness
this
gracious.
What happens. But this is what happens on our streams. Me and Adam will argue about something, and then we get the super chats 3 hours later, and it's we have to re-argue everything again because of the super chats.
Yeah, that's kind of EFAP as well. It's okay. It's all right. 99% sure Palpy came as he shouted unlimited power.
I think you could use a heat gun for that frozen nut.
I want him to have done that when conceiving his children. My man Sitch is underselling like a merchant. Oof. Fuck him up, Sitch. Throw lava on him.
For the sake of brevity, you just read them. We're not going to relitigate this argument for the millionth time. Let's just get on.
Even if he thinks that Ewan McGregor was a...
Speaking of...
Fuck him as a person.
Disnoid.
He was in Birds of Prey.
That was a masterpiece.
That's true. He was in Birds of Prey. I forgot about that.
What was his acting? If you gave a letter grade to his acting in Birds of Prey?
You think I saw? I didn't see that fucking movie.
I didn't fucking see it either. I was gonna take on a whim.
Based on the trailer, based on the vague knowledge he was in it, what would his letter grade be?
Based on the trailer, he gets an F. Big F.
F minus.
F minus. Based on the trailer of Birds of Prey, he was better than he was in the prequels. Oh!
No!
Take it, fuckers.
Oh no!
I can't take
No, but see, this is the trick. This is the trick. You get people really angry, and then they give you more super chat money to tell you how angry they are.
My God.
Oh yeah, keep prodding them. It's great.
Yeah.
No, wait, Rags, you didn't mute when you said that, so everyone hit it. Now it's all fucked up.
You were supposed to type that in the Discord that only I can see.
Oh shit! Instead of typing it privately in the Discord, I said it out loud.
You said it out. You pulled the MovieBob. You said the quiet part out loud.
God dang.
Chats are over. Sitch's agreement.
Got Disnoid. I give Christopher Lee a C. Chat. Jay, we're so sorry. Please come back. Oh, they're begging for Jay of all people. That's the thing. Jay would probably defend the prequels if he was here, though, especially against the sequels. Actually,
Sitch and Jay would make a cute couple.
They would. Top 10 anime betrayals. Number 1, 76. Number 2, Star Wars greater than PT. Oh yeah, the ST greater than PT, PSA Sitch.
What's 76?
I'm not sure.
Fallout 76?
Yeah, maybe they're saying number 1 is Fallout 76.
Oh.
Yeah, that was bad.
Do got to school tomorrow, Sitch? Oh, wait. Oh, I think they're saying that they couldn't leave after what you'd said. I don't know. I'm sorry. PSA, you gotta be controversial here, Rags, while receiving PTSD flashbacks from his Atla debacle. Not too controversial. Oh, as if that's the first or something. We've said lots of things that go against the grain. Though, funnily enough, one of the hottest takes of all time probably would be that the sequels are much better than the prequels, you know? That's probably gonna... Yeah, that's a big one.
Oh, wait, who said they were much better? I never said they're much better.
You said that they were a masterpiece, and you said the prequels were the worst thing ever.
Yes. The Star Wars sequel movies are the best movies I've ever seen.
So are they like barely better, or just a little bit better, or are they a decent amount better? Which of these ambiguous terms?
I would say I would go with the barely ambiguous term.
Barely,
Yeah.
barely better.
It's like arguing between a shit sandwich and a douche. This is not
By a tiny bit.
But you still choose one, and you did, so
right.
Tells us everything.
He has an
Well,
electron.
kind of like it's like
I
you know, it's like
forgot my
choosing
douche?
between Rise of Skywalker and Last Jedi. They're both awful, but they're kind of awful in slightly different ways.
Oh wait, I can just watch this while editing. Easy. There you go. I should be editing a video, but hi, Rags.
Hello.
How dare you say Dooku Man bad?
Man, bad.
Sitch, you're still gonna buy the Blu-rays though, right?
That's a reference.
That's a reference.
What is that a reference of?
It's a reference to the not so great debate.
Oh.
The guy at the I hate to spoil a shitty debate on the internet about The Last Jedi, but it is a reference to the end of that debate, which you should watch. It is sad in an entertaining way. Called him a boy. Oh.
But you are gonna get the Blu-rays, right, Sitch?
Yeah.
Oh, definitely, of course. Yeah, 100%.
You don't want to see those amazing movies in shitty DVD quality.
No.
You meet a wizard in a cave. He offers to cast a spell that will change you into the opposite sex for 10 years. No one will remember the change. All will resume as normal afterwards. Do you accept?
No.
Yes.
No.
Fuck no.
I feel like that. I feel like that would be like such a unique thing that nobody else would have that experience. I know I just pissed off a lot of people by saying that no one has the experience of being a male and female, but
You transphobe.
Oh, I know. But to truly be a man and to truly also notice, like that's a legitimately unique experience no human knows or could ever know potentially. And I think I might go for it. And plus, like you know, in 10 years, I'll pop back into being a dude and I'll still be, you know, things will still work. So yeah, fuck it. Let's do it.
What if after those 10 years you're like, oh, this is terrible. I want to be a girl again.
I want my pussy back. It was so much easier to get laid.
Oh God. Okay, wait.
Women are whores. What?
If your consciousness gets transferred to a woman's body and you have sex with a guy, is that gay?
Yes. Consciousness.
I'm not. Thank fucking God I'm bisexual. But oh yeah, I guess what your sexuality is, that would impact your decision greatly. Then again, if you were still straight and attracted to women as a woman, then you could probably get away. Well,
the conundrum.
I mean,
yeah,
the sexual orientation is the consciousness, not the body.
Well, I would assume that if you're... Here's the thing, I have nothing to really base this off of. I would assume that if you would be straight either way, and the transition to being straight on one side to straight on the other side would be part of the body swap.
You'd be a lesbian. You'd still like girls.
Mm-hmm. That's what I would assume.
Yeah.
I thought it would flip, and well, I don't know if.
I mean, if you're bisexual, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, like it wouldn't matter for me, but
it could matter for someone out there.
It could matter to someone else. Yeah, I'm not sure. And if you didn't know, then that's quite a risk you're taking.
Mm-hmm.
So is that 3 no's and a yes?
I think so.
All right. Fair enough. Yeah, fair enough.
Kick Sitch, everyone else is good, and pet Rags. Aw.
Oh, thank you. Also, someone in the chat said it is spiritually gay, but not physically gay. Thank you.
Mauler rates Atla lower than SWAT? SWOT? Oh, Star Wars the original trilogy? Is that what that is?
Or Star Wars The Old Republic.
I don't rate that because I haven't played it.
I haven't played it either.
I'm assuming that makes sense, right? SWAT would be Star Wars the original trilogy? So it was
But people only use OT for that.
Yeah, I know, but well, what else would be SWAT?
Or Star Wars The Orphan Rejected.
Rejected? How do you get T turned into a...
Star Wars The Orphan Rejected. SWTOR.
How did you get that from SWAT?
SWAT? You mean SWAT?
No, SWAT.
SWAT?
OT.
SWOT.
OT.
Star Wars.
Orphan Titty.
Orphan Titty.
Yes, that's it.
I don't know about that. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know what I guess Star Wars original trilogy?
I think it is because it says so his opinions are invalid anyway. Don't worry, Sitch. There you go.
There you go.
Would make
You're
sense.
not rating the prequels better than Avatar: Last Airbender, are you?
Here we go.
I would have to re-watch them to know what kind of number I'd land them on, but it's probably not going to be higher than Atla. I don't know. It depends. If you take the third one on its own, it might be better.
Oh my god. Okay, let's keep going. Let's keep going.
Say my super chats in your Kratos voice. What is it? Kratos. Do I even do a Kratos voice?
Apparently.
Boy. That's all I remember for Kratos.
Now say boy, but with an I.
Boy, where would the I be?
At the end.
Like boy I or boy?
BOI.
So how would Kratos sound saying that?
You tell me, Kratos.
I ain't fucking Kratos. That was an impression. He's not actually here. Alright. Well, it says they want me to say, you will look at me as if I were a woman. I am your daddy, and you, Ewok, are big gay. Okay.
Oh, I love that Metal Gear Solid writing.
That was good.
So close. One more jump should do it. Hi, Rags. What is that? What is...
Say what?
I don't know. So close. One more jump should do it. Hi, Rags.
Hey.
What's the ref? What's going on there? Who's jumping? Where are they going?
I'm
actually... Are they referencing like the Lightspeed jumps in Rise of Skywalker or something?
Maybe.
Give Christopher Lee a C, get kicked. Muller, I stumbled upon what you look like IRL. It was one of the most depressing and disappointing experiences of my life. I feel a sense of magic and wonder has been snuffed out from the world. And it just ends with, hi, Sitch. I am so sorry.
I'm sure Sitch looks exactly like his icon.
I do. There's a picture of me at VidCon with the face, yeah.
I mean, you could probably pull it off, right? Just paint it all up, get some paper to attach. It'll work out fine.
You're probably taller than CJ.
Some ideas of Disney should have done a sequel trilogy. Oh wait, I think I read that one. I caught up to where I jumped. PSA Sitch, your Tross videos are amazing. I left a funny comment asking if you were shitposting as a joke. Seen it 3 times so far, and yep, not bored.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Many of your Avatar criticisms were inaccurate. I feel you may have been looking too hard to find flaws and not enough for the answers to them. Even then, I don't think what you said warrants a 4 out of 10. I mean, I put them through 5 fads of the show.
4 out of 10.
Like, what do you want me to do? I don't really. This is the thing. I don't really. Well, everyone says that when they find out. They're like, I should have been the one.
Should have been the shadow people. All the shadow people just beating up on you.
Where did all the shadow people go? Oh,
well,
yeah.
People are, I mean, we will have. I think we should have the shadow people episode at some point. But yeah, like I said, you can push it to a 4.9. I'm fine with that. But ultimately, I mean, I'll just settle for I have no idea what I'm talking about, because I'm not gonna be wanting to rewatch it anytime soon, and I don't want to, you know, upset everybody by continuously talking about things that I thought were flaws in there. But I did, like I said, I did put them through a bunch of people first. It wasn't just like ramblings, or at least I guess hopefully it didn't come across that way. I was hoping for it to actually be you know, refined, and yeah, I mean, hopefully something I said was accurate.
Is there like a stream that you talk about this? It's the one with the Literature Devil, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'll listen to that. Get some ammunition.
Are you guys still going to cover the amazing Super Mike video about Tom Halland? I haven't checked that out yet. It's in my notes though.
We were going to. We can do it later, maybe. You know, the way I phrased that, could have just not said anything.
Wait, where I phrased about Tom Holland?
No, about how we might watch it one day, maybe.
Oh, right. Well, yeah, this is the thing. There's a couple of things I'm supposed to watch, like different YouTube videos to sort of vet for the future. Whoa! Caught a live EFAP for once. You massives have ruined essays for me. Even the good ones make me laugh with the essay voice. Yeah, I know. They all use it. Anyway, take my buddy at high rags.
Hello!
The prequel scripts could be given to a different director and be very good movies. By contrast, the sequel scripts are fundamentally broken. What do you think, Sitch?
I agree with that. I don't think you could give the scripts were pretty awful. I mean, yeah, if you gave them to another director, they would be better, sure, but not. If you gave the prequel scripts to a different director, I don't think they'd be good movies, but I think they could be better than the sequels. I'll accept that.
Check the top comment on the vid for pretty much every rebuttal you need. I don't think LD has seen the show in a while, but I still love you, massives. Fair enough. Under no circumstances should creation be taught in public schools because it's pseudoscience. Adam, nightmare fuel.
Yeah.
Right. Was someone advocating for creationism?
Is Kent Hovind here amongst us?
Yeah.
I think Adam was saying earlier that he thinks creationism should be taught in schools. It was in relation to something about the prequels, I think.
Wait, was that, you said
No.
Nightmare Fuel said that?
He just said hashtag nightmare
years
fuel.
ago now.
Oh.
So.
You
But
said
they've twisted
creationism
into
should be
me
taught in school,
supporting
Adam?
creationism in public schools. No,
Gee.
I was saying
Jeez.
I was saying that learning evolution is not necessarily essential to all people.
How could you say something so stupid?
Evolution is really important.
Yeah, I feel it is.
Well,
I feel
then
that
why
maybe
does
I
it have
was
the word
wrong, but-
evil in it? Evolution.
Yeah, evolution.
Think
Yeah,
about
and
it.
guess what word God has in it? Jesus.
First of all, the idea
Repent.
that's twisted into creation, I don't know.
What is it? What is a repent anyway? What is that?
Repent. Repant.
It's like
It's when I
repaint.
take off my pair of pants and put on a new one. I repaint.
Oh.
To pant again, one might say.
Wiseau's acting in The Room is grade A compared to his performance in his other roles. Don't change the standard depending on the person.
Huh?
Okay.
I don't know. I'm not entirely sure how.
Sounds good.
Is it grade A? I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't know.
Grade A.
You are too quick to tism. You are celestially foolish.
Celestially?
I think that's what they were going
Celestially foolish.
Massive
Celestially.
and a nuanced little centrist boy. This is arguably unforgivable as an orphan. Oh my god.
That's true. I am an enlightened centrist. That's true.
Also, Onward was
for you.
decent, like a 5 or 6 out of 10. All right.
I thought everyone hated Onward.
I mean, I've heard bad things, but also no things. Like, loads of people haven't seen it. Those people don't seem to care.
Right.
Hey, no things is better than good things.
Is it?
Is it? Yeah.
Is it though?
I don't feel like
It's,
it's true though. I was
I don't know.
testing you.
Well, if you're feeling it, then it's got to be true.
The prequels have objectively better memes than the sequels. Also, high rags.
That is
Hello.
true. That
I
is
think
true.
we can all agree that
can
objective.
all
All these criteria that Sitch agrees with.
How many
No,
more
this
of
is
these are
unifying.
there? I'm getting really hungry.
Yeah, I'm like starving.
We're not near what I would call the end, but you guys are not
What?
obligated to. I mean, maybe
Like-
it's just
More than 10 minutes?
We got to do speed round.
definitely more than 10 minutes.
More than
Oh,
10
yeah.
minutes. Oh, you sweet summer child.
Well, I think I'm going
Oh.
to call it then. At,
Yeah.
11
I
to
gotcha.
12.
That's
I
all
haven't
right.
eaten since 2 o'clock when this started. So.
Oh my goodness.
Mm,
Why don't you just drink some water?
yeah.
I have water.
Do
Oh.
you though? Do
I'd love
you?
Carry on
snack,
then.
though, but I'm starving too, so maybe I'll call it a stream as well. Thanks for inviting me on, guys.
Yeah,
Well,
thanks for
wait,
having us.
whoa,
Yeah,
whoa,
that was
whoa!
really
We gotta
good.
do it one at a time, and then we gotta tell
Oh.
people to go to your channel. Otherwise,
Okay.
people won't know who you are.
All right. Mahler, you first.
Section.
Right, Sitch, tell people why they shouldn't subscribe to you.
Everyone should subscribe to me, and I hate the Star Wars sequels despite how this conversation comes across. I don't know what. See, I didn't know what I was gonna make my next video on. Maybe I should make it on how terrible the prequels are. But then no one's gonna like that in this.
Have you seen Batwoman?
I haven't seen Batwoman. No.
Have you seen The Mandalorian?
I only watched. I told you I only watched like the first. three.
Oh yeah, you watched the amount of episodes you couldn't determine, but you were
Right.
but you stopped either way.
Yes, it wasn't engaging enough for me to continue. So
Have you seen I don't know. Have you
I
seen
hate Westworld, but I haven't seen the new season yet. So
Ooh, wait. What do you mean by that?
I hated the first 2 seasons of Westworld. But I haven't watched.
Sitch,
the
can we
new
have a
one.
hug? You're like the only person on this fucking planet who didn't like season 1 too.
People liked season 1. of
Dude,
Westworld?
I get chastised for not liking season 1.
The first episode, I thought the first episode was great, and then after that, I was just like,
Yeah, it all falls apart as the season goes on. The first episode is awesome.
right.
So yeah, go subscribe to Sitch. And then I guess I don't know whether or not to promote your podcast first or Adam first. It's up to you guys.
I would promote the podcast. I don't know if I'm going to encourage people to go subscribe to my channel. Like, really, the only thing I'm proud of that I've done on my channel is
Your
my
hair?
short film. No, my short film, Social Justice
Oh.
Detective. So you could watch that, but I'm not thirsty for subs. But
He is
our show,
extremely thirsty for subs, guys.
You want to see handsome boy Adam acting? Watch Social Justice Detective.
yeah, you can check that out. But yeah, our show, obviously, do the show. That's like the
SJs get the
second thing
D.
that I'm proud of.
What do you guys do on this quote
My
unquote show?
Oh, it's EFAP, but for political videos. We just watch political videos and
there you
criticize
go.
the fuck out of them.
So, if y'all in chat were like, damn, EFAP needs to get political, then have we got the thing for you?
Yeah,
PSA Sitch Undaily.
I think we're only 4 shows behind you guys, and I think we might do like a couple shows a week just to like be
Just
in
to
front of.
catch up.
Yeah, exactly. If we
Aw.
could be at show 81 right now, that would be so much better.
Would you want to come on, or is it too? You want to be too political?
Oh
Um,
yeah, I
you
would.
guys-
Well,
Why not you would?
Come
Rags?
on.
I mean,
yeah, I would be fine with it. But
it would be a
up
matter
to-
of how useful I might be in terms of. I mean, the thing is, there's certain people you
Like,
cover that I'd be probably pretty good to be able to be there.
Yeah, some political stuff could be not like related to policy, but things like principles, and
Sure,
some of
sure.
it could be really unifying and interesting and hypothetical.
Or movie bar.
inflammatory. Yeah, like if you cover a MovieBob vid, then fucking slap us down and permanent marker. We're ready for that shit.
The platform. We should do that one on the platform.
We
That movie
should.
like, and it's
Yeah.
just a political movie all the way.
Let's do Bob Mondays.
Expose Mauler's alt-right ideals, please.
There you go.
Bob
Exactly.
Monday. Yeah.
Oh
And
God.
I think tomorrow we stream on Sundays. I think tomorrow I wanted to watch the new Innuendo Studios videos. If you're familiar with the guy that does the alt-right playbook series, it's very much all Republicans are alt-right racist.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah.
I'm sure you're misrepresenting him. I'm sure he takes a very level-headed take.
No,
Oh,
what, Adam, what did he say? We did the last stream. He said that Jordan Peterson and Joe Rogan were like the new leaders of the alt-right.
What?
Oh yes, the two people who like Joe. Let's see, Jordan Peterson, staunchly anti-identitarian since always.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
And
Yes,
Joe
exactly.
Rogan, the hippie wrestler man
Who wanted to vote for Bernie Sanders. Yeah, I know. It's absurd. Yeah.
But now he wants to vote for Trump over Biden, which means he's an alt-right Nazi.
Right.
I'm telling you, they swap on you just like that. Boom, Nazi.
Oh my God.
Do.
They're all just waiting.
Everyone's just seeing their heart of hearts.
Waiting to be the Nazi.
They see the Trump-nator.
There are, of course, going to be some Streamlabs / Super Chats that were meant for you folks by the time you've gone, and
That's fine.
I can keep them for the next time you may, you know,
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna
pop
keep
on
the
here.
money, so.
Oh, I meant the messages themselves. Unfortunately, we have a big old
Massages.
stockpile of messages now.
Send them to us. We'll answer them on our show. How about that?
There you go.
Damn.
That's oh yeah, that's right. You guys are like you
On
have your own
our show.
podcast, so
Well, I'll answer them tomorrow. Yeah, there you go.
if you want to get your answers, you have to tune in to
There
the
you go.
PSA Stitch and Adam-Unfriended super
Stop calling
amazing.
him Stitch.
Stitch.
Did I do that again by accident?
He totally Leroyed and stitched me. I can't believe it.
Oh, I can't believe I Leroyed and stitched
Oh
you.
my god.
It's called the Adam and Stitch Show.
I'm sorry,
It's
your
called the
name.
Sitch and Adam show. Let's get it. Let's get the
Nothing,
order correct.
nothing is called Stitch except you, but Stitches
I know.
exist in reality. So it's a
That's the
thing that
problem. Yep.
I gotta. Why didn't just call yourself Carl or something? Call yourself Big Black Carl.
Carl.
There you go.
Coral.
Big
That's
Black
right.
Coral.
If you want to hear me answer your insulting super chats
Send
tomorrow
them
at 4 p.m. Eastern, me and Adam stream. We're gonna be watching Innuendo Studios' latest terrible alt-right playbook video.
and answering your super chats.
Answering
for
your super
free.
chats. Yes.
Whoa.
Because
But
Mahler's
yes.
I will put them all into a big
Take
txt file, and then I will send them over.
Awesome.
All right. Well, thank you guys for hanging out for these 9 hours. I hope it wasn't, you know, too stressful revealing to the world your very controversial takes. This will do ultimately more damage than any political position you could take.
Isn't that amazing? Isn't that
feel you're
amazing?
right. That is probably
Yeah.
correct.
See, that's how I knew the world was fucked when I was 13 and people were arguing to the death who'd win between 100 Agent Smiths and Rurouni Kenshin. And I said, okay, the world is fucked. Politics doesn't stand a chance.
Sounds like the world was in a good place then. That's my kind of world.
Well,
Yeah.
I think this is the longest, yeah, because the longest our stream was 8 hours. So we've.
This is our record.
Oh,
Definitely.
first time, huh?
There you go.
One
Thanks,
forgets their
Molly.
first
You broke
time.
our cherry by an hour.
Well, maybe we'll re-break it as a potential guest another time on another thing.
Hot.
It'll be all good. But yeah.
Hot. I'll watch the prequels and create my 300-page thesis. Why there were some.
And then we will
then we'll have
stream.
another stream. Yeah.
Next time we come in, we have to have more ammo. We really do.
Anyway, thanks for having us. I'm starving. Catch you later.
See ya,
Okay.
folks.
Bye. Thanks for coming and sticking around.
Mm-hmm. And then there were 2.
Yeah, they were good guests. I enjoyed their.
I'm a little bit spooked right now. I can't get my Streamlabs donations to turn up. They're not appearing.
Uh-oh.
Where are you and why are you not here? Yeah, it's supposed to be in history, but I don't know why it's not there. And I can't help but feel it's probably some change that was made that screwed everything up. The super chats are all there. I can still read them, but yeah, I don't know where they are. The URL. Gotta be somewhere else I can find them. connected to Streamlabs itself, perhaps, but I don't want to click anything in case I screw everything up. Okay. Worst case scenario, I will figure out where they've gone or why they're not showing up for me, and we would definitely get them read next time as I go through these. Do you have any kind of time limit? Or
me?
Yeah.
I mean, like in the sense that I've been up for a very long time.
What was the thing?
I'm quite tired. That's really it's a biological reason, not like a schedule reason.
Yeah, we've got another 2 hours and 45 minutes before we hit the cap, and we've got what will probably be at least an hour and a half of Super Chats to get through.
Let's give it a shot.
Alright. Like I said, I will save the ones that are for Sitch and Adam into a little file. Unfortunately, I don't know, like I said, I don't know what's going on with the Streamlabs ones, I can't get access to them, but as soon as I do, I'll be able to not only read out the ones meant for me and Rags, but also move along the ones meant for Adam and Sitch. And if you want to see them read it out, just, I'm assuming you'd want to follow their show anyway, so they'll read it there, hopefully. Anyway, here we go. It's my favorite streamers, Adam, Mola, Rags, and Literature Devil. What do you guys think about Donnie Darko?
You know who is in Donnie Darko? The voice actor for Lilo.
Oh. I haven't seen Donnie Darko since it came out. I liked it.
We didn't mention that when we were looking up her IMDb that Adam posted? Because
I think I must have missed it. In fact, I can't remember when I did last watch Donnie Darko. It feels more familiar than when it probably came out, but
Control. Let me do this. Control F Darko. Yeah, she was Samantha Darko. That's 2001, so that was the year before Lilo and Stitch.
Whoa. TLJ's activism looks a bit like that photo of poor working-class women cleaning up vandalism at the Juarez Theater after Women's Day protests. I'm assuming they're saying, like, the vandalism wasn't actually helpful ultimately. Read The Fountainhead. The war on objectivity in art is older and more nefarious than you realize.
I have read The Fountainhead. It's good. Atlas Shrugged was better, but I did like the Fountainhead. Even with all the objectivity stuff, and as long as you don't just like fucking dive into it and go totally for it, then I did enjoy those books. I do like Ayn Rand's books. Doesn't make me some super objectivist or anything, but I enjoyed the books. I like the books. I took the good from the books, and I think there's a lot of good in there. Jake, was Jake Gyllenhaal Donnie Darko?
Yes. You will water your jeb and not have any human intercourse for a month. It's not too late. This gay debate is far from over. You artificially blocked us from victory, Ewok. May the dawn forgive you. Oh my. Those were all my Kratos readout chats. Thank you. You wanted all of that in Kratos' voice?
Boy.
Boy. I mean, I'm gonna keep on moving. Hi, Rags.
Hello.
Sup, Moles? Could you read the next dozen super chats in Diabito voice? What even is Diabito's voice?
I don't know. It's not so much how you say it, it's what you say. I'm guessing.
I just have to add, like, desires to murder 75% of the human race in an amongst all the super chats, I guess.
Exactly.
In Toy Story, the Terracotta Army are probably an immortal, unkillable force just waiting for their time to take over the world. R-rated action ST when? Yeah, I mean, we're on board with the R-rated Toy Story. We'll get there one day. It's gonna be terrifying.
All the sex dolls coming to life.
Mauler, I wrote a comment on your last Airbender video going over almost all of your questions and criticisms. It's very long, but it's worth checking. I have seen there's a lot of discussion on that video between the people who are interested in going through each of the points. I think I'm gonna distance myself from the Avatar discussions because I'd need to watch the show again before being able to be more definitive, I suppose, on each of the comments. And I'm afraid it's just not something I'm passionate about. Like, I don't really want to watch it again, so I'm just gonna be like, if anyone wants to talk about Avatar, go for it. But I'm kind of just looking to.
Do it amongst yourselves.
Yeah, I'm good. And this is kind of the same with something like King of the Monsters. Kind of funny that we haven't thought about that film in so long, and yet the EFAP movies for that will be coming out soon.
That's crazy.
And I imagine people are gonna be like, "You got shit wrong," and we're gonna be like, "Oh fuck, are we gonna rewatch King of the Monsters?" Because I kind of think so. But
yeah, that movie's terrible.
Bob wants engineered viruses confirmed.
Kinda.
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah, he does. You could definitely pull that from. If he was a mad scientist, then.
Yay, I catch a Sitch EFAP. I'm that centrist glass cannon, Sitch. Oh, I'll save this for him, I guess. MovieBob is such a fascinating creature. I enjoy him as a villain character. He slides into it so well. Diabito is my favorite form. I mean, yeah, he's, this is what I mean. If we were to write him into a story, I think people would be like, this is kind of ridiculous. I can't really believe this character. He's a bit silly.
Yeah, there's no one actually like this.
And then we'd be like, oh, man.
I think he once heard when he was a young lad that there's stereotype that fat people are jolly.
And so what, he wanted to break the
stereotype. He wanted to break the stereotype. Psychopathic, crazy person.
If the US government invented an artificial virus to eliminate its political enemies, Bob's only regret would be that he didn't invent it first.
I think that would be a poor way to do that, because a virus of that scale has a lot of political implications.
How do you get a virus to kill people of a specific political interest?
I don't know.
I guess that's the point of the premise, is if you found out a way to do that.
Like, maybe if you secretly coded it on, like, all the guns, then you could get a lot more Republicans than Democrats to catch it. Or if, like, on farm equipment, things like that. I don't know. I'm just totally guessing.
I had a similar experience in school. I got bullied, turned into an asshole out of spite. The difference is I grew up and didn't advocate for people to die for thinking differently from me. Well, good. Good. That
I'm
you
glad
didn't,
to hear that.
You know,
I'm glad to hear that.
Not glad about the
Really
bullied
am.
part, but hey, you didn't, you know, there's multiple roads you could have taken. From that first candy bar taken from me, I shall take 1,000,000 from their cold, dead hands as they suffer. Tales of Diabito Origins, issue 3. Damn, they're up to issue 3?
The lore is deep.
Gotta
and sugary.
fetch them. Bob gonna eat Earth like he ate a 5,000 calorie meal.
Yeah, I don't even think the entire Earth has 5,000 calories.
But at least you would consider it large. You'd be like, yep, that's a large. I'm happy to concede that is a large portion. We'd be like, okay, alright. Hello, Mola. Would you ever consider doing an audio commentary on The Rise of Skywalker like you did for The Last Jedi? Also, hi, Rags.
Hello.
Possible, yes. Possible, maybe, maybe the anniversary of that film coming out, which is what, another 5, 6, 7 months-ish from now, maybe?
Oh, time flies when you're having fun in quarantine.
I was gonna say, I'm not even that tempted to rewatch that movie, though. It's gonna be like, great,
Oh,
here
I'm
we
sure
go.
in 6 months. Well, by then, surely we'll have an announcement as to what the next Star Wars movie is, right? Or will they just chill on the movies for a while and just let Mandalorian season 2 carry them through?
Oh my god, I finally get it now. Hollywood are the good guys. They just make terrible movies to satiate the bloodlust of the blob. Thank you, Hollywood. Thank you. So that was the whole... That's why bad movies keep coming out? Is they're trying to prevent him from going on his crazy massacre? We can keep reviewing
sacrificing, yeah.
Damn.
All they have to do is sacrifice good writing.
They're like putting
we get to live.
IPs on the altar one by one to prevent it. They're going to run out eventually. What's going to happen then?
Yeah, it's a shame they weren't like, here, this is the Fern Gully. Here, this is Smurfs. And like, no, it was just like, here, Star Wars. Like, whoa, calm down, Star Trek. Okay, chill, Game of Thrones. What are you doing?
Oh, that Game of Thrones sacrifice, man. Oof, that went down.
Aliens. No, Predator. No.
And that's the thing, they refresh. They like take the corpse off and it slowly crawls away, like as if it's trying to make it, and then they drag it back and they're like, oh, you're not dead yet? Sweet. And they throw it back on. It's a horrible situation. Have you seen the video where MovieBob says the Spartans in Halo are the bad guys from World War II?
What?
The Spartans in Halo are the bad guys from World War II. Oh, they have to say that because they're not allowed to say Nazi, I guess.
Oh, the Spartans are Nazis. What?
Don't, This is the thing, Bob is just... He's been going for so long. There's so many... You know what? The funniest Bob takes are probably things we'll never even hear, because there's just so much Bob content.
Well, think about the stuff that he won't say in public that he thinks.
Yeah, like the thing... Well, that's the thing, right?
Like
with
the stuff even he decides that is too much to say.
The Boris Johnson tweet that he put out, that was after he had carefully planned it, right? You could see how he worded it, where he was trying to avoid looking like a crazy person, and yet still...
Which tweet was that?
The one where he was like, it's not that I want, like, Boris to die or whatever, but he was like, but the world... He basically said, like, everything will be better if, you know... It's just like, oh my god, Bob. But I mean, that one kind of pales compared to the one where he says everyone, like, the 75% of the world should suffer, so, I don't know.
Yeah, it's one of those issues of this is the person who a lot of people elected. Like, he won the election and he didn't exactly win it by a small, you know, he crushed it. So when he dies, like, that's a big deal when an elected official dies, because they were elected by a lot of people to represent them.
I swear Bob could tweet that hatred copy paster and people would think he's being serious. You never know. Well, does he ever even joke? Has he ever actually put out like a joke tweet?
I think he's evolved past comedy.
Yes.
It's just such a human notion. Jokes and such. He's transcended that.
Hello, heroes of EFAP, take my money and please entertain and protect us while Voldemort roams the land supported by the sadist villain Diabito. Oh. Lots of Bob lore this stream. Makes sense. Makes sense. We really got that info dump, the origins of Bob. Diabito balances subway foot-long sub on finger, perfectly balanced. Heavy breathing, as all things should be.
Yeah.
Perfectly balanced. Does Bob really think he's in any way comparable to that slim, handsome, square-jawed guy that happens to wear glasses? I don't really know why he has those faces, that selection of like 10 or whatever. I think he just feels like they're good for representing an emotion at the time. It's just the...
Yes.
Yeah, it feels strange sometimes. For like the tone of the video, I guess, for what he's going for, because it's all very goofy, but it's also these like well-dressed.
Yeah, if you're gonna pay for 10 faces, have them all be your face. You know, so it's like as you're talking, it's like you are talking.
Remember that one time where he did put his face on the screen? Do you remember that? Like in
With
stills?
the green door and everything, and even the door handle was painted green.
No, not that though. When there was stills of his face. I can't remember which video it was, but we were just like, oh no, don't do that. After that McDonald's tweet, I refuse to call MovieBob anything but Diabito. I've seen that pops up on his Twitter a lot. It's just such an easy villain name.
Diabito. It's so good.
And the fact that he thinks Magneto was right. Like, how perfect is that? We didn't even base it off that. That was just a coincidence.
We had no idea. I didn't know this video existed. Like, we thought it was a thing he had just put out.
Apparently it was the Screen Rant episode that he had stills. Bob was bullied by Ababos, a movie Bobo. I do not know. The fight choreography in the prequels was dumb. Also, hi Rag.
Hello.
I mean, if I defer to Shadowversity on the fight choreography, he seems to think that the prequels have the best of the Star Wars saga, right? Maybe paraphrasing there. I'm not sure if he 100% said that, but his breakdown of Anakin versus Obi-Wan is quite surprising. Because it's like, oh man, it's actually a thing, and he's like, yes, it is a thing, and you're like, oh my god. But you know, I'm sure there's still stuff you can pick apart in the prequels, especially with the bouncing Yoda. You know, it's a bit strange. It's a bit weird. It's a bit odd. Bouncing Yoda. Flying Yoda. I think I would have just kept him to using the Force.
Yeah, I would too.
At least in the Dooku fight. The Palpatine one I remember being less tismy in terms of the jumpy aroundy stuff.
I'm just having things like thrown at him, like the Senate seats and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's weird how the security cameras never caught that.
Well, if they did, Palpatine controls them anyway, right?
I guess nobody was. Yeah.
I'm convinced Bob never had real hardcore bullies. I mean, I don't know, man. He fits the description for, like, what happens in the worst case scenario after being bullied. Maybe he just uses it as an excuse and he always just hated people. He was just looking for a backstory that fits. 1 gram of uranium has 20 billion calories.
Interesting. I had no idea. So all you have to do is just eat that once and you're set for life.
I was gonna say, all you can eat buffet right there.
Yeah, that sounds for some efficient snackage.
Anything different gets picked on by kids. Different brand of clothes, different dialect, living on the other side of the track, having a hobby. Bob's origin is the same as Dr. Robotnik's. That's probably true. I can believe it.
Bullied me because I wanted to piss on the moon.
Hello, Mola. Hello. Hello, Adam. He would say hello. Hello, TDS Snitch. Oh my goodness. And hi, Rags.
Hello.
Rags, what do you think of Girls Frontline? Who is your Reifu?
Alright, let me Google this bitch. Girls Frontline?
That's what it said.
Girls Frontline characters. Is there a picture that has all of them? Surely there is. I mean, this is weeboo stuff. No doubt there is. I guess what I can do is... So we have Springfield, WA 2000, Type 97. So, that's a Girls Frontline list of characters. 1911 to Nagant Revolve. There's quite a few actually. Yeah, there's a lot. I'd have to. Let me see if I can zoom in to see the models better. That barely helps. I guess I can scroll through and see ones that are particularly good. Let's see. I'm liking P-38. I'm liking Sergikov. I like... Let's see. I like Colt Revolver. Who's next?
All right.
Oh man, there's like a bunch. There's a bunch. I'm almost at the end though. In fact, and Grizzly Mark V. Yeah, I'd say those. Just giving a casual look through this list. Maybe that's not the full list, but yeah, there you go.
Look at ER said they're all pretty good, man. Don't feel pressured to choose. It's like, no, that's the whole game.
No, there are some that I just really do not like. But I think the list that I gave was pretty good. And apparently there's like even more, but that was a list of the ones that was on that list. They all seem to be like pistol related, but I know there's like rifle ones and stuff. So I'm not sure. Some of them look, definitely. Some of them look way better than others. I'll tell you that.
Hey Mola, don't make fun of concentration camps. My grandfather died in one of those. He fell out of the guard tower, and many of the bad race got away. Sad face. Oh my.
Scar L looks good.
That's an edge-worthy joke. Unironically, I bet MovieBob's bullies are actually decent people. Yeah, there's a good chance that we didn't get the full story. I'm sure he did more bullying than was bullied, by the way. I mean, again, same logic as if he's willing to put that in a video, imagine what the truth is. I've been catching up on EFAPs up to 59. Been tough to stay focused on that one, though. Started with number 1 back in October. Which one's 59?
I like M12.
I just assume it's a debate one of some kind. EFAP 59. Oh, it's the Jenny Nicholson Joker one. I like that. That one's like it's got like the lowest ratings. Like it's the fucking worst episode of EFAP. It's like, I mean, it wasn't even that bad. It's just like she made some pretty garbage points. I'm just saying.
I loved it.
Yeah, I had fun. It was she amused me, especially with a lot of the medicine comments, the society comments. Interesting stuff. 6 feet at 13? Holy moly, those Welsh genes. That was the thing. I remember my dad being like, what the fuck, how are you taller than me already? And I was like, hey.
It's like the cold, harsh climate.
Magneto has a number tattoo. Bob has the diabetes bracelet. Well, it's 1-to-1, you see, with small changes. If women ruled the world, there would be no wars, but none of the countries would ever talk to each other. Well, you have to take the bad with the good, I suppose. I took issue with your Atla point of convenience in the setup of the story when Aang wakes up. Do we complain that 3PO and R2 happen to be captured by the Jawas that Owen Luke shops at and they just happen to need new droids? Yes.
Yes, we do. And
We
they just
do.
happen to be built by the person who's chasing them, and they just have... Yeah, that's a...
Yeah, if we're not including the prequels, which makes it even more hilarious, the idea that Leia wants to get information to Obi-Wan Kenobi, so she wants to drop R2 off on Tatooine, that's fine with me. R2 happens to land in a place and travel a distant amount until he's picked up by random scavengers and sold to the kid who's looked after by Obi-Wan. That's some crazy shit right there.
That is some insane luck. Yeah, it's a problem in other things too. Every time someone has mentioned, oh yeah, well, then if then that must be a problem in this other thing. Like, yeah, if it is a problem in that other thing, then it's a problem in that other thing. Like, there's no sacred cows.
And this is the thing, if we go the opposite direction, we go, well, let's let a bit of luck flow in, for all of these sorts of things. At a certain point, you have to wonder, it's like, so when are we mostly okay with most of the stuff that happens in TFA then? Because a lot of that script relies on coincidence.
The same bad thing is, if it's the same bad thing in one thing, it's a bad thing in another. Yeah, Scarl's.
And yeah, with the whole like starting a story with a coincidence, it's hard to like nail this without, I guess, laying it out. But like the usual example I have is the D-Day one. So we know that a lot of people died on D-Day, but a lot of people didn't as well. And so if a story begins with we follow, Ben, who survived D-Day, and the rest of the story unfolds, be like, alright, we're following him because he's one of the people who survived, as opposed to that starts on a convenience of him being alive. It's like, well, that's why we're following him. However, if we're following him because he's the guy who survived D-Day while getting struck by lightning, while falling through the ground into a grave of ancient burial ground that's frees a spirit ghost into the world or some shit, it'd be like, what the hell? Like, this is an insane set of coincidences. And it's like, well, it's just starting the story on it. It's like, I mean, yeah, it's less painful at the beginning than it would be at the end, but that's not quite the same as following someone because something lucky happened to them, in terms of like winning the lottery, because that's more than possible, but the other scenario is incredibly unlikely. If not, essentially... Is there a word for, like, improbable to the degree that's essentially impossible?
I would say... I would almost call that, like, technically possible, but, like, math... it's... almost I'd say it's essentially impossible.
Yeah, because,
like, it doesn't violate any
It's the same with that
law
1 in a
of
million comment about
physics.
Holdo. It's like, I don't want to call Holdo's maneuver unlikely. I feel like that is not representing the
It's like
likelihood, you know?
inconceivably,
Yeah, that's probably a good word.
unlikely. Is that it? I mean, if you do something that's a 1 in a million chance, like
Got incredible,
there's a reason
virtually
that that's
impossible. Yeah,
yeah,
virtually
virtually
impossible.
impossible. I like that. Virtually impossible. Yeah.
And yeah, and I think that there are fixes for the Star Wars one. You need R2 to know, I guess, where Obi-Wan is. Specifically, which is information I'm not sure he would have, because Obi-Wan needs to be a bit more secretive. But I'm not sure how I would be able to write that. Like, it's... How would he find out where Obi-Wan is? Maybe... I was gonna say, like, hacking into, like, Jawa technologies, like, but why would they have that information? It's like, I don't know how to get... How do you get R2-D2 to Obi-Wan without it being contrived, Ranks?
I would say 2 droids in an escape pod hurtling towards Tatooine. They, you know, maybe C-3PO tells R2 other in the pod is like, can you direct this any place, you know, where there's like to the nearest settlement? And R2 beeps and he says, you know, what do you mean what do you mean we can't steer accurately? Just get us close enough to Mos Eisley or something like that. I don't know. And so if we can get them at least to like the spaceport, then I don't know, maybe they come across I don't know. I don't feel like it's impossible. I just have to think about it.
Yeah, it would take a bit of thinking to fix it up.
I would have to, yeah, I definitely think it's doable, but you would have to think about it to make it less contrived.
Not to mention, I still think it's retarded that Obi-Wan didn't change Luke's surname.
Yeah. I don't know, maybe it's like Jones in the Star
If it's a
Wars
really
galaxy,
common name, then fair enough, but it doesn't seem to be, from what we understand.
Yeah.
Someone suggested we could have it so that Leia just knows where Obi-Wan is, specifically. Like, I suppose the Obi-Wan would trust her with that information. She tells R2 to go to a specific coordinate, and we lose the Jawas entirely. And if we want to include them because they're just a cool bit of world building or whatever, we can find a way to put them in, but we can have R2-D2 just directly try and get to Obi-Wan. You know, there are things we can work with.
Yeah. Not impossible.
Does it apply to the people Bob was bullying?
Did they die horribly? What do you
think? I guess Bob saying about the whole, like, why people picked on, and then it's like, what about the people you were picking on, Bob? That sort of thing. Because he admitted that he took it out on some people, I guess. I don't know. It's such a weird video.
I wonder what he did.
Bob was picked on because he's fat, weak, pathetic, and Bob. Oh.
No, he's superior.
He also he didn't change his surname because there was no reason to until Empire, and then they retconned everything to make Vader's Luke's dad. Very true. It's actually less of a New Hope's fault, more of Empire's fault.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I want to meet the people who bullied MovieBob as a kid and thank them. MovieBob was likely evil from a young age and fed on the discomfort of his peers.
Hold up. Actually, going back to what ER said, it's actually not an issue until we have... Because we don't... Until they establish that Anakin's name is Skywalker, it's not an issue.
Well, they established that in A New Hope, but they made Anakin and Vader the same person.
So we knew that Darth Vader's last name was Skywalker in Episode 4?
No, because Vader and Anakin weren't the same person in Episode 4.
So, but, well, the person that it's... The person. Like, do we know that Luke Skywalker's father, like, the surname is shared between the two? Because it's okay to learn that Luke's last name is Skywalker. It's when we learn that Vader's last name is Skywalker. That's the problem.
I suppose, so the logic is Obi-Wan tells Luke that his dad was seduced by the dog. I need to fucking look at... Basically, what I'm trying to figure out is Is it still logically pretty stupid for Obi-Wan to have left his name be Skywalker by the logic just from A New Hope? Or is it only once Empire comes in?
Well, here's the thing. Not by A New Hope alone. Assuming, and again, this is the asterisk. This is assuming that we haven't been given the information that Vader, that person, his last name was Skywalker. For instance, because Luke Skywalker, that could have been the name changed. Like, well, no, Skywalker wasn't necessarily the family's last name at that point.
You might be right, yeah. I'd have to rewatch go through the script specifically if Obi-Wan says that or not.
Yeah, so
a lot of people are saying it's a big galaxy, so there's no real need. It's like, come on, guys. Like,
yeah, Skywalker is...
It's not even about that. It's just like, you take the precaution. It's not hard to change a baby's name when it doesn't even fucking...
It costs you nothing and can potentially save his life, so you don't...
Yeah, like, just picture that for a second. You're in hiding with this baby, and it's like, should we keep the name Hitler? And it's like, maybe... Even if we're talking galaxies here, maybe not. Let's lose that name.
Yeah, there's no downside to it. None. Zero.
I think like Anakin wouldn't have known to even look for the kid. It's like, again, just remove any risk at all.
Because he knew that Padme was pregnant.
Oh, and of course Obi-Wan didn't change his last name either. He's called Ben Kenobi, and he's known as Ben Kenobi, right? Old Ben Kenobi.
Actually, okay, so he is only called that because Luke learned it from... Where did Luke learn that he was Kenobi?
I thought that was from Obi-Wan specifically. Like, that's what he was going by, was Ben Kenobi.
That's a name I haven't heard in a long time.
Yeah, Obi-Wan is what he hasn't heard in a long time, not Kenobi.
Old Man Kenobi?
Remember, well, no, because he goes, Obi-Wan Kenobi. That's a name I've not heard.
I have to see him again, yeah. But assuming they both kept their names, yeah, that was dumb. That was really stupid. That was insanely stupid, yeah.
I mean, I'm willing to accept there's like reason to assume you don't necessarily have to. I just think that it's a really stupid thing to not do. It's just like, just go for it.
Yeah, it's dumb.
It can only help you.
That's like kind of one of the obvious things too, is you change your name.
He means objectivism as in Randian politics, not as in objective critique. Still wrong though. It was a really weird citation he threw in there, but I guess it was in aid of the point about superior people being sidelined or stifled by the society surrounding them. And he considers himself one of those people, which is fascinating.
He thinks very highly of himself.
YouTube is hiding this stream. It isn't visible in subscriptions tab. Had to go to your channel itself to see it. Fuck YouTube. Hi, Mola Kickrag. Oh.
Oh, no. But it's not as bad as the last one, but it still apparently is Tisme. That's the thing.
It notified people for about, I want to say, I started to notice messages about it stopping around like 2 or 3 hours in, so it's like, eh. At least it's better than last time, yeah. Bob is giving me a school shooter vibe right now. Oh, definitely. That video is quite spooky. He mainly just takes to Twitter, though, so we're fine. Everybody should be fine. It's when he gets the Thanos gauntlet, that's when we should be very afraid. YouTube just doesn't want me to see this then, lol. Apparently not. All manner of things get said on these streams, you know?
Shit's weird, yo.
Not quite far enough again. Also, hi Rags.
Hello.
Bob likes Leia because he looks like Jabba. Nice.
Yay.
Moobles, don't read this out loud, and don't tell Rags that I said negative hello.
Uh-oh.
Negative hello. Does that mean you have to, like, provide one of your responses in reverse? I don't know what it means.
Negative hello. Is that goodbye, or is that just, like, a not hello?
I mean, one of those ones for maths, I think. To figure out across the ages.
I don't know the equation for that. The greeting. It's always been so casual.
My girlfriend and I have been watching Buffy and absolutely love it. Just finished season 6, almost cried. Thank you for recommending it. P.S. Hi Rags.
Hello. Hey there.
Glad to hear it. Season 6 is the big Feelitisms one. I am still currently forcing Fringy through this adventure. It'll be interesting to see what he says once he comes out the other end. There was a girl I had a crush on in 6th grade that completely ostracized me after I admitted I liked Pokemon to her. Thought she would find my honesty attractive. Anyways, yeah, nerd culture is completely mainstream these days. Yeah, certainly by comparison to the time where if you played video games, people would be like, ha, gay. When, if we're including mobile games, isn't it like everybody's pretty much playing the shit out of video games these days?
Yeah, nobody will look at you weird if you play a mobile game. They're just so ubiquitous. When you have more hardcore gaming, I mean, it's so prevalent that for the most part, it's just, old boomers who kind of, I guess, think it's a bad nerdy thing. Even then, it's just so much more mainstream,
Movie boob is an antilocutal. Antilocutal? Got it. The prequel to We Need to Talk About MovieBob. What's really bad? It came out, what, like 9 years ago, that video?
Yeah, man.
Has anyone ever told us about, like, because I think we did find out about it because of a super chat at some point, but like, man, you'd think, more people would have been, this is what I mean, there's probably so much content in MovieBob's library.
Jeez, do we dare delve into those dark depths?
I think we do. At Mola, Peach, Daisy, or Rosalina? Probably Daisy? Certainly not Peach. She's way too stuck up, and she never appreciates what Mario does for her. Like,
yeah,
nah, whatever.
Kiss? Like, fuck. So, let me, Daisy, let's see. I'm thinking Daisy.
All right, there you go.
Thinking Daisy.
Gates made billions by just typing some letters. True dat. That fraud. I want to bounce MovieBob's face on the floor. What does that mean? Oh, like he's a ball? I get it. This is when we were looking at the basketball thing. I'm following timeline-wise.
There you go.
Hey, my 2 favorite weekend streams in one. Did you guys see Kotaku whine about Final Fantasy VII's easy mode being too easy? Did you see that? That was funny.
I've heard of the article. I haven't read it yet.
And then they back-to-back it with a lot of posts with an article they wrote that said something like, Dark Souls needs an easy mode, or something like that.
It's like these people get paid to whine. It's weird.
Ooh, let me turn those notifications off for a moment. Also, hi Adam, Longmen, and hello Rags.
Hey there.
Hello. Unironically report this Bob video to the FBI. I'm sure he's not going to do anything, but because it's 11 years or 9 years since, but holy shit, like I would have had some concern after that one, especially with some of the tweets he puts out. Like, chill out, Bob. Just keep playing Mario or whatever. Hello, Massives. Hope you're all doing alright with this COVID-19 stuff going on. Stay safe, all my N-words. Also, hello, Rags.
Hello.
Yes, we shall. Quarantine-fap.
Yeah, that works.
In HS, a girl curb-stomped a student into asphalt.
God, it's terrible.
Yeah. Hope they're alright. Jesus. The only thing that ages about Yahtzee's videos is the resolution. True. True. I liked it when he was reviewing Amnesia, and he said, the game is like kind of creeping up on you a little bit as it goes, and then suddenly you hear more overt noises and actual monsters, and then he was like, and you start running and screaming, and you realize there's jab coming out of the walls. I was like, yes, there is.
Oh, that was such a good game. It took me 9 hours to walk 40 feet. Because
Yeah.
I looked up some maps because I was curious of how big the levels actually were, and I looked up the size of the levels, and like that game, if it was, it's the whole game is basically like a Call of Duty level.
Yes,
You just
it's really
proceed through it so slow, and it's so dark, and you can't see very far that it just kind of it fucks with your sense of scale, but in a good way.
Another thing, you can speedrun it quite quickly, but it's like, yeah, that's what they rely on, is that you're just terrified at what's around every corner.
And I was.
Watch MovieBob's Fantastic Four movie pitch. I can't imagine.
Fantastic 4,000 calories.
Oh,
A diet,
nailed it.
basically.
I'm starting to think this time stone is faulty. Oh. It's from the same guy who's been talking about making jumps. Isn't using an established franchise by definition the more creatively limiting option? I think Greedo must have dropped on his head. Must have been dropped on his head. Well, that would be a lovely question to ask Greedo. I'd be like, why would you make a story... Why would you make a sequel if you weren't adhered to the rules? I don't understand. Because if he was like, well, you take some and you lose some, I should be like, wow.
You don't have to lose.
No, I mean like take them and leave some behind. Like you take your pick of what rules you want, and I'd just be like, jeez.
Why are you making a sequel?
Again, I'd just be like, make your own fucking world. Is there something to be said for the prequels that all Star Wars memes are from the era? Also, EFAP on why the Hobbit movies suck. But that means I have to watch the Hobbit movies.
Yeah, I don't know if I really want to watch the Hobbit movies that much.
That's the thing. What I remember the last time I rewatched them, which I feel was about 2 years. I don't even remember anymore. It was a while back. The first one, they're alright. The second one felt really long, and the third one was garbage. That's what I remember. But I'd have to, I guess, do a lot of rewatching to get them references, and I don't really want to.
I'd rather spend the time doing something else.
Rather rewatch Lord of the Rings. Canon exists for the reason of having rules, for fuck's sake. Yeah, that's what I mean, man. He like
canon is the rules.
That's what it, yeah, like how else do you define it? It's what happened, what is in stone. No, Rags, Spunky is now EFAP law.
Oh, well. There you go. You didn't ask for this.
Spanish flu and bubonic plague came from China. It's called the Spanish flu because the Spanish found out about it first. Most plagues came from China. So yeah, among many other reasons, China sucks. Are those both true? Like, I wouldn't know.
I do not know. And if that's the case, then...
Then boo! What's worse, Alien 3 killing off Newt in the first 5 minutes, or Terminator Dark Fate killing John Connor in the first 5 minutes? For me, it's Dark Fate, and it's because it's not just kill it. It's you murder him in front of Sarah Connor. She fails to save him, and he's the whole reason for the first two films happening. While Newt, it's still fucking insulting they do that to Newt in Alien 3, though. Don't get me wrong. I just think that it hits a little harder to the franchise to do it to John Connor. Yeah, that was annoying. Currently taking advantage of the quarantine to do EFAP catch-up marathon. 11 hours of EFAP per day and on episode 40. Wish me luck. Ooh, that's the halfway point now. We're all the way at 80. Suppose there was a great TV series with a bad sequel that retcons stuff, and you had to make a second sequel that follows canon. What do you do? So, the idea is, I guess, Rags, we have the OT, then we have the sequel trilogy, and then we're set to make a sequel that follows the sequel trilogy. And we're handsomely paid, and we're very much creatively inclined to write as well as possible. So I guess the question is like...
I guess I'd want to stipulate how direct of a sequel are you people wanting?
So, this is the interesting part to me, right? Because it's like, which canon do you adhere to when we've got broken pieces everywhere? And I think the first port of call I would have is establishing all of the pieces that are broken, and doing everything we can to like reforge them, to connect them, to allow them to coexist, and figure out all of them, try and fix all of them, and then figure out how we can get those pieces of information delivered throughout that trilogy that we make, while then focusing on actually telling our own story in that trilogy. I would probably get the fuck away from every character we've ever known.
Yeah, I would be highly, I would push to tell them, let's get the fuck away from all of this. It is a mess. And like, even like the fix for this will be messy just because it was a mess to begin with.
Yeah.
I mean, the medicine will definitely not go down smoothly.
I mean, and you know, the whole "it was all a dream" thing, I'm assuming we're not allowed to do that.
Yeah, and I would just say basically, let's get away from this, start fresh. The fans will, each individual fan will remember and cherish the good parts to them, and maybe that's just the best we can do at this point. So just get away from it. I would be really, really pushing to let us do 1,000 years in the future, or hundreds of years, or just a different galaxy. Like what I was saying before, where like these two galaxies don't even have communication with each other. It's just some other place in the universe, and the Force still exists. It's everywhere, but their understanding of it is not warped, but just totally different. Maybe the original trilogy ones, they had a particular understanding. You know, it's different, and so it breeds different kinds of Jedi who do different kinds of things. And the technology maybe is different.
Would you you know, theoretical episode 10, 11, 12, would you want to try and explain what the fuck happened to Luke?
No.
Would you just give up? You'd be like, leave him in his grave?
I mean, if I would, I would be...
You know what? I think like, we would just try and honor him. Basically have him be this inspirational force for all he did in the OT. Don't even fucking mention the sequel trilogy things that he did.
Yeah. Because there would be statues of him, things like that. There would be plazas named after him. Like, he would be a galaxy-wide name, just like Han Solo and Leia and all those people. Like, they stopped the Empire. Like, history books for the rest of forever would be talking
about this weird area of space
deeds.
where the sequel trilogy took place. Like, no one had heard of it. It's like, fine, whatever.
But even if it's just as simple as an old statue still standing of you know Skywalker, it's just known as just Skywalker. That's all there was. Just the word. There wasn't even like a Luke. It was just Skywalker. Something like that. Then that would be probably enough. You know, his legacy was remembered as heroic, galactic savior. Dare I say, a paragon of a virtue. You know, he's a hero that people are still striving to be and emulate. And we just forget the sequels. You just don't even mention them. Fuck that shit.
I probably want to find a way to shit on Rey. She died in a hole.
Yeah.
Like, oh, did she?
Almost like, yeah. Even if it was almost in a meta way, just to... Sounds too much like The Legend of Korra. But what I described wasn't bad. So I don't... Like, my idea is, I don't see how it's a bad thing. Like, that's the thing. That's what people would realistically do. People build statues to heroes in history. They name things after them. They become legends and put into mythology in a way, and their names persist. Even they don't even have to be real people.
Yeah, they make statues of like dogs and stuff that do special things.
Absolutely. If you go to if you go to the Hoover Dam, there is a plaque devoted to a dog who died during construction in an accident, who was beloved by all the workers. Like, people remember this stuff. I mean, you build a plaque and it's there basically forever. You have to resurrect Palpatine so that her victory is taken away from her.
We established that no, the Palpatine originally died in the OT, and what she fought was this weird, like, snake creature that could look like anyone they wanted.
Those strange cultists on Exegol who believe that clone was Palpatine?
Those
What a
fools.
bunch of nutters, am I right? Where did he get those
The
ships
crazy
from?
planet where nothing makes any sense.
We don't talk about that crazy planet.
Unfortunately, it got exploded and evaporated after the big
when
battle.
Space cancer engulfed the whole planet.
We shan't be visiting there, ever.
Yes.
Okay, then. Adam/Sitch, promote your comic. Hi, Rags.
Hey.
Damn, they didn't... That's an awkward one to send over to them for their stream. Like, hey, promote your stuff.
Promote your comic, and they're like, alright, plug time.
Mashallah Rags of Arabia.
Mashallah.
It's got a toilet emoji and a peace emoji. Toilet
Sometimes
piece.
it should be a peaceful place. There have been some days where you're just not having a good time in there, but it is it's a place for pensive pondering while you poo on the commode.
Maybe belt speeders can't be jammed like horses. Yeah, well, they can be jammed the good old-fashioned way when you throw a hook attached to a rope into it, so... You know.
I feel like one of those things is far more difficult to jam than the other.
That's such a fascinating commentary on stakes, though, the whole, like... They're on our ship, and the first thought he has is jam their speeders. And we're all sitting there like, jam their speeders? That's something you can just do? And that's something that just seems to be drawn out of nothing. And then they're like, no, we can't even do it. Because they don't have speeders. And we're just sitting there like, what? This is what I mean by the whiplash. You're like, what? I didn't even know you could, but you can't because they're using horses. You're like, oh my god. It's the assault team. They're gonna fuck everything up.
Cavalry. They're already obsolete in our world. I can't even begin to imagine how obsolete they are in the Star Wars universe.
There's a certain amount of potassium that's radioactive. If you were to eat 40,000 bananas in 10 minutes, you'd die of radiation poisoning, assuming nothing else kills you first.
Yeah, like exploding from all the bananas.
Hey man, if you've got good metabolism, you can just shoot that right out.
Yeah, a constant shooting and flushing. Yeah, just like the Rags tactic there.
Here's a problem that canon can cause that you would say that's too much. Oh wait, we did answer that one. It was the paper one. At this point, crossover fan fiction with Halo has better writing than the actual stuff they're churning out. That doesn't surprise me.
Doesn't surprise me at all.
I could understand ignoring canon from a bad novel. So the scenario being that you have maybe just a trilogy. Let's just say you only have the sequel trilogy, and then you're supposed to write sequels to it, and it's like, you can ignore canon from that because it's bad. I'd be like, I think we'll be fine. We can...
Or just simplify it and say Disney hires a crazy person to write a novel. Like an actual crazy person, and they just write shit.
Well, this is the thing. If we've got like a shit ton of rules that cannot coexist, then yeah, the repairs we can do are only going to be so good. Like, they've got limits at this point.
Yeah. And fans have generally a good ability at blocking out certain things because it's kind of what you have to do. But again, that's a fix for a problem, and ideally, so you know, that's not where the badness begins. The badness begins with the lore contradiction.
Here's an example of using established rules to do something new. A Jedi has to unethically use a mind trick on a good person to get something. I mean, yeah, absolutely. This is the kind of stuff I would like to explore, right? Like pushing everyone to their limits. And I think you've got more than enough powers from the Force. And I think that it's almost a misallocation of fucking efforts to be like, so guys, episode 10, what's the next Force power? I'm thinking Force disapparate. And you're like, what is that? It's like you turn yourself into multiple pieces and they reform into more of you. And you're just like, why?
What? Like, the image alone is...
And the second you question it, they're like, what the fuck? You never let anyone be creative.
Man, imagine like a Star Wars universe and another galaxy where people who can use the Force are fairly rare, but they're really powerful, and their control of the Force is really chaotic in the sense that it requires a lot of training to keep it under control, or else they can become destructive to themselves and others. So the Jedi of that universe, they're essentially treated like mages are in Dragon Age, where they're leashed and they have handlers and they can't go where they please and they're constantly watched and really mistrusted and that sort of thing. Like there's so much you could do with it. Just you think about all the potentials and you constantly get sad because of what we got and how shit it was compared to how interesting. Yeah, like Psychers and Warhammer, essentially. Insanely powerful potentially, but they have to be kept on a really tight leash. And a lot of them, if they don't get training, they just don't make it. So much stuff you could do. But Rags is not familiar enough. We need more TIE Fighter.
Well, nobody knows what a Y-Wing is, so why would they know what a TIE Fighter is?
Yeah.
Pointless. She sees one magazine viz like, oh, that's actually hot, and is. She sees one magazine and is like, oh, that's actually hot. Not 100% sure what that's referencing, I'm afraid.
I'm not sure either.
Sheev doesn't need porn, he canonically slays Poos. True.
Every time he uses lightning, he just creates Force babies randomly.
He's impregnating the universe.
Yeah, he has to send Inquisitors out to find my Force babies.
They must join me. X-Men movies handled canon well. I guess I wouldn't know. I haven't read the comics. Was going to finish Hellblade, but I thought I'd catch you guys live first. Love your Amnesia Soma series, Mauler. Hi, Rags.
Hello, and enjoy Hellblade. I love it.
And thank you, and yeah, I hope you enjoyed it. The Soma one was, got some emotionalisms in there, talking about all them big thonks.
Oh, yeah.
Hello, fam. Any consideration to having It's a Gundam as a future guest? Always, as always, peace, love, and happiness.
Hey, yeah, sure.
I am on board, yeah.
I'm fine with that. You bet.
Mauler, I'm planning on making a few responses. I have a mic picked out. Any other tips you would recommend? For responses? Just make sure you don't miss any context, because, man, they not only hate when you do that, but they also love to do it. At least in my experience.
Yeah, really make sure you are explaining yourself sufficiently.
Don't feel the need to reach a particular amount of time in any limit or
as it be.
I know that's a shocking thing to hear from us.
Oh yeah, if you've learned anything, it should be that if their criticism of you is that it was too long, probably was a pretty good video.
I agree with New Jack. Invite It's a Gundam. The dude is funny and can be perfect guest for the podcast. Also, hi everyone and stay safe.
Hey.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I'm down with it.
Thoughts on Netflix Castlevania series? I have been recommended it many a time, and
I've heard it's quite good, but I haven't seen it.
We'll have to watch that and Death Note, Rags. I saw Jobs.
I can't wait to watch Castlevania.
Castlevania.
Death Note, not so much.
Hey man, it's only one season. One season.
Oh, all right. That helps.
At least that's what I've been told. I don't actually know. Thoughts on... Oh, wait. Yeah, Mauler, for your next Halloween special, you should watch Ghost Caught on Tape videos with Rags and tear them apart.
Ghost Court?
Ghost Caught on Tape.
Oh, all right. I thought it was like a law drama.
Do you mean just videos where we have to figure out how they faked a thing? Like... It's all CGI, goddammit. It's all CGI.
Yeah, like, I don't believe in that stuff.
Yeah, we're not Mike Stoklasser, okay? Jeez.
I don't believe in ghosts.
I always wonder if he actually does believe in ghosts. Or is it a joke? I don't know.
I don't know. He has a fascination with the paranormal.
I mean, it's pretty... Like, if it were a real thing, it would be pretty cool. But, like, also terrifying. Good old ghosts. I'm late to the stream, but you were talking about the worst diseases, and I think I know one of the worst ever. Brain nerd diarrhea. Brain nerd diarrhea?
Sounds terrible. I wouldn't want to put that in my mouth.
Yeah, that's like comboing up things that shouldn't be comboed together. That's all I'm saying. Can't I just use the same TLJ arguments for TROS? I don't know if this is in reference to Greedo's video. It probably is. Yeah, I guess it is, right? Like, you can just say, any problem anyone has with TROS, you can be like, yo, I don't care about the details, bruh. I just like the visuals. I like the equipment. As he said. What did Greedo say? He said we can do anything we want if it's about visuals, equipment, and something else, I think. I can't remember.
I can't remember.
Only I, Ray, can force heal. Baby Yoda, ... Yeah, that's the thing. Baby Yoda can nail that shit too. Creativity finds a way. Also, hi Rex.
Hello.
Wait a minute. This is nowhere near the beginning.
That's correct.
That's true. Please cover Tom Holland embarrassed Spider-Man vid.
That's another one.
I'll have to see what that's about.
Check that out, yeah.
Holdo placed charges in the reactor. She tries to ram the supremacy, but it has a tractor beam. Raiders get pulled in so it can be boarded. Stormtroopers get to the bridge. Holdo says some one-liner and then presses the detonator. I would have taken that.
Been better. That would have definitely been better. That would have been immensely better.
I'm curious about your guys' take on this. In Empire, Yoda can lift an X-Wing. Could Vader have smashed Luke's X-Wing into something? Oh, do you mean like in the Death Star trench run? It does seem to be quite fucking difficult for Yoda to pull it off. And if we assume that Anakin is either on par or slightly better than Yoda, which I don't know that we have full reason to assume that, it would be pretty tough to grab or move an X-Wing whilst in a TIE fighter trying to sort of aim and shoot. I figure he would think he's better off just aiming and shooting instead of...
Yeah, it does seem like if you use the Force at that point, it's like if you're pointing a loaded gun at somebody, but then you go to like Force choke them, but you're not really good at it. Instead of just shooting them.
Yeah. Someone mentioned that piloting a ship and using telekinesis might be too much concentration, but I imagine Vader just letting someone else pilot while he uses the Force. Well, the thing is, Vader is a great pilot, right?
Yeah,
so
that's Anakin Skywalker.
That's his trait, so I imagine he would just assume that he's like, well, no, I'll just fucking kill him in my ship. They explain that hyperspace makes you intangible in TFA. They have to come out of hyperspace after Starkiller Base's shields, but before the planet.
What? The sequels break their own fucking canon?
Han Solo says something about fractional refresh rate. As in, think of if you like slowed down time, you would see the shield is like on, off, if you know what I mean. And I think he was saying they had to cross in on one of the offs, but I gotta be honest, like, I'd have to re-listen to that part because I'm not up to it yet on my my video, but they very much pull some bullshit to have a spectacle scene for sure. If you insist that baseball requires bases and a ball, you're missing the heart of baseball. Very true.
Yeah.
They used hyperspace lanes in the Clone Wars as a plot point since the Separatists were trying to get a hold of the coordinates to invade Coruscant. Interesting. I don't know why they've never used it in the movies if they were very certain of that being the method, if you know what I mean.
I kind of feel like that would be public info.
I feel like it must have been mentioned up to this point, but it just hasn't been.
Yeah, I can't
like they're playing with it in their TV show, but they're not going to do it in the movies, which is interesting. They used hyperspace... Oh, wait, yeah. HelloGreedo years ago vehemently mocks prequel defenders for just liking lightsaber fights and cool visuals. HelloGreedo now. Roblox_oof.mp4. Technology in Star Wars has stagnated for nearly 4,000 years. If they honestly expect us to believe that not once did someone think to make ship go ultra mega super fast into bad ship, I got news for them. That's what I mean. It's not impossible. It's just improbable to an absurd degree that I don't see it happening ever. You have to convince me that every single person that ever existed was like, no, let's not try that. Let's not try that.
The ancient Greeks and their naval warfare, they were ramming ships into other ships. Like even like in Ben-Hur, ramming speed, and the drum beats super fast. It's like this. Obviously, that's what they would do. They'd be like, "What if we just strap the fucking engine to a asteroid? That's cost effective."
I laughed at the first meme. Good boy Rags. Also hi.
Oh, hello.
As a writer, listening to this guy makes me want to cry. Also hi Rags.
Hello. And it does make me want to cry, but instead we were just angry and laugh.
Popping
No
my
tears
super
were shed.
chat cherry. Hi Rags.
Oh, hello. Thank you.
What did Daisy say, Baller? I think I said it eventually, but she said that that when it comes so Luke, I think she said something like it was nice that JJ gave like an opportunity for Mark to play Luke Skywalker again. Like I'd have to pull up the actual quote, but I remember reading it and thinking like, holy fuck, do you realize what you're saying right now? She like implies that he finally gets to be that character again, because I guess Ryan didn't let him. It's just like, yep.
That's crazy.
Mules, I have a hot take. Rags is right. There are many funny memes. Also, hi Rag.
Hello. I'm right.
Alright.
And you're right that I'm right. There are many funny memes.
Moopa memes are greater than Wag memes.
Oh, fuck off.
I don't know, man. Moopa's pretty hard to beat.
No way. I don't know. There I am flushing my poo clone down. That's solid stuff.
Oh, I get it. The Holder maneuver doesn't care about your feelings. But it do. Derrida claimed the West is logocentric. Ryan Johnson would probably say the same about canon. The truth gets in the way of feelings. Okay. You just gotta accept it at some point. The truth gets in the way of feelings.
Sounds like something like a mind-controlling illusionist indoctrinating type would say, like a wizard. Oh, the pesky truth is getting in the way of... That's like a political dictator, Pesky truth.
Adam Best sidekick. Yeah, he was he helped out Sitch every once in a while, here and there.
Oh, yeah.
I'm glad you were all able to laugh at my unfunny memes. Keep up the good work, you massives. Keep up the good memes.
We laughed at it. Must have been funny if we laughed at it.
Wait, isn't the heart in the middle of the body? It all makes sense now. Oh yeah, it's the longest part if it's in the middle. Long and thick is best. Ooh. Rey...
thick heart.
Rey is an evil Disney princess. Yeah, I guess so.
She's a Disney princess.
Ugh. You have to be human, be royalty, not be introduced in a sequel, and or commit a heroic act to be considered a Disney princess. So human, Rey, yes. Royalty, yes. Not be introduced in
human?
Are they not human in Star Wars?
No, like she is, but
oh, are you asking why do they have to be human according to the Disney requirements?
yeah. What about Nala? She's a princess, isn't she?
I don't know where they may have made these requirements up. I don't know.
I think they might have.
I think they commit a heroic act. It's like, what is Rey committed to heroic acts? It's like, well, she's got a whole bunch depending on POV. She defeated Kylo again and again and again. It's like...
So Ariel, someone's saying Ariel isn't human. It's like she was turned into a human, but then she went back. But yeah, if that's the case, then she is not human. She's only half human. Not because she's a woman, but because she's half of her is a fish. So, it's really fortunate that it's the bottom half that's a fish. Because if it was just like a fish head with human legs sticking out, that'd be fucking weird.
I feel like that is a Family Guy joke.
Is it?
Yeah, and they actually like visualize it, and it's amusing.
Oh, I don't watch Family Guy, so
You shouldn't. Well, that might be a hot take. I don't know. Watch Simpsons and Futurama, okay?
would you a fish? Would I lighthouse that fish?
Oh.
I feel like a fish would be like cold and clammy on me.
Yeah.
And it gets warmer the further up you move. Someone saying it's a red dwarf joke. I haven't seen that either.
Oh.
But I guess it's a decent joke if I said it and it just happens to be like these other people made it. Like it's a thought, like what if instead of
That's how you judge whether or not a joke is good? Whether someone told it before?
yes.
I hate that qualification and I spit on it.
Like top half or bottom half is the mermaid part. It's got to be the bottom. Cuz like you have to have like arms and a face and stuff to talk to, and how do you do Ariel anyway? You don't. I think she's underage.
I don't remember. I honestly don't.
I guess we're fucking googling how old Ariel. Stand by. How old is Ariel in The Little Mermaid? All right. She is 16, which means that she is legal. I assume that's in human years, not fish years.
Disney owns the Rocky Horror Picture Show. Tim Curry is a Disney princess. Changed my mind. I would never want to change your mind on that.
Legal for Mahler, Nat Rags. Like, no, the age of consent in most places here in the U.S. is 16. It's 16 here in Arkansas, like it is in most places. That's 6,000 in mermaid years, anyway.
Oh, there you go. Muller, have you read the book series Red Rising? If not, heavily recommend as a great Game of Thrones-inspired space opera that has flawed, complex characters with great world building. Also, high rags.
Hello.
I hope it's better than Game of Thrones. I'm sure it is. In
I
fact,
hope anything's better than
I
Game
would
of
bet
Thrones.
money that it is, yeah. With a wealth of material in the EU, why do you think Disney decided to discard it? So that they could copy it bit by bit and in a superficial way, seems to be?
So they could...
honestly, that seems to be the only fucking reason they did that. Was like, we're gonna tell these stories again, but we're not necessarily going to adapt them. We're just gonna kind of just pick stuff we like.
It's just Star Wars. They know people will buy Star Wars.
Again, if you ever find out that they're casting someone to play Thrawn, be very afraid.
Be very afraid. They will ruin... Of course, there's like they're deciding who they're gonna ruin Thrawn with. Who's gonna be the vessel?
If you were in charge, how would you move forward with the Star Wars franchise? I think we kind of covered that earlier, right?
Yeah, we covered that, yeah.
What is better, Mortal Kombat or Street Fighter?
I have no idea. I don't play fighting games.
From what I understand, Street Fighter is like more mechanically complex and balanced. But I prefer Mortal Kombat because superficially I just enjoy the fatalities and the goofy tie-ins. The story of Mortal Kombat is fucking hilariously bad. They reset themselves all the time. There's time travel. People keep dying and jumping all over the place. It's just that's some tism. Father HelloGreedo has deemed Chris Stuckman as one of the pure reviewers, saving them from the evils of the devil who wears a gas mask, the Long Man. Oh my. Kick Sitch, we only need Adam. Quick, Sitch, give your opinions on anime. I'm gonna save that for him so that if there is any position on anime you wish to hear from him, you will get it eventually. Would the ending of The Mist qualify as subverting expectations? I think so.
Yeah, I'd say so, maybe.
Muller and Co. Would you, any of you, attempt the Poo Cocktail Supreme as depicted in Jackass 3 for $1,000? If not, for what minimum amount? I feel like I'm gonna just do a hard no on this one.
No.
I suppose if we're gonna get ridiculous, like, would you do it for $1 million? Like,
$1 million, yes. 1,000, no.
10,000?
It's basically bungee jumping in a porta potty.
Okay, but is there anything else to that?
Well, I mean, the shit flying around.
Oh, so it is a used porta potty then?
Oh yeah, if it was a clean port, yeah. The whole point is that it's a used porta potty. For like
Yeah,
I
I mean,
said,
once you get to enough money that I feel like I could do some real good with it, that's when I would say yes.
yeah, but for 1,000 would not be enough.
No. Plaything Tale starring Tim Hanks and Tom Allen. Well, George did enjoy LSD. Oh, Lucas? Is that a true? That sounds funny.
I don't know.
Can we please have one EFAP that you get to the 3 VODs? We did. We did.
Yeah, we got him, man. We knocked that shit out.
I will say we didn't do much pausing on Tonal, but you know, what can you do? We still got a lot of discussion out of it, though. Imagine the bio of Hitler from HelloGreedo. Why? What a strange thing to say.
Yeah.
Palpatine didn't die, he just lost progress. The profile is Mihai Csikszentmihalyi.
Mihai Csikszentmihalyi.
Hey Moopa, can you post the streams on Molar announcements as you did before? With YouTube now, streams sometimes disperse even inside your channel. They were always automatically supposed to go over there, but yeah, I can try and get that going if they're not turning up. They should be though. If I wanted to play a multiplayer game that had no respawns, I would play Siege, CSGO, World of Tanks, Warships, Warplanes, or a Battle Royale.
No, like no respawns.
I guess what mode you play on CSGO, you can get no respawns, right? Like if you play Search and Destroy or something.
Yeah, but you can't start another game.
Oh, do you mean the second you die,
Well,
you
I
can't
guess
start
you
another
can
game?
never, like, I guess if you ever die in any mode, you can't ever. Well, would it be a respawn if it's a different game and you're playing as a different soldier?
I don't know.
Yeah, then you would just say, all right, well, that guy died, but there's a lot of soldiers, so you're playing as a new one now.
Hmm.
But it's an army, so it makes sense that they'd have the same loadout.
Yeah. Doom guy. No one has ever really gore. Also, there's still a decent amount left, like a whole page, which should probably take a little longer than I think I'm going to be able to stay awake for. I'm a little, falling apart a little bit.
I'm getting pretty close. We started at like noon, didn't we? Or like 1?
We are veering closer and closer to the cap. I'm just super tired.
I'm super tired. I've been awake since jeez, a long ass time.
What I will try and do now, there's a bit of a concern about Discord's update fucking over EFAP, right? So hopefully I can just not let that happen.
Hopefully.
We'll see how long that lasts before. I just want them to make it optional. Please, Discord, do it. Either way, I'm planning on trying to set up a recording for the meme EFAP because we've got like a lot of videos and a lot of images to go through. It'll just be memes only. And obviously I'll record it and then upload it, and hopefully it'll get put into a copyright deadlock with the amount of content that'll be... There's a lot of movie stuff. But it'll mean that we can all enjoy them without pausing them, which would be nice. And we'll try and get some guests for it as well. And so that will be... Like, we won't mention what number that is in the episode, because it'll just be numbered according to when we can release it. And I guess I'll try and get that recorded soon. And if, say for example, we're able to set that up something before next week, I can read, you know, the rest of the super chats in that one at the end of it, depending on how much time we have. Or maybe I should save this for another live one in case something happens with the meme one. Never know with copyright and stuff. Either way, it's all on the way, and as is Return of the King. That one's still flubbering around, and the next Batwoman is almost done, as far as I know, and the new editor will be initialized soon enough, as well as us watching more Batwoman. I think there is a couple of episodes waiting for us. It's on a hiatus now, though, I think, if I check out. I'm not sure. Either way, I think something is planned with you and I and Metal for Jay Longbone. We're doing some kind of...
I think that will be very interesting.
Gotham High thing, readout of the thing. It should be funny. It's looking for fun. And then the only other thing I guess would be on my end. I am editing TFA Part 3. I'm getting there. It is a behemoth of a video. I'm really happy with it so far. And I said 12 days ago that it would be about a month. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to make it by the end of this month, but I will be trying to. Just working on it non-stop pretty much. Either way, it's going to be big. Like, as in, big old chonker of a video. And it's funny because I was contemplating splitting it into 2 parts, and then I was just like, how fucking goofy is it going to get if I have part 3A and part 3B, you know? Just like, it's just going to be a big old chunky part 3, it's fine.
Can be messier than the sequel plot.
But like, it just takes ages to stack all of those clips in a row, and it's a coming. And meanwhile, Rags, how is your autisms going?
Coming along a-okay. Mostly doing a lot of writing and stuff. Some of these like stuff that we've been covering on like EFAP here, they'd be really good like in the objectivity one we covered, and even this HelloGreedo one on canon. Like those would be good for like, I guess, more structured responses. They're not particularly long, so they could get done quicker. So I'm coming along. Mandalorian's coming along well, and I've got a lot of stuff gathered. For instance, like I spent a lot of time just getting like potential sound effects I might need that you hear and stuff. A lot of clips and pictures and things. But yeah, it's coming along well. But I figure it might be good to do a few short ones and then do the big one. It just depends on whatever I work on is whatever I work on.
Which brings us to the end.
Yeah.
At least for now. EFAP shall return. As it do. We will try and get on that meme EFAP as soon as possible. And yes, stay quarantined, y'all. Is there anything else? I'm trying to think of anything else.
Wash your hands, clean your penis.
Oh yeah.
We had we had one last super chat and it was a lot. So if you want to address that,
well, there's a lot. I mean, you can read it out of order if you want. It says, "Thanks for the stream, guys. I really needed this today."
Yeah, I want to make sure that it was especially noticed because that's a lot of money.
Well,
that's incredibly generous.
Yeah, thank you very much, and I'm glad you enjoyed. Sorry for this low energy toward the end. I'm just sleepy tisms.
Yeah, I've been up for ages, but that was a great stream. They were good guests. We had some good discussions, covered some amazing videos.
And good memes and generous donations, and have a good night, everyone. I suppose.
Absolutely, everyone have a great night. It's midnight over here,
and it is nearly 6 a.m. over here.
Oh my god!
Have a good morning, I guess.
Good morning. Good night.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.